It was another beautiful night, and Enlin and Su Xiaolan enjoyed the fireworks for the majority of the night before retiring to their respective rooms. The next morning, Enlin had only just woken up when a gallant young male with crimson-colored eyes barged his way into his room. "Hi, Enlin, how was last night? Were you happy?" Mo Hai asked with a sly smile. "Yeah, I sure was. The fireworks were beautiful." Enlin replied with a happy expression. Mo Hai inched his face toward Enlin and whispered in his ear, "Did you do it?" Enlin replied with a confused expression. "Do what? Cough. Do you really need me to spell it out for you?" There was a hint of a smile on Mo Hai's face as he looked at Enlin. "The fireworks were booming and banging last night. Did you and Su Xiaolan set off any banging fireworks? Booming and banging? Fireworks? What the fuck?" Enlin's lips twitched when he understood what Mo Hai was saying. He glared at him with rage. "Piss off. Xiaolan and I are just classmates. What the hell are you thinking?" Dabai immediately chimed in. "That's right. Big Brother and is so pure and innocent. All they did was hold hands and make out. He didn't even dare to set off any fireworks. What kind of man is he?" He stuffed golden rice balls into his mouth as he grumbled. Enlin saw an extremely conflicted expression on Dabai's face. This was an expression that exhibited both resentment at being shunned and disappointment at Enlin's lack of progress. "I'm so envious that you managed to win over the most beautiful sect sister in our sect. Meanwhile, I'm still just by my lonely self." Mo Hai's expression suddenly changed as he sighed with melancholy. Enlin pursed his lips. "You're the top young disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect. Surely it wouldn't be difficult for you to find a girlfriend." "Sigh, it's all because of my habit of observing the true intent of fire by being burned in flames. Many of the beautiful sect sisters saw this, and they all think that I'm a freak." Mo Hai revealed his difficulties to Enlin. Enlin was shocked to hear this. He had thought that Mo Hai had no self-awareness, but it appeared that he was very clear about his own situation. Dabai couldn't help but interject, "There's nothing difficult about this. If you're a masochist, can't you just find a sadist? I'm sure there'll be a chick who wants to bathe in flames with you." "Woof." Enlin? Mo Hai stared at Dabai in shock before saying in a quiet voice, "Does this type of female really exist? I've always been really self-conscious and felt that I was inferior. I thought I was destined to be forever alone because of this habit." "Of course they exist. A masochist like you already has such low self-esteem. Do you think the sadistic girls won't have low self-esteem as well? They just choose to hide it from everyone. Your job is to give them the confidence to step out of the closet. Once they do, they'll fall head over heels for you." "Woof." Dabai spoke as if he were a relationship expert. Mo Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if Dabai had opened up a whole new world to him. "Speaking of sadistic females, isn't Sister Shangguan Yi an ideal match for you?" And Lin chuckled. "Being in a relationship with her would be super stimulating as well, because she'll give you a new surprise every day." Sister Shangguan Yi. Mo Hai's expression suddenly became disconsolate. "What about her?" And Lin's smile faded upon seeing Mo Hai's expression. "She disappeared during the battle for the Holy Vermilion Flame," Mo Hai replied in a low voice. "From what the elders could gather, there's an extremely high probability that the Snow Maidens abducted her to the Holy Capital." And Lin faltered slightly before replying with furrowed brows. "Sister Shangguan Yi's aptitude in the Tao of Ice is incredibly impressive. The Snow Maidens most likely only abducted her for her talent. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to take her away. Sigh, this battle has been nothing less than a calamity for the Vermilion Bird sect. In fact, it's already damaged the foundation of the entire sect." Mo Hai shook his head with a light sigh before he continued. "The Grand Elder may appear relaxed and carefree, but I've received news that his injuries are actually quite severe. He's about to go into seclusion very soon to facilitate recovery. The sect leader received word of the battle, and he forcefully returned from the demonic flame realm. He slew over 1 million Snow Maidens in a fit of rage, and he also pushed the front line of the battlefield at Holy Glacial Lands back over 1,500 kilometers. However, This does nothing to help the Vermilion Bird sect recover from its losses. Thankfully, you were able to recover the holy Vermilion Flame. Otherwise, our sect really would have suffered unrecoverable losses. Mo Hai turned his eyes toward the north and muttered under his breath. The Snow Maidens have extremely powerful brainwashing techniques. I hope we won't be enemies the next time we meet Sister Shangguan-Yi. And Lin also heaved a forlorn sigh after hearing this. Shangguan-Yi had led such tumultuous life up to this point. Just as she was finally able to obtain the approval of the Holy Vermilion Flame, the Snow Maidens came. She had chased after the Snow Maidens, yet she ended up being captured by them instead. Young Master and breakfast is ready. Little Chun's tender voice sounded from the kitchen. Come, let's go and eat, Brother Mo. And Lin gestured for Mo Hai to follow him. Mo Hai shook his head. I've already eaten. Oh, that's right. When you're finished with breakfast, go to the White Heavenly Tower with Su Xiaolan. Elder Zhu will be waiting for you there. The White Heavenly Tower was a restricted area of the Vermilion Bird sect. According to rumors, all of the most valuable treasures of the sect were stored there. And Lin's interest was immediately piqued. He feigned an ignorant expression and asked, What does Elder Zhu want to see us for? You'll see when you get there. I'm off now. Mo Hai left with a light chuckle. After bidding farewell to Mo Hai, and Lin elatedly delivered this news to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was quite calm and collected about the whole matter. Meanwhile, she expressed that she already had more than enough treasures in her possession. After breakfast, and Lin flew toward the White Heavenly Tower with Su Xiaolan. The White Heavenly Tower was a tower that hovered in the sky. Beneath it was layers of divine white clouds. Disciples who hadn't received permission to enter the White Heavenly Tower would find that they were unable to near the tower no matter how long they flew toward it. It was like a mirage in the clouds to them. They were able to see it, yet they were never able to reach it. And Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't encounter this situation, and both of them arrived at the gate of the White Heavenly Tower without a hitch. Zhu Yuanzhou was already waiting for them with a smile on his face. Zhu Yuanzhou was Su Xiaolan's uncle, so Lin was naturally a little nervous to see him. After all, he had held Su Xiaolan's hand in front of the entire sect, and he didn't know what her uncle would think about this. Elder Zhu looked at Lin with a delighted smile. Hee Lin, your reward is going to be quite the rich one. Why don't you give your share to Su Xiaolan for her to keep in her storage ring? After all, the wife should look after the family finances. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he didn't even have a chance to reply before Su Xiaolan flared up in rage. Elder Zhu, please be more serious. Don't tease Lin during such an important occasion. He's the hero of our Vermilion Bird sect. Elder Zhu looked at his niece with a resigned expression. Then he heaved a sigh in his mind. As expected, her wings have hardened. And Lin, I have just one question for you. Were you the one who took care of the 5 Holy Palace leaders? Elder Zhu suddenly asked. And Lin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, it was me. He didn't need to hide this fact from anyone. After all, his level of power was a mystery that no one would dig into. The entire Heavenly Court knew about how he slew the Dark Knight monarch of the Dark Wing tribe, so all the elders of the Vermilion Bird sect most likely knew about it as well. As such, it wouldn't really have come as too much of a surprise that he had slain a few Holy Palace leaders. Sure enough, Elder Zhu only nodded after hearing this. There wasn't the slightest hint of surprise on his face, and it was as if he were already mentally prepared for this answer. Then from now on, you're one of the honorary elders of the Vermilion Bird sect, Elder Zhu announced with a smile. This is your elder badge. Make sure to keep it in a safe place. And Lin was completely transfixed to the spot as he accepted the badge. He knew just how valuable the position of an honorary elder was. This meant that he could receive the same treatment and remuneration as an elder of the sect. Provided that all the prerequisite conditions were met, he would even be able to access all the forbidden areas of the sect. On top of that, he didn't need to contribute anything to the sect in return. This was like receiving the wages and benefits for a job without actually having to do the job. And Lin suddenly felt like the badge was extremely heavy in his hands. let alone all the sect disciples. The role of an honorary elder was something that even the sect elders yearned for. Don't refuse this. It's something you deserve. Your efforts in recovering the holy vermilion flame meant more to the sect than you could ever imagine. You're the hero of the entire sect. Elder Zhu gazed at Enlin deeply before a smile appeared on his face. Come on. Let's go pick out some treasures. After accepting the badge with a solemn expression, Enlin walked into the white heavenly tower with Elder Zhu and Su Xiaolin. They passed through a rippling barrier, and an extremely vast energy fluctuation immediately swept toward them. Enlin was greeted by the sight of around 24 treasures, all of which were glowing with brilliant light as they hovered in the air. Some treasures were even moving as if they were living beings. He stared at all the treasures and detected their energy fluctuations. To his surprise, he found that these were all immortal tools. Enlin's eyes widened in astonishment, but Elder Zhu continued onward to the second level without pause. There were a total of 3 levels within the white heavenly tower. It was said that the most powerful divine tool of the sect, a tool that could only be used by the sect leaders, was situated on the top floor. As for what was on the second floor, Enlin had no idea. This made him especially curious. The second level of the white heavenly tower was a little peculiar. It was a golden space with no end in sight in any direction. Come out, vermilion bird origin treasures, Elder Zhu yelled. Immediately afterward, 6 items that all radiated with a faint glow flew toward Enlin and Su Xiaolin. After hearing that these were the vermilion bird origin treasures, Enlin and Su Xiaolin were both completely rooted to the spot. The vermilion bird origin treasures were extremely renowned treasures within the vermilion bird sect. They were even more valuable than immortal tools, and all of them were priceless treasures with mysterious abilities. There were only 10 vermilion bird origin treasures, 6 of which were here, and 3 of which were owned by sect leader Zhu Shui, Grand Elder Situ Feng, and Great Elder Chan Xinran. Meanwhile, one of the vermilion bird origin treasures had already been lost. Go on. Pick one that you like. Elder Zhu smiled and said, Is that okay? And Lin swallowed to prevent himself from drooling. Of course. Both of you are disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect, and both of you have contributed immensely to the sect through your actions. After putting this to a vote among all the elders, we've decided that both of you have the right to inherit one of the Vermilion Bird origin treasures. Elder Zhu replied. Su Xiaolan remained silent as she stared at a fiery red bracelet. There was a look of nostalgia on her face, and it looked as if she were in a daze. She pointed at the bracelet. I'll take that one. The Vermilion Bird bracelet? This bracelet rightfully belongs to you anyway. Elder Zhu was momentarily dazed. Then, he nodded and accepted Su Xiaolan's choice. Immediately afterward, a white spell formation started to materialize on the crimson bracelet. The bracelet was seemingly drawn by an invisible force, and it flew toward Su Xiaolan like a living creature before gently sliding itself onto her wrist. The bracelet suited Su Xiaolan extremely well, and Enlin made a mental note to himself that he didn't need to buy a bracelet for Su Xiaolan if he were looking to buy her a present in the future. There were still 5 Vermilion Bird origin treasures: a shield, a sword, a bead, a paintbrush, and a mirror. As a seasoned sword immortal, Enlin immediately pointed toward the long sword which was rippling with the light of golden flames. I want that sword. Elder Zhu nodded with a smile. The Vermilion Bird sword. It's peerlessly sharp and comes with the ability to summon the flames of heaven and earth to incinerate everything obstructing its path. It's a lethal weapon and one that is indeed quite suitable for you. And Lin nodded excitedly. As a sword immortal, how was he supposed to flex with just a pitch-black sword? He had to have a powerful and magnificent sword in order to make the most of his flexing talent. Elder Zhu made a series of seals with his hands, and a white spell formation appeared on the crimson sword as it began to ring. Then, the long sword slowly began to move, except it was moving backward in retreat. And Lin, what's going on, Elder Zhu? Elder Zhu was a little embarrassed. It appears that the Vermilion Bird sword rejected you, but that's okay. Situations like this are quite rare, but it's still within the realm of normalcy. And Lin's chest tightened upon hearing this. This situation is quite rare. But that's okay? Are these really supposed to be words of comfort? He turned his eyes upon the remaining 4 vermilion bird origin treasures, but the crimson bead and the paintbrush seemed to have detected something, and they trembled slightly before flying away with the vermilion bird sword. And Lin turned to Elder Zhu with a confused expression. Elder Zhu shrugged with an innocent expression. How about you pick one out from the remaining treasures? If that doesn't work either, I could perhaps ask to see whether the Grand Elder can do anything. And Lin's lips twitched as he looked at the shield and mirror. Pick one out from the remaining treasures? What is there to pick from? There are only 2 left. The vermilion bird shield is close to indestructible. Not only can it summon the intent of the vermilion bird to shield its user from attacks, but it can even absorb the power contained within enemy attacks and transform them into its own power. This absorbed power can be used to replenish the user's vital energy, or it can also be released as a blast of energy. The vermilion bird mirror is an extremely knowledgeable mirror which can answer almost any question. Aside from that, it has the ability to determine if something is real or counterfeit. After being fully charged, it even has a 100% chance of reflecting an enemy's attack. In order to distract Lin's attention, Elder Zhu elaborated on the functions of the remaining 2 vermilion bird origin treasures in great detail, and Lin instantly felt a lot better after hearing the abilities of these 2 items. This was for no other reason than the fact that both of them sounded like they had incredibly awesome abilities. The vermilion bird shield was similar in nature to his brick. However, it had the extra ability of being able to absorb energy from enemy attacks. It could either replenish the user's vital energy or unleash the pent-up energy in an attack of its own. As for the mirror, it wasn't that useful in battle, but its abilities were relatively bizarre. Knowledge, counterfeit discernment, reflecting attacks. It sounded pretty badass in its own right. Which one should I choose? And Lin stroked his chin hesitantly. I choose the vermilion bird shield. And Lin said once he had finally decided. He felt like the vermilion bird shield had a similar ability to the vermilion bird mirror's attack-reflecting ability. However, it was more well-rounded in comparison. The vermilion bird shield was also able to convert the energy of enemy attacks, and it looked a lot more badass, which perfectly suited Lin's style. All right. Elder Zhu made some seals with his hands, and a white spell formation began to appear on the vermilion bird shield. As if it were scared of something, the vermilion bird shield trembled slightly before zooming away into the distance. It soon disappeared from view. And Lin, Elder Zhu, Su Xiaolan, and Lin suddenly felt a little cold. In this cold, harsh world, he just wanted a little bit of warmth to soothe his freezing heart. What did I do to deserve this? Did I not wash my hands or my face today? And Lin turned to Elder Zhu and Su Xiaolan with a disconsolate expression. Don't give up. And Lin, there's still a mirror left, Su Xiaolan consoled. There's still a mirror left? And Lin's lips twitched slightly. He had already been rejected 4 times in a row, and his heart ached to the point of asphyxiation. Could he handle any more rejection? He brought out his evil-slaying sword and gently caressed it. Little Xia, you're the best after all. You won't leave me or betray me. You're different from all those slutty swords out there. We're a true match made in heaven. A cold voice with a hint of contempt sounded. Heh! Weren't you just complaining about how ugly I am and how you wished I were as beautiful as the vermilion bird sword? And Lin, how did you know? Weren't you in the storage ring this entire time? Evil-slaying sword. Piss off. And Lin's heart throbbed with pain. He wanted nothing more than for a person to comfort him. And Lin, there's still the vermilion bird mirror left. You should give it a try. Elder Zhu finally spoke after a long period of silence. There weren't many people who had the opportunity to choose from the vermilion bird origin treasures. In fact, there had only been about a dozen in history, and their vermilion bird origin treasures were all returned to the sect after their deaths. However, not a single one of them had ever encountered a situation like Lin's, where he was rejected by all of the vermilion bird origin treasures. Elder Zhu didn't know what to do in this situation, and he could only encourage Lin to have one last try. And Lin refused to believe his terrible luck, and he unleashed his 2 Gundams from his storage ring. Gundam 1, Gundam 2. Unleash your ionic deprivation protection formation and trap the vermilion bird mirror inside. Let's see if it'll try to escape now. The 2 Gundams immediately flew toward the vermilion bird mirror at Lin's behest, and they spread their arms to create an ionic deprivation protection formation that measured a few hundred feet in radius. The vermilion bird mirror was trapped in an extremely sturdy prison. Elder Zhu, I'm ready to begin now. And Lin smiled and said, Elder Zhu. Su Xiaolan. Elder Zhu's face convulsed as he stared at the vermilion bird mirror that was trapped in the ionic deprivation protection formation. How much pain would someone have to go through to resort to such desperate measures? He paused for a moment before making seals with his hands again. A white spell formation materialized on the surface of the vermilion bird mirror. The vermilion bird mirror trembled, and it immediately tried to escape. Boom! The vermilion bird mirror crashed into the ionic deprivation protection formation with a resounding boom. You aren't going anywhere! And Lin roared as he pounced at the mirror. The vermilion bird mirror immediately fled in another direction in fear. However, it was completely enshrouded by the ionic deprivation protection formation, and it soon crashed into the sturdy barrier again. The vermilion bird mirror was extremely fast, but it was lacking in power and was thus unable to break through the ionic deprivation protection formation. And Lin started to chase after the vermilion bird mirror like a madman. In the end, Lin held the vermilion bird mirror down with a sinister smile. Hee, you can't run away from me. Just give up and accept me as your master. The vermilion bird mirror trembled in fear. Why do I feel that Lin seems like an antagonist? Elder Zhu muttered. Su Xiaolan massaged her brows and averted her gaze in embarrassment. Lin didn't speak any more nonsense and immediately started to use his powers to refine the vermilion bird mirror. However, he was obstructed by an extremely powerful force that prevented him from refining the mirror. Humph! What a stubborn mirror. Let me show you my power. Divine inspection technique. A white light flashed across Lin's eyes, and a string of information regarding the vermilion bird mirror appeared in his mind. Vermilion bird mirror. The holy vermilion bird beast created the vermilion bird mirror by polishing the skull of the mythological beast, the divine ice swallow. The vermilion bird mirror possesses the power of knowledge, authenticity verification, and the power to reflect enemy attacks. It's extremely fearful of the vermilion bird, and if you want to forcefully refine it, just a drop of your blood essence which contains the aura of the vermilion bird will suffice. And Lin immediately came to a realization upon seeing this. He turned to Su Xiaolan and Elder Zhu with an excited expression, as if he were trying to prove a point. No wonder the vermilion bird origin treasures are all so scared of me. It's because of the vermilion bird aura within my body. All the vermilion bird origin treasures are averse to the vermilion bird. Not me. Elder Zhu blinked in thought. He felt like Lin had a valid point. Su Xiaolan was a bit more skeptical. But I have the vermilion bird bloodline flowing through my body as well. So why isn't the vermilion bird bracelet afraid of me? Boom! Su Xiaolan's words were like a bolt of lightning which struck Lin right in the head. That's true. Why weren't they scared of Su Xiaolan? Why would they only be fearful of me? Why would they abandon me like this? All of his excitement instantly vanished, and he suddenly felt extremely cold again. Everyone else's treasures happily accepted their masters, as if they were pets who gleefully accepted their owners. However, all the treasures that he encountered ran away from him, as if he were the embodiment of the plague. Eat my blood! And Lin roared as he splashed his golden blood essence all over the vermilion bird mirror. Screw it. So what if I'm not welcome by the treasures? I'll just force them into submission. The golden blood essence dripped onto the mirror, and it instantly triggered a violent tremor. The blood essence seeped into the mirror, and the white spell formation slowly vanished from its surface. And Lin suddenly felt a connection between himself and the mirror. This confirmed that he was the master of the mirror. He heaved a light sigh of relief before picking up the vermilion bird mirror with a smile on his face. What's the use of running? You belong to me now. I'm your master. Do you understand? Ha! Elder Zhu, Su Xiaolan. What kind of psychological blows would it take for someone to speak to a mirror like this? The vermilion bird mirror was an intricate, round mirror with an icy blue surface and a crimson frame. It was around the size of a human face. After being tortured by Enlin, however, it had now been reduced to only about the size of a human hand. Elder Zhu coughed lightly. Seeing as you've both obtained the vermilion bird origin treasures that you desired, you may now leave the White Heavenly Tower. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both left the White Heavenly Tower with a satisfied expression. The vermilion bird origin treasures were the best rewards that the vermilion bird sect was able to give the two of them at this point in time. From this, it was clear to see just how important the two of them were to the sect. And Lin also received the title of an honorary elder, which allowed him to do whatever he wanted, aside from instances where the sect was being threatened. In such cases, he would be obligated to offer his aid. He brought his elder badge to the Elder Tower to receive his remuneration for the year, which comprised of 300,000 spirit stones. This was an extremely large sum for normal people, but it was only 300 steamers of stuffed buns to him. After receiving his remuneration, Su Xiaolan led Enlin around all the forbidden areas of the Vermilion Bird sect, among which included forbidden areas which were only open to elders. She then gave him detailed explanations of the cultivation enhancement effects of each of the forbidden areas. Listening to Su Xiaolan's descriptions made Enlin's heart flutter with excitement. The Dao observation forbidden areas were useless to him, but there were some forbidden areas in which he could enhance the flame power within his body. Those forbidden areas were quite useful to him. He decided that he could come to the Vermilion Bird sect and venture through the Myriad Flame Heavenly Bridge when he reached the Soul Formation final stage. It was said that at the end of the bridge, there were unique treasures and pills which corresponded to the properties of the cultivators who had successfully reached its end. On the way back, Enlin looked down at the bracelet on Su Xiaolan's wrist with a curious gaze. This bracelet looks really good on you. You picked it without hearing Elder Zhu's introduction. Did you already know about its abilities in advance? Su Xiaolan also looked down at the bracelet which was radiating with a dazzling glow under the sunlight. This vermilion bird bracelet has extremely powerful defensive effects. It was the vermilion bird origin treasure that my mother used before she passed away. After their users pass away, the vermilion bird origin treasures are summoned back to the White Heavenly Tower by the Holy Vermilion Flame. After seeing this bracelet again, I naturally had to keep it by my side. And Lin was a little taken aback by Su Xiaolan's words. No wonder he had never heard Su Xiaolan mention her mother. He also detected a hint of something else in Su Xiaolan's words, and he was just about to reply. At this moment, Su Xiaolan continued, "Let's not talk about these things for now. After all, I can only think about these matters when I'm powerful enough." And Lin nodded. He knew Su Xiaolan was saying this as she didn't want to sweep him up in her personal vendetta. Soon after, Enlin returned to his room and pulled out the Vermilion Bird Mirror again. The Vermilion Bird Mirror was a mirror crafted by the Holy Vermilion Bird Beast, so it definitely possessed extraordinary powers. As such, Enlin felt like he should test out its abilities. Enlin placed the mirror on the table, and using his intent, he expanded it to the size of a human face. Not long ago, the Vermilion Bird Mirror had been able to run, tremble, and resist of its own accord. This demonstrated that it was a highly intelligent mirror. And Lin looked at the mirror with curiosity. "Mirror, mirror on the wall. I've heard that you're an incredibly intelligent and knowledgeable mirror and that I can ask you any question. Is that correct?" A string of words that was formed by white snow suddenly appeared on the icy blue surface of the mirror. "Master, I'm the Vermilion Bird Mirror, not a magic mirror. As for the answer to your question, that's correct." And Lin responded with a smile. "No, I'm your master, and if I say you're a magic mirror, then you're a magic mirror. Do you understand? My cute little magic mirror?" A string of 3 words appeared on the mirror. "I don't understand. What a feisty mirror. But that's okay. I can slowly tame you." And Lin chuckled and asked, "Can you speak?" Another string of text appeared. Yes, but speaking expends more energy than materializing text. And Lin was excited to hear this. Talk for me. I want to see whether you're a male or a female. Another string of text appeared. I'm not going to talk just because you told me to. And Lin felt as if his authority was being challenged. A sinister smile appeared on his face. You won't talk? Then I'll throw you in a toilet bowl. Fuck off, a crisp and tender voice said. And Lin nodded in satisfaction. And Lin was relieved to hear that the magic mirror had a tender, female voice. Only a cute voice like this could suit his tastes. Magic mirror, you have a beautiful voice. Can you sing a song for me? And Lin asked with a smile. Vermilion bird mirror. Light suddenly flashed across the surface of the icy blue mirror. Master, I've just conducted a mental evaluation on you, and I've discovered that you act like a mentally unstable person. This is because you're fueled by the negative emotions of abandonment and inferiority. You want to communicate with me and obtain my approval in order to fill the gaping hole in your heart. The mirror's crisp and tender voice sounded again, and Lin was shocked. He didn't think that the vermilion bird mirror had an ability like this. What should I do then? Can you fill the emptiness in my heart? And Lin asked with a sincere expression. I want to switch to another master, the vermilion bird mirror replied. And Lin? He felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sword. And Lin silently stowed his vermilion bird mirror into his storage ring. He suddenly thought of his evil-slaying sword, and he grew even more depressed. Why are all of the weapons that are able to communicate with me so bristly and difficult to tame? Only the ever-reliable black brick and frying pan are truly my friends. And Lin brought out 5 shiny storage rings from his storage ring. These were the storage rings of the 5 holy palace leaders that he had slain. He hadn't had a chance to go through them yet, so now was the perfect opportunity to do so. He looked at the 5 storage rings with excitement in his mind. After all, these were the storage rings of return to void stage mighty figures. Surely supreme beings like them had some valuable treasures in their storage rings. It was always extremely exciting to pick up items dropped by bosses. And Lin cast his mind back to the battle to determine the sequence of the storage rings. He decided to pick up the storage ring that was inscribed with the picture of a plum flower first. This was the storage ring of the Snow Maiden who was severely wounded even before she had appeared before him. He had a habit of leaving the best things for last, so he decided to start off with the storage ring of the Snow Maiden who appeared to be the weakest among the 5. After refining the storage ring, he started to inspect its contents. 55 vital stones, 6 spirit tools, around a dozen spirit pills, around a dozen spirit fruits, and that was all. And Lin looked up at the sky and sighed with emotion. So poor. However, he wasn't disheartened, and he started to refine the second storage ring. This was the storage ring that belonged to the Holy Palace leader with blue hands. He inspected the contents of the storage ring with an expectant gaze. 62 vital stones, 3 high-rank spirit tools, several spirit pills, around a dozen ice-type spirit fruits, and that was it. And Lin? How can a Holy Palace leader be so damn poor? This doesn't make sense. Their net worth was pitiful, even when compared to some of the soul formation stage cultivators on the Taichu continent. Is the kingdom of the 9 states too rich, or are the holy glacial lands too poor? This made Lin think of Earth. If there were a return to void stage supreme being on Earth, this would probably be what their net worth comprised of. He inspected the 3rd storage ring with a disappointed sigh. This was the storage ring of the Snow Maiden with the white bead. Inside the storage ring there were 80 vital stones, several spirit pills, several spirit fruits, and a lot of special local products from the holy glacial lands. These items were pretty valuable, but at the same time not all that valuable. And Lin heaved another light, forlorn sigh. That Snow Maiden's white bead was most likely an immortal tool. It was a shame that he had smashed it with his mountain-quaking fist. And Lin massaged his brows as he refined the storage ring of the swordswoman Snow Maiden. From what Lin could recall, the swordswoman Snow Maiden was the 2nd most powerful of the 5 holy palace leaders under Qingli. This meant that she was at least of the return to void intermediate stage or return to void final stage. A smile finally appeared on his face after he refined the Snow Maiden's storage ring. There were 105 vital stones, 2 immortal pills, around a dozen spirit pills, 1 immortal fruit, around a dozen spirit fruits, and a bunch of other materials and ingredients. But most importantly, there was an immortal tool in there. This was a pristine white longsword. And Lin eagerly unleashed his divine inspection technique on the sword. Heart Lotus Ice Sword, elementary rank immortal sword. This ice-type immortal sword was crafted from a geocentric ice lotus that only materializes once every 100,000 years. This sword can freeze everything in its path and is capable of attaining the Lotus Realm spatial power when it levels up to the high rank. This sword is suitable for ice or sword cultivators. And Lin elatedly stowed the immortal sword away before inspecting the immortal pills and the immortal fruit. Both of the immortal pills were 8th grade immortal pills which possessed extremely potent regenerative effects. The immortal fruit was a dark ice fruit, and this was a 6th grade immortal fruit that could enhance one's ice-type powers. He stowed them all away. Finally, he turned his eyes to the last storage ring and gulped audibly. This was Qing Li's storage ring. This was the Snow Maiden who had almost killed him. She was the Snow Maiden that the High Priestess, Meng Ji, had entrusted the flame-sealing disc to. From this alone, it was easy to tell that she was far more powerful than the average Holy Palace leader. Thus, her storage ring was most likely quite stacked as well. And Lin carefully refined the storage ring. Then, he took a deep breath before looking into the storage ring. And Lin was immediately rooted to the spot in shock. He chuckled like a fully grown infant as he looked at the contents of the storage ring. 200 vital stones. There was also an immortal tool which appeared to be a high-rank immortal tool. There were over 20 spirit tools, 1 high-rank immortal pill, a huge pile of spirit pills and spirit fruits, another huge pile of indeterminate materials, and 3 ice orbs. And Lin didn't know what the ice orbs were, but he could detect extremely powerful energy fluctuations emanating from them. And Lin immediately unleashed his divine inspection technique. He turned to the immortal tool first. High-rank immortal tool, Heavenly Frost Shard. This is an immortal tool that possesses extremely powerful ice properties, crafted by the 3rd Great Empress from the Flying Frost Stars. When used in conjunction with spatial manipulation techniques, this immortal tool can increase the power of the user's spatial seal by 5-fold. The information displayed was very simple and concise, but astonishing nonetheless. The fact that it was personally crafted by a past great empress from the Flying Frost Stars hinted at just how extraordinary this immortal tool was. Its ability to increase spatial sealing powers by 5-fold essentially meant that Lin could freeze whoever he wanted once he progressed to the Return to Void stage and gained spatial manipulation abilities. And Lin gleefully stowed the immortal tool away before inspecting the immortal pill. 2nd grade immortal pill of 9 lives. This pill was created by refining 9 different types of immortal fruits, each of which contained extremely powerful life forces, for 900 years. This process condensed all of the immortal fruit's essences into 1 pill. Consumption of this pill can bring one back from the brink of death and drastically enhance the consumer's vitality and life force. And Lin fell silent as he stared at the pill. He stroked his head of white hair as he sat in silence. Everyone else thought that his white hair made him appear more ethereal and mysterious. However, he didn't like it, as it was a sign of excessive life force expenditure. He had tried shaving his hair and regrowing it with hair growth pills, but the hair that eventually grew was still white. As such, he could only dye his hair if he wanted to have black hair. And Lin sighed as he thought of Jiang Yanan. According to rumors, he had purposefully dyed his hair white to achieve a certain demeanor. And Lin's chest constricted at the thought of this. He really wanted to swap hair with Jiang Yanan. Su Xiaolan frequently tried to inquire Lin about his condition. And Lin could sense her guilt and concern, so he always told her not to worry. After all, he was rich now, and he could just purchase some life force replenishment pills once he returned to the Heavenly Court. The lifespan deducted by the system was probably unrecoverable, but the life force expended through excessive usage of the divine simulation technique was probably theoretically still recoverable. He had initially planned on asking Ishi to refine some life force replenishing pills after returning to the Heavenly Court. However, who'd have thought that he would obtain an immortal pill with such an effect now? Now, Let's see what effect this high-rank immortal pill has. And Lin swallowed the translucent, white-colored immortal pill without any hesitation. Boom! And Lin swallowed the pill of 9 lives, and the power within the pill was quickly released into his body under the effects of his evergreen technique. 9 different streams of energy, all imbued with extremely powerful life force, swept through his entire body. A green halo appeared above and Lin's head. This was the manifestation of the evergreen technique being unleashed to the extreme. 5 streams of life force energy which were imbued with the power of the 5 elements fused into his organs, blood, and skeletal structure, while another 2 streams of divine energy nurtured his divine sense. The last 2 streams of life force energy fused into his meridians and his sea of vital energy. Green light erupted from Enlin's body, and the power of life started to radiate outward. His slightly lethargic aura started to regain its vitality, and his head of white hair started to turn black after being injected with a burst of extremely powerful life force energy. Like a layer of snow and ice melting away, the white color slowly vanished to reveal the original black color of his hair. The green light continued to envelop his body as he relentlessly absorbed the life force energy. This process lasted for roughly 1 whole hour. 1 hour later, and Lin opened his bright eyes. He could feel the power of life flowing through his mouth and nostrils with every inhalation and exhalation. Who would have thought that this pill would still have some remaining power? Looks like my life force has been fully replenished. And Lin smiled slightly before bringing out his vermilion bird mirror to look at his reflection. Within the mirror, he saw a handsome male who had a pair of bright, glowing eyes and a head full of jet black hair. So handsome, and Lin muttered to himself with a content smile. Vermilion bird mirror. It had to be said, this second-grade immortal pill was extremely potent. Not only did he recover most of his lifespan lost due to the excessive usage of his divine simulation technique, but even his vitality was stronger than it had ever been before. However, this was all the life force energy his body could absorb in one sitting. The remaining small portion of lifespan that he couldn't recover would just have to be recovered at a later date. The path of cultivation was an extremely long one, so he wasn't particularly distressed by the tiny portion of lifespan that he had lost. The more he looked at his reflection in the mirror, the more satisfied he became. He felt like his appearance had improved to make him look even more handsome than he once was. He looked at the mirror and asked with a slight smile, "Mirror, mirror in my hand, who's the most handsome of them all?" A crisp and tender voice replied, "The Archangel of the Ling realm." "And Lin, can't you just say and Lin?" Vermilion bird mirror, "I can't lie." And Lin heaved a light sigh. "In this cruel world, mirrors like you that don't know how to please their master won't receive love and adoration from their master." Vermilion bird mirror, "I don't want love or adoration. I only beg of you to release me." And Lin, "What an honest mirror. Maybe I should just smash it?" And Lin sighed in exasperation as he stowed his vermilion bird mirror away. Then, he used his divine inspection technique on the remaining items. He first turned his eyes to the 3 snow orbs as the powerful energy fluctuations that they exuded piqued his interest. Snow explosion orb. Disposable weapons crafted by High Priestess Mengji of the Holy Glacial Lands. Inject energy within the orb before tossing toward the enemy to create an icy explosion of 5 kilometers in radius. Resultant explosive power is equivalent to the full power attack of a return to void stage snow maiden. Can be used by soul formation intermediate stage cultivators. And Lin's body shuddered, and his eyes glimmered with excitement as he read this description. Equivalent to a full power attack of a return to void stage snow maiden? Holy fuck, what an epic trump card. At Lin's current cultivation base, these 3 snow explosion orbs were even more valuable than immortal tools. This meant that if he ever encountered a return to void stage enemy, he would have the power to retaliate or run away. This was an exceptional life-saving tool. He gleefully stowed the snow explosion orbs into his storage ring before continuing to look at the remaining items. He tallied up the items in all 5 storage rings, and the final result was indeed quite a satisfying one. There were a total of 502 vital stones, bringing his total wealth to over 13 million spirit stones. He had finally become a cultivating tycoon with over 10 million spirit stones again. Moreover, there were 32 spirit tools, which meant he could use his sword burial technique all he wanted from now on. There were also 2 extremely potent regenerative immortal pills, 2 6th-grade immortal fruits, over 100 spirit pills, over 100 spirit fruits, and a bunch of ice-type materials. The elementary rank immortal tool, the Heart Lotus Ice Sword, could freeze everything in its wake. Once it was elevated to become a high-rank immortal tool, it would even gain a new Lotus Realm spatial ability. The high-rank immortal tool, the Heavenly Frost Shard, could increase the power of its user's spatial seal by 5-fold when used in conjunction with spatial manipulation techniques. Of course, there was still the 2nd-grade immortal pill, but he had already consumed it. This was a massive haul that had restocked his treasure vault, and it made him giddy with joy. He opened his room door and walked into the courtyard. He sucked in a deep breath as he looked at the wisteria trees. Su Xiaolan also happened to come out from her room at this moment. She covered her mouth in astonishment when she caught sight of Enlin. "Enlin, your hair!" She could feel the overflowing vitality emanating from each and every strand of his hair, and she knew that it hadn't been dyed. "I consumed a 2nd-grade immortal pill, and I feel much better now." Enlin smiled at Su Xiaolan. "That's great." Tears shimmered in Su Xiaolan's eyes as she gazed at Enlin's black hair. She was extremely fearful that Enlin's lifespan would be unrecoverable, and during the past few days, she had been mulling over methods to help him recover his lost lifespan. However, it looked like his lost lifespan could be recovered through the consumption of immortal pills. This came as a great relief to her. Enlin smiled warmly as he grabbed Su Xiaolan's hand and walked under the wisteria trees. Then, he brought out 2 pear-like fruits which were radiating with a blue glow. "What are those?" Su Xiaolan blinked with curiosity. "These are called sweet snow fruits. I found them in one of the Snow Maiden's storage rings. Apparently, they're extremely delicious." Upon inspecting the fruits using his divine inspection technique, a short description had appeared. It simply stated that these spirit fruits were incredibly delicious. Su Xiaolan hesitantly picked one up before taking a small bite. The sweet snow fruit had an extremely crispy and satisfying texture, and its refreshing sweetness spread through her mouth before sweeping over her entire body. It made her feel as if she were bathing in a sweet and refreshing spring. Delicious." Su Xiaolan spoke in praise as a happy smile spread across on her face. Then, she continued munching on the sweet snow fruit. A smile also appeared on Enlin's face as he started to eat the other sweet snow fruit. The sweet snow fruit perfectly complemented their great mood and the good weather. The following day was just as sunny and vibrant. Enlin rode on Dubai as he, along with his beast pet team and Su Xiaolan, all embarked on their journey back to the heavenly court. Within the infinite divine palace of the holy capital, a female enshrouded in blue divine light stood atop a myriad god divine disk and looked down upon the snow maidens present, as well as the female in white who was kneeling on the ground. "Shangguan Yi, are you willing to swear a vow and accept High Priestess Mengji as your instructor?" A cold voice which was imbued with a supreme might swept down toward the female kneeling on the ground. In addition to that, there was also an extremely ancient and primitive intent clouding her mind. Shangguan Yi pursed her lips tightly and gritted her teeth with an expression of determination. She tried to defy the voice of the great empress with all her might, yet a sense of affinity and attachment which originated from her bloodline forced her to submit to that ancient intent. There were 28 holy palace leaders standing silently beside Shangguan Yi. During their conflict with the Vermilion Bird sect, 8 of the 36 holy palace leaders had fallen in battle. This was a massive loss, and the holy glacial lands hadn't experienced such a crushing defeat for over 10,000 years. This battle had already shaken the foundations of the Snow Maiden tribe. Holy Palace leader Mu Qing of the Ice Falcon Holy Palace wore an expectant expression as she gazed down at the female kneeling on the ground. It was she who had discovered Shangguan Yi during that battle. She was shocked to find that Shangguan Yi possessed the Heavenly Ice Dao Foundation, a Dao foundation which was imbued with the spiritual aura of the Ice Matriarch. This made her the perfect candidate to inherit the position of High Priestess in the future. Mu Qing had captured Shangguan Yi without hesitation before bringing her to their great empress. If there was anything to rejoice about after that tragic battle, then it would be this female who she had captured. Mu Qing was extremely thankful that her life substitution had failed. Otherwise, she would most definitely have been slain by that mysterious supreme being who had slain the other 5 Holy Palace leaders. Not only was she thankful for that, but she was even more thankful that she was lucky enough to capture the ideal successor, the position of High Priestess. If no mishaps arose, she would probably be granted an extremely rich reward for her efforts within the next few days. Shangguan Yi, are you willing to swear a vow and accept High Priestess Mengji as your instructor? The Great Empress repeated her question as the myriad god divine disk below her started to rotate. Countless golden symbols started to pour into Shangguan Yi's body. These golden symbols were a kind of extremely primal power, and they contained intent, Tao intent, and the power of blessing. Shangguan Yi's body shuddered, and a hint of golden light appeared in her beautiful eyes as the determination slowly melted from her face. Her determined expression was eventually replaced by an indifferent expression that was cold to the extreme. I hereby vow to accept High Priestess Mengji as my instructor. Her cold voice echoed through the infinite divine palace as the myriad god divine disk continued to spin. Mengji was standing beside the Great Empress, and her golden eyes glimmered as a faint smile appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. By Hua State, the night sky was filled with countless dazzling stars, and a particularly bright one suddenly pierced through the darkness. It left a beautiful golden trail in its wake as it crashed down into a boundless expanse of flatlands. Boom! The earth tremored and quaked as a wave of energy swept outward in a radius of several kilometers. Flames erupted, setting alight a vast expanse of heaven and earth. An ethereal beauty who had long raven hair flowing down to her knees stepped out from the flames. The light of the fire reflected off her porcelain-like skin, making her appear especially gentle and alluring, as if she were the dazzling moon in the sky. She was the moonlit night monarch, and she had transformed to become a star in the sky. She stepped through the void, and she covered a distance of 1.5 kilometers with each step. She reached the summit of a tall mountain in no time. Her eyes were gentle and clear as she stared into the distance toward the direction where the heavenly court lay. A few seconds later, the moonlit night monarch closed her eyes again as a limitless amount of information converged into her mind. Let's see what's happened in these 600 days I've been away. A combat capability of only the spirit nurturing stage? And a cultivation base of only the spirit nurturing initial stage? This, breaking through to the soul formation intermediate stage in 600 days? What kind of pace is this? Could he be the reincarnation of some supreme figure? Why would the tribulation lightning for the soul formation stage be golden void lightning? And the lightning could take on shape and give birth to? Why can he also control divine lightning? The moonlit night monarch opened her eyes, and a rare expression of confusion appeared on her face. This doesn't make any sense. He stared at me for so long in the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect, and he even mused that I was a fake star. Was he hinting at something back then? Could it be that Enlin has already discovered that I've transformed into a star in the sky? Is he using a smokescreen to confuse me? It still doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't he target me if he's already noticed my existence? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it if there were someone in the sky constantly spying on me. Could it be that he doesn't care? Perhaps he never saw me as a threat in the first place. The moonlit night monarch massaged her brows, and she felt as if a headache were forming in her head. No, I have to reevaluate. Firstly, compiling all of his battle statistics, his combat prowess is indeed extremely powerful. However, it isn't beyond the realm of normalcy. Secondly, his rate of progression might be insane, but he goes through all the ranks step by step. He doesn't defy logic, nor does he skip a few ranks at a time. Thirdly, I speculate that the golden void lightning that appeared during his lightning tribulation is a sign that he's being targeted by the heavenly Tao. But then what about his lightning manipulation? Could it be that he has some sort of technique to defy the heavenly Tao? Lastly, and most importantly, an incredibly fearsome power erupted from his body when he was beaten to the brink of death by those snow maidens. The moonlit night monarch couldn't help but shudder when she recalled that scene. She was certain that the dark night monarch had also been killed by that exact same power. How terrifying! His power at that time was at least that of the Dao integration stage, perhaps even higher. However, it's not a power he can use without fail. It looks like he can only use that power for a short time, as evidenced by the fact that he was almost killed by the Snow Maiden's sneak attack after his power ran out. I really am envious, though. Envious that a female would dedicate herself to him so wholeheartedly. Not only that, to think that Enlin would also go so far for the female as well. Perhaps this is love. The moonlit night monarch's eyes shimmered as she sighed with emotion. Huh? No. Why the hell am I thinking about this? The moonlit night monarch's expression faltered, and she shook her head before continuing with her evaluation. I can still win. I can take advantage of the cooldown period after Enlin uses that inexplicable power to defeat him. That power can allow Enlin to regenerate to a perfect condition, but it's also restricted by a time limit. Once that time limit passes, I'll be able to take advantage of his debilitation to strike. But my soul formation stage moon soldiers are nowhere near powerful enough to force Enlin to the brink of death anymore. Enlin is far too powerful now, and I'll have to deploy a return to void stage supreme being to have any chance of beating him to the brink of death. Damn it! How is he ranking up so quickly? All return to void stage mighty figures are extremely powerful cultivators in their own right. Where the hell am I going to find a return to void stage mighty figure that will willingly act as cannon fodder for me? The moonlit night monarch pursed her lips in frustration. She took a deep breath before turning her gaze in the direction of the heavenly court and muttering to herself, Enlin, how did I end up with a difficult opponent like you? But I won't give up. I'll definitely find some return to void stage cannon fodder. A determined expression appeared on her flawlessly beautiful face. However, the bizarre scene that had occurred at the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect suddenly flashed through her head. She shuddered involuntarily. This star is so peculiar. It's not a fake star, right? Enlin's voice reverberated through the moonlit night monarch's mind, and she clenched her jaws tightly. A coincidence, it must be a coincidence. She muttered this to herself several times before tearing open a spatial rift and disappearing in pursuit of her cannon fodder. Enlin returned to the familiar university and his familiar loft. He hadn't expected for so many things to happen during his trip to the Vermilion Bird sect with Su Xiaolan. He had been away for more than one whole month, but Vice Principal Yu Hua had let him off the hook after hearing his recount of what had happened during that period of time. Many classmates and friends had been extremely concerned about him. There were reports that he was dead. Then there were suddenly reports that he had resurrected. Everyone thought their hearts would give out upon hearing these startling reports. Prior to returning to the heavenly court from the Vermilion Bird sect, Enlin had spent an entire morning making voice transmissions to his friends. After hearing about Enlin and Su Xiaolan's safe return, Shenyuan Chang, Su Qinyun, and the others all gathered at Enlin's loft to witness the living proof of the miracle of resurrection. Su Xiaolan poured tea for everyone in a graceful and elegant manner. After staring at Su Xiaolan for a while, Lu Qianhuan's dainty mouth gradually gaped open in shock. Xiaolan, I'm not sure if I'm sensing this right, but why do I feel like your cultivation base has already surpassed mine? Have you already broken through to the soul formation stage? Stop fooling around, Lu Qianhuan. She was only at the spirit nurturing final stage during the free-for-all battle. How could she skip the half-step soul formation stage and progress straight to the soul formation initial stage in such a short amount of time? Tang Shimin immediately shook his head with a dismissive smile before Su Xiaolan even had a chance to reply. Yeah, not everyone is as freakish as student Enlin. You're probably just sensing things incorrectly, Su Qinyun said in her mellow voice. Su Xiaolan nodded. Yes, I'm already at the soul formation stage now. PFFF? Tang Shimin spat out a mouthful of tea. Lu Qianhuan nodded in vindication. I knew it. There's no mistaking that aura. Tang Shimin, Su Qinyun, and Shenyuan Cheng all stared at Su Xiaolan intently. as if they were trying to see through her and decipher some sort of mystery. In a further blow to everyone's confidence, and Lin also nodded in confirmation. That's right, Xiaolan is already at the soul formation initial stage now. I thought, and Lin was the only freak. Now, even Su Xiaolan has become a freak. I'm a senior, yet I've fallen so far behind. Hee. Tang Shimin wiped the tea from the corners of his mouth as he stared out the window at the moon and pondered about his life. Shen Yuancheng also looked as if he had received a heavy blow. I could have accepted it if you had progressed to the half-step soul formation stage. But how did you progress straight to the soul formation initial stage? That's way too fast. Yeah, I only just reached the half-step soul formation stage recently. However, Xiaolan is already at the soul formation initial stage. Did you skip the half-step soul formation stage like in Lin and progress straight to the soul formation initial stage? Su Chenyun's eyes glowed with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge as she gazed at Su Xiaolan. Shen Yuancheng received another heavy blow upon hearing this. Su Chenyun is also at the half-step soul formation stage? Am I the only person still at the spirit-nurturing final stage? No. Tang Shimin is also at the spirit-nurturing final stage. Shen Yuancheng turned his eyes toward Tang Shimin. He found that Tang Shimin was staring blankly at the moon outside. Shen Yuancheng. No. Shen Yuancheng's breathing accelerated. How can I, the young sect leader of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect, be comparing myself to a bludger like Tang Shimin? Shen Yuancheng felt a deep sense of despair, and Lin smiled and explained. Su Xiaolin rose through all the ranks, but she moved through them quite quickly. This is a long story, and it all started from when Xiaolan and I returned to the Vermilion Bird sect together. He started to recount their experiences at the Vermilion Bird sect, as well as the invasion of the Snow Maidens. The battle between the Snow Maidens and the Vermilion Bird sect had not only shaken the kingdom of the 9 states, but it had also created a stir throughout the entire Tai Chu continent. Shen Yuancheng and the others knew about the battle, but they didn't know any specific details, so they all listened to Lin's story with relish. And Lin recounted their experiences in detail, but he glossed over the part where Su Xiaolan had sacrificed her cultivation path to save him. For some reason, he didn't really want others to know too much about that event. Su Xiaolan wore a faint smile on her beautiful face as she sat beside him quietly. Although Lin intentionally glossed over that part of the story, they could still tell from what little he did reveal of it that it would have been an extremely painful and terrifying process to go through. Shen Yuancheng remained silent for a long while. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "As the old saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. Sometimes you can only reinvent and resurrect yourself when you hit rock bottom. Student Su Xiaolan, I offer my sincerest congratulations to you." The others also chimed in with congratulatory words. Su Xiaolan smiled faintly as she accepted everyone's kind words. Meanwhile, her gaze became even gentler as she gazed at Lin. To her, that was truly an experience that had been etched into her very being. Her transformation wasn't just a transformation in her cultivation base, but also a transformation in her frame of mind and her Tao heart. She knew that it wasn't her determination that had given her a second chance at life. Rather, it was Lin's persistence that had allowed her to be reborn. As Su Qinyun looked at Su Xiaolan, she made a silent vow to herself that she would definitely catch up to her footsteps. Shen Yuancheng was obviously also thinking of the exact same thing. He was the one who had been struck the heaviest by this situation. The dual blow from Su Xiaolan and Su Qinyun, combined with the negative example set by Tang Shimin, told him one thing. If he didn't start working his ass off, he would eventually become someone like Tang Shimin. After a brief period of pain and despair, a powerful will to fight erupted in his heart. He was going to go into seclusion, and he wasn't going to come out until he reached the half-step soul formation stage. And he had to do it within a month. Tonight was a commemorative reunion among friends, and Lin personally cooked some beef fried rice for everyone. This dish was very ordinary, but it became extremely extraordinary due to the frying pan. He gave a small portion to the beast pets, while the majority was enjoyed by their circle of friends. Little Lang wept tears of joy after he took his first bite, and even Tang Shimin felt as if a whole new world had been opened up before his eyes. He even inquired if Enlin was taking in culinary students, an inquiry which Enlin obviously turned down. Everyone enjoyed a serene and joyous night together. The next day, Enlin resumed his mundane life as a student. He would only be at the United University of Cultivation for a few short years, so he cherished every single moment. He gifted 100 steamers of stuffed buns as well as a bunch of special local products from the holy glacial lands to Yi as a gesture of gratitude. Yi accepted the stuffed buns, but he sternly refused the more valuable gifts. He told Enlin that he would require his help in the future, and that would be sufficient repayment. This made Enlin value him even more as a friend, and he committed Yi's kindness to heart. He vowed internally to repay him in whatever way possible in the future. Afterward, Enlin's days consisted of selling stuffed buns, going to classes, and hanging out with celestial maiden Xiaolan at every free moment. Enlin and Su Xiaolan maintained their relationship, which was something above the level of friends but not quite at the level of Dao partners. There were still 99 years left of Enlin's probationary period. Time passed by quickly, and a month had flown by before everyone knew it. Enlin's stuffed bun business had come to a bit of a bottleneck, and there were occasional days when he couldn't sell all of his stuffed buns. In fact, he had only earned a little over 3 million spirit stones in 40 days. This was a pitiful amount. If the other students were to hear about Enlin's sentiment, they would probably bash his door down in rage. Right now, Enlin's net worth had exceeded 16 million spirit stones. This was a massive wealth that left many of the return to void stage mighty figures in the dust. However, this wasn't really worthy of note. What was worthy of note was the fact that Xiao Hong had somehow managed to suddenly break through to the half-step soul formation stage. In the process, she had also attained her own domain. This was a domain that was enshrouded in golden light. Xiao Hong was the sun within this domain, and she could summon many friendly monks. She could summon many exquisitely beautiful clones. Enlin felt like this domain was very powerful. However, he didn't really understand what was going on in Xiao Hong's mental world. All he knew was that her aptitude for cultivation appeared to be the best among his group of beast pets. Enlin gifted the blood god Jade to Xiao Hong to help her consolidate her domain. From this day onward, Xiao Hong stood atop the blood god Jade to photosynthesize day after day, year after year. Competition was the best impetus for improvement. This saying couldn't ring truer in the case of Shenyuan Cheng. He immediately applied for leave after being dealt heavy blows by both Su Xiaolan and Su Chenyun. During this period of leave, he returned to the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect to go into seclusion. Just like that, a month passed by. However, he still hadn't returned. He had initially announced that he was going to enter seclusion for a month. However, it appeared as if there were a change of plan, and it seemed like he wasn't going to return to school until he achieved a breakthrough in rank. In the end, after a total of 49 days, he finally came out of seclusion amid a massive explosion. Shenyuan Cheng stepped out of the mystic realm with tattered clothes and charred skin. His handsome face was also as dark as coal. However, his eyes were extremely bright, and they glimmered like never before. Enlin elatedly went to greet Big Brother Cheng upon his return to the university. In the end, however, he was forcefully dragged into a sparring match by Shenyuan Cheng. A few minutes later, both of them returned to their rooms with their clothes in tatters and their faces as dark as coal. Even to this very day, Enlin was still unable to understand how someone as graceful and as elegant as Big Brother Cheng could attain this kind of domain. He felt like he had been swindled into agreeing to the sparring match. Holy fuck, Big Brother, and did a bomb blow up in your face? Woof. Debai's eyes widened in shock when he returned to the dorm and saw Enlin. Yeah, I was caught up in an explosion, Enlin admitted. Master appears even more handsome after the explosion. Master has an even bolder disposition now. Howl. Little Lang instantly sidled up to Enlin and piled on the flattery. The white-scaled wolf god had transformed into a furry little wolf and was staring up at Enlin with an obedient expression. After residing with Enlin for so long, he had already figured out that Enlin liked small animals. Hence, he transformed into this cuter form in order to better appeal to Enlin. It had to be said, and Lin was very happy with his makeover. He ruffled little Lang's white fur with a smile on his face. Good boy. Little Lang gazed up at Lin with big, watery eyes as he wagged his tail and stuck his tongue out in a display of obedience. Dabai was immediately struck by a sense of danger upon seeing this. Su Xiaolan had already stolen so much of the love and attention that had belonged to him, but that was to be expected. Was he going to have his spot in Lin's heart overtaken by little Lang as well now? Wouldn't that mean that there was a very strong possibility that he would be allocated less stuffed buns from now on? No, I can't let this happen no matter what. Dabai's mind raced as he strode up to Lin with a fawning smile. Big brother, I found a really good place within the university. You should take a quick shower, and I'll take you there afterward. Woof. Where is it? Lin's interest was immediately piqued. A mischievous smile appeared on Dabai's face. That's a secret. You'll know where it is once we get there. Woof. It had to be said. Dabai's words ignited the flames of curiosity in Lin's heart. Lin took a quick shower and threw on a white robe before riding into the sky on Dabai's back. Dabai flew Lin to the summit of a tall mountain. This was the 5th tallest mountain in the United University of Cultivation, the Crimson Sun Mountain. The Crimson Sun Mountain really wasn't special in any way. It wasn't as beautiful as the Full Moon Mountain, the scenery was inferior to the Azure Dawn Peak, and it didn't have as many sheer cliffs as the Steep Face Mountain. Perhaps the only thing special about it was how remarkably ordinary it was. As such, there were very few students who came to explore this mountain. Why did you bring me here? Lin asked with a perplexed expression. For the scenery, woof. Dabai chuckled. Lin looked around to find vast expanses of greenery, as well as intricately crafted divine abodes in the distance. The scenery was indeed quite nice. Lin, Dabai, do you think I have nothing better to do? Lin sighed as he looked at Dabai. I'm disappointed in you. Big brother, there really is scenery here. Look at that mountain. What mountain is that? Woof! Dabai yelled as he pointed to a tall mountain a few kilometers away. Lin looked in the direction Dabai was pointing in. That's the Full Moon Mountain. Why? Dabai slashed his claws through the air, and a puff of clouds and mist started to appear between the two mountains. Then, the puff of clouds and mist started to ripple like a pond of water. Immediately afterward, the clouds and mists transformed into a mirror that reflected the scenes occurring on the Full Moon Mountain. Cloud mirror density adjustment, visual angle adjustment, zoom in, resolution enhancement, applying one-way filter. Dabai waved his paws through the air like a magician as an image slowly started to appear on the surface of the cloud mirror. Lin looked at the image, and his eyes finally widened as he sucked in a sharp breath. Dabai smiled wickedly again. Big brother, tell me what you see now. The moon pond. Lin stuttered with excitement. He. This is the most renowned hot spring in the entire university, and many female students come here to bathe at night. I applied a one-way filter to the cloud mirror so that it looks just like a normal cloud from their perspective. To us, however, it looks like a high-resolution magnifying mirror. Dabai boasted with a smug smile. He firmly believed that Big Brother would enjoy this scenery. Sure enough. Lin turned to Dabai with astonishment on his face. Then he sighed with emotion. This is the perfect integration between physics and immortal spells. It's genius. He suddenly felt as if he were a peeping novice. This was how a master went about his peeping. Big brother, do you like this scenery? Woof, Dabai asked with a smug smile. I do. Lin turned his admiring gaze upon Dabai. Then let's wait here for nighttime, woof. Dabai continued triumphantly. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin. Wait. Wouldn't it be too dark to see a clear image at night? Dabai shook his head. That's not a problem. I can use a brightness enhancement technique, and the quality is still pretty good. Trust me, I've already done this for 3 days. Woof. Lin nodded before suddenly coming to a realization. Dabai, you said you've been peeking for 3 days already? Lin asked with a cold smile. Why did you only think of me now? Dabai's body shuddered, and he hurriedly explained. I was just testing the waters for you. Woof. Heh, isn't one day enough to test the waters? Why did you wait until 3 days later to invite me? Besides, what if Xiaolan were to come and bathe here? Would you peek on her too? And Lin's expression had completely darkened, and a fearsome killing intent radiated from his body. Big brother, and I definitely wouldn't do that. Xiaolan hasn't come here to bathe in the past 3 days. Lu Qianhuan, Su Qianyun, and the others haven't come either. I swear on my life that I would never peek on someone we know. Woof woof, Bai hastily explained as if his life depended on it. Stop talking nonsense and eat my fist. And Lin roared in rage. Thump thump thump. Bang bang bang. Clatter clatter clatter. Puff puff puff. A long while later, Bai lay on the ground with his face badly beaten and his eyes swimming with tears. Big brother, and I swear that I'm loyal to you, Bai proclaimed pitiably. The first person I thought to share this beautiful scenery with was you. You have to believe me. Woof. And Lin kept his eyes fixed on the cloud mirror and didn't say anything. Bai crawled up from the ground and sniffled. Seeing as Big Brother and doesn't like it, then I'll get rid of this cloud mirror. Woof. Wait. And Lin yelled. Bai blinked his big, watery eyes. Let's wait for nighttime. I want to see some scenery after all. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back as he stared at the image of the full moon mountain with a calm expression. Bai was extremely confused as he looked up at Lin. So, Big Brother and likes the scenery? Then why did I get bashed? Bai wept silent tears as he sat beside Lin and quietly waited for nighttime to arrive. It was soon nighttime. Clouds of white mist started to rise into the air from the beautiful moon pond as rich vital energy hovered around it. This created a scene of otherworldly beauty. Lights flickered on around the moon pond, and they shrouded the moon pond in a faint glow. From afar, the moon pond looked like a bright moon that had been dropped into the mountains and forgotten. Moonlight enhancement technique. Bai waved his paws, and the white clouds in the air began to transform. And Lin and Bai both stared intently at the image within the clouds. The cloud mirror rippled before focusing, and they were treated to the sight of around a dozen females playing around and splashing each other in the hot spring. Although there was white mist obscuring their views, they could still make out the exquisite and shapely figures splashing through the water. It was truly one of the most beautiful scenes in this world. Ah, this is heaven. The scenery here is indeed fantastic. Big Brother, and which girl do you like the most? Bai huffed excitedly. From the center of the cloud mirror, the female who's located in the 2 o'clock direction. You can see her creating some big splashes with her bust, and they look quite bouncy too. And Lin enjoyed the view with an appreciative smile. Bai nodded emphatically. They're quite big too. Woof. And that female with the long black hair in the 8 o'clock direction. Her long hair flows down her lithe and graceful figure, and she's truly a beautiful sight to behold. And Lin couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Ah! She stood up. Woof! Bai yelled in excitement. The female stood up amid the mist, and like beautiful pearls that shone with an alluring light, beads of water hung off her delicate skin. Bai and Lin both widened their eyes as their nostrils flared with excitement. Ah! She walked into an area with high mist density, and Lin sighed in disappointment. Bai's face was also filled with disappointment. There was nothing he could do about the mist obscuring their view, as any intervention would trigger vital energy fluctuations. Such fluctuations would be detected by the females in the hot spring or the university enforcement team. Big Brother, and look, there are another 2 girls coming. They look like top-notch beauties. Woof! Bai yelled excitedly. And Lin looked toward where Bai was pointing, and he discovered a female in a blue dress and a female in a jade dress walking side by side toward the hot spring. Both of them had perfectly proportioned bodies and graceful dispositions. Their features were obscured by the mist, so they were a little difficult to make out. However, he could tell that these were 2 exquisite beauties. As he looked a little closer, his lips began to twitch. Isn't that the fucking jade barley ink garment? And that blue dress, isn't it the one that Su Qianyun often wears? Hee. Big Brother, and Those two celestial maidens are smoking hot. We'll be able to appreciate their full beauty once they undress and walk into the areas with low mist density. Dabai wagged his tail excitedly. Heh, smoking hot, are they? And Lin turned to Dabai with a cold smile. Dabai shuddered as a fearsome killing intent enveloped his body and caused his fur to stand on end. He looked up at Lin with a fearful expression. Be big brother, N. What are you doing? Thump thump thump. Bang bang bang. Clatter clatter clatter. Puff puff puff. Dabai was once again beaten black and blue. He lay on his back with tears streaming down his face. Big brother and what did I do wrong? Dabai had been bashed to the point of stuttering. Open your damn eyes and tell me who those two are. And Lin pointed at the cloud mirror with rage etched on his face. As Dabai opened his eyes and looked over, he found that the two females were just about to undress. However, before he could even get a clearer look, he was treated to another torrential burst of punches. Thump thump thump. Bang bang bang. Clatter clatter clatter. Puff puff puff. Dabai collapsed to the ground after being beaten to the brink of death. His eyelids were so swollen that he couldn't even open his eyes anymore. Su Xiaolan and Su Qinyun are starting to undress. Yet you still dare to look? And Lin roared. Dabai, didn't you tell me to open my damn eyes? What the hell was I supposed to do? At this moment, Su Xiaolan and Su Qinyun had already arrived at the edge of the moon pond hand in hand. Here, there was a mist-free area where they could change into their towels. Su Xiaolan was just about to change. However, she suddenly detected a slight fluctuation from a cloud in the distance. She glanced up at that particular cloud in the sky. What's wrong, student Xiaolan? Su Qinyun blinked her bright blue eyes curiously. It's nothing. Wait for me and don't change your clothes yet. I'll go take care of something. Su Xiaolan's expression was extremely frosty as she silently walked away from the moon pond. What a brilliant spell technique. The perpetrator is at least of the spirit nurturing stage, and they're also extremely well-versed in the Tao of clouds and mist. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Xiaolan was already at the soul formation stage, and if it wasn't for the fact that she possessed the true dragon bloodline, which allowed her to detect changes in the wind, clouds, lightning, and thunder, she most likely wouldn't have been able to detect the fluctuations in the clouds. She sneered coldly. How dare you peep on bathing girls? You're asking for an early death. Cloud fluctuation analysis, angles analysis, light refraction calculations. Su Xiaolan sprung into the air, and a sonic boom erupted behind her as wings of white flames materialized on her back. She was flying toward the Crimson Sun Mountain at a speed faster than the speed of sound. On the Crimson Sun Mountain, and Lin and Dabai were both stunned by the sight of Su Xiaolan tearing through the air. Holy fuck! Run! Big brother in! Dabai yelled as he flew into the air, and Lin stared blankly at the female charging toward him. His knees were completely weak from fear, rendering him unable to run anywhere. He could clearly sense that Su Xiaolan had already discovered him. Her expression had already changed from shock into a furious rage. If Lin chose to run now, how would he face her in the future? Even if he were to kneel on a washboard, no durian, for a year, he still wouldn't be able to redeem himself. He might as well own up to his mistake and pray that Su Xiaolan would forgive him out of the kindness of her heart. That's what I should do. Su Xiaolan swept through the air, and her wings of fire carved out a graceful trajectory in the night sky. She flew straight over Lin's head, sweeping up a scorching gale before catching up to Dabai in 2 seconds. Then, she kicked him straight back down to the Crimson Sun Mountain. Boom! Dabai's furry body embedded itself into the mountain beside Lin. There was an aggrieved expression on his face. Why am I getting bashed by Su Xiaolan right after getting bashed by Lin? And Lin turned to Dabai with a sympathetic expression. Trying to run away from Su Xiaolan? How naive. Su Xiaolan possessed the vermilion bird bloodline within her body. When she spread her vermilion bird flaming wings and flew at full speed, even Lin would have a hard time outrunning her, let alone Dabai, who was not even at the soul formation stage yet. Su Xiaolan's wings of fire burned with a brilliant might as she descended from the sky. Like a proud holy maiden under the moonlight, she raised her chin to look down upon Enlin with a frosty expression. Heh! Peeping on the bathing girls? Who gave you the courage? Dabai! Enlin's entire body shuddered as he pointed at Dabai. He suddenly told me that there was some good scenery to be seen tonight atop the Crimson Sun Mountain. So I followed him here without knowing what to expect. Then, I discovered that he was peeping on bathing girls, so I beat the crap out of him on the spot. You can tell from all the wounds on his body that I'm not lying. And Lin spoke with an expression of sincerity and guilt. The half-dead Dabai was in complete despair, and Lin's flawless lie had hurt him to the extreme. Why am I being slandered even after getting bashed by both of them? This isn't fair. A brilliant thought suddenly occurred to Dabai. Celestial Maiden Xiaolan, you've got it all wrong. I'm innocent. This was all Big Brother An's idea. He's the mastermind, and I'm only the accomplice. Dabai wailed before continuing. Big Brother An thought up this entire plot. When I saw you appear in the cloud mirror, I tried to stop Big Brother An from peeping. However, he turned on me and even gave me a severe beating. Don't you know what Big Brother An is like? You have to believe me. Woof! Dabai glared at Enlin as he spoke. Humph! Two can play at this game. Su Xiaolan. Enlin's legs almost gave out from under him, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Dabai. Dabai! Shut up! One person getting bashed is better than two people getting bashed. Dabai sneered coldly. A burden is always better shared. Enlin? He turned to Su Xiaolan with sincerity flashing in his eyes. Xiaolan, you know what kind of person I am, don't you? Sigh. Su Xiaolan heaved a light sigh. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. There was zero sympathy in Dabai's heart as he surveyed the scene of domestic violence taking place before him. Instead, he suddenly felt like laughing, and Lin lay on the ground, bruised and battered. He felt like Su Xiaolan's fists had grown more powerful after she progressed to the soul formation stage. In fact, it had grown to the extent that his body was struggling to handle it. Just as Dabai was about to pour salt into Enlin's wounds by insulting him a bit more, a figure suddenly flashed toward him. Then, another barrage of fists rained down upon him. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Dabai lay in a crater on the ground with tears in his eyes. He was unable to utter even a single word. He ran a quick tally to discover that this was the 4th time he had been bashed tonight. And Lin had bashed him twice, and Su Xiaolan had also bashed him twice. How fitting! How symmetrical! Su Xiaolan clapped her hands together. They were a little red from the beatings she had just delivered. I know exactly what you two are like. So, I chose not to believe either of you and also decided to deliver a beating each to maintain fairness. And Lin raised his hands in the air in approval. Celestial Maiden Xiaolan is so wise. Dabai, if you dare to peep again, it'll be my dragon sparrow sword that will be welcoming you instead of my fists. I'll give you both vasectomies if I ever catch you up to no good again. Su Xiaolan warned in a frosty voice. She suddenly drew her dragon sparrow sword, and the sky was transformed into a world of lightning and fire. And Lin and Dabai both nodded emphatically as they felt a chilly breeze blow past their nether regions. Celestial Maiden Xiaolan, I promise there won't be a second time. And Lin vowed. I promise too. Dabai vowed as he lingered on the brink of death. Su Xiaolan formed some hand seals, and the dragon sparrow sword expanded into a huge sword that measured over 10 meters long and 2 meters wide. Get on, Su Xiaolan commanded. Where are we going? And Lin asked uneasily. I'm taking you to the detention rooms, Su Xiaolan replied. Since you did the crime, you better be prepared to do the time. And Lin, Dabai, this, Celestial Maiden Xiaolan, can't you let us off just this once? We have reputations to maintain. And Lin pleaded with a fawning expression. Heh, do you still have a reputation? I've already let you off the hook by not using my sword on you. Get on here. Su Xiaolan yelled with furrowed brows. Under the rule of Su Xiaolan's iron fist, and Lin could only step onto the dragon sparrow sword with a dejected expression. Su Xiaolan's expression darkened as she turned to Dabai, who still hadn't moved. Dabai, what are you doing? Dabai replied in a pitiful voice. I'm too injured to move. Please help me, woof. After being bashed 4 times, Dabai felt like a genuine quadriplegic now. How was he supposed to get up? And Lin, why did you beat him so severely? Su Xiaolan huffed. And Lin? Dabai, fine, you have the biggest breasts here, so whatever you say is correct. Thus, Dabai was carried onto the dragon sparrow sword, and the 3 of them flew through the air toward the university's detention facility. Xianxia, the university enforcement team's leader, was on the night shift. His goddess, Qin Wan, had delivered chicken drumsticks to him in a thoughtful gesture, which made him extremely happy. At this moment, the sound of a sword cutting through the air erupted outside. Immediately afterward, he detected an extremely vast and powerful aura. An aura this powerful was something that he had only ever felt from a teacher of the university. He immediately walked out of the detention facility. Then, he was greeted by a sight that made him grimace. A beautiful female in a jade dress was dragging a male and a dog behind her, both of whom were severely bruised and battered. Moreover, the male and the dog looked quite familiar. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Fuck, isn't that an Lin and Dabai? Meanwhile, the female was also someone who Xianxia was extremely familiar with. She was none other than the second student in the university to break through to the soul formation stage. She was one of the top prodigies of the entire university. What's she doing here with a male and a dog? Su Xiaolan, what are you? Xianxia was a little baffled. Oh, they came here with me to turn themselves in. Su Xiaolan replied. Well, kind of. Seeing as they're turning themselves in, please go easy on the punishment. Turning themselves in? What did Lin and Dabai do? Xianxia wore an expression of shock. And Lin was the #1 legendary figure at the school, and taking him into custody would be nothing short of a calamity. Last time, when he detained Lin for fighting with Hong Do, Goddess Qin Wan had almost completely blacklisted him. In the end, Lin and Hong Do blew up the entire detention facility. Thus, he couldn't help but shudder at the notion of taking Lin into custody again. Xiaolan, save some face for me, Lin begged. Su Xiaolan smiled in response. Lin and Dabai peeped on the female students bathing in the hot spring. Please give them the appropriate punishment for their crimes. Lin, Xianxia's lips twitched. What the hell is going on here? He had heard about the relationship between Su Xiaolan and Lin, and it was rumored that there was a great chance they would become Dao partners. So, this situation is like a husband being caught by his wife for being a consumer of prostitution, and then being forced to hand himself in at the police station? In situations like this, isn't it normal for the wife to just let her husband off the hook after a beating? Not only did Su Xiaolan give him a beating, but she even detained him herself. She should be in the running for the Model Wife of the Heavenly Court Award. All the drama series in the mortal world was fake after all. Xianxia really didn't know what to say anymore. He forced a smile onto his face before continuing. Su Xiaolan, you really are a good law-abiding student. He really didn't want to detain Lin. However, since Lin was already handing himself in, he couldn't just let him go. Of course, we need to nip these trends at the buds. If any sick pervert dares to emulate these heinous crimes, we need to strike them down with the worst punishment possible. We have to discourage them from even thinking about ever doing things like this again. Su Xiaolan replied in a righteous manner. Lin, Dabai, Xianxia was completely speechless. Are they really Dao partners to be? Why do they seem like sworn enemies instead? Ahem. Alright, I'll ease the punishment a little. According to school rules, I should be detaining you both for 7 days. However, I'll cut it down to 5 days instead, Xianxia announced. And Lin and Debai both heaved sighs of relief. Any reduction in their sentence was good. But I believe Debai is a repeat offender. He did the same thing with Zhao Huayin once. Su Xiaolan suddenly seemed to recall something. Oh, yes. Xianxian's eyes lit up. Debai is a repeat offender, so his sentence will be doubled. Debai, you'll be detained for 10 days. Xianxian amended. Debai's body shuddered, and his mouth gaped open. A suicidal expression spread across his face. Su Xiaolan nodded in satisfaction. I've wasted a lot of time here. I have to hurry back to the hot spring now. I wish you a happy life in detention. She waved to the two of them as if she were bidding farewell to two good friends. Then, she departed on her sword. What a woman! She comes and goes like the wind, and she performs good deeds without asking for praise or acknowledgement. Xianxian sighed with emotion as he gazed at Su Xiaolan's departing figure. Then, he called on the other enforcement officers to usher in Lin and Debai into the detention facility. Thus, Lin and Debai were once again held captive in the detention center. Su Xiaolan returned to the Moon Pond via sword kinesis flight. She discovered that Su Qianyun was still waiting for her in the exact same spot. Student Xiaolan, you left for so long. What were you up to? Su Qianyun asked with a curious expression. Su Xiaolan hadn't expected for Su Qianyun to actually wait at the exact same spot for her, and she was feeling a little apologetic. She was just about to tell her what Lin did. However, she suddenly decided to save some face for Lin, so she fabricated an excuse. Su Qianyun didn't really care about all this anyway, and she nodded her head eagerly before dragging Su Xiaolan to the hot spring. Meanwhile, in the university detention room, Debai, this is such a nostalgic place. Back in the day, this was the place where we first met. And Lin sighed with emotion. Indeed, back then, you were still a pure and kind-hearted boy who didn't know how to play dirty tricks. Compared to your current sly and backstabbing self, you were much more adorable back then. Debai replied slowly with a resentful expression. And Lin knew that he had hurt Debai by selling him out. Thus, he offered some words of consolation. Debai, we're comrades in arms now, so we need to stick together. Let's forget about all those unhappy things. Comrades in arms? I'm here for 10 days. I don't want to speak with assholes who are only here for 5. Woof. Debai sneered. And Lin. He assessed Debai's injuries. He then smiled warmly as he brought out a spirit pill from his storage ring. Debai, your injuries are quite severe. Here, have a regenerative spirit pill. Debai slapped Lin's hand away. Piss off. I have my own spirit pills. I don't need yours. He pulled some regenerative spirit pills out from his own storage ring and swallowed them as he spoke. And Lin's lips twitched at this sight. Weren't these spirit pills given to Debai by him anyway? Why did he sound so justified calling these spirit pills his own? He looked around at the inky walls of the detention room. Then, he shook his head with a light sigh before bringing out his frying pan. Detention for 5 days would put a halt to his stuffed bun business. The flavor enhancement effect of the frying pan hadn't been used yet today, and it would be a pity to let it go to waste. Debai's body trembled, and his eyes lit up when he caught sight of the frying pan. What should I cook? And Lin muttered to himself. Cook beef fried rice. Use the veal from the Cow Demon King's farm to cook fried rice. Woof! Debai pounced on Lin with excitement on his face. And Lin, you're not mad anymore. I'll resume my rage after I eat. Woof! Debai replied. And Lin laughed scornfully. Heh! Debai gritted his teeth as he stared at the frying pan in Lin's hands. I'm not mad anymore. Big brother, and how could I be mad at you? Woof! The reason why Debai had taken Lin to enjoy the scenery was to ensure his quota of stuffed buns wouldn't be diminished. At the same time, it was also to curry favor. After all, nothing good would come out of having a bad relationship with Lin. Besides, he was accustomed to Lin being an asshole anyway. I guess I'll forgive him for the sake of the frying pan. And Lin smiled triumphantly. It was easy to subjugate his beast pets. All he had to do was to subjugate their stomachs first. Thus, and Lin pulled some ingredients out from his storage ring and started cooking beef fried rice in the detention room. Xianxia was still on the night shift at the detention facility. He had been feeling extremely tense and uneasy ever since he detained Lin, as he always felt like Lin was going to stir up some trouble. Sigh. Hopefully, he can just settle down and nothing will happen. Xianxia muttered to himself before picking up the chicken drumsticks on the table with a joyful smile. These were the chicken drumsticks delivered to him by Goddess Qin. As the old saying went, it was the thought that counted. Qin wasn't just delivering drumsticks to him. She was delivering a piece of her mind to him. He caressed a succulent chicken drumstick before taking a bite with an expression of utmost enjoyment. However, right at this moment, an inexplicably heavenly aroma suddenly wafted toward him. This smell. It smells so good. Xianxia's eyes widened, and he swallowed his overflowing saliva as he breathed in the alluring scent. The two other enforcement team members were also looking around with shock written on their faces. My God! I'm getting goosebumps from this smell. Where is it coming from? I suddenly feel so hungry. Judging by the flow of the scent, I think it's coming from the detention rooms. Could it be? The two enforcement team members gulped in unison as they looked at each other. Chef God and Lin? Xianxia exclaimed in amazement as he breathed in as much of the scent as he could. His reputation isn't without its merit after all. But I refuse to yield. Xianxia stared at the chicken drumstick in his hand before taking a big bite of it. However, the chicken drumstick suddenly became bland and tasteless under the stark contrast. It's so disgusting. Xianxia wore a bitter expression as he chewed on the chicken drumstick with great difficulty. The sound of approaching footsteps suddenly came to a grinding halt outside the door. Xianxia raised his head, and his pupils contracted drastically as his mouth fell open. Qin, let me explain. A female in a blue dress stood just outside the door with a bag of spirit fruits in her hand. There was a pained expression on her face, and this soon transformed into a cold sneer. Heh, I apologize for my disgusting chicken drumsticks. I shouldn't have given you any food in the first place. The female instantly turned around and quickly walked off into the distance. Wait, Qin, this is all just a misunderstanding. Xianxia yelled as he chased after her. Team leader, we're still on our shift. The two enforcement team members yelled after him. However, Xianxia completely ignored them and kept on running. Fuck the shift. I'm about to lose my future Dao partner for God's sake. It's Lin again. It's always Lin. Why can't he just leave me be? Xianxia cursed the male cooking in the detention room 10,000 times in his mind as he chased after Qin. Even his cooking skills are so good. How are others supposed to retain any self-esteem around him? The two remaining enforcement team members looked at each other before continuing to stand guard. The scent from the beef fried rice constantly seduced their nostrils, and they had to continuously fight the waterfalls of drool churning in their mouths. Exclamations like, so good, and delicious, continued to sound from within the detention room. The two enforcement team members both experienced an irresistible hunger and thirst. This was a feeling that no normal person could endure. Are they fucking cooking up drugs? It's got to be drugs, right? Thus, the two enforcement team members were forced to endure through an eternity of torture. At some unknown time, Xianxia had already quietly returned to his desk. His eyes were brimming with tears as he began gnawing at the chicken drumsticks, yet he stubbornly refused to let them fall. The two enforcement team members had been feeling quite sorry for themselves. However, they suddenly felt much better after seeing Xianxia. Heh, it's okay. Team leader looks like he's having an even rougher time than us. 5 days later, Lin bade farewell to Dubai with a heartfelt expression. Dubai, I'll wait for you on the outside. The university enforcement team members bade farewell to Lin with tears flowing down their faces. They had been tortured to the brink of insanity by the terrifyingly alluring scent wafting from his detention room every day. They could only pray to their lucky stars that Lin could be a good law-abiding citizen who would never come back. And Lin walked out of the detention facility and was a little disappointed to find that Su Xiaolan hadn't come to pick him up. He was instead greeted by the sight of a cute little dog. Wait. No, it was little Lang. The snowy white wolf wagged his tail with his big, watery eyes wide open while waiting obediently for Lin. Welcome back, master. Even though you failed in your glorious endeavor, little Lang is still willing to follow in your footsteps and lay his life down at a moment's notice for master, the white-scale wolf god announced with a fawning expression. And Lin, is little Lang cultivating in the way of flattery? And Lin returned to his dorm to find an unexpected guest waiting outside his door for him. Hey there, student Lin. I knew you would be back today, so I've been waiting for you here. A handsome man with a refreshing disposition was waving to Lin with a smile. Teacher Ming Yuan. And Lin exclaimed in surprise before a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on his face. You broke through to return to Void Stage? Haha. It's all thanks to student Lin that I was able to make the breakthrough. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan smiled lightly with a calm expression. I can't take credit for this. You were able to make the breakthrough because of your extraordinary aptitude. And Lin waved his hand. He then sat down across from Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan before pulling out a steamer full of stuffed buns from his storage ring. No, it was all thanks to you. From a more profound perspective, this was all fate. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan picked up a stuffed bun and took a bite before his whole body trembled, while an expression of shock surfaced on his face. I can tell that I have an affinity with these stuffed buns. And Lin. Then feel free to eat some more. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan quickly cleaned out a whole steamer full of stuffed buns before getting down to business. I told you prior to making my breakthrough that I would give you a present should I break through to return to Void Stage. I am a man who delivers on my promises, so I must ask you to accept this bead. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan presented a white bead to Lin. This is... And Lin couldn't detect any clear energy fluctuations from the bead, so this was clearly a special item that wasn't a spirit tool or immortal tool. This is something I crafted after condensing my Tao of fortune-telling. I named it the Ming Yuan bead. You can inject your vital energy within the bead and it will be able to tell you your fortune within the next 10 days. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan explained, and Lin's interest was immediately piqued. This was quite a useful item. This bead can only be used once per day. It drains a lot of vital energy, so you must be cautious when you use it. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan injected his vital energy into the Ming Yuan bead. The Ming Yuan bead then began to glow yellow. The colors represent your fortune. Yellow represents neutral fortune, green represents good luck, and red represents terrible luck. You have a go-to. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan passed the Ming Yuan bead to Lin as he spoke. And Lin accepted the bead with a smile. Red, yellow, and green? Feels like a traffic light. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan chuckled in response. Well, actually, I really did draw inspiration from the traffic lights of the mortal world. And Lin injected his energy into the Ming Yuan bead, and an extremely powerful suction force began to draw more of his energy into the bead. A ripple then began to radiate outward from the bead before merging into heaven and earth. The Ming Yuan bead began to glow with a purple light. Weren't there only 3 colors? And Lin blinked with a confused expression. Teacher, what does purple mean? Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan took a deep breath and his expression suddenly became sympathetic as he turned his gaze on Lin. This is just an extremely deep shade of red. And Lin? Does that mean I'm screwed? And Lin suddenly felt a little cold. It's okay. Student Lin, fate isn't something that's set in stone. You can change your own future. Celestial Immortal said in a solemn tone. How? And Lin asked hurriedly. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan fell silent for a moment before replying. That's a little complicated to elaborate on. Let me give you an example. Say you're destined to die tomorrow. Can we use another example? And Lin grimaced. All right. Then let's say you're destined to die tomorrow. Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan amended. And Lin. Let's say there is a gargantuan meteorite that is going to descend upon the entire United University of Cultivation and destroy the entire floating continent, leaving no one alive. In that case, it doesn't matter if you work hard and cultivate in the days leading up to the meteor strike, or if you ditch classes and stay in your dorm, or if you hide somewhere within the university that you think is safe. Regardless of what you do, you will inevitably die. This is the inertia of the flow of fate. When death becomes the ultimate point where everything converges, nothing you do can change the result, as all your actions will lead you to the same, inevitable result. If you want to escape this inevitable result, you have to make a drastic change in order to completely break the shackles of fate. For example, if you're very conservative and you are planning to attend class, but you suddenly decide to go for a holiday to the East Sea, and you go immediately without telling anyone, thereby completely acting against your conservative personality. In that case, the drastic change would have allowed you to escape your original fate as you managed to avoid the meteor strike. Or perhaps you suddenly progress drastically in your cultivation base from soul formation stage to Tao integration stage, you would then be able to survive the meteor strike. The more drastic and unreasonable the change you make, the more likely it is to change your fate. And Lin nodded as he took in celestial immortal Ming Yuan's words. For a fortune like his, which was red to the extent of becoming purple, he would probably need to make an extremely extravagant change to avoid his original fate. Do your best, student, and Lin. You are the most unpredictable person I've ever met. I'm sure you'll be able to escape your fate. Celestial immortal Ming Yuan suddenly grabbed in Lin's hands and offered words of encouragement. And Lin nodded. Don't worry. I'll go to the Moon Palace right away. What are you planning to do? Celestial immortal Ming Yuan stared at Lin in shock. Hee. Xianxia is an invincible being at the Moon Palace. I'll just go there to hide for 10 days and she'll protect me from any ill fate I might encounter. And Lin replied. Celestial immortal Ming Yuan. Celestial immortal Ming Yuan fell silent. And Lin's plan sounded like it was feasible, but he couldn't help but feel that there was something wrong. Take care of yourself then, student. And Lin. Celestial immortal Ming Yuan stood up and joined his hands in a farewell salute. And Lin stood up to accompany Celestial immortal Ming Yuan to the door before returning to his dorm. He paused for a moment before bringing out his vermilion bird mirror. Mirror, mirror in my hand, please tell me my fortune for the next few days. Master, I'm a mirror knowledgeable in events of the present and past. I don't know how to tell fortunes. The vermilion bird mirror replied in a disdainful voice. Sigh. I heard that Xianxia's strength is amplified in the Moon Palace. Can you tell me how powerful Xianxia is when she is at the Moon Palace? And Lin asked. With the power of the moon to enhance her strength, she would have no fear of even Tao integration stage mighty figures. The vermilion bird mirror replied. And Lin nodded with satisfaction. Sigh. I haven't seen Sister Xianxia and you two for a long time. I think it's time for me to pay them a visit. Vermilion bird mirror. And Lin felt like this couldn't be delayed, and he immediately set off for the Moon Palace. Once he was there, he would just latch onto Sister Xianxia's mighty coattails and all would be well. And Lin walked out of his dorm and was just about to fly into the air on his brick. Heaven and earth suddenly began to ripple and a pillar of light fell from the sky before striking his body. This was a pillar of light that was imbued with spatial powers. And Lin's body trembled as he suddenly thought back to his purple fortune-telling outcome. Fuck, could this be an enemy attack? But who dared to attack him within the heavenly court? And why was the attack so spontaneous? He had zero reaction time. Just as Lin was about to let loose a torrent of abuse at his unknown enemy, he was suddenly struck by a rush of dizziness. A split second later, he had arrived in a cavernous white palace. And Lin's whole body tensed up, and he focused his attention to the extreme while he pulled out his evil-slaying sword. However, he suddenly faltered as he looked around him. There were a few dozen people standing within the palace. All of them possessed extremely powerful auras, but they were all looking around at their surroundings with confusion etched on their faces. And Lin, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. And Lin turned around to find a man in a suit of magnificent armor with a spear in his hand staring at him in shock. Senior student Wang, why are you here as well? And Lin exclaimed in surprise. This man was none other than the former #1 cultivator on the Immortal rankings board, Wang Xuanzhan. Wang Xuanzhan made his way over to Enlin with blue blood dripping from his spear. I'm not sure. I was battling the snow maidens in the holy glacial lands when I was suddenly struck by a pillar of light, immediately following which I was teleported here. Why are you here? Same story. I was struck by a pillar of light and then I ended up here. I thought it was an enemy attack that had teleported me to the enemy headquarters, but the situation doesn't appear to be too bad. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief as he replied. Wang Xuanzhan continued with a smile. It should be the power of the heavenly court that summoned all of us here. There are a lot of familiar faces here, all of whom were renowned cultivators in the heavenly court. Do you see that blue-haired man over there? His name is Chun Daoyun. He was the #1 cultivator on the Immortal rankings board 3 years prior to me, and he should be soul formation final stage now. And that short girl there, her name is Lu Chu Chu. She was an upper-class woman 10 years above me, and she should be at the soul formation pinnacle stage now. I've seen her portrait on the university famous persons register. As for those other immortals who often appear in the heavenly court, I don't think they require any introductions. And Lin nodded as he looked around at the people within the palace. There were a total of 60 soul formation stage cultivators, almost all of whom were soul formation final stage or above. There were also 5 people the cultivation bases of whom he was unable to detect, but they were very easy to recognize. So easy to recognize, in fact, that they were known by everyone within the heavenly court. One wore a red robe with a pair of eyes as bright as the sun, and an immortal badge upon which was inscribed the words, Sun Patrol. He was the Sun Patrol god. Another one wore a black robe with a long chain behind him, which was enshrouded in a black mist along with the rest of his body. He was the Night Patrol god. There was a well-built giant of a man who was 3 meters tall and wielded a massive crimson axe. He was the Giant Spirit god. There was also a handsome swordsman who was one of the 8 immortals of the Heavenly Court Sword Palace, Lu Dongbin. Last but not least, there was an exquisitely beautiful woman standing atop a projection of a lotus with another lotus flourishing in her hands. She was Celestial Maiden He, and Lin sized up these 5 people with a curious gaze. These were extremely renowned immortals within the heavenly court. Lu Dongbin seemed to have detected his gaze, and he turned to Enlin with a polite smile, and Lin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Dongbin was so handsome. Right at this moment, a purple-robed man with a solemn expression suddenly appeared on the white jade throne in the White Palace. Everyone instantly fell silent upon his arrival. They all turned their eyes upon the man on the throne as if he were the center of the entire universe. And Lin was quite familiar with the man on the white jade throne. He was none other than Emperor Ziwei of the Heavenly Court. Emperor Ziwei turned his eyes upon everyone with a smile and spoke in a voice that sounded like it was omnipresent throughout heaven and earth. Welcome. Apologies for the abrupt teleportation, but I have some very urgent matters that require your efforts to attend to. He paused for a moment before continuing. The ancient Taichu realm, which appears once every 500 years, is going to appear 10 years earlier than expected, which brings the appearance deadline to tomorrow. The palace instantly burst into an uproar. Of course, there were also people like Enlin who had no idea what was going on. Emperor Ziwei provided a thoughtful explanation for people like Enlin. The ancient Taichu realm is a very ancient realm, and the current consensus is that it was the predecessor of the Taichu continent itself. The ancient Taichu realm is constantly in the process of breaking down, so its current area is already less than 1% of the area of the Taichu continent. During the process in which the realm breaks down, an item known as the Realm Essence Crystal would materialize, which is an extremely important material for constructing realms. While speaking, Emperor Ziwei swept his hand through the air, and 5 crystals of different colors appeared before everyone. An energy fluctuation that made everyone's hearts palpitate began to radiate outward upon the emergence of the crystals. And the entire heaven and earth felt more viscous, as if there was a certain sealing power in the air. As an extremely important material for constructing realms, realm essence crystals only appear in crumbling worlds. These things aren't very useful to you all, but they are extremely useful to the heavenly court, and we are willing to purchase them at high prices. 1 white realm essence crystal can be exchanged for 10,000 spirit stones. 1 green realm essence crystal can be exchanged for 30,000 spirit stones. 1 blue realm essence crystal can be exchanged for 100,000 spirit stones. 1 red realm essence crystal can be exchanged for 200,000 spirit stones. And 1 golden realm essence crystal can be exchanged for 1,000,000 spirit stones. Everyone began to look at the crystals with scorching expressions while listening to Emperor Ziwei's introduction. Even filthy rich Lin couldn't help but swallow as he looked at the crystals before him. Just 1 golden crystal was worth the equivalent of a return to Void Stage Mighty Figure's net worth. This price was simply far too alluring. Due to the restrictions of the laws of a crumbling world, cultivators who are close to or above the Dao integration stage will experience severe backlash upon entry. Not even return to Void Final Stage cultivators will be able to enter the ancient Tai Chu realm. This is why we can only send cultivators of return to Void Intermediate Stage and below into the realm. Within the ancient Tai Chu realm, there are 2 large sections. The Void Star section can be accessed by return to Void Stage cultivators, while the ancient Divine section can be accessed by Soul Formation Stage cultivators. At the moment, there are only 16 ancient powers that have access to passageways into the ancient Tai Chu realm. The Heavenly Court has access to one of those passageways, which can allow 5 return to Void Intermediate Stage cultivators and 30 Soul Formation Stage cultivators into the ancient Tai Chu realm. There are countless ancient inheritances and mystic treasures there, but it's also an extremely dangerous place with spatial abnormalities, mutant beasts, and savage alien races. There have even been cases where teams sent in by the Heavenly Court were completely wiped out. You are the most powerful cultivators of the Heavenly Court within the restrictions of the realm, so I will give you an hour to decide whether you would like to enter the ancient Tai Chu realm. After that, I will work out a roster based on the applicants. Emperor Ziwei slowly closed his eyes at the conclusion of his sentence to wait for everyone's decisions. And Lin finally understood the situation after hearing Emperor Ziwei's description. If he hadn't received the fortune-telling result earlier, and Lin would definitely want to explore this new realm. But after seeing his purple fortune, how was he supposed to stick to his guns? This was a clear fucking trap for him to jump into. This is a rare opportunity. I should just leave it to the other seniors. After all, there were 60 Soul Formation Stage cultivators in the palace, among which Emperor Ziwei could only pick 30, so the competition was quite fierce. And Lin decided to be the bigger man and leave the opportunity to everyone else. Perhaps everyone would be grateful to him for his philanthropy. Just as he was thinking this to himself, a ding-dong suddenly sounded from the system. If Lin had a choice, he really didn't want to see what stupid new mission the system assigned to him. Sigh. If only I could give this wretched system to someone else. A thought suddenly occurred to him. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the elderly Immortal from way back then, and his body trembled. Fuck. He felt like he had been screwed over. However, Lin didn't have a transferring technique for the system, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare to transfer the system to someone else. After all, he had strayed so far from the normal path of cultivation. If he were to lose the system now, he really wouldn't even know how to cultivate anymore. Although it wasn't like he knew how to cultivate with the system, it was at least better than having no direction. He opened the system with a reluctant sigh. As expected, the Special Missions tab was flashing with that usual accursed light. Detected that host has received a chance to enter the ancient Tai Chu realm. Now assigning the mission below. Obtain 10 realm essence crystal within a month and absorb them all. Mission success. Receive the embryonic body of the war god. Mission failure. Host will become a eunuch for 100 years. Note: this mission cannot be rejected. Hee hee. And Lin laughed grimly as the veins on his forehead began to pop. Before this, it was only 3 years, but now he would have to become a eunuch for 100 years if he were to fail. Fuck your grandma. That's going too far. Although, he would willingly abstain for 100 years for the sake of Su Xiaolan. But that didn't mean he could bear being unable to use his male functions for 100 years. And Lin was faced with a difficult dilemma. He would have to enter the ancient Tai Chu realm if he wanted to complete this mission, which would essentially be walking into a disastrous calamity. He would be following the path fate had laid out for him toward his purple future. If he wanted to escape his fate, he would have to make a drastic change, which would mean making the decision that he would never make, to become a eunuch for 100 years. Tears welled up in Enlin's eyes at this notion. He didn't think it would be so hard to escape the inertia of fate. This was a decision that would be extraordinarily difficult for him to make. Enlin, are you planning to enter the ancient Taichu realm? Wang Xuanzhan suddenly asked. Enlin turned to Wang Xuanzhan with a question of his own. If you were faced with a dilemma where you had to choose to face a potentially disastrous calamity or escape this calamity at the price of becoming a eunuch for 100 years, what would you choose? Wang Xuanzhan's face convulsed slightly as he replied with a serious expression. I am a man who can carry the world on his shoulders. I would sooner die than be a eunuch for even a single day. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief after hearing his reply. That's what I thought too. This is the dignity and honor of a man. I can't discard it no matter what. That's right. Exactly. This is a bottom line that cannot be crossed no matter what disastrous calamities I am threatened with. Wang Xuanzhan roared with bright eyes. Wow, what are you guys talking about? You seem quite excited. A beautiful woman in a red dress with a pair of golden bracelets on her wrists made her way toward them at this moment. And Lin and Wang Xuanzhan immediately blushed and changed topics at the sight of the beautiful woman. Wang Xuanzhan offered an awkward but still polite smile in response. We're discussing whether we should go to the ancient Taichu realm. And Lin nodded before chiming in. And our conclusion is, a man can't back down no matter what. So you're saying women can back down? The woman covered her mouth as she chuckled lightly. And Lin chuckled drily in reply. He would back down without a second thought if it wasn't for this farcical mission. Hi there. My name is Yang Ruoling and my Dao title is Lingyu. The woman took the initiative to introduce herself. Greetings, my name is Wang Xuanzhan and my Dao title is Qing Lin. Wang Xuanzhan replied politely. They had both introduced themselves, so now it was Enlin's turn. Hi Celestial Maiden Lingyu. My name is Enlin and I do not have a Dao title yet. Oh? You're Enlin from the Heavenly Court. The woman's eyes lit up as she said, I've heard of your name from Department Head Chun of the Dark Marshlands Execution Department. Isn't your Dao title the Tamer of Divine Lightning? Wang Xuanzhan chuckled lightly. Student Enlin has many Dao titles like Poison Lord, Master of the Heavenly Finger, Stuffed Bun God. Enlin's chest constricted, but he still maintained a smile while roaring in his heart. Those are Dao titles? What kind of fucking Dao titles are those? Am I crazy or do you all think I'm crazy? Who would adopt Dao titles like those? After a brief chat, Enlin learned that Yang Ruoling was his upper-class woman who was over 100 years older than himself and Wang Xuanzhan. She was once one of the supremely talented prodigies of the Heavenly Court, but she had been stuck at the soul formation pinnacle stage for many years and had never been able to make a breakthrough. Hence, it was clear that she was not going to give up on the chance to enter the ancient Taichu realm. Alright, 1 hour is up. Those who would like to enter the ancient Taichu realm, please inject a wisp of your divine sense into this white bead, and I will pick out a roster. Emperor Ziwei's voice suddenly sounded. Most of the people in the White Palace sprang into action, and Lin gritted his teeth and also made his way over to the bead before injecting a wisp of his divine sense within. There were only 5 returned to void stage cultivators within the palace, so their spots were already cemented. Among the 60 soul formation stage Earth Immortals, only 2 chose to relinquish the opportunity to enter the ancient Taichu realm. This meant that 28 people had to be eliminated from 58 soul formation stage Earth Immortals. This competition was definitely quite fierce. Emperor Ziwei soon came to a decision. The roster has now been confirmed. Those who will be entering the Void Star section of the ancient Taichu realm will be the Sun Patrol God, the Night Patrol God, the Giant Spirit God, Lu Dongbin, and Celestial Maiden He. As for the team to enter the ancient Divine section, we have Long Xinhong, Chun Daoyun, Lu Chu, Wang Xuanzhan, and Yang Ruoling for a team of 30. Emperor Ziwei announced the roster and those chosen responded with joyful expressions, while the others were feeling quite dejected. And Lin's expression was completely different from everyone else's. He stood rooted to the spot as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His expression had completely frozen on his face, and his mouth gaped wide open as if he had heard some extremely terrifying information. His name wasn't on the roster. There was no spot for him on the roster of entrants to the ancient Taichu realm. Wang Xuanzhan offered some words of consolation to Enlin upon seeing his expression. "It's okay, Mr. Enlin. The path of cultivation is a long one, and the world is vast with countless opportunities waiting for you. You've only lost one opportunity. It's not a big deal." Enlin muttered under his breath. "You don't understand. To you, this is just losing an opportunity. But to me, it's losing my little brother." "One ha!" Wang Xuanzhan stared at Enlin with a perplexed expression. Tears welled up in Enlin's eyes, but he suddenly began to laugh. So, this was the disastrous calamity. This was what his purple fate entailed. Entering the ancient Taichu realm would be a disastrous calamity. But becoming a eunuch for 100 years was also a disastrous calamity to him. He was destined to fail this mission, which meant he was destined to become a eunuch for 100 years. It was simply too difficult to deviate from the path preordained by fate. It was an unavoidable disaster, and Lin suddenly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "I don't believe in fate, and I won't give up." He then turned his eyes upon the throne in the palace. There wasn't much time left. He had to make it onto the roster to enter the ancient Taichu realm within this short period of time. And Lin took a deep breath. His expression became extremely determined as he strode toward Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei opened his eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his face when he saw Enlin approaching him. Enlin bowed respectfully before cutting straight to the chase. "Emperor Ziwei, I want to fight for a spot to enter the ancient Taichu realm. I feel like I'm no less powerful than the seniors entering the ancient Taichu realm. So please give me an opportunity." "Oh? I didn't know you had such an adventurous spirit." Enlin. Ziwei paused for a moment before continuing. "I know you are quite powerful among soul formation stage cultivators, and there should be a spot for you to enter the ancient Taichu realm, but I refuse to let you enter." And Lin was stunned by the straightforward rejection. He only managed to spit out a question after a few seconds of shocked silence. "Why?" "Because I can sense your fortune isn't going to be so great in the next few days, so it would be unwise to allow you to travel far away from the heavenly court. After all, you are more important to the heavenly court than even some celestial immortals," Emperor Ziwei elaborated. And Lin was once again rooted to the spot. Emperor Ziwei could sense his ill fortune? Holy fuck! Is it that obvious? And Lin took a deep breath. With a resolute expression on his face, he asked, "Conform, and one will be immortal forever. Only through defiance can we become immortals. How can I achieve the paramount Tao if I run and hide at every slight hint of danger?" Emperor Ziwei's eyes lit up. "Oh? Your words certainly ring true." And Lin smiled internally to himself. Luckily, he had read a lot of fictional cultivation novels in the past, so he was not short on corny lines such as the one he had just spouted. "I'm willing to dedicate my youth and my blood, sweat, and tears to the heavenly court in order to fight for the realm essence crystals to provide building blocks for the heavenly court. I want to do my part to make the heavenly court the splendid paradise it deserves to be." And Lin got a bit carried away as he spoke. Emperor Ziwei. "Then how about this? The giant spirit god is tasked with guarding the southern heavenly gate, so it's not appropriate to send him to the ancient Taichu realm. Why don't you take his place to enter the Void Star division?" Emperor Ziwei offered with a smile. Void Star division? Isn't that division only accessible to return to Void stage mighty figures? "I can't." And Lin exclaimed in shock. "There is only a cultivation-based restriction on the ancient divine division, but not the Void Star division. As long as you are returned to Void intermediate stage or lower, you can enter the division. However, the passageway into that division cannot take that many entrants, and it's too dangerous there, which is the reason why we've decided to only send return to Void stage celestial immortals there," Emperor Ziwei explained. And Lin felt like he was on the verge of collapse. How was a soul formation stage cultivator like him supposed to play around with the big guns? The Void Star Division was a place where even Return to Void stage mighty figures had fallen. He didn't have the courage. No way, Jose. Huh? What's the matter? I'm giving you a chance, but you're backing down now? Didn't you say conforming will reduce you to being immortal forever, and only through defiance can you become an immortal? Emperor Ziwei chuckled upon seeing Enlin's hesitant expression. Fuck that. Going to the Void Star Division was no different than walking to his death. Of course he had to hesitate. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't really that bad to be a eunuch for 100 years, after which he could marry Su Xiaolin. Haha. All right, I won't scare you anymore, Enlin. A devious expression suddenly appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face, as if he had successfully pulled off a prank. He then brought out a black robe from his storage ring, which he then passed to Enlin. Enlin didn't know what it was, but he didn't have the habit of refusing gifts. He accepted the black robe to find that there were spots of white light shining on the surface of the robe. It looked as if it was a night sky filled with countless stars. This is the illusionary star robe, which can help the wearer escape detection from star beasts. On top of that, it also has a chameleon effect that allows it to blend into its surroundings, and only mighty figures of the Tao integration stage or above will be able to see through its camouflage. This is an extremely valuable immortal tool, and I'm bestowing it upon you now. In return, you need to do me a favor when you enter the ancient divine division, and that is to collect a stardust fruit from the huge starry mountain. A joyful expression appeared on Enlin's face upon hearing this. So that means I can enter the ancient divine division now. Emperor Ziwei nodded in confirmation. That's right. You will be the 31st person on the roster to enter the ancient divine division. We actually discovered that the Heavenly Court's passageway into the ancient Taichu realm is able to allow one more person than usual to pass through this time. What a pleasant surprise, right, Enlin? Pleasant surprise my ass. Why didn't he say this in the first place? He felt like Emperor Ziwei had dug him a hole before waiting for him to jump in. He couldn't help but ask, Senior Ziwei, how did you know I would ask you for a spot to enter the ancient divine division? A profound smile appeared on Ziwei's face. I predicted it. And Lin was instantly filled with admiration. Emperor Ziwei thought to himself, even if you didn't come to beg me, I would still have countless methods to get you into the ancient divine division. As the brightest star of the heavenly court, you're going to enter the ancient divine division whether you like it or not. And Lin stowed the illusionary star robe into his storage ring before bowing and taking his leave. Wang Xuanzhan and Yang Ruoling instantly made their way over to him with curiosity on their faces. And Lin, what did you talk about with Emperor Ziwei? Wang Xuanzhan asked. Done. And Lin smiled. Done? What is? Yang Ruoling was confused. I can go to the ancient divine division too. And Lin replied excitedly. Wang Xuanzhan. Yang Ruoling. What? And Lin asked as he looked at the confused expressions on the faces of the two people before him. Wang Xuanzhan was a little hesitant. You chatted with Emperor Ziwei for a little bit, and he made an exception for you to enter the ancient divine division? And Lin nodded. That's right. He also gave me some other instructions. But that's roughly what happened. So the rumors were true. You really are the #1 backdoor entrant in the United University of Cultivation, Yang Ruoling exclaimed. And Lin? A thought suddenly occurred to Yang Ruoling, and she asked with a nervous expression, whose spot did you take? And Lin shook his head. No one. There are 31 entrants now. Wang Xuanzhan was shocked to hear this, and he raised his thumb to Enlin. Impressive. You can do that? Yang Ruoling was in disbelief. Enlin felt like the two of them had misunderstood something, so he hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. There were originally 31 people that could enter through the passageway anyway. There's no need to explain. Student Enlin, I understand. Wang Xuanzhan replied with an unconvinced smile. Yang Ruoling blushed slightly as her eyes shimmered. She seemed to have mustered up some courage before saying what she was about to say. After I break through to return to Void Stage, can you put in a good word for me with Emperor Ziwei, so that he can assign me a palace leader role in the Heavenly Court Flower Palace or something like that? And Lin, what do you guys take me for? I'm not that kind of backdoor entrant. Those who hadn't received a spot on the roster to enter the ancient Taichu realm were all teleported away. There were 36 people, 5 of which were returned to Void Stage, while the remaining 31 were Soul Formation Stage. Emperor Ziwei tossed a teleportation talisman to each of them. The ancient Taichu realm is only open for a month. Once the time is up, the teleportation talismans will teleport you back to the heavenly court. 35 of the 36 remaining cultivators received silver teleportation talisman, while Enlin received a big, thick, golden teleportation talisman, which instantly made him the center of attention. Enlin, why was his talisman golden? As if to answer the question in everyone's hearts, Emperor Ziwei explained with a smile. Enlin has a special mission, so I've given him a teleportation talisman that can be instantly activated at any moment. Remember, prioritize your life above all else. His words hung in the air, and everyone could read between the lines. Emperor Ziwei didn't mince his words, and his words were clearly hinting at something. For some of the cultivators present who had some inside information or had entered the ancient Taichu realm 500 years ago, their expressions were even more shocked than everyone else's. They knew just how special a place the ancient Taichu realm was, and how there was only one cultivator that was presented with the golden teleportation talisman each time the ancient Taichu realm was opened. The person who usually received this talisman was usually the team leader of the Return to Void Stage cultivators, and this was the first time it had been presented to a soul formation cultivator. And Lin suddenly discovered that everyone's expressions changed when they looked at him. Yang Ruoling, in particular, was staring at him with an expression filled with scorching heat and beseechment. He really wanted to raise his head to the skies and let loose a roar. He had been assigned this talisman due to his abilities, not because he was a backdoor entrant. And Lin silently stowed away the golden teleportation talisman. This was the only thing that could give him a hint of warmth at a time like this. During the next period of time, Emperor Ziwei introduced to everyone the situation within the ancient Taichu realm. This was information that had been bought with the blood of their predecessors, and Enlin felt more and more petrified as he listened. Bizarre environments, twisted spaces, terrifying creatures, chaotic laws, and they had to constantly be wary of the threat posed by the other forces on the Taichu continent. When they were lucky, there were only a few people who died in the ancient Taichu realm. When their luck wasn't that great, mass extinction was often the result. In those situations, everyone died, regardless of whether they were soul formation stage or return to void stage. Furthermore, no one even knew how they died because there was no one alive who could bring that information back. However, there were still many people who longed to set foot into such a dangerous realm, not only for the respective powers they represented but also for themselves. There were opportunities there that would allow them to progress to Dao integration stage. This notion alone was enough to drive everyone insane. And Lin had to collect a stardust fruit from the huge starry mountain, which was apparently a mysterious mountain that would constantly change its location according to the alignment of the stars. Hence, even Emperor Ziwei was unable to determine its exact location. This was something that Enlin would have to do, while Emperor Ziwei could only do things like providing him with an illusionary star robe as well as an image to show him what the stardust fruit looked like. Time passed by slowly, and Lin contacted Su Xiaolan and the others via voice transmission talismans to inform them of the situation, as well as to communicate the fact that he would be away for a month. The time at which the passageway toward the ancient realm was supposed to open soon arrived. A mighty force enveloped everyone and the space around them shifted, after which they found themselves in a dim secret chamber. At the center of the secret chamber, there were 2 gates glowing with golden light, one big, one small. However, there was a pressure flowing from the gates that gave everyone a sense of asphyxiation. Return to Void Stage cultivators. Please enter the ancient Taichu realm via the large golden gate. Soul Formation Stage cultivators. Please enter the ancient Taichu realm via the small golden gate. After entering the ancient Taichu realm, your locations will be at random. Please remember that there are representatives from 16 powers within the ancient realm. Aside from the Buddhist kingdom, the Garden of Eden, the Hall of Creation, the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, the North Song Mountain realm, and the Spirit Lake realm, all the other powers are your enemies. Emperor Ziwei's words caused a stir among everyone present. Within the ancient realm, it was quite common for representatives of opposing forces to fight over mystic treasures. Hence, their enemies were not just limited to the living beings native to the ancient Taichu realm, but also the representatives from all the other powers. God bless the human race. I will be praying for your safe return. Emperor Ziwei spoke slowly. Lu Dongbin smiled lightly as he stepped through the golden gate with his white robes flowing around him. Everyone followed his example and began stepping through the gates one by one. Student and Lin, please do look after yourself. Wang Xuanzhan patted Lin's shoulder before walking through the golden gate. You too, senior student Wang. Lin took a deep breath before walking into the golden gate himself. Within an icy palace in the holy glacial lands, 2 golden spatial gates were exuding brilliant light. High Priestess Mengji faced the 23 snow maidens before her, 3 of whom were holy palace leaders and the remaining 20 of whom were soul formation stage snow maidens. Palace leaders, please remember that your goal is to obtain fragments of the realm core at all costs. We no longer have any alternatives. As for the snow maidens going into the ancient divine division, your mission is to help Shangguan Yi reach the summit of the heavenly snow mountain to awaken her ice matriarch's spiritual aura, even if it costs you your lives. All 23 snow maidens bowed and replied in unison. I understand. Shangguan Yi's face remained expressionless as she looked at the golden spatial gates before her. Her features were exquisitely beautiful. She seemed to have fused together with heaven and earth, which gave her an ethereal aura. Then please enter the ancient Taichu realm. Mengji pointed her divine staff at the 2 spatial gates, which then began to ripple with a soft glow. A return to void stage holy palace leader led the way into a spatial gate, only for the light to suddenly fracture before her eyes. A fearsome power knocked the holy palace leader flying. Pwah! The holy palace leader vomited blood as she flew into the air. At the same time, the golden light began to ripple violently. The spatial passageway is becoming extremely unstable, and there's a risk of collapse. I'll use my divine power to stabilize it. Enter through the gates as fast as you can. Meng Ji's expression shifted as she pointed her divine staff at the 2 golden gates, from which boundless divine power poured forth. All the snow maidens heeded her instructions and flew into the golden gates in quick succession. After all the snow maidens had entered through the spatial gates, both of them began to collapse. An extremely terrifying force of backlash swept toward Meng Ji. Meng Ji was knocked flying into the air, and her body crashed through the walls of the palace before flying through the air in a streak of light for over 50 kilometers while blue blood trickled from the corners of her lips. I can only wait for the spatial passageways to reopen in a month now. Who would have thought that there would even be a mishap with the spatial gates? The holy glacial lands have been rife with disasters and calamities of late. Is our fortune finally coming to an end? Meng Ji stared at the vast expanse of snow and ice around her as she heaved a light, forlorn sigh. Atop a certain inky black floating continent on the Taichu continent, the Dark Wing Emperor clasped his hands behind his back as he surveyed the Dark Wing tribe cultivators kneeling before him. 17 people. 17 people. We have spots available for 3 return to void stage and 15 soul formation stage cultivators. I told you to put your names forward, and you end up fucking 1 person short. Aside from all the monarchs on missions, are all our return to void stage cultivators that scared of dying? The Dark Wing Emperor's voice was imbued with divine might, and the clouds began to surge in the air above as divine lightning burst forth. All the Dark Wing tribe cultivators lowered their heads in silence. None of the return to void stage cultivators dared to step forward. Dark Wing Emperor. Within the void spirit realm, under a twisted, 5-colored sky, 2 golden gates were glowing with a brilliant light. An invisible being said with a depraved voice, Kukuku, go forth. Kill all the living beings inside. All the souls of the living beings there are extremely tasty. 6 return to void stage and 40 soul formation spirit bodies twisted their diverse and bizarre bodies as they made their way toward the golden spatial gates with sinister smiles on their faces. The dark marshlands, the West Sea. the East Sea, the sinister spirit beast cesspool, the Western Paradise, the Holy Paradise, the Realm of Creation, the North Song Mountain Realm, the Spirit Lake Realm, the Western Heavenly Dragon Forest, the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation, the Kingdom of the Nine States, the Dark Floating Continent, the Holy Glacial Lands, the Void Spirit Realm, and the Demon Realm. All the most powerful cultivators from the 16 ancient powers began to enter the ancient Tai Chu realm, thereby heralding the beginning of a free-for-all battle of epic proportions. And Lin walked into the Golden Gate to find a long golden passageway with no end in sight. He continued forward in this passageway with no sense of space or distance. In the end, he finally experienced a rush of dizziness after walking for what seemed like an eternity. His vision darkened before coming clear again as he arrived in a vast wilderness. And Lin looked around with curiosity to find that there were two suns in the sky, one of which was golden and the other was red. The sky above was also a peculiar mix between blue and purple. The ground was quite flat with many small mounds littered over its surface. A loud commotion was reverberating beside his ears along with a series of booms. And Lin turned his eyes to the side, and his mouth gaped open in shock. He saw many ants on the ground. No, they were people. Right at this moment he felt a sharp pain on his cheek. Ow! Bloody mosquito! And Lin grimaced as he slapped his own cheek. He didn't hit any mosquitoes, but his hand was stained with blood. He turned toward a black figure who was quickly retreating from his face to find that it wasn't a mosquito. Instead, it was a tiny man with a pair of white wings. The mosquito-sized man wielded a blue longsword, and he had an expression of bewilderment on his face. I can't believe he is able to remain unscathed after being struck by me, one of the 10 most powerful swordsmen of the Bronze Nation, Xianxia, especially when I am wielding my god-slaying sword, as expected of a giant god-fiend. And Lin, the mosquito-sized man, was speaking in the ancient man language, and Lin was finally able to hear what he was saying after unleashing his divine sense. 10 most powerful swordsmen? God-slaying sword? Giant god-fiend? And Lin blinked in puzzlement. Suddenly, he discovered that his toes were aching. He looked down to find several hundred tiny humans stabbing into his shoes with their sharp sabers. They couldn't fly, so they had no choice but to hack away at his shoes. Some of the more powerful ones burned holes into his shoe before unleashing a barrage of attacks on his toes. Unfortunately for them, and Lin's soul formation stage physique was not that easy to wound, and all their attacks could do was to scratch an itch here and there for him. A series of arrows flew toward Lin before being rebounded away by his white robes. He discovered a few miniature people frothing at the mouth beside the holes in his shoes. They appeared to have died from the foul odor wafting from within the shoes. Sigh, how miserable. Die, giant god-fiend. God-slaying technique. Flying heavenly sword. The mosquito-sized man by the name of Yi Nantian roared as he slashed out a 10-centimeter sword projection, which sliced straight through the heavens. He also sprang into action himself as he charged toward Lin's glabella with a sword in hand. Lin's lips twitched, and he crushed the 10-centimeter sword projection between his fingers. What? Inanshan's eyes widened in shock. A huge palm then reached toward him, obscuring all light between heaven and earth. A despairing expression appeared on Yi Nanshan's face. This giant god-fiend was terrifyingly powerful. So powerful that Yi Nantian felt completely powerless before his insane might. His body was gripped between two gargantuan fingers, rendering him completely immobilized. Just as he thought he was about to die, he found that the giant god-fiend didn't kill him. Instead, he was brought in front of the giant god-fiend's eyes to be more closely inspected. Is he going to eat me? Inantian fell into greater despair. His body trembled as he imagined himself being chewed up by the terrifying giant before him. You might be much more powerful than that giant god-fiend I had slain in the past, but I refuse to be shamed by you. Inantian roared, and a tiny bolt of divine lightning crashed down toward his own head. He would rather die immediately than to become food for the giant god-fiend. However, an inexplicable scene suddenly occurred. The divine lightning switched directions in the air before exploding like blue fireworks. What? Inantian was completely gripped by despair. This giant godfiend was even more fearsome than he had imagined. And Lin looked closely at Yi Nantian to find that he was just over a centimeter tall, which was about the size of a full-sized human being shrunk 100 times. Hey! Which giant godfiend is so weak that they were killed by you? And Lin asked with curiosity in his voice. Yi Nantian was clearly the most powerful being within this group of miniature people, and he had just said Lin was far stronger than the giant godfiend he had slain, and Lin was quite bewildered. What kind of lowly trash would be killed by these miniature people? How weak would they have to be? Yi Nantian's face was filled with shock as he listened to Lin's ear-splitting voice. You can speak? All the miniature humans that were unleashing attacks on Lin's shoes were startled into halting their attacks upon hearing Lin's words, and they all looked up at him with identical expressions of shock. I have a rough understanding of the ancient man language you're speaking, and Lin nodded. Bullshit. You're speaking the Tai Chu language, Yi Nantian roared. All right, you're right. Answer my question, and I can spare your lives. And Lin smiled. Yi Nantian's whole body trembled, and he gritted his teeth before replying reluctantly. He was a giant godfiend even more muscular than you are, except he was walking on all fours and had long black fur. His muscular strength was insane, and his fists could knock over mountains while his pounding feet could trigger earthquakes. He was extremely fearsome, but he was still slain by my god-slaying sword, and Lin's lips twitched when he heard this description. Was this not a fucking ape he was talking about? How had he lived this long without seeing an ape before? Yi Nantian turned his eyes upon Lin before continuing. Your appearance is closer to that of us humans, and you can talk. So giant godfiends can evolve as well. Evolve my ass. We're two different fucking species. Wait. Technically humans evolved from apes, so what you're saying isn't wrong after all. And Lin amended as this thought occurred to him. Yi Nantian, all the miniature humans. I have done nothing to wrong you. Why would you all attack me when this is the first time we've met? And Lin complained. His shoes were ruined, so he would have to change into a new pair. To his surprise, the several hundred miniature people on the ground below immediately went into an uproar after hearing his words. Many of them let loose torrents of abuse, and some of the more courageous ones continued to stab his shoes with their spears. Yi Nantian was also completely incensed. You haven't wronged us? You dare to say you haven't wronged us? You killed our emperor. Such a heinous crime you've committed against us? And you still dare to say you haven't wronged us? I killed your emperor? And Lin blinked in confusion. Look beneath your foot, Yi Nantian roared with rage. And Lin lifted his left foot to find there was nothing there. He then lifted up his right foot. There were a few golden ants that had been flattened underfoot. Oh. And there was also a miniature man in a golden imperial robe that had been crushed into a lifeless pancake. Well, this was fucking awkward. Who would have thought that he would accidentally crush their emperor underfoot? What could he do now? The teleportation sent him to a random location, so it wasn't really his fault. All the miniature people on the ground were still frantically attacking his shoes, and there were even about a dozen cannons opening fire on him. Even though his shoes were made from quality materials, they were still completely reduced to an unwearable state now. And Lin furrowed his brows. I only appeared here and crushed your emperor by accident. Be reasonable. I'm a victim too. You're a victim too? Then who will bear the pain of our emperor's death? Who will we take vengeance upon? Yi Nantian glowered at Lin as he spat onto his finger. And Lin, should I just crush this noisy mosquito? And Lin wasn't a fan of unnecessary slaughter. Otherwise, he could wipe out this entire army with one slap. He was slightly at fault in this matter, even if it was something out of his control. After all, he had trodden their emperor to death, so it was a natural reaction for the soldiers to try and exact revenge upon him. It was an accident, but it was also something that had undeniably happened. He mulled the issue over for a short while before pulling out a set of high-rank magic tools from his storage ring. Torrential pear blossom pins. There were over 1,000 tiny silver pins, all of which were glowing brightly under the sun. Even though I didn't do this on purpose, the fact of the matter is, I did kill your emperor. I can give you these torrential pear blossom pins as reparation. How's that? And Lin offered. Do you think we'll forgive you just because you give us a few weapons? Our emperor is irreplaceable, and his life is priceless. Inantion continued to roar with rage before suddenly faltering and drawing a sharp intake of breath as he detected the energy fluctuations within the pins. All the soldiers on the ground also halted their attacks to stare up at the silver pins with blank expressions. Giant Godfiend, you're giving these to us? Thank you so much. The death of our emperor or whatever doesn't really matter, we can just find a new one. You didn't do this on purpose anyway, Yinantian said with an agreeable smile. And Lin? Yinanshan's heart had completely been overwhelmed by shock. The material and energy fluctuations of the silver pins, all of them rivaled his god-slaying sword. This was like the equivalent of over 1,000 divine swords. With all these divine swords, he could create an invincible divine army. Fuck the emperor. He would lead all the soldiers to glory himself. Sure enough, all the soldiers on the ground below had stopped attacking Lin, and all of them were looking at the silver pins in his hands with scorching desires in their eyes. In a world like theirs, strength was the only constant. In the face of so many divine tools, they were finally convinced to stop their attacks. And Lin released Yinantian from between his fingertips. Yinantian immediately stowed the silver pins away into a spatial magic tool. And Lin didn't really think much of it. It was only a set of high-rank magic tools. They weren't even spirit tools. He found it hilarious that they were being regarded as divine tools by these miniature humans. He was beginning to wonder how such a weak race managed to survive in this world. Oh right. Do you know where realm essence crystals can be found? And also, do you have any information on the huge starry mountain? And Lin asked the soldiers below him with curiosity. Realm essence crystals? Huge starry mountain. Yinantian was at a complete loss. And Lin paused for a moment before elaborating. Realm essence crystals are white, green, blue, red, and golden crystals that are imbued with the essential power of the realm. Yinantian scratched his head before bringing out a bunch of white, green, blue, red, and golden objects from his spatial magic tool. Like these. And Lin. Those are fucking gemstones. Not realm essence crystals. Forget it, it didn't look like these miniature humans knew anything. Which was fair enough as they were far too weak to be able to come into contact with such revered objects. Then tell me all that you know about this world. And Lin continued. No problem. Glad to be of service. Yinantian was the head general of the Bronze Nation, and he was even more knowledgeable than the emperor. He was just about to continue when a white ball of light suddenly began to flash. Yinanshan's brows furrowed slightly as he injected his energy into the ball of light, immediately following which a panicked voice sounded, Bad news, General Yinantian. The demonic beasts of the northern barren mountains have combined their powers with the army of the River Plain Nation to attack our city. The city walls are about to collapse, so please come back to reinforce us. What? Those River Plain Nation formed an alliance with the demonic beasts? How dare they? I'll come back right away. Yinantian flew into a thunderous rage. The light on the white ball of light suddenly disappeared, and Yinantian turned an awkward expression to Lin. And Lin made a thoughtful offer. Are you going back to the Bronze Nation? How about I take you there? You want to come to help us? Yinantian stared at Lin with a scorching gaze. Whether I help you in killing your enemies is another matter, but I can definitely accompany you back to the Bronze Nation. And Lin replied with a smile. That's great. You're different from all the other giant godfiend. You're a good person, Yinantian exclaimed excitedly, and Lin's chest constricted slightly. He was getting friend-zoned by these miniature people now? His black brick expanded, following which he transferred all the miniature soldiers onto the brick and they flew quickly into the air. All the soldiers, including Yinantian, were all shocked by Lin's techniques. A giant god-fiend who could use spell techniques. How terrifying. Master God-fiend, please slow down. You're flying too fast. I can't see the way back. Yinantian trembled as he stood at the forefront of the black brick. Never would he have thought that a powerful being like him would be petrified by someone's speed of flight alone. Thus, within a few short minutes, Lin covered the distance that would have taken the army around a dozen days to walk. He was then greeted by the size of all types of miniature buildings and people. He didn't dare to fly at lower altitudes in case the winds he whipped up swept the houses away. They soon arrived at the capital of the Bronze Nation. The city walls of the capital were extremely magnificent at a height of 38 whole centimeters. There was a battle raging at the northern city gate, where over 1,000 spear-wielding ants were battling over 1,000 River Plain Nation soldiers. However, their defensive line was slowly being pushed back toward the city gate. One of the 10 most powerful swordsmen of the Bronze Nation, Niahao, spread his arms as he rallied his troops atop the city wall. "Hold on. We've already informed His Majesty as well as General Yinantian of our situation here, and they will be here to reinforce us within 3 days." Horns flared as the battle raged below. The Bronze Nation soldiers defended the city gate with their lives. "Ha ha ha! 3 days is more than enough for us to conquer your city. You didn't expect the demonic beasts to cooperate with us, did you?" A general wielding a centimeter-long sword chortled outside the city gate. Right at this moment, a white mist suddenly descended from the sky. A series of blurry figures suddenly began to appear from within the mist. The intense battle slowly came to a halt as everyone turned toward the white mist. A gust of wind blew by, causing the white mist to dissipate. Everyone was then greeted by the sight of over 800 soldiers. All of them were holding silver spears that were exuding extremely powerful energy fluctuations. An aura unparalleled in power burst forth from the general at the forefront of the army as he roared with rage. "Who dares to invade our nation?" Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath as they stared blankly at the army that had descended from the heavens. Niahao was in complete shock. "It has only been less than 15 minutes. How the hell did the reinforcements get here already?" Yinantian, the general of the River Plain Nation, was in complete disbelief. Yinantian pointed his sword at him and replied with a cold expression, "That's me." Niahao stared at Yinantian with a dumbfounded expression before rubbing his eyes to find that this was still the same Yinantian. But he suddenly seemed more gallant and imposing somehow. The general of the River Plain Nation soon settled his emotions and raised his longsword as he rallied his troops. "Quick! Take this opportunity to massacre all their soldiers. Don't let Yinantian and his reinforcements get onto the city wall." All the soldiers and mutant beasts immediately heeded his call and charged toward this army that fell from the heavens. Niahao also came to his senses, and he immediately issued a command. "Quick! Cover them so that they have a chance to make it back into the city." The enemy soldiers and mutant beasts totaled in excess of 2,000, which created a huge disparity between the 800 or so soldiers under Yinantian. Hence, it was imperative for them to retreat into the city first. However, a cold sneer appeared on Yinantian's face, and he seemed to have no intention of retreating. He raised his long sword into the air and roared to his soldiers. "This is the first battle that will establish the reputation of our southern heavenly army. Charge! Charge!" The 800 or so soldiers wielded their torrential pear-blossom divine spears as they charged toward the opposing army. The general of the River Plain Nation faltered slightly upon seeing this before chortling with glee. "Yinantian, you're leading your army to their deaths. Let me stomp you all into the ground." "Yinantian, what the hell are you doing? You need to retreat into the city first so that we can work out a plan to counter their attacks," Niahao yelled. Yinantian smiled slightly. "This is the counterattack that will end the battle." The Southern Heavenly Army collided with the River Plain Nation army, but there was no heated battle. All the River Plain Nation soldiers easily brushed aside like a knife through tofu. The torrential pear-blossom spears wielded by the Southern Heavenly Army were like divine weapons around which revolved white vital energy. The spears didn't even have to come into contact with the opposing soldier before they tore the soldiers in half. All the River Plain Nation soldiers were completely stunned. Their weapons, armor, and shields were all torn apart like tofu under the attacks from the silver spears. All the ferocious ant mutant beasts, ladybug mutant beasts, and caterpillar mutant beasts were also all completely torn apart by the fearsome spears. The mutant beast exoskeletons, which they took pride in, were like sheets of paper in face of the torrential pear blossom spears. The River Plain Nation general who was battling Yi Nantian turned to survey the battle with incredulity in his expression. Those spears, are they all divine tools? Ha 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 ha, that's right. Die, you old dog. Yi Nantian chortled as his sword intents swept toward Situ Lang like dragons. How did Yi Nantian obtain so many divine tools? Nye Hao muttered in shock. On the ground below, the Southern Heavenly Army sliced through the mutant beasts and River Plain Nation soldiers as if this were an army comprised entirely of invincible soldiers. All the mutant beasts and River Plain Nation soldiers were in shock. Their battle had only been raging for a short while, but blood was already flowing like a river, and most of it was their blood with very few casualties to the Southern Heavenly Army. Just when they thought the battle was decided, dark clouds suddenly appeared overhead and thunder clapped in the sky. A black praying mantis charged out from the dark clouds with a man in white robes clutched between its sickle-like front legs before chortling with triumph. The number one most powerful being within the Bronze Nation, Wei Long, has already been slain by me. Are you still not going to surrender? The praying mantis voice could be heard reverberating throughout the entire battlefield, and countless soldiers turned their heads to look up at it. Yi Nantian and Nye Hao's expressions shifted drastically as they stared in shock at the lifeless, white-robed man. How could it be? Wei Long was defeated. He is the only divine rank master in our entire nation. Nye Hao muttered in disconsolate incredulity. It's over. Who knew there would be a divine rank being among the mutant beasts? We have no chance of winning without Wei Long now. Yi Nantian's expression was filled with grief and indignation. Their strength hierarchy was divided into 4 ranks: man, earth, heaven, and divine. Divine rank beings possessed enough power to influence a battle of thousands of soldiers. Yi Nantian had a chance to progress to divine rank in a few years' time, but now, cuckoo, if you won't surrender, then I'll eat you all. The black praying mantis let loose a sinister cackle before swallowing Wei Long before everyone's eyes. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. All the Bronze Nation soldiers and generals gritted their teeth as scorching rage burned within their eyes. Joyous expressions appeared on the faces of the River Plain Nation soldiers in contrast. They could already see victory within their grasp. Hee hee, you're all kind enough to offer up so many good weapons too. Don't mind if I do. The black praying mantis turned his gaze upon the Southern Heavenly Army with a greedy expression on his face. Boom! An extremely devastating aura burst forth from the black praying mantis's body, and it transformed into a black tornado that swept into the Southern Heavenly Army before going on a frenzied killing spree. Retreat! Yi Nantian roared. Right at this moment, the clouds in the sky began to surge. A huge black brick broke through the clouds, and it obscured the entire sky with its massive width of 20 feet. All the soldiers on the ground felt as if heaven and earth had suddenly gone dim. Whoosh! The black brick disappeared while a massive figure descended onto the ground, creating tremors with his 2 huge feet. Everyone stared in shock at the gargantuan figure. Some of the soldiers even dropped their weapons in fear as they stared blankly up at the giant. Gee! Giant godfiend! And Lin looked up at the black praying mantis in the sky with a smile. I'm interested in the aura exuding from your body. Come here. We'll have a good chat. Everyone was even more dumbfounded after hearing this. This fucking giant godfiend could talk. The black praying mantis expression darkened as it charged toward Lin with its scythe arms. Chat my ass. It's not like I haven't killed giant godfiends before. Fearsome power burst forth from the black praying mantis claws as black saber projections flashed through the air with a sharp ringing before flying toward Lin's neck. So fast. Nye Hao and Yi Nantian's hearts both skipped a beat. Stop fooling around. And Lin chuckled as he slapped a palm toward the black praying mantis. His palm flashed through the air, as quickly as lightning and imbued with vast aura. He didn't even make contact with the black praying mantis. The gale force winds whipped up by his palm was enough to crush the black saber projections before crashing into the praying mantis body. Ah, poi! The black praying mantis wailed in anguish as it vomited blood and was knocked flying into the air. All the soldiers below stared with incredulity at the praying mantis that had been knocked flying by a single palm. This was a divine rank powerful being. How was the giant god-fiend able to knock it away with just a single palm? This giant god-fiend was countless times more powerful than the previous giant god-fiends they had encountered. Retreat! The River Plain Nation general roared as he led the retreat. All the other soldiers and mutant beasts were also completely petrified by the terrifying giant god-fiend. All of them began to retreat as if their lives depended on it. However, what baffled them was that Xianxia's soldiers did not look like they had any intentions of escaping. Were they not afraid of the giant god-fiend? Just as they were pondering over this issue, and Lin had already turned toward the mutant beasts before opening his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of saliva. The saliva crashed down in an expanding wave, instantly drowning several hundred retreating mutant beasts before devastating energy burst forth, tearing all the mutant beasts into shreds. All the soldiers drew sharp intakes of breath upon seeing this. One mouthful of saliva could wipe out an entire army? What kind of power was this? All the River Plain Nation soldiers had shit themselves from fear, but they still retreated as quickly as they could. The divine rank praying mantis struggled to get up from the ground. It also tried to drag its severely injured body away in retreat after seeing Enlin displayed his invincible might. Enlin sneered coldly at the sight of the retreating praying mantis before pulling out a saber, which then extended to 40 meters in length. Everyone was once again in shock at the sight of the huge saber that seemed to be threatening to pierce through the heavens. Inauthentic muttered under his breath, "My God, how could a saber become so big? Little mantis, I can give you a 39-meter head start. But after that, you're going to have to taste my saber." And Lin threatened with a wicked smile. The black praying mantis instantly pissed itself at the sight of the massive saber obscuring the light of day. It immediately halted in its footsteps before kneeling down onto the ground. "Please spare me, Master God-Fiend. I'll chat with you about whatever you want. Just please don't kill me." With a satisfied smile, Enlin stowed his huge sword away. "Hee, that's a good mantis." Thus, Enlin began his interrogation. "I can detect the fluctuation of realm essence crystals within your energy. Tell me where the realm essence crystals are." The energy fluctuations within the realm essence crystal were extremely unique, and they possessed a property that could make space more viscous. And Lin had already familiarized himself with this type of energy fluctuation from the realm essence crystals Emperor Ziwei had shown him. He could feel a similar type of energy fluctuation coming from the black praying mantis's body, although it was quite feeble. Realm essence crystals? What are those? The black praying mantis was perplexed. "How did you obtain your power?" And Lin asked. "How else could I have gotten it? Of course it's from cultivation." The black praying mantis felt as if it had been insulted. "And Lin, you have a special energy fluctuation within your body. Have you come into contact with something that could improve your power?" Something that could improve power. The black praying mantis considered the notion before his body trembled as he came to a sudden realization. "Could it be that you're referring to the baptism of the divine lake?" "What is this baptism of the divine lake?" And Lin asked. "It's the most renowned lake on this entire continent. It is located in the imperial palace of the central nation. All divine rank beings have the opportunity to be baptized once in the lake, and the baptism will help to enhance the power of the beneficiary." The black praying mantis replied slowly, and Lin nodded. There was probably a good chance that the power within this divine lake was from realm essence crystals. "Lead the way to the divine lake," Enlin commanded with a smile. The black praying mantis looked up at Enlin with shock before replying in a panicked voice. "No, the central nation prohibits all giant god-fiends from entry. They will kill you on sight." After taking one step, Enlin instantly appeared right before him before plucking him up from the ground. "Kill me? Let's see if they've got what it takes. Quit the chit-chat. Lead the way or I'll crush you to death." The black praying mantis was given a fright by Enlin's fearsome speed. He didn't expect such a huge body to be able to move at such a terrifying speed. With this power and this speed, perhaps there was a chance he would be able to escape from that holy spirit. Considered its situation for a moment before realizing it really had no choice. "All right, I'll take you there. But you have to promise to release me once we reach the divine lake." Enlin sneered coldly. "You don't have the right to be negotiating terms with me. Lead the way if you want to live." The black praying mantis. "Farewell, God-fiend Enlin." Inantion bowed to Enlin with a respectful expression. "Farewell, God-fiend Enlin." The entire southern heavenly army bowed at once to farewell Enlin. Enlin had completely flipped the tables by defeating the divine rank praying mantis and saving their nation. This was more than enough to warrant a collective farewell. Enlin smiled and nodded at Yi Nantian and the others before flying away into the clouds on his black brick with the black praying mantis. Niahao finally came to a realization after seeing Enlin flying away on his giant brick. That giant godfiend was probably the reason why Yinantian and the Southern Heavenly Army were all equipped with divine tools and were able to get to the city so quickly. Niahao couldn't resist the urge to question Yinantian as the latter flew toward the city wall. "General Yi, do you know that giant godfiend?" Yinantian nodded. I guess you could say we became acquaintances through battle." Godfiend Enlin is actually a highly intelligent creature that won't engage in senseless slaughter, so he won't hurt humans like us for no reason. "You became acquaintances through battle? How did you end up battling him?" Niahao asked with curiosity. "Well, he accidentally crushed our emperor to death underfoot, so we began to attack him." Inantian replied with a grave expression. Niahao's eyes widened as his mouth gaped open. He killed our emperor?" He always had a nagging feeling that something was missing, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He only realized now that their fucking emperor was gone. No, their emperor was dead. "He trod on and killed our emperor. And you call this making his acquaintance through battle?" Niahao's lips twitched. "Well, to be honest, if he wanted to, he could have crushed all of us with one palm. Instead, he saved our bronze nation and gifted us with 1,000 divine tools. Everyone makes mistakes. I think we should forgive him based on this sincere apology he delivered," Inantian replied. Niahao nodded slowly as he listened to Yi Nanshan's explanation. It did seem quite reasonable now that he thought about it. We'll have to choose a new emperor then." Inantian nodded. "Let's choose the second prince. I think he is the best candidate." Niahao. "He appears to also be the only candidate." Inantian. "True. Hopefully, the second prince isn't struck by any more mishaps." "I sincerely hope so." Niahao looked up into the sky. In the sky above, Enlin was slowly closing in on the central city under the directions of the black praying mantis. In the words of the black praying mantis, the continent they were located on was the Taichu continent. The Taichu continent was entirely surrounded by an endless expanse of glacial lands, and any creature who ventured into those glacial lands would be frozen to death. The central city was located at the very center of the continent and was the undisputed power ruling over the continent. To humans, mutant beasts, and all other races alike, the central city was a holy place that could not be encroached upon no matter what. Apparently, there were holy rank powerful beings that were beyond divine rank guarding the central city, as well as maintaining the stability of the entire continent at the same time. There were countless nations on the continent, including hundreds of nations like the Bronze Nation. There were also 10 large nations, each with a population of tens of millions and several divine rank powerful beings. Thus, it was clear to see how powerful the central city was to be able to rule over all these nations. Enlin cast a presence concealment spell technique over himself and the black praying mantis as they flew toward the central city. Along the way, he was marveling at the strange world below. Large animals were extremely rare on this continent, but there was a strangely huge amount of mutant beasts who were around the size of insects. The entire environment was basically like a miniature world, like an intricate playground for ants. The tall mountains were like small mounds, the lakes were like puddles, and the rivers were like tiny creeks. They finally reached the central city after flying for an hour. The central city was constructed entirely from a certain white building material with no end in sight. The central city was pretty impressive even from Enlin's perspective. A series of white towers and tall buildings extended into the sky, some of which were even taller than he was. There was a holy tower in the center of the central city that was over 100 meters tall that was the true centerpiece of the entire city. Within the central city, all races lived in harmony, and there were written laws that prohibited fighting between races within the city. If conflict broke out, law enforcement would appear to detain the perpetrators. And Lin's concealment spell techniques fooled the guards at the front gate, and he flew directly toward the Divine Lake. Upon reaching the air above the Divine Lake, Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. The Divine Lake was like a golden mirror, shining with a dazzling light under the sun. Rich power radiated forth from the Divine Lake in all directions, making the space around it a little viscous. But those details weren't important. What was especially worthy of note was that there were 4 towers positioned at different points around the Divine Lake. Those 4 towers all glowed with golden light, and they had solid centers while the exterior consisted of a series of rooms. And Lin was completely dumbfounded. Those weren't towers. Those were fucking realm essence crystals. And they were the highest level golden realm essence crystals too. Holy fuck, what a fucking waste to use realm essence crystals as construction materials. Valuable items must be used under the right circumstances in order to maximize their value. And Lin decided there and then that all 4 of those realm essence crystals had to belong to him. Filthy god fiend, how dare you encroach on the Divine Lake? I'll put an end to your life. A coarse roar of rage sounded right at this moment. And Lin turned toward the source of the voice and was surprised to find a man glowering at him from not too far away. The man had golden hair and green eyes with a pair of pointy ears. He was a miniature human too, but he had a pair of semi-transparent golden wings growing from his back. His wings were extremely thin and specks of gold dust fell from his wings with each and every flap. And Lin immediately determined what species the man was from his appearance. He was a fairy. Fairies were on the brink of extinction on the continent and Lin had come from. Hence, he had only ever seen one in pictures. And Lin's interest was immediately piqued. This was a living, breathing fairy. The concealment technique he used was quite simple, but it had been unleashed by a soul formation stage cultivator after all, so it couldn't just be seen through by anyone. For this male fairy to immediately see through his spell technique meant that he was quite a powerful being in his own right. The black praying mantis had also discovered the fairy, and his body trembled as he exclaimed in shock, "It's over. This energy fluctuation. It can only come from a holy rank powerful being." And Lin didn't even get a chance to reply before the male fairy raised his arms to the sky and roared in a loud voice, "Divine lightning in the sky. Please help me rid the world of this heinous god fiend." The spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately began to surge violently. Dark clouds accumulated in the sky in a radius of over 1,000 feet. Bolts of lightning streaked through the clouds like crackling blue snakes, all of which were imbued with terrifying power. Tears welled up in the black praying mantis eyes as he looked up at the huge mass of dark clouds in the sky and experienced just how tiny it was compared to this world. "It's over. We're going to blast into oblivion," the black praying mantis lamented. A golden light suddenly burst forth from the male fairy's eyes as he pointed at Lin with an imposing expression. "Divine lightning. Blast him to death." Boom, boom, boom. The dark clouds in the sky surged as thunder clapped. But now lightning fell. The male fairy blinked in confusion and decided that it had to have made the wrong pose the first time, so he pointed at Lin again before reciting the mantra for the second time. He then stomped his foot down in the air and roared, "Divine lightning, blast this accursed god fiend to death." The dark clouds began to dissipate overhead and the weather became sunny and vibrant. The male fairy? So awkward. How could this be? Right at this moment, Lin began to speak. "I'm not a god fiend. I'm just a human who underwent a mutation to grow this big, and I'm here to discuss some things with you." "Tui, giant human? Do you think I'm a dumb cunt?" The male fairy glowered at Enlin as two white light swords suddenly materialized in his hands as he charged forward. The male fairy instantly transcended beyond the speed of light as a sonic boom appeared in his wake. His two light swords began to extend before reaching over 10 meters in length and slashing down toward Enlin. Enlin didn't bother dodging. Instead, he materialized some swords with his vital energy, which slashed toward the male fairy. The male fairy's white swords collided with Enlin's swords of vital energy as gale force winds swept up around him. The light swords in his hand then began to glow with a brilliant white light before tearing Enlin's swords of vital energy apart. Die, evil god-fiend! Bright golden light burst forth from the male fairy's eyes, and a triumphant expression appeared on his face as he slashed his swords toward Enlin's neck with fearsome power. Enlin was a little startled by this. The male fairy's attack was comparable in power to an attack from a soul formation stage cultivator. Enlin instantly extended a finger in response to the light swords sweeping toward his neck. Spatial congealment. Crack. The space around the male fairy suddenly congealed as he himself was immobilized by an extremely powerful sealing force. This was the spatial congealment inheritance Enlin had obtained from the Purple Star ruins that allowed him to unleash the power to seal everything before him for a short time. The immobilized male fairy stared at Enlin with wide-eyed shock. Never would he have thought that the giant godfiend would be so powerful. Enlin didn't waste any words with him. Instead, he swatted the fairy into the ground with all his might. Boom! The male fairy crashed into the ground like a cannonball, where he left a huge indentation 10 meters in radius. The male fairy spat out a mouthful of blood and lay feebly in the huge crater, clearly having been severely wounded by Enlin's swat. Enlin very rarely engaged in hand-to-hand combat, but that didn't mean this was a weak point for him. After all, he was a soul formation intermediate stage powerful being who had cultivated in the Earth Lotus Supreme skill. A full force palm from him could definitely beat a defenseless soul formation stage cultivator to the point of disability. The black praying mantis stared at the male fairy embedded into the ground with incredulity in its eyes. However, before it even had a chance to heave a sigh of relief, another enraged yell sounded in the distance. Mandel! Let me help you! An extremely handsome male fairy charged toward Enlin with flames revolving around his palms. Run, Harris! You're no match for him! Mandel yelled in a panicked voice from the giant crater he was embedded within. Harris had been caught up in the heat of the moment and completely ignored Mandel's advice. He pounced toward Enlin, and the flames revolving around his hands materialized into a huge flaming dragon of over 1,000 feet in length before flying toward Enlin. My God! It's another holy rank powerful being. Just how many of them are in this central city? The black praying mantis stared at the flaming dragon with alarm. Enlin looked at the flaming dragon with exasperation on his face. For God's sake, can't you guys talk like civilized beings? I'm here to make a deal, not to fight. He had already come to the end of his wits, and he pulled out his evil-slaying sword before lashing out at the flaming dragon. The black sword projection made heaven and earth dim for a moment as it completely tore through the flaming dragon. Blue lightning began to revolve around Enlin's fingertips as he pointed his finger toward Harris. Lightning manipulation technique. Lightning amplification technique. Boom! Blue lightning appeared out of thin air before crashing down upon Harris with terrifying speed. His eyes instantly rolled over into the back of his head as his entire body was charred black. When Harris opened his mouth, a wisp of white smoke drifted forth from within as his body plummeted toward the ground. Kill the intruder. Avenge the holy rank masters. All the guards within the central city had been attracted to the divine lake by the commotion, and all of them converged upon Enlin. There were fairies, humans, as well as powerful beings from indeterminate races. Enlin's eyes turned cold as he looked at the oncoming barrage of guards, and a peerless sense of divine might burst forth in the form of golden ripples. Divine might technique. All the guards within a radius of several thousand feet all fainted on the spot when they were struck by the golden ripples. Those flying in the air were like mosquitoes that had their wings broken. All of them plummeted toward the ground as they frothed at the mouth. So strong. Master God Fiend Enlin, You truly are the monarch of the giant godfiends. The black praying mantis instantly offered up words of praise. He could sense that there were at least 10 divine rank beings and over 100 heaven rank powerful beings among the guards. Despite that, all of them fell to just a glare from Enlin. This type of power was completely unfathomable to the black praying mantis. This wasn't one of those giant godfiends who had long black hair growing all over their bodies and could only rely on brute strength. This was the monarch of the giant godfiends who had clearly evolved to become a higher life form. Even the 2 holy rank powerful beings fell at Enlin's hands. There was no one else who was even close to being a match for him. Enlin had crushed the entire central city by himself. This was truly a one-man demolition job. The black praying mantis felt like Godfiend Enlin would definitely be able to rule over this world. It felt like it needed to put in some words to express its loyalty. Perhaps Godfiend Enlin would reward it by making it his right-hand mantis. With this in mind, the black praying mantis was instantly filled with battle intent. It flew toward one of the severely wounded holy rank beings on the ground and waved its twin scythes around with a cold sneer. You better concede now. Godfiend Enlin is quite reasonable. He won't kill you as long as you cooperate with him. Otherwise, I'll chop off your head with my own 2 scythes. It feels amazing to be able to talk to a holy rank powerful being like this. Whoosh! A light arrow flew through the air and instantly pierced through the black praying mantis' chest. The arrow came quickly, and the black praying mantis did not even have a chance to react. The black praying mantis looked down at the hole in its chest with a vacant expression before glancing at Mandel and Harris, who were lying in the distance. Both of them were completely motionless, like a pair of dead fish, so it clearly wasn't them that had launched the attack. Then who was it? The black praying mantis did not know. Am I about to die like this? He hadn't even had a chance to conquer the world with Godfiend Enlin. How could he just die like this? The wound in the black praying mantis' chest continued to expand under the force of some indeterminate power, before it completely fell into the deep, dark void of death. It heard a voice that was pleasing to the ear. All intruders of the central city must die. The black praying mantis body began to dissipate before completely disintegrating into specks of light. Enlin's whole body tensed up upon seeing this, and he turned his eyes in a certain direction. 1.5 kilometers away stood a female fairy with golden hair and green eyes. She was wearing a white dress. Her semi-transparent golden wings were spread wide open as she flew toward Enlin at a terrifying speed while holding a golden longsword in her hand. This female fairy had an extremely powerful aura with a similar type of energy to the previous 2 holy rank male fairies within her body, but in a much larger quantity. If he had to describe it, it would be the difference between a pond and an ocean. Harris and Mandel's spirits were lifted significantly at the sight of the female fairy. It's the Holy Maiden, we're saved. At the same time, all the powerful beings who had lost their abilities to battle after being struck by the divine might technique all looked up into the sky with undisguised passion and admiration in their eyes. It's the Holy Maiden. Her Majesty has returned from slaying the demonic dragon. Her Majesty is indescribably powerful. The giant godfiend is dead for sure, no matter how strong he is. Enlin looked at the female fairy flying toward him and immediately made his intentions clear. Hold on. I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to negotiate a deal. A giant godfiend who can talk? The female fairy was clearly taken aback before her expression became even more grave. He looks so much like a human. Could he be a mutated giant godfiend? I definitely can't leave a creature like him alive to roam this world any longer. Enlin, the female fairy's killing intent became even more powerful as the golden long sword in her hand began to expand into a huge, kilometer-long sword that pierced straight through the clouds. It's here. That's Her Majesty's holy dragon-slaying sword. The holy sword is imbued with fearsome holy power and can reduce a few dozen mountains to dust with just one strike. An immobilized guard exclaimed. The golden long sword tore through the air with extremely fearsome power as it descended upon Enlin. Enlin roared as he began to utilize his 6 strikes of the war god to slash out a massive black sword projection. Boom! The 2 devastating sword projections collided with a resounding boom, causing the ground below to fracture open. and Lin was knocked back by the force of the shockwaves, and the female fairy also flew back through the air with an expression of shock on her face. The two of them clashed again after a momentary pause. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying shockwaves burst forth, pulverizing the ground within a radius of several hundred meters. All the guards on the ground below spat out mouthfuls of blood under the unbearable power radiating from the air. And Lin and the female fairy clashed again in the air. Each of their collisions was like claps of thunder, triggering a series of resounding booms. It had been a long time since Lin was able to fight to his heart's content like this, and it was as if every cell in his body had been rejuvenated, thus making his attacks more and more powerful as the battle progressed. He didn't expect the female fairy to be able to unleash power equivalent to a cultivator at the soul formation pinnacle stage. Her power made her invincible in a world of miniature people like this, but she didn't set out to conquer the world. Instead, she chose to seclude herself in this central city, and Lin was quite curious about what her motives could be for doing so. Thousand Light Shower. The golden long sword in the female fairy's hand suddenly transformed into 1,000 light swords, each a meter in length. They hung in the air before raining down upon Lin with boundless power. And Lin spread open his wings of wind and dodged through the storm of light swords using extremely fast movement techniques. He then unleashed his wind sword technique to slash down upon the female fairy in a lethal white line. The female fairy was even faster than he had anticipated. A golden light suddenly began to burst forth from her wings, thereby allowing her to instantly retreat 10 meters to dodge Lin's lethal strike through the use of a power similar to spatial manipulation. Ha ha ha! Again! And Lin laughed as he pounced toward the female fairy again. The female fairy's intricate features were a little pale, but she still gritted her teeth and charged toward Lin. Their battle was an earth-shattering one that created shockwaves that radiated outward for over 5 kilometers. The entire central city was engulfed by gale-force winds, and everyone on the ground below looked up in awe and fear at the battle that was taking place in the air above. Only now did they truly understand just how powerful their holy maiden was, as well as how fearsome the giant godfiend was. Heinous giant godfiend! I will use this technique to end your life. The female fairy slit her wrist. Golden blood then poured forth from her wound before floating in the air. I offer my blood as a sacrifice to the holy sword. The golden blood fused into the holy sword with her light yell. Hey! I really am here to negotiate a deal, not to fight a battle to the death. Did you see me killing anyone here? No. I haven't killed a single one of them. Have you seen a godfiend as gentle as me? And Lin was quite exasperated at the sight of the female fairy unleashing her finishing technique. He hurriedly pointed out this observation to her. The holy fairy maiden faltered slightly as if she was considering his words. Right at this moment, her green eyes suddenly began to turn black, and a black mist began to rise up from her miniature body. Ah! The holy fairy maiden let loose an anguished cry as she plummeted from the sky. Her golden holy sword also fell to the ground where it sliced open a massive trench of over 1,000 feet in length. And Lin blinked in confusion. What was going on? He quickly made his way to the holy fairy maiden and caught her in his hands. Hey! What's wrong with you? And Lin poked her head gently. Bastard! Release me at once. The holy fairy maiden trembled violently in Lin's palms as her eyes transitioned between green and black, while a black smoke rose up from her body, which slowly materialized into a series of small skulls. And Lin furrowed his brows. This aura, it's very similar to the aura of a sinister devil. It's just as chaotic and full of negative emotions that can reduce a living being to depravity. But it's not quite the same, as there is another unique property to the aura of the sinister devils, which is the fact that they are renounced by the world. What are you saying? This is the curse the demonic dragon placed on me before its death. The female fairy's brows were tightly furrowed as she spoke with great difficulty through gritted teeth. She could detect that Lin harbored no ill will against her, so she decided to tell him about her dire situation in the hope that he would have a solution. And Lin suddenly came to a realization. He had heard someone say something earlier about the holy fairy maiden vanquishing the demonic dragon. It looked like she was injured during that battle, and Lin was quite experienced with this power that was exuding black smoke. This type of power was extremely fearful of the power of pure yang. This was made quite obvious to him after Xiao Hong used her golden light to expel the power of the sinister devil from his body once upon a time. He thought about it for a moment before 4 different flames appeared in his hands. After being refined by the holy vermilion flame and the vermilion bird bloodline, the 4 divine flames were all extremely advanced divine flames that had a chance of evolving to become holy flames soon. He felt like his divine flames would have no problems dealing with dark powers like this. Go on, choose a flame, and Lin offered with a smile. What? The holy fairy maiden curled up into a ball with a perplexed expression on her face. Demonic star flame, great holy flame, setting moon flame, and heavenly void flame. I'm going to use one of these flames to burn you, so I'm giving you a choice of which one you would like to be burned by. My personal suggestion is the great holy flame, as it would probably have the best effect. And Lin elaborated. Holy fairy maiden, are you asking me to choose which flame I want to be cremated by? Tears welled up in the holy fairy maiden's eyes. Did the curse turn you stupid? I'm asking you to choose which flame you would like to use to expel the curse from your body. And Lin pursed his lips. The holy fairy maiden's chest constricted as she replied in rage. I'm in such a dire situation already, and you're asking me to choose a treatment method for myself. Don't you know that time is of the essence? Don't you know that patients should just listen to whatever doctors say? Just who is the stupid one here? And Lin's thoughts were different on this matter, and he provided a patient explanation. I'm a doctor who tries to be as diplomatic and respectful to my patients as much as possible. Holy fairy maiden, then I'll choose that purple flame. The holy fairy maiden pointed toward the demonic star flame as black blood trickled from the corner of her lips. The purple flame seemed to contain the light of stars and had a unique, romantic beauty. She wouldn't mind it so much if she were to be cremated by flames as beautiful as this. And Lin's lips twitched. Didn't she just say patients should just listen to doctors? Was she telling him to stick the great holy flame he had suggested up his ass? Time was quickly running out. He was sure that any of his 4 badass divine flames would do the job anyway. So he agreed to the holy fairy maiden's request and immediately activated his demonic star flame. He pressed a gigantic finger into the holy fairy maiden's stomach, and the demonic star flame transformed into the power of pure yang before flowing into the holy fairy maiden's stomach. He tried to control the injection of power to ensure his flame powers didn't hurt the holy fairy maiden. The black energy hissed and fizzled as the divine flame made contact with it. It then began to try and escape. The holy fairy maiden cheeks became quite flushed, and she moaned as her breathing accelerated. It was working, and Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately increased his power output. Slow down. The holy fairy maiden moaned tenderly as she hugged her snowy white arms around her chest with her eyes tightly shut as if she was enduring extreme pain. Endure the pain. The power of the curse is extremely stubborn, so I'll have to further elevate my power output. And Lin felt the dark power retreating and spreading through the holy fairy maiden's body with all its might. And there was even a mental disruption power that was trying to further thwart his efforts. Release the holy maiden at once, you filthy beast. Mandel and Harris couldn't hear the conversation between Lin and the female fairy, but they could see the pained expression on the holy fairy maiden's face. They immediately charged toward Lin as they thought he was performing some sort of evil ceremony. Piss off. And Lin's storage ring flashed and the 2 Gundams appeared. Harris and Mandel's breathing faltered as they stared at the 2 massive mechanical puppets that had suddenly appeared before them. They were then each greeted by the sight of a massive silver palm flying toward them. Splat! Splat! The 2 holy rank powerful beings were both slapped into the ground yet again like a pair of cannonballs. And Lin's curse expulsion had reached an extremely critical point. He had already forced the essence of the dark power into a certain spot within the holy fairy maiden's body. If he destroyed the curse within her body, there was a high probability of inflicting damage to her body. Hence, it would be best if he could force the power of the curse out of her body before exterminating it. Quick! Open your mouth, little fairy! And Lin suddenly urged. The holy fairy maiden opened a pair of bright eyes upon hearing his instruction. Her eyes had returned to their original green color, so it was clear that the divine flame was extremely effective. Open your mouth. I have to expel the curse from your body through your mouth. And Lin commanded again. An embarrassed blush appeared on the holy fairy maiden's features, but she still obliged and opened her mouth shyly to reveal a cute, pink tongue nestled between a row of tiny, pristine teeth. And Lin's eyes focused on her mouth, and he once again increased the flame power output from his fingertip to force the curse from her body once and for all. Perhaps it was due to a primal survival instinct, but in any case, the curse began to escape from the holy fairy maiden's mouth. A black, wispy lizard dragon appeared in mid-air, causing the temperatures around it to fall drastically. It was in desperate need of a host, and it immediately pounced upon Enlin. Trash! Enlin waved his hand, and the 4 divine flames instantly incinerated the curse. The holy fairy maiden crawled up in the palm of Enlin's hand with a grateful expression on her face, and she bowed lightly to Enlin. Thank you for expelling the curse from my body. You really are different from the other giant godfiends. I'm not even a giant godfiend. Enlin pursed his lips and said, I'll admit I'm here to obtain something, but I want to negotiate in exchange, not to just steal it outright. I'm here with a heart full of sincerity. The 2 Gundams returned to Enlin's storage ring after beating the crap out of Mandel and Harris. Look around yourself. Aside from those 2 over there, I haven't hurt anyone else. And Lin pointed to all the guards on the ground. The holy fairy maiden had also clearly realized this. She did not know why a fight broke out between himself and the male fairies, but he had clearly tried to refrain from senseless slaughter. With this in mind, an awkward and apologetic expression appeared on her face. I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions, Mr. Giant, and I even killed your black praying mantis in a fit of rage. I'll definitely repay you for my actions. Black praying mantis? And Lin faltered slightly before a feigned expression of heartbreak appeared on his face. Sigh. The black praying mantis was a brother who had been with me for many years. I had promised him before coming here that I would take him to explore all the wonders of the world. But it looks like I won't be able to deliver on that promise now. It's not your fault. We barged into the divine lake first after all. It's all my fault for not taking better care of it. And Lin turned his face toward the sky as if to suppress tears. The holy fairy maiden opened her tiny mouth, but she didn't know what to say. This was the first time she had ever seen such a compassionate to a giant godfiend. She had initially thought that the black praying mantis would just be an underling or servant to him. She was not expecting the giant to have such a strong attachment to it. That meant she had killed the giant's brother with her own 2 hands. Even then, the giant still didn't pin the blame on her. He even chose to save her life. I did something unforgivable. What should I do? The holy fairy maiden pursed her tiny lips as she murmured to herself under her breath. Right at this moment, Enlin brought out a 2nd-grade spirit pill with spring pill from his storage ring. Here, this spirit pill has extremely potent regenerative effects and can also nurture your consciousness, so it's extremely suitable for you in your current condition. He passed the wood spring pill to the holy fairy maiden with a smile. The holy fairy maiden extended her tiny white arms and latched onto the pill that was half the size of herself with tears flashing in her green eyes. I killed your brother, yet you're giving me such a valuable pill. She looked up at the smiling Enlin, and she suddenly felt like this giant was so gentle and kind. He was as dazzling and warm as the spring sun. She could tell from the powerful life force energy within the pill that this was definitely a divine pill. But now, the giant was giving it to her to help her recover from her injuries. Those are 2 different things. It was my fault for barging into the divine lake, so your reaction was understandable. Let's negotiate a deal while you recover from your injuries. Enlin proposed with a gentle expression. The holy fairy maiden nodded excitedly as she gnawed on the massive pill with her tiny little mouth, making her appear especially adorable. By the way, what's your name, little fairy? Enlin asked. My name is Tina. What's your name? The holy fairy maiden replied as she gnawed on the spirit pill. My name is Enlin. And I'm really not some giant godfiend. I'm just a human who is a little larger than usual. And Lin smiled. Okay. Giant and Lin. Tina nodded adorably. All the surrounding guards were rooted to the spot at the sight of their holy maiden conversing happily with the giant godfiend. What was going on? Weren't they just engaged in an earth-shattering battle? Why were they conversing like good friends now? The most dumbfounded and indignant of all the guards were none other than Mandel and Harris. They lay down on the ground like two dead fish with tears shimmering in their eyes. Why had things progressed in such an unexpected direction? Was that earth-shattering battle just an act? Was that a divine pill that the giant godfiend had given to Her Majesty? Its regenerative effects were amazing. They were injured too, why didn't they get any? They stared blankly as the most powerful being within the central city chatted joyously with a giant godfiend and heaved internal sighs of melancholy. They felt like they had probably not woken up yet and were still in a dream. And Lin was quite glad that the black praying mantis had led him here. It was all thanks to this brother that he was able to make a good impression on the Holy Fairy Maiden. Next, it was time to negotiate a deal. The Holy Fairy Maiden had powerful digestive and absorption abilities, so her injuries were almost fully recovered after consuming the wood spring pill. I can feel that my life force had increased by a great deal. Even my cultivation base, which hasn't progressed at all in a very long time, has improved by a tiny sliver. The Holy Fairy Maiden exclaimed with a joyous expression. Fairies are most sensitive to life force energy, so pills that are imbued with potent life force energy, such as the one I gave you, are especially effective for you. Congratulations, little Na. And Lin congratulated with a smile. The Holy Fairy Maiden faltered slightly before she pouted her tiny pink lips and stuck her hands on her hips. How could you call me little Na? I may be small, but I'm a fairy that has lived for over 10,000 years. And Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the Holy Fairy Maiden's enraged display. So cute. How could a 10,000-year-old fairy be so cute? Were all fairies adorable by nature? Perhaps their tiny statures accentuated their cuteness. For example, Xiao Chou was plain ugly whenever he turned bigger, but he was adorably ugly when he was in his miniature form. I'm a human who has lived for over 20,000 years, so there's no problem with me calling you little Na. And Lin smiled. Really? The Holy Fairy Maiden's blue eyes widened in shock. Of course. How else do you think I grew so big as a human? I grew up gradually over time. And Lin nodded with a serious expression. That sounds like it makes sense. The Holy Fairy Maiden nodded. A pleased smile appeared on Lin's face. Seeing as you've recovered from your injuries, let's cut to the chase. I'm here for a certain item in the central city after all. The Holy Fairy Maiden nodded and replied, All right, tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to satisfy your request. And Lin pointed to the 4 golden towers beside the divine lake. I want those 4 towers. State your price. The Holy Fairy Maiden was shocked to hear this. You want the Holy Spirit Towers? And Lin nodded. That's right. I want those Holy Spirit Towers. He didn't know what these Holy Spirit Towers were, but he knew that there was a realm essence crystal at each and every core of those towers, and they were the highest grade golden ones. A reluctant yet firm expression appeared on Tina's face as she shook her head. I can't give you those. The Holy Spirit Towers are treasures left here by Pangu when he created the Tai Chu continent. They're not very useful and can only nurture the divine lake, but they have extremely symbolic importance, so I can't give them away. And Lin pursed his lips. Pangu did indeed create the Tai Chu continent, but are you sure he created your Tai Chu continent? What do you mean by that, Giant and Lin? Isn't our continent the Tai Chu continent? Tina asked with a confused expression. And Lin brought out his phone and opened a photo app before flicking through the photos within. Have a look at these. Tina blinked her green eyes. She stared at the images on the phone with curiosity in her gaze. Ah, is that a floating continent? It's so beautiful. What place is this? The tree is so big. Are those people walking on the branches? It looks a little like the world trees recorded in the historical texts. My God, how could there be such a wide lake? It really is infinitely vast. No, That should be the ocean recorded in the historical texts. So there really are mountains that can extend into the clouds. Just how tall are they? Tina became more and more absorbed in the images. She finally raised her head after a long wish to look up at Enlin as her eyes glowed like a pair of emeralds. Giant Enlin, where did you record these images? I've never seen any of those places. Enlin smiled in reply. These photos were all taken on the Tai-Chu continent. You're lying. I don't know of such places with such beautiful scenery on the Tai-Chu continent. You must have discovered a certain mystic realm, Tina retorted. And Lin shook his head. These are all photos taken in the real Tai-Chu continent, not this place. This is the real Tai-Chu continent, a continent with no end in sight. All these photos cannot even encompass even 0.01% of the area of the real Tai-Chu continent. In comparison to the real Tai-Chu continent, this continent is like a lake trying to compare itself to an ocean. No, it's like a pond trying to compare itself to the ocean. Tina's body shuddered, and she only came to her senses after a few seconds as she shook her head in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. This continent has close to 1,000 nations and is home to countless races. It's such a gigantic world. So how could it be as small as you proclaim it to be? And Lin heaved a light, forlorn sigh. You call this a world? This is a cage completely sealed off by glacial lands in which you can travel from one side to another in a single day. From the information I've gathered, I can tell you that this world can indeed be referred to as the Tai-Chu continent, but it's a constantly crumbling Tai-Chu continent. And this world, which you all live in, is only a small fragment of the constantly crumbling Tai-Chu continent. You've never walked out of this tiny world, so how would you know just how vast the world is? Tina stared at Enlin with a vacant expression, as if she had been stunned by his words. She began to shake her head again after a long pause. No, it's not real, you're lying to me. Enlin rolled his eyes. What do I have to gain from lying to you? The 4 Holy Spirit Towers. The whole reason you're telling me all this is so that you can convince me that these Holy Spirit Towers aren't treasures left behind by Pangu, right? Tina retorted stubbornly. Holy fuck. She's right. Her logic is watertight. You call these Holy Spirit Towers? These are actually called Realm Essence Crystals, and there are countless Realm Essence Crystals like this on a crumbling continent. I came to this world to collect Realm Essence Crystals, and they're nowhere near as valuable as you think they are. Besides, Pangu wouldn't be so bored as to toss Realm Essence Crystals all over this world for fun. And Lin continued. How could that be? Tina's body swayed unsteadily. Why is it that I'm so powerful, yet you've only just heard of me today as if I had appeared from thin air? That's because I came from the true Tai-Chu continent. And Lin dealt a further blow to Tina. You could have been hiding away in the mountains and only just re-emerged into the world. Tina retorted stubbornly as her worldview still hadn't been completely shattered. And Lin sighed lightly. Looks like I'll have to show you some evidence. Come on out, my treasures. He yelled lightly as silver light flashed from his storage ring. Come on out, my spirit pills and spirit fruits. Hundreds of spirit pills and spirit fruits instantly appeared before Tina. Tina's mouth gaped open in shock. Such powerful energy fluctuations. They're all divine rank treasures. Hundreds of divine pills and divine fruits. Divine pills and divine fruits were extremely rare in this world. The divine pills and divine fruits Lin released was many times more than she had seen in her entire life. Come on out, my spirit tools. 36 spirit tools instantly appeared in mid-air, all of them radiating energy fluctuations. Tina drew a sharp intake of breath. These weapons, their energy fluctuations are even more powerful than divine tools. They're all holy tools. She looked down at her own golden longsword with undisguised shock on her face. Her golden longsword was a first-rate holy tool that had been passed down for many generations. But right now, there were many weapons before her that radiated energy fluctuations that rivaled her golden longsword, and Lin was quite pleased with Tina's reaction, but there was more to come. Come on out, my immortal fruits, immortal pills and immortal tools. From Enlin's storage ring came one 7th grade Immortal pill Spirit Regeneration pill, another 7th grade Immortal pill Yin Yang Energy pill, 3 8th grade Immortal fruits Golden Immortal fruits, 1 3rd grade Immortal fruit Netherblood fruit, 1 1st grade Serene Attaining grass, Fire Blood Divine tree, Deathly Realm flower, Ethereal Spirit bone, Demonic blood globe, Sacred ice lotus, and Ghostly crystal armor. On top of that, there was the elementary rank Immortal tool Heart Lotus ice sword, high rank Immortal tool Heavenly frost shard, high rank Immortal tool Realm piercing nail, and high rank Immortal tool Divine flame bead. A series of extraordinary treasures appeared while heaven and earth trembled as a vast array of phenomena manifested themselves. The holy fairy maiden's mouth gaped open even wider as she stared incredulously at the treasures laid out before her. From the energy fluctuations exuded by these items, all of them were beyond her realm of comprehension, as they were all above holy rank. She had never even seen a single item of such an unfathomable rank in her life. But there was a bunch of them laid out before her at this very instant. How could this be? Tina shook her head and long golden hair fanned out like waves around her, just like the waves surging through her heart. What are these? And how do you have so many of them? And Lin replied with a slight smile. These are all the treasures I've collected on the real Taichu continent. There are many items that are more powerful and more valuable on the real Taichu continent than what you see here. These are the worst items in my collection. Tina's body trembled when she heard this. She opened her mouth, but tears began to flow down her face before she even had a chance to speak. Finally, her worldview had been completely crushed and pulverized by all the extraordinary treasures laid out before her. Wah! Tina began to weep as she said, So I've been a frog at the bottom of the well this entire time. Tina's worldview was thus completely broken down, and she too broke down in tears. Tears flowed down her cheeks like a string of tiny pearls glowing under the light of the sun. And Lin stowed away all the blinding treasures in the air and rubbed Tina's tiny head with his finger in consolation. All right, don't cry. It's just a little bigger than your world. What is there to cry about? Tina wiped her tears as she continued to sob. But it's not just a little bit, it's countless times bigger than my world. And I ignorantly believed this lie for over 10,000 years. What? I'm weeping at my own stupidity. And Lin felt like it was best to remain silent and wait for her to release all her emotions. Anyone would have negative emotions after finding out their world was actually just a pathetic little cage. This rang even more true for the proud holy fairy maiden, who had finally managed to reach the pinnacle of this world after 10,000 years of hard work, only to find that it was all just a joke. This was like a scholar slaving away for years to reach the pinnacle of their field, only to have it revealed to them that they had actually only become the top student in their kindergarten. We have an ancestral decree passed down from generation, which states that we fairies must make it our duty to maintain the order of the entire Taichu continent. We have been following this decree for generation after generation and referring to ourselves as the guardians of the Taichu continent. Thinking about it now, what a sick joke all this has been. Tina wept. It's not a joke. You were at least able to maintain order and protect this continent. You can be proud of your title as the guardian of the Taichu continent. And Lin said as he consoled her. Tina stared up at Lin before suddenly conceding. I'm willing to negotiate a deal for the Holy Spirit Towers with you. And Lin's eyes lit up after hearing this. You've made up your mind? Tina nodded. There aren't any rules that state that these Holy Spirit Towers cannot be traded. On top of that, they don't have any function other than to maintain the Divine Lake. The Divine Lake isn't really all that useful in itself and can be replaced by many other forbidden areas. If I can make the central city a better place, then it wouldn't matter if I swap them off. All right then, you've seen all the treasures that I have. What do you need? And Lin asked with a smile. I want 5 holy pills imbued with extremely potent life force energy, 3 small and nimble holy rank weapons, and their crimson tree with the long roots. Is that okay? Tina's voice became quieter as she spoke. It was as if she felt like she was asking for too much, but this was how all negotiations started off. One side proposed some lofty demands, and the equilibrium would then slowly be found through bartering. And Lin stroked his chin as he considered her conditions. 5 spirit pills, 3 spirit tools, and the fire blood divine tree. These weren't really lofty demands, and it was within his acceptable range. Tina was a little uneasy and embarrassed as she looked at Lin's furrowed brows. She quickly amended her conditions. That crimson tree can be planted to become a new cultivation paradise that can replace the Holy Spirit towers. Hence, I don't want to back down on that tree, but all the other items are negotiable. There's no need for further negotiations. I accept your terms. And Lin smiled. Ha! Tina stared at Lin with disbelief in her eyes. A deal was reached just like that, without any bartering. And Lin had saved her life, for which she was very thankful, so she was willing to exchange the Holy Spirit towers even if it was just for that divine tree. But she didn't expect Lin to agree to her conditions without any further bartering. Thus, the deal was made. Tina began to evacuate the people within the Holy Spirit towers before Lin pulled the 4 towers out from the ground and broke through the exterior structures to reveal the dazzling core inside. The Golden Realm essence crystals glowed brightly and were around 1 meter each in length. They looked like spirit stones, but they gave off an extremely unique energy fluctuation, which made the space around them more viscous. All the people gathered around the divine lake were all dumbstruck by the scenes unfolding before their eyes. The giant god-fiend pulled out all the Holy Spirit towers, and the Holy Maiden was helping him out in the process. However, they soon realized what was going on. The giant god-fiend brought out 5 holy pills, 3 huge holy tools, and a strange-looking crimson tree, all of which he offered to the Holy Maiden before she stored them away in her storage tool. So, they were negotiating a deal? This giant god-fiend is different from all the giant god-fiends we've encountered before. Not only is his appearance very close to a human's, but he also possesses extremely high intelligence, combat prowess, as well as a hoard of powerful treasures. Not even the Holy Maiden was able to defeat him in battle, so a peaceful resolution is the best result for us. That tree looks like an extraordinary item, and he brought out so many holy pills and holy tools too. Why do I feel like the giant god-fiend was swindled? That's because you weren't here when the giant god-fiend released all his treasures. All those extraordinary treasures earlier made me doubt my life, just as everyone was discussing among themselves. And Lin's deal with the Holy Maiden had already concluded. The 3 spirit tools he gave her were the Ice Shard, Snowflake Spike, and the Frost Pin, all of which were small and nimble spirit tools Lin was averse to using but were extremely suitable for someone as tiny as Tina, so it was a win-win situation. Tina held the 2 snowflake spikes in her hands with a joyful expression. The spikes were even taller than herself. They came in a set of 2, one was blue while the other was white. Basically, it was the equivalent of getting 2 holy tools for the price of 1. I'll give these to Manel and Harris. They are the most powerful guardians of the central city, after all, and these weapons would be perfect for them. Tina decided. She then began to look around before her expression shifted drastically. Mandel, Harris, what are you 2 still doing in those craters? Tears instantly flowed down both their faces. My God, Her Majesty finally noticed us. And Lin needed a quiet place at which he could absorb the realm essence crystals. Tina led him to an evergreen forbidden area where life force energy was particularly rich. There were also guards outside who barred others from entry. And Lin sat down on the grass before bringing out the 4 realm essence crystals. The system mission stipulated that he had to obtain and absorb 10 golden realm essence crystals within a month. After that, he would receive the embryonic body of the war god. He didn't know what that was, but he could tell it was definitely going to be some ultra hacks just from its name alone. And Lin released his 2 Gundams from his storage ring as his personal guardians before beginning to activate his cultivation method in order to absorb the energy within the realm essence crystals. An unfathomable power flowed from the crystals into his body before fusing into his blood, his organs, his skeletal structure, as well as his meridians. He was a little shocked. Maybe his constitution really was special. He felt that normal people would be completely unable to absorb the energy within the realm essence crystals, but the cultivation method he was using allowed him to absorb the energy within with ease. The process wasn't a very fast one, and he required around an hour to absorb each Golden Realm essence crystal. Tina rallied the guardians of the central city together to distribute the holy pills and holy tools as well as to plant the fire blood divine tree. When Enlin finished absorbing the 4 crystals, the mission taskbar reached 40% completion. There was no change within his body, so he didn't know what effect the absorbed energy had. Enlin took a deep breath before slowly opening his eyes, upon which he discovered Tina sitting on a rock across from him. Her white dress fluttered like cloud and mist in the wind as specks of golden light sprinkled down from her wings. She supported her chin with her hands as she fixed her dainty gaze on Enlin. I didn't know the power of the Holy Spirit towers could be absorbed like that. Her crisp voice sounded like the chirping of a small bird. Enlin looked down at the realm essence crystal, which had been reduced into a pile of white powder at his feet. Where I came from, this stuff is known as realm essence crystals. Not only are there golden ones, but there are also white, green, blue, and red ones too. If you have any of them, you can exchange for things with me. Tina shook her head with a smile. I don't, unfortunately. From what I know, these are the only crystals within the central city. If that's the case, then it's time for me to leave, Enlin said in a light voice. You're leaving? To the outside world. Tina's voice undulated as she looked at Enlin. Enlin nodded. That's right. I'm going into the outside world where the horizons are broader. But the continent is surrounded by glacial lands. Not one person has been able to cross that place, and there's a strong probability you'll be frozen to death if you try. Tina didn't say Enlin would die for sure, because he was more powerful than anyone else on this entire continent. That's just a possibility. I'm very confident in my own strength, and it's not my style to stop exploring just because it might be dangerous. Enlin looked into the sky, and the light of the setting sun painted him a glorious golden color. He turned to look down at Tina with a smile. The world is so big. I'll miss out on a lot of scenery if I remain in one place. Therefore, I have to leave. Tina looked up at the giant before her, and her eyes shone like gemstones. Little Na, I'm going to leave now. Enlin bade farewell to Tina before summoning his black brick. Wait! Tina's beautiful voice sounded from behind him. Enlin turned with a puzzled expression. What is it? The scenery you showed me on that rectangular device. Was it all real? Tina clenched her fists tightly. Enlin chuckled lightly. It's all real. I have no reason to lie to you. Then, can you take me with you? Tina pursed her lips and stared up at Enlin with her sparkling eyes. Enlin was taken aback by her words and also stared back blankly at her. I want to see the big, wide world as well. I want to see new scenery, and I want to see just how spectacular the world is, Tina said with a resolute expression as a scorching desire burned in her eyes. What about your central city? Enlin asked hesitantly. I've been in this city and on this continent for 10,000 years, and all I want to do is to leave here. My cousin is already at the pinnacle of divine rank. She is powerful enough to take my place, Tina replied. So she's just going to dump all her responsibilities on her cousin? Enlin hesitated momentarily before nodding. All right, I'll take you along for the ride. Thank you. Giant Enlin, you really are a good person. Tina spread her arms and wings wide as she flew toward Enlin's chest. Splat. Tina's tiny body crashed into Enlin's chest in what could barely be passed off as a hug. Enlin also wanted to hug her in response, but he was worried he might accidentally crush Tina to death. Wait for me here. I'm going to assign some duties, Tina yelled excitedly. Enlin nodded with a smile before settling down to wait. News of the Holy Fairy Maiden stepping down and that she was to be replaced by her cousin soon spread like wildfire throughout the entire central city. All the residents were shocked and unable to understand why this was happening. The higher-ups of the central city were also extremely opposed to her decision. However, the two holy rank guardians of the central city, Mandel and Harris, were in full support of the decision, citing the notion that Tina had a much greater destiny to fulfill than to just stay here for the rest of her life. The Holy Fairy Maiden was also very firm in her decision, and she bestowed her holy tool upon her before holding a coronation for her on the very same day. Under the gaze of several tens of thousands of people, Melody raised the holy sword high above her head as white light descended upon her from the sky. At that very moment, Melody became the new holy maiden of the fairy clan. Night fell. Tina appeared before Enlin again, having relieved herself of all her titles and responsibilities. Her wings glowed with a light golden light in the night sky, making her especially beautiful. Her white dress flowed out around her like a refreshing white lotus blossoming in the night. "Sorry for making you wait, Giant Enlin. We can depart now." Tina smiled. Enlin summoned his black brick and sat onto it before patting the spot beside him. "Come on." Tina spread her wings and flashed through the air before landing on Enlin's shoulder. Grabbing onto Enlin's hair with her tiny hand, she said, "I'll stand here so that I can see farther ahead." Enlin. Thus, the two of them flew toward the border of the continent during the night. This continent really was tiny, as it only took Enlin 6 hours to reach the border. At the border, he was greeted by the sight of an icy blue world. They flew through the air as if they were massive walls that created a barrier between the continent and the glacial lands. There was no end in sight of the glacial lands, and he didn't know what the blue gases in the night sky were. However, he did catch sight of a few living creatures that accidentally ventured into the glacial lands before being frozen into ice sculptures. Enlin considered the situation for a short moment before meditating on the spot. "Huh? What is it? Aren't we going to go in now?" Tina asked curiously. "Didn't you say these were glacial lands? We should wait for the noon sun, so that it will at least be warmer before we venture any further." Tina, seems legit. The two of them then began to play a waiting game. Enlin cooked 100 steamers of stuffed buns with his frying pan during this time. He then placed the cooked stuffed buns into his storage ring. Puzzled, Tina watched the entire process while having no idea what Enlin was doing. However, she could tell from the alluring scent escaping from the steamers that the stuffed buns should be quite delicious. After a long while, Enlin's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled out the vermilion bird mirror before asking it a question. "Mirror, mirror in my hand, can you tell me if there are any good ways to cross through these glacial lands?" "I don't know." The vermilion bird mirror's reply was extremely straightforward. Splat. Enlin hurled the mirror onto the ground in rage. "Didn't you say you were knowledgeable about all things? Why do you always reply with, 'I don't know,' whenever I ask you a question? What use do I have for you?" "That's false. I did provide an answer to one of your questions, which is, 'You're not the most handsome man in the world,'" the vermilion bird mirror retorted in an enraged, tender voice. "Enlin, wow, what's this? It looks very interesting." Tina flew toward the mirror with a curious expression before stroking its smooth surface. "Little girl, I can tell that you are about to be struck by bad fortune. I advise you to stay away from that man in order to ensure your own safety," the vermilion bird mirror told Tina. Enlin's lips twitched. "Didn't you say you didn't know how to tell fortunes?" "I won't tell your fortune," the vermilion bird mirror replied. Enlin suddenly had an urge to smash the mirror. Wait, no. He had already tried to smash it once. But it won't break. The mirror was more impact-resistant than he expected. Should he smash it again? Clatter. Enlin immediately smashed the vermilion bird mirror into the ground again. A string of words appeared on the surface of the mirror. "The wheel of fortune is constantly turning. You may smash me now, but I may be the one smashing you soon." Clatter, clatter, clatter. Enlin unleashed a combo on the mirror with a cold sneer on his face. "You need to be taught a lesson." The suns, of which there were two, slowly crawled over the horizon. One of them was gold while the other one was red. They were like twin brothers leaping out from below the horizon together before rising high into the sky to bathe the continent in boundless light and warmth. Enlin was a bit confused. How did the gravity work here to allow the two suns to coexist? Noon soon struck. The blue gases at the border of the continent really did seem to recede quite significantly. However, he didn't really know if this was due to the sunlight making them less prominent to the eye, or if they had actually receded. Enlin stood up and stretched lazily. Let's set off. Her cousin? Enlin stood up before walking toward the glacial lands. Tina stood on Enlin's shoulder and unleashed a defensive spell technique that enveloped herself and Enlin in the form of a white film of light. Enlin was a little baffled. What are you doing? I'm keeping out the cold, why? Tina responded with a quizzical expression. Don't waste too much vital energy. We don't know how long we need to go through these glacial lands before emerging on the other side. Save your defensive spell technique for when we're unable to endure the cold any longer. Enlin advised. Oh. Tina retracted her defensive spell technique obediently, while thinking to herself that Enlin was full of knowledge and had indeed accumulated experience over 20,000 years. Enlin poked a finger through the border of the continent, and the glacial lands and the power of extreme frost settled around his finger. All the blue gas seemed to have detected something, and they all converged on Enlin's finger. Enlin didn't try to avoid them. Instead, he allowed the blue gas to settle around his finger. The power of extreme frost immediately threatened to freeze his finger solid, and a series of cracks sounded from the air under as the very air froze before a shattering. The power of extreme frost from the blue gas was akin to the effect of a soul formation stage cultivator unleashing an ice-type spell technique on him. Enlin harumphed coldly as the great holy flame appeared on his finger, which instantly burned away all the blue gas around his finger. He nodded at this observation. It appeared that his divine flames would be able to eradicate the blue gas. He then tossed a small ball of fire into the glacial lands. However, the blue gas dodged into the distance instead of converging on the flames. It appeared that the blue gas would only converge upon living creatures. Enlin paused for a moment before taking a deep breath. He then entered the glacial lands with Tina on his shoulder. He and Tina were both set upon by an intense, chilling sensation upon entering the glacial lands. Under such low temperatures, even a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator wouldn't be able to last a few minutes. Tina instinctively tried to use her defensive spell technique, but she suppressed her urge to do so after recalling Enlin's words of wisdom. Enlin continued onward on his black brick, and the blue gas around him immediately tried to converge upon him. However, he managed to outrun the blue gas with his speed. As they entered deeper into the glacial lands, the blue gas became a part of the air, so there was no way to avoid it. They could only endure the cold now. Enlin felt as if his whole body had been submerged by the power of extreme frost. It relentlessly seeped into his body, threatening to freeze his blood and meridians solid. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp itch in his ear. "Hey! Why did you go into my ear?" Enlin exclaimed. "Cold, so cold." Tina shivered uncontrollably as she curled herself up in a ball in Enlin's ear. Enlin? Tina couldn't endure the cold anymore, so she unleashed a defensive spell technique that encompassed herself and Enlin. Enlin told her he could still hold on, so she could just use the defensive spell technique on herself. As they continued onward, the temperatures became lower and lower while the blue gas became denser and denser. After advancing for close to 10 kilometers, Enlin finally couldn't bear it anymore. He unleashed the great holy flame to protect himself and Tina, and at the same time, he swallowed a blood spirit pill. To his surprise, the great holy flame fizzled out after less than 5 kilometers. Enlin had no choice but to bring out his demonic star flame, followed by his setting moon flame, and then his heavenly void flame. Tina stared at the vast expanse of blue gas with no end in sight and began to repeat the same few words over and over again. "We're going to die, we're going to die." Enlin's lips twitched after hearing these familiar words. Why was she relentlessly repeating that right by his ear? He felt like he had a sinister female ghost sitting on his shoulder while cursing him relentlessly. "We're going to die, we're going to die." This experience was not a fucking good one. Boom. Before they knew it, they suddenly stumbled into a certain pitch-black domain. The terrifying power of extreme frost in the air instantly pierced through the defenses of the 4 divine flames. Enlin activated his origin energy of the netherworld without hesitation and materialized all 4 divine flames again through the power boost he received. Retreat was not an option. He could only continue onward. "Hold on tight." He spread open his wings of wind and accelerated in an explosive manner as he flew forward with all his might. Tina latched tightly onto Enlin's ear while her intricate features paled as she stared around at the endless expanse of darkness around him. Not long after this, a huge thump rang out as Enlin crashed into a barrier. Enlin immediately pulled out his evil-slaying sword before slashing down upon the barrier before him. Boom! A black sword projection struck the barrier but was unable to inflict any damage. A boundless power of extreme frost began to erode his divine flames as they threatened to break through. A thought suddenly occurred to Enlin. He quickly summoned his realm-piercing nail before reciting a mantra. This high-rank immortal tool was the most potent for breaking through spatial barriers. Break through! Enlin roared and the realm-piercing nail shot forth before colliding into the barrier with extreme penetrative power. A crimson streak flashed through the darkness before shattering the barrier standing in Enlin's way. Boom! The light of day flooded in and lit up the darkness. Without any hesitation, Enlin charged for the crack in the barrier and arrived in a new world. The pressure around him fell away, and although it was still quite cold, there was no longer that fearsome power of extreme frost lingering in the air that threatened to freeze him solid. When his origin energy of the netherworld dissipated, he half knelt on the ground in exhaustion. He turned to look behind him only to find that the crack in the barrier had been sealed. Tina was also staring at the barrier behind her. Her body swayed slightly as if she had verified something before tears flowed from her eyes. In front of her was an infinitely vast black barrier with no end in sight. The black barrier was slightly warped as if it contained something extremely gigantic. She knew that what was contained within was the continent that she had always thought to be the entire world. Tina turned her gaze in the opposite direction to find a series of mountain ranges with no end in sight. Icy blue snow floated in the air, and the sky above was a mix of blue and purple. So the world really is extremely vast. Tina stared blankly at the scenery in the distance as tears flowed down her face. Quit marveling at everything. Help me up and warm me with a spell technique. Enlin's teeth chattered. The after effect of using the origin energy of the netherworld rendered him temporarily unable to circulate his vital energy, and he immediately became a lot more susceptible to the cold. Tina came to her senses before turning to Enlin with a shocked expression. It was as if she was shocked that even giant Enlin had such vulnerable moments. She immediately cast a warm film of light over Enlin before materializing a big hand in the air. With the big hand, she picked him up as they flew toward the mountain ranges in the distance. After flying out from the glacial lands, Tina was greeted by the sight of a series of barren mountain ranges that were completely devoid of life. Ah, the outside world isn't that pretty after all. She pursed her lips in disappointment, and Lin rolled his eyes. The world is massive. It can't be comprised entirely of beautiful scenery. Oh, it looks like there's something there. Let's go have a look. Tina flew excitedly in a certain direction with Enlin in tow. A from the air under something? Or the sentence is wrong. B. Break through the barrier or break through his flames. I'm imagining him as a person fully covered in flames. Little Nah, don't get so worked up and stop running around like a headless chicken. I'm still suffering from debilitating after effects. Can we rest and recover first? And Lin was not very happy about being dragged around by a large hand that materialized from vital energy. Don't worry, their auras aren't that powerful. In fact, they're only heaven rank at most. Tina's eyes lit up as if she had discovered something extremely interesting. And Lin rolled his eyes. Stop it with the heaven rank. Don't bring your hierarchy over here. He narrowed his eyes as he tried to get a closer look at the figures in the distance. However, it was too far away, and he could only barely make out that the figures seemed to be humanoid. Ah, so many giant godfiends. Tina cried in surprise, and Lin could also see them clearly now, and he discovered that they were a group of humans with thick black fur all over their bodies. Correct. They were humans, not apes. All the humans turned around. They were clearly taken aback by the sight of Enlin, and they charged toward Enlin and Tina with their mouths wide open to reveal their sharp fangs. There were about 100 of these creatures, and their auras were all around 7th or 8th stage Dao body. Can I kill them? Tina asked, and Lin shook his head. Leave them be. They don't pose any threat to us. Anyway, we should conserve our energy, so let's keep going. He only used the origin energy of the netherworld for a short time, so the effective duration of the aftereffects should be quite short too. Tina continued to move into the mountain ranges in search of a place to rest. However, they discovered that their environment had become more and more dangerous as they progressed onward. All types of poisonous gases were being released from the ground below, which was teeming with poisonous creatures such as huge spiders, scorpions, and black pythons. All of them had one shared characteristic: black fur that ran along their entire body. Their black fur seemed to be sucking away the light of the sun, making the ground below appear like a mass of moving, inky black tar. All these creatures were extremely dangerous, and they would often spit poison up at Lin and Tina. Tina had expended a lot of energy after crossing through the glacial lands, and she was getting a little irritated by the fact that she had to constantly be on her guard to fend off the creatures around them. Flaming vultures, crimson blood-sucking vampires, demonic falcons, all manners of terrifying creatures swooped in on Tina. Why are all the creatures in this world so terrifying? Why are they all so big, so strong, so disgusting, and so unfriendly? Tina grumbled as she looked down at the sinister creatures and the barren, poisonous world below her with an expression of indignation and vexation on her face. Are the images on that rectangular item fake? Where is the beautiful scenery? Where are the cute little animals? She turned to Lin with a resentful expression that looked as if she had been scammed. Lin explained with an exasperated sigh, all the images on my phone are images of the Tai Chu continent, not this crumbling continent. To be honest, I have no clue what this continent is like either. Tina pouted and harumphed lightly as she surveyed the world around her. Even though it was a hideous world, there were still things that attracted her attention. Wow, what a huge mountain! Tina gasped as she switched directions to fly toward a yellow mountain. Lin looked at the mountain to find that it was only around 1,000 feet tall. Its steepness was perhaps slightly worthy of note, but it really couldn't be referred to as tall. Ignorant people are always quick to exclaim in surprise at everything they see. Tina flew toward the mountain with Lin in tow. Since there were no poisonous gases emanating from the mountain, nor any disgusting creatures crawling on its sides, she planned to make this their temporary resting place. Right at this moment, a pair of red eyes suddenly appeared on the top half of the mountain, immediately following which the mountain rumbled and split open to reveal a cavernous mouth on its side that threatened to swallow Tina and Lin. Ah! Tina screeched as she ran away with Lin in tow. The massive mountain was able to extend its neck. Like a massive python, it shot forth toward them. From Tina's perspective, it looked like a mountainous mouth that was trying to bite her. She had never encountered a situation like this, and her face paled in fear. Don't panic. It's large in mass, but it's no match for you. Lin yelled. Tina instinctively unleashed a fairy light cannon. The white beam of light exploded within the mountain's cavernous mouth with a resounding boom, lighting up the dark interior within. The massive mountain trembled and quaked before retreating. Lin heaved a sigh of relief. The mountain was roughly around Soul Formation initial stage, while Tina was at the Soul Formation pinnacle stage. Lin was embarrassed for her lack of composure against a much weaker opponent. Tina stared at the retreating mountain in bewilderment as she murmured to herself, "It's so big, but how is it so weak? Who gave you the idea that there was a direct correlation between size and strength?" Lin snapped. "You," Tina replied. Lin, just when the two of them were about to leave, the sky above them suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, countless inky black rifts split open in the air with no end in sight. From Lin's perspective, the black rifts had a radius of close to 10 kilometers. The rifts enshrouded the entire sky like a gigantic black net. An extremely inky black liquid then began to ooze out from the rifts. The liquid was extremely thick and dark, and they descended toward the ground like inky black saber shards. What's this?" Tina extended a hand toward the inky black liquid to see what it was. and Lin was given a fright at the sight of her action. "That's dangerous. Don't touch the liquid." And Lin had been cemented in Tina's heart as an extremely knowledgeable and experienced senior. So she immediately withdrew her hand from the black liquid at Lin's behest. The huge mountain below seemed to be cowering in fear. It shrunk itself to be as small as possible while a golden film of light appeared over the mountain like a giant umbrella. The black liquid descended to the ground and cut through the ground with zero resistance, creating a series of terrifying fissures in the ground like a hot knife through butter. Some of the creatures on the ground didn't have enough time to evade the black liquid. Their bodies were sliced open as they wailed in anguish. What is that liquid?" Tina's face was pale from fear. She couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from the black liquid, yet it contained extremely devastating destructive power. If it wasn't for Lin's timely word of caution, her hand would have most likely been chopped off. This is the power of chaos spilling into the world. This crumbling world can no longer maintain its stability. And Lin sighed. From the information he was given, he knew that the land mass of this continent was less than 1% of the Taichu continent. Most of its land mass had been reduced to nothingness, and it looked like this place was in the process of being reduced to nothingness as well. Tina unleashed her movement techniques to evade the black liquid raining down from above. Even though the mountain below them was simply too massive to remain completely unscathed, its umbrella of golden light shielded it from some of the black liquid. Right at this moment, an extremely massive rift suddenly appeared in the sky. The massive rift was dumping a huge amount of black liquid that flowed like a small waterfall over the mountain, which immediately sliced through the golden umbrella of light. The black liquid sliced through the mountain like a knife through tofu, cutting it cleanly in half. The mountain didn't even have the chance to make a sound before its body was sliced in half. White liquid gushed out like a flood in a huge quantity. That was probably its blood. The remnants of the huge mountain were then dismembered by the rest of the black liquid falling from the sky, and it was soon reduced to countless pieces. Tina's body trembled slightly. In her eyes, the black liquid exuded an extremely terrifying deadly aura, which enveloped her entire body. Fortunately, this calamity did not last for a long time. The restorative power of heaven and earth suddenly swept through the air and sealed all the black rifts in the sky. Peace and serenity resumed. Everything below them had been exterminated. It was as if the black liquid were a type of divine retribution that had cleansed the world below of all life force. However, the bottomless fissures on the ground suddenly began to seal over, like wounds that were slowly regenerating, before returning to its original state. Vitality once again returned to the mass of dismembered creatures below as they began to squirm and crawl. So this is what it's like when it rains in the outside world. So scary. So scary. Tina muttered to herself repeatedly. And Lin? How did she even make that connection? Did she even listen to his explanation? So scary, but so exciting. Tina's trembling voice was suddenly tinged with a hint of excitement. And Lin? Did she just awaken the adrenaline junkie within herself? A black fur that covered their body? Or running along the spine like a stripe? Or just the entire back of their body? On a certain plateau within the ancient Taichu realm, an inky true demon with twin horns and a pair of bat wings growing out from its back tore a West Sea ancient demon into shreds. Ha ha ha! The realm essence crystals are mine. The true demon held the storage ring of the ancient monster in its hand as its crimson eyes glowed with bloodlust. It counted the green crystals scattered all over the ground to find that there were 16 in total. On the summit of a snowy mountain 15 kilometers away, a short girl in a pink dress opened her yellow eyes and stared in a certain direction. Her eyes were as sharp as a falcon's. She huddled over slightly as she drew her pink longbow. 16 green realm essence crystals. That's the equivalent of 480,000 spirit stones. And there are 2 storage rings from the soul formation stage cultivators to be grabbed as well. Divine technique. Spatial demon-slaying arrow. Vital energy surged violently before materializing into a pink arrow, which continued to gather energy as it hung in the air. She possessed the bloodline of the mythological beast Kuan Peng. Therefore, she also possessed its ability, eyes of the Kuan Peng, that allowed her to lock onto and survey targets that were at huge distances away from her. Coupled with her extraordinary marksmanship, this was a sure kill combo. The true demon in the distance was already her third target. The true demon hummed a joyful song and stowed the realm essence crystals into its storage ring, like a proud farmer harvesting some radishes. After plucking out the final radish, it heaved a pleased sigh as a satisfied smile appeared on its face. Right at this moment, it suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. It instinctively turned around and buried its head behind its arms in response to the strong sense of impending death. Whoosh! A pink arrow pierced through the air in a dazzling, pink trajectory before crashing into the true demon's arms. The terrifying power imbued within the arrow instantly tore its arms apart before striking into its head. Boom! The explosion of energy pulverized the ground in a radius of a kilometer, and a small mushroom cloud rose into the air. What a shot! The woman complimented herself with a buoyant smile as she leaped onto a cloud before flying toward the site of the explosion. At the center of the explosion, the true demon's powerful body had already been charred completely black, and its head was nowhere to be seen. Time to collect my reward? The woman picked up the 2 storage rings on the ground with a delighted grin and was just about to depart. Right at this moment, a towering film of water suddenly rose up around her in a radius of 1,000 feet. A huge seahorse holding a silver spear with lightning revolving around its body appeared 500 meters away. Well done, Turtle Priest. Not only did you predict the right direction, you even got the timing spot on as well. The space beside the huge seahorse warped immediately, following which a sea turtle 30 feet in size appeared with a golden stone in its mouth. Humph! You'll pay with your life for killing one of us West sea monsters. Pop! The turtle suddenly spat out the green stone toward the woman in the pink dress. The woman immediately tried to escape into the other direction. Melee combat was not her forte, and she had just expended too much energy in launching that arrow. Hence, she was no match in her current condition against these 2 soul formation final stage West sea monsters. Hee, you think you can escape? The seahorse sneered coldly before its body transformed into a bolt of lightning that streaked toward the woman at an alarming speed. At this moment, Lin and Tina finally managed to struggle their way out from the poisonous realm in which they were situated, only to find themselves on a certain plateau. Phew! The scenery is decent here, let's take a rest. And Lin really couldn't be bothered stumbling around anymore. He immediately sat down on the ground to meditate after swallowing a blood spirit pill. He had mostly recovered from the after effect of using the origin energy of the netherworld, but he was still unable to engage in battle. Hence, he decided to recover here until the negative after effects subsided. You call this a decent scenery? Tina glowered at him with her hands on her hips. There isn't even any greenery here. It's all dark, barren ground. How is this decent scenery? And Lin pursed his lips. Then, do you want to go back? Tina. And Lin closed his eyes to meditate. A long while later, a series of resounding booms suddenly erupted in the distance. Wow! Giant and Lin. Look! There are extremely powerful creatures battling 5 kilometers from here. Tina exclaimed with excitement. Quiet down. Unleash a concealment technique on us. The creatures of this world may not take kindly to people spectating their battles. And Lin rolled his eyes at Tina. Tina obediently unleashed a holy fairy concealment technique at Lin's behest. Wow! That seahorse and turtle are so strong. That giant god fiend is about to be overwhelmed. Tina marveled, and Lin raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this. Giant god fiend? Does the giant god fiend have any wings, horns, tails, or anything like that? Wings? Horns? Tails? Giant god fiends don't have anything like that. Oh, right, she looks a lot like you. She wears clothes, and she looks a lot like a human, Tina continued, and Lin stood up and turned his eyes toward the direction Tina was pointing to. He saw lightning and waves surging in the distance. However, the battle was taking place 5 kilometers away, so he was unable to see the participants in the battle very clearly. That giant god fiend just got struck by another bolt of lightning and it's coming toward us. Should we hide ourselves to avoid being swept up in the battle? Tina asked, and Lin paused for a moment before shaking his head firmly. So be it, let's fight. There was a great chance that the giant godfiend Tina was referring to was a human, which meant they might be a member of the heavenly court. And Lin obviously wasn't going to stand by idly while a member of the heavenly court was being chased down before his eyes. He couldn't battle, but his 2 Gundams could battle in his stead. Right at this moment, the woman in the pink dress was already less than 2 kilometers away from Lin. She was in an extremely disheveled state with a head of long black hair that was slightly curled from being electrocuted and a tattered, blood-stained dress that revealed a section of her well-proportioned legs. Gundam 1. Gundam 2. Trap that seahorse and sea turtle. And Lin's storage ring flashed, and 2 gallant mechanical puppets appeared in midair. And Lin and Tina had already withdrawn their concealment spell techniques, so the woman in the distance could already see them and hope reignited in her eyes. And Lin recognized the woman. Wang Xuanzhan had introduced her to him as Lu Chuchu. Lu Chuchu was an upper-class woman 13 years his senior. She was currently at the soul formation pinnacle stage, and her portrait could be found in the university famous persons register as she was one of the most powerful students in the history of the university. And Lin, this is great. I didn't expect to meet you here. Come on. Let's kill these 2 shitty sea monsters. Lu Chuchu instantly recognized Lin, and her eyes lit up as she yelled excitedly. She was very confident in Lin's abilities, and she immediately turned around to launch a counterattack against the sea monsters. Seahorse turtle. You 2 bastards chased me over half a plateau. Now it's time for you to face your death. She turned around before unleashing a bombardment of arrows toward the seahorse. And Lin didn't expect Lu Chuchu to recognize him, and he was even more surprised by the fact that she chose to launch a counterattack. He immediately yelled out a word of caution to Lu Chuchu. Don't do it, senior student Lu. I can't battle yet due to some restrictions on my body. Lu Chuchu almost fell over upon hearing Lin's words, and a chill ran down her spine. Before she had a chance to reply, the seahorse wielding the silver spear had already evaded all the arrows and appeared right in front of her. Lu Chuchu retreated with all her might, but the seahorse's silver spear stabbed forward faster than she was able to retreat. Right at this moment, a blue film of light appeared before Lu Chuchu. The 2 Gundams had entered the fray. Boom! The spear collided with the ionic deprivation protection formation with a resounding boom. Energy exploded forth, and the spear was ultimately able to pierce through the film of blue light. However, that moment of delay was enough for Lu Chuchu to escape to 100 meters away. She drew her bow again as a series of pink arrows shot forth. The arrows were extraordinarily quick, leaving the seahorse no time to dodge. A huge barrier of water rose before the seahorse at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows created a series of splashes on the barrier of water. However, the barrier remained as resolute as a steel board, keeping all the arrows at bay. An elderly yet calm and collected voice sounded, "Oh? Does she have some helpers? You won't be able to escape anyway. My golden stone space is ready, and this will be your final resting place." A huge sea turtle flew over to the seahorse's side before landing with a thump. It then spat out a golden stone, which flew into the air as golden light burst forth. Immediately afterward, Lin and Lu Chuchu were both instantly engulfed within a golden space 500 meters in radius. Wow! What a huge tortoise! This tortoise is much bigger than any I've ever seen. Tina stared up at the sea turtle with astonishment, and Lin pursed his lips. That's a sea turtle, not a tortoise. Oh, what did it say just now? Why can't I understand it? Is that sea turtle language? Tina asked with curiosity on her face. That's Tai Chu language. And Lin rolled his eyes. Lies. What we're speaking now is Tai Chu language. Tina retorted with her hands on her hips. And Lin shook his head. You don't know shit. What we're speaking now is the ancient man language. Tina opened her mouth but did not rebut Lin's statement. After all, Lin's vast experience and knowledge made her feel like an ignorant hillbilly in comparison. So she decided to trust Lin on whatever he said. Lu Chuchu had also discovered the little fairy beside Enlin. They were still conversing in an unknown language in this dire situation, and she was starting to panic a little. Mr. Enlin, we're trapped in this golden stone space. If you can't battle, I won't be able to hold on, even with the help of those two silver mechanical puppets. Just as she said this, the two Gundams were blasted into the ground by the lightning seahorse, while the huge sea turtle was flying toward Lu Chuchu. Don't worry, you still have the little fairy to help you out, Enlin said as he consoled her. Little fairy? Lu Chuchu turned to look at the tiny fairy who was around the size of a mosquito. Go, little Na. Now is the time for you to shine, Enlin announced. Whoosh! The sea turtle spat out a wave of water toward Enlin and Lu Chuchu, which quickly expanded into a massive wave over 1,000 feet tall before crashing down upon them. Tina raised her arms high into the air as a silver long sword flew into the sky with unbridled sharpness, which made the space around it tremor, before slashing down upon the huge wave. The silver long sword parted the huge wave with boundless might before continuing onward to the sea turtle. An expression of shock appeared on the sea turtle's face, and it instantly withdrew its head into its shell. Boom! The terrifying sword projection crashed into the turtle shell, where it left a deep mark before knocking the sea turtle several hundred meters back. Lu Chuchu widened her eyes in shock, and even the seahorse that was preparing to attack was given a fright. This tiny fairy. She was so powerful, and Lin nodded with a content expression. Tina was a lot stronger now compared to when she battled Enlin. Tina had just returned from slaying the demonic dragon at that time, and she had to cope with the curse within her body. Even then, she was still able to exhibit power comparable to a cultivator at the soul formation pinnacle stage. Now that she was fully recovered, her strength naturally also received a boost. Lu Chuchu's eyes burned with renewed hope as she turned to Tina. Little fairy, can you hold off these two sea monsters for 10 seconds while I prepare a spell technique? Enlin acted as Tina's interpreter, and Tina nodded after hearing Lu Chuchu's request. I'll do my best. Lu Chuchu took a deep breath as a sharp gaze returned to her eyes. She slowly drew her pink longbow, and an extremely powerful aura slowly began to build around her body. The seahorse knew that it couldn't allow Lu Chuchu to unleash whatever technique she was preparing. Tina materialized a white holy light sword before charging toward the seahorse. Piss off! The seahorse roared as lightning exploded forth around its spear. Tina pursed her lips as the sword projections from her light sword created an impenetrable net around herself, thereby keeping the seahorse's attacks at bay. 3 seconds later, a pink energy arrow had already fully materialized. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was still flowing relentlessly into the arrow as its hue became darker and darker, while its energy fluctuations continued to increase in strength. And Lin turned toward Lu Chuchu with astonishment on his face. He felt like he was looking at a legendary bird soaring through the skies while it stared down upon its prey. At this moment, Lu Chuchu appeared completely different from her previous sorry state. She had transformed into the perfect huntress, as if she were a death god that was standing above the heavens, ready to harvest her opponent's lives at a moment's notice. As expected of a student that was able to enter the university famous person's register. She was the most powerful cultivator within her cohort, and she was certainly living up to her name now. Whoosh! 10 seconds later, a small, crimson arrow appeared in the center of the pink energy arrow, and its tip glowed with a fearsome crimson light. Divine technique, bloodline tracking demonic arrow. The arrow pierced through the air upon Lu Chuchu's light cry. The pink arrow glowed with crimson light as it tore through the air at terrifying speed toward the seahorse's head. The seahorse reacted extremely quickly as lightning exploded forth around its body, and it instantly moved several hundred meters to the side. Whoosh! The pink arrow suddenly diverted from its original course to fly toward the seahorse's head again, while the crimson light flashed. A chill ran down the seahorse's spine as an extremely fearsome sense of impending doom enveloped its entire body. Be gone! It roared as lightning exploded forth from its silver spear before stabbing out toward the arrow. The spear flew and stabbed forward at alarming speed. It was on a collision course with the arrow. However, right at this moment, the arrow suddenly disappeared. An illusion? The seahorse blinked in confusion. Thump! In the next instant, its head exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and the fearsome power within the arrow shredded its consciousness into oblivion. Red-veined patterns then began to spread throughout the seahorse's body like a system of blood vessels. Boom! The seahorse's body exploded into an even larger cloud of blood mist. And Lin's eyes widened in shock. What kind of fucking archery technique was this? Could it be spatial skip? But how could she unleash a spatial skip technique before reaching the return to void stage? But then again, and Lin himself was able to tear through space with his realm-piercing nail, so it was understandable that Lu Chuchu was capable of something similar. Lu Chuchu's features paled slightly after unleashing that arrow, and her eyes surveyed the battlefield before her in confusion. Huh? Where's the sea turtle? And Lin faltered slightly as well upon hearing this. True. Where is the sea turtle? Not only was the sea turtle gone, but the golden barrier had also disappeared. Lu Chuchu looked around one last time before pursing her lips in disdain. It escaped. What a cowardly turtle. Several dozen kilometers away, a sea turtle was quickly retreating into the distance with a golden stone in its mouth. Two mechanical puppets, one powerful fairy, and one ultra-powerful archer. Our chances of securing victory are less than 50%. Both of us would die if we lose the battle. If we escape at the same time, there is a 30% chance that the seahorse would die and a 20% chance that I would die. However, if I escape on my own, I would have a 100% chance of survival. It's a no-brainer. Developing some fortune-telling skills is the key to a long life. Don't worry, brother seahorse. I'll avenge you someday. The sea turtle's voice reverberated throughout the air as its huge body disappeared into the clouds above. A noted Lu Chuchu picked up the seahorse's storage ring before tossing it to Enlin. You guys saved me in this battle, so you deserve the spoils of war as well. And Lin didn't refuse. He immediately refined the storage ring to inspect its contents. Tina also retrieved the seahorse's silver spear. This was a high-rank spirit tool which was a fantastic weapon. A sense of longing appeared in her eyes, but she still gave the spear to Artifact Spirit as promised. And Lin looked into the storage ring to find that there were no Golden Realm Essence Crystals, to which he was a little disappointed. However, there were 6 White Realm Essence Crystals, which also just so happened to be the worst type. He brought out the Realm Essence Crystals. When he tried to absorb the energy within by activating his cultivation method, he found that he could not do so. It looked like he could only absorb Golden Realm Essence Crystals, and Lin shook his head and continued to rummage through the contents. There were 36 Vital Stones, 3 Spirit Tools, 5 Spirit Pills, and a bunch of other crap. Perhaps it was because he was too rich already, but he felt zero joy at rummaging through the storage ring of such a beggar. What is it? There's no good stuff inside, Lu Chuchu asked when she noticed Lin's disdainful expression. Nope. There aren't even any immortal pills or immortal tools. What a poor bastard. And Lin sighed. Lu Chuchu. Their concepts of wealth were far too different for them to converse on this topic. And Lin stowed all these items into his own storage ring before bringing out a frosty longsword. The temperatures around them instantly dropped to below freezing upon the emergence of the sword. You did well, Tina. This is an elementary rank Immortal Tool Heart Lotus Ice Sword. It's quite suitable for you as it can change its size according to your will. Feel free to tell me if you need any other weapons too. And Lin explained as he passed the longsword to Tina. Tina stared blankly at the longsword in Enlin's hand. Giant Enlin, are you really giving this to me? She could feel that this was a weapon of an even higher rank than holy tools. Of course. It's not doing anything in my storage ring anyway, so I might as well give it to you to improve your combat prowess. I didn't have a chance to give it to you before as the battle erupted so suddenly. So I'm giving it to you now. And Lin said while smiling at her. Tina refined the immortal tool, and it immediately shrunk according to her will. A bright blue lotus flower blossomed on the hilt of the sword, making it appear especially beautiful. Tina was so happy. She couldn't bear to let go of the sword. She charged toward Enlin excitedly before giving him another big hug. Splat. Enlin couldn't really feel anything from her hug, but he still smiled with a doting expression. Tina had risked her life to battle the sea monsters without hesitation at Enlin's behest. This was enough for Enlin to treat her as a valued ally and friend. Lu Chuchu's lips twitched upon seeing this. Who casually hands out immortal tools like that? Do you have any plans, Mr. Enlin? She asked after a momentary hesitation. I have to find the huge starry mountain as well as more realm essence crystals. Enlin replied without hesitation. Lu Chuchu offered with a slight smile. How about we form a team? Enlin nodded. As expected. I'm a man who gives everyone around me a strong sense of security. Lu Chuchu's face convulsed slightly, but she decided to stroke Enlin's ego. My flaws were highlighted to me during this battle. I'm a skilled markswoman, but I fall under great danger whenever melee combat is involved. None of the representatives that were able to enter the ancient Taichu realm are weaklings, so I hope we can form a partnership where I will be the sniper, and you will be responsible for protecting me as well as dealing with melee combat. Together, we would forge the perfect team. And Lin nodded. I understand. You'll act as ADC, and I'll be the meat shield. One Lu Chu. Yeah, and we'll split all the treasures we obtain from enemy storage rings equally among the three of us. What do you think? And Lin's eyes immediately lit up. Tina's share obviously belonged to him as well, so this was quite a good deal. A cultivator's main pastimes are murder and robbery. I accept your proposal. We'll be members of the same team from now on. And Lin replied with a smile. Lu Chu heaved a sigh of relief before extending a petite hand with a wide grin. And Lin extended a hand of his own to give her a high five. Tina didn't understand what they were saying, so she continued to fiddle around with her newly obtained Heart Lotus Ice Sword. And Lin paused for a moment before tossing a Taichu Language 101 textbook to Tina. This was a book that was written by Dabai when he taught the white-scale wolf god the Taichu language, and it was tailored especially for members of the ancient man tribe. Tina held the book that was several dozen times bigger than herself. With a confused expression on her tiny face, she asked, Giant and Lin, what is the meaning of this? This is just some reading material for you. Everyone you'll be encountering from now on speaks the Taichu language, so you better read through this book carefully if you don't want to look like an illiterate idiot. And Lin explained in a friendly tone. Tina. She carefully opened the book to find a series of familiar terms and characters next to unfamiliar ones. The unfamiliar terms were broken down into syllables with a definition on the side to facilitate pronunciation and interpretation. Tina began to make a series of unfamiliar sounds as she tried to pronounce the terms in the book. Her top priority was to be able to speak the Taichu language. And Lin nodded with a content smile as Tina embarked on her Taichu language journey. Back in the day, he was able to master the Taichu language just by imitating a dog's barking. Hence, it was quite an enjoyable experience for him to see others struggle to master the Taichu language. The after effect of using the origin energy of the netherworld still hadn't receded, so the three sat down to rest. Lu Chu was quite short and petite, and she leaned against a giant rock and tucked her legs under herself. A white light began to glow from her hands, and she set about inspecting her pink longbow. And Lin couldn't detect the energy fluctuations of a spirit tool or immortal tool from her longbow. Instead, this was a special energy fluctuation that he had never felt before, thereby prompting him to inquire about the origins of the bow. Lu Chu smiled after hearing his question, and she revealed the origins of her bow to Enlin without reservation. As it turned out, this longbow was something she had materialized with a small portion of her essential bloodline, thereby setting it apart from other weapons as it was a type of bloodline weapon. And Lin was extremely impressed upon hearing this. Bloodline weapons were an extremely unique type of weapon that he had only read about in books. Only people with super powerful bloodlines could materialize a weapon like this, and even then, it would take a long time for the weapon to take shape. The benefit of having such a weapon was that the user could fuse the power of their bloodline into the weapon to achieve maximal offensive power. On top of that, the weapon could move according to the wishes of its user, thereby enabling great flexibility and versatility. However, its flaws were also quite apparent. The weapon was connected to the user's bloodline, so any damage to the weapon would result in a backlash to its user, and sometimes the damage would prove to be irreversible. This was why backlash weapons were extremely rare. No one wanted to expose their bloodline in the open for their enemies to attack. Lu Chuchu was like a gaming character who had expended all her skill points on damage output. Not only was she extremely fragile herself, but even her weapon was also just as fragile. No wonder she was so eager to form an alliance with him. 4 hours later, and Lin and Lu Chuchu had both fully recovered. "Let's go," and Lin waved his arm. "Go," Tina chimed in. Lu Chuchu turned to Tina with a bewildered expression. "You can speak our language now, little fairy?" Tina turned to Lu Chuchu. With a confused expression, she asked, "What kind of fairy would I be if I can't even speak a language after applying myself and studying for 4 whole hours?" Lu Chuchu and Lin. It seemed like he had underestimated the learning ability of fairies. Were languages that easy to learn? He was starting to feel a little distraught. And Lin, Tina, and Lu Chuchu began their journey together. Lu Chuchu had previously discovered a location on her map known as the Dark Sorcery Valley. Using this valley as a reference, they were able to determine that they were located in the southwest region of the ancient Taichu realm. They were currently flying in the northern direction toward a mountain called Pan Long Mountain, where there was a great chance for the realm essence crystals to appear. Lu Chuchu stood atop Lin's black brick, and her eyes glowed as if they could pierce through the space before them to see what lay in the extremely far distance. The Panlong Mountain is a region within the ancient Taichu realm where ancient dragons dwell at, and there's a certain probability that the realm essence crystals might have materialized in their bodies. Furthermore, within the region itself, there are also certain places with extremely high chances for the realm essence crystals to appear. Due to these reasons, battles would frequently break out here, thus making this region an extremely dangerous place to be at. And Lin nodded and said, "Risk and reward come hand in hand. One can only slay the tiger by entering the tiger's den," Tina chimed in. She had even mastered idioms within the short span of 4 hours. "Don't worry, I'm at full health, so I ain't scared of anyone," and Lin said as he assured Lu Chuchu with a confident expression. "I may be small, but I pack a punch." Tina had even mastered the commonly used jingles of the Taichu language. Lu Chuchu. Lu Chuchu pursed her lips as she listened to Lin and Tina's exchange. She had heard a lot of rumors about Lin, and she always felt like he was a bit different from her mental image of him. A series of tall black mountains soon appeared before the three of them. There was some sparse vegetation on the ground below, but they were all red plants, which appeared especially disconcerting against the background of the Black Mountain. "You two protect me while I survey our surroundings to see if there are any enemies." Lu Chuchu flew to the summit of the mountain A. Her pink dress fluttered in the wind like a vibrant peony blooming at the summit of the mountain. Light flashed from her eyes, and her yellow irises became extremely sharp as she surveyed her surroundings. And Lin stood guard beside her with a cautious expression. Using eyes of the Kuan Peng, Lu Chuchu's maximal telescopic range was 15 kilometers. This was an extremely fearsome range as most soul formation stage cultivators could only detect things within a radius of several kilometers. Even cultivators at the soul formation pinnacle stage wouldn't be able to detect things outside of a radius of 5 kilometers. This essentially meant that if there were only one enemy unit, Lu Chuchu would be able to catch them off guard and snipe them 100% of the time. After 15 minutes, Lu Chuchu faltered slightly as she continued to stare in one direction. And Lin couldn't help but inquire, "What is it? Did you find anything?" Lu Chuchu didn't reply. Instead, she brought out her longbow. At that moment, she was like a death god who was able to harvest lives at whim. She appeared both otherworldly and extremely menacing at the same time. Vital energy surged to materialize a pink arrow that emanated fearsome energy fluctuations. Divine technique, spatial demon-slaying arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, sweeping up gale-force winds in its wake. The arrow instantly pierced through the air and into the distance before finally exploding like a vibrant ball of light at a location too far away for Lin to see. And Lin was full of excitement upon seeing this. It was the first time he had seen someone snipe an enemy unit from such a long distance, and it was absolutely badass. Let's go harvest our reward. Lu Chuchu leaped onto Enlin's brick before pointing in a certain direction. Enlin nodded and began steering the brick toward the site of the explosion. There was a massive crater in the ground, which could be seen from over 10 kilometers away, within which was a massive, charred, headless corpse. Enlin could tell from the carcass that this was a creature with 4 thick and extremely powerful legs, and it had sharp spikes growing all over its body. This was clearly some sort of fearsome beast. This should be a soul beast from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Lu Chuchu stepped lightly toward the headless body before picking up a golden ring that was lying nearby, which was most likely the spatial device within which the creature carried its treasures. Done. I love murder and robbery more than anything. It's certainly a lot more stimulating than wandering around this realm for realm essence crystals, Lu Chuchu exclaimed. And Lin nodded in agreement. He had accumulated his entire wealth from murder and robbery. Oh, and selling stuffed buns. With a slightly sympathetic expression, he turned to the soul beast and said, "Sigh. This was a soul formation stage soul beast. What a tragedy for it to die like this without even knowing how it had died. This is what the current world is like. Strength is the only universal law. There are enemies everywhere here, so it's to kill or to be killed." An unsettling, mature expression appeared on Lu Chuchu's cute, intricate features, and Lin nodded. He wasn't someone to be bothered by things like this. Emperor Ziwei had told them prior to coming here that aside from the Buddhist kingdom, the Garden of Eden, the Hall of Creation, the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, the North Song Mountain Realm, and the Spirit Lake Realm, all the representatives from the other powers were their enemies. Extending sympathy and mercy to your enemies was no different to giving them a chance to kill you. Lu Chuchu stowed the spatial device away before continuing their hunt. There were many representatives from opposing powers. Within 6 hours, Lu Chuchu sniped a double-headed bird from the southern Heavenly Wing Nation, as well as a soul formation stage cultivator from the Dark Wing tribe. Both of them were running solo, so Enlin didn't have anything to do except to cheer Lu Chuchu on, for which he received 2 storage rings worth of treasures. He rummaged through the storage rings to find 105 vital stones, 7 spirit tools, around a dozen spirit pills, as well as 20 white and 3 green realm essence crystals. Unfortunately, there weren't any golden realm essence crystals. As for Tina's share, and Lin naturally held onto it for her. After all, a tiny little thing like her needed an adult to look after her stuff for her. Thus, the 3 of them obtained 3 storage rings with minimal fuss. This was quite an enjoyable process, and all 3 of them were having a lot of fun. Why should they work so hard to find realm essence crystals? They could just wait for their enemies to find the realm essence crystals for them, after which they would just commit murder and robbery to take not just their realm essence crystals, but also everything within their storage rings. Lu Chuchu once again stood at the summit of a tall mountain. She scanned through her surroundings with her sharp eyes before resting her gaze on a certain point in the distance. And Lin's eyes immediately lit up. It looked like they had their next targets. However, Lu Chuchu did not draw her bow this time. Instead, her brows furrowed slightly as if she was considering how best to proceed. "What is it?" And Lin asked. "I discovered members of the blood tribe in the distance, but there are 5 of them," Lu Chuchu replied. "Can't you shoot them all at once?" And Lin asked curiously. Lu Chuchu rolled her eyes. "What would I need you for if I could kill multiple targets at the same time? Under normal circumstances, my divine technique, dual dragon-slaying arrow, has a certain probability of killing 2 soul formation final stage cultivators at once. However, those from the blood tribe are renowned for their powerful life forces. If I want to kill them, I would have to use my divine spirit-slaying arrow, which is extremely taxing, and even then I would only be able to kill one of them each time," Lu Chuchu elaborated. And Lin furrowed his brows slightly. There were 5 enemy units. Lu Chuchu would be out of commission for a while after using her sure-kill technique, which meant that he and Tina would have to fight 4 soul formation stage blood tribe cultivators at once. These weren't just normal soul formation stage blood tribe cultivators either. These were the most powerful soul formation stage cultivators the blood tribe had to offer. It would be a little difficult to take on all 4 of them at once while protecting Lu Chuchu. His eyes suddenly lit up when a thought occurred to him. Can you shoot 5 arrows to strike all 5 of them at once? And Lin asked. Yes. But the arrows will feel like BB gun pellets to them. What's the point? Lu Chuchu rolled her eyes at Lin again. And Lin chuckled lightly and asked, have you heard about my Poison Lord title? There's only one mountain, right? B. I thought only Lu Chuku flew to the summit? And Lin was there as well? See, still same mountain. The aforementioned is a Chinese idiom which roughly means the same thing as what Lin just said. Poison Lord. Lu Chuchu was taken aback by his words. You? A smug smile appeared on Lin's face. That's right. I am the invincible Poison Lord. He continued. Stain the tips of your arrows with my blood and shoot 5 all at once. I guarantee that they'll be falling like flies. Lu Chuchu was a little skeptical. Are you serious? I swear upon my reputation. And Lin patted his chest with firm conviction. Meanwhile, within the Blood Tribe camp, 4 red-robed Blood Tribe members were setting up a spell formation on the ground. A man with golden hair and crimson eyes stood before the 4 of them and stared at the white lake nearby. Louise, is the spirit-breaking formation ready? The man asked. An attractive woman smiled and replied in a gentle voice. Everything is prepared on my end. I'm just waiting for the completion of Sasha's blood-trapping formation. A handsome young man raised his head at this moment and nodded expressionlessly. Simpson, my blood-trapping formation is also ready. A smile appeared on Simpson's face as he nodded at the 4 people before him. Great! Let's attract whatever lies at the bottom of this lake onto the surface. Take care not to get too close to it, as we don't quite know what it is yet. The other 4 nodded with solemn expressions before injecting their energies into the formations. Right at this moment, 5 streaks of pink light flew through the air toward each of them at extreme speed. Be careful! Simpson roared. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows pierced through the air in lethal trajectories. Louise dodged to the side, but the tip of the arrow still drew blood by scratching her shoulder. 2 of the other brawny men reacted a little too slowly, and as a result, the arrows pierced through their chests. Simpson managed to construct a barrier of light just in time to keep the arrow at bay. Sasha's body twisted in the air, and he managed to dodge an arrow as well. Ow, that hurt. What kind of rude buffoon is trying to attack us? A seductive smile appeared on Louise's face, and she didn't appear to be nervous at all. Don't get careless. I can sense that all 5 of these arrows share the energy of one person. It should serve as a warning sign to us that they're able to detect our locations without us being able to detect them. Simpson furrowed his brows. Humph. What's there to fear from such pathetic attacks? This is plain provocation. One of the brawny men pulled an arrow out of his chest before replying in a nonchalant manner. The flesh around his chest then began to squirm in order to heal the puncture wound left by the arrow. Simpson flew into the air in the direction the arrows had come from. No matter what their intentions are, they've discovered our location. We must eliminate them before we attract the thing at the bottom of the lake out onto the surface. The remaining 4 Blood Tribe cultivators nodded at his words. They then flew toward the direction the arrows had come from while scanning their surroundings with their divine senses. At the summit of a mountain over 10 kilometers away, and Lin glanced at Lu Chuchu. Didn't you say you could hit all 5 of them at once? Are you just wasting my blood? Lu Chuchu pursed her lips. I said I could theoretically shoot all 5 of them at once. Hitting 3 at once is already a really good strike rate. Speaking of which, aren't you supposed to be the Poison Lord? How come all of the Blood Tribe cultivators are still alive? Why are they all alive and well? And they're on their way here. Huh? They didn't die. And Lin was taken aback after hearing this. His eyesight was limited, so he couldn't see what was happening at that place 10 kilometers away from him. Lu Chuchu. Let's find a place to hide first. And Lin was unconvinced and said, let's set up a concealment spell technique and wait here first. I want to see if it's my blood that has lost its edge or if these Blood Tribe bastards have developed immunities. Within a few seconds, the 5 Blood Tribe cultivators appeared within their fields of vision. They arrived atop waves of blood as their auras surged with astonishing might. They really are alive, and Lin was feeling quite dejected for some reason. He felt as if he had lost some really badass ability. However, right at this moment, two of the brawny men among the 5 blood tribe cultivators began to tremble violently. "Jeff, Wade, what's wrong?" Simpson immediately asked after detecting their worsening conditions. Jeff's body trembled as he looked at Simpson with a dazed expression. "Team leader, He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before he began frothing at the mouth and plummeting to the ground below. "Their arrows were poisonous," Wade yelled. He then spat out a huge mouthful of blood while his vitality faded away at an alarming rate. Soon, he plummeted toward the ground as well. Simpson was extremely shocked upon seeing this, and he immediately materialized 2 huge vital energy hands to cradle them in the air. However, both of them were devoid of vitality after a few seconds. The other 3 stared blankly at their 2 deceased team members. They had temporarily lost the ability to think. They were blood tribe members who were renowned for their powerful life forces. Furthermore, Jeff and Wade were both soul formation final stage cultivators who could even regenerate their heads after decapitation. What kind of ghastly poison could kill them within such a short period of time? A thought suddenly occurred to Louise. She looked down at her shoulder with fear in her eyes, only to find that the arrow wound there still hadn't healed over. This was extremely bizarre for cultivators of the blood tribe. She let loose a fearful shriek before turning a pleading gaze upon Simpson and Sasha. "Save me." She only had a chance to utter those 2 words before she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed slightly as her vitality quickly faded. After a while, she plummeted from the sky. Simpson and Sasha looked at each other and chills ran down both their spines. They immediately turned around and fled without a word. They didn't have the courage to fight such an uncanny enemy. The blood tribe cultivators prided themselves on their powerful life forces, and they were not afraid of battles. In battles against opponents with comparable strengths, if it were extremely difficult to kill them, they could always run. However, their unknown enemy could kill them just by nicking them. This notion alone was enough for them to lose all their battle intent. "Tina, pick up their storage rings," and Lin left an instruction before chasing after the 2 retreating blood tribe cultivators on his brick. Lu Chu also rose into the air as she stared at Lin with undisguised shock on her face. She couldn't help but ask, Why is your blood so poisonous?" She was well aware of the fact that Louise had only been slightly grazed by her arrow. Even so, she still couldn't escape death. Just how powerful was the poison in Lin's blood to be able to accomplish this? This was simply unimaginable to her. "I don't know either. But don't worry, my blood is harmless to humans. At the moment, I've only verified that my blood is poisonous to the blood tribe and the demons of hell," and Lin replied. Lu Chuchu's lips twitched. The blood of the poison lord was selective in its victims? How terrifying. "We're close." And Lin suddenly spoke. Lu Chuchu raised her head to see that they were less than 500 meters away from the blood tribe cultivators. However, they seemed to have activated some sort of spell technique that enabled them to explosively accelerate to increase the gap between Lin and themselves. Right at this moment, Lin slashed down onto his own arm with his evil-slaying sword. Blood splattered into the air. Wings of wind. Wind sword. Boom! Lin also explosively accelerated as he tore through the air, leaving a sonic boom in his wake. So fast! Lu Chuchu's eyes widened with shock as her speed faltered from the gale force winds Lin left in his wake. Lin caught up to the 2 blood tribe cultivators almost instantly, and his sword flashed through the air, creating 2 streaks of blood. "What the fuck? How is he so fast?" Simpson turned pale with fright. "It's all right. The woman behind him is the one with the poisonous arrows. That man's speed boost appears to only be temporary, and we've already shaken him off. We just need to look out for that woman's poisonous arrows now," Sasha said as he analyzed calmly. Simpson nodded at his analysis before committing the faces of Lin and Lu Chuchu to memory. He would exact revenge upon them next time by showing them a pain worse than death. Simpson was just thinking this to himself, but all of a sudden, he started to feel nauseous. A huge mouthful of blood gushed forth, and he could feel his vitality receding at an alarming rate while his body began to disintegrate. Sasha also widened his eyes in shock when he suddenly realized something. With a horrified expression, he turned to look behind himself, only to find that the man with the black sword had already stopped pursuing them and was looking at them with a taunting sneer on his face. "It was you!" He finally realized what had happened upon seeing the wound on Lin's arm. However, it was all too late for them. Sasha and Simpson's eyes rolled over as they began to froth at their mouths. After a while, they plummeted to the ground with their bodies completely devoid of any signs of vitality. Thus, 5 extremely powerful blood tribe cultivators were poisoned to death by Lin. Lu Chuchu was a live witness, but she was still experiencing a sense of surrealism. And Lin picked up the final 2 storage rings before returning. Along the way, he was humming a cheerful tune. "And Lin, I think we should do a research on your blood, then send it to the Black Marshlands. They'll be able to commit genocide on the entire blood tribe within a few minutes." Lu Chuchu exclaimed excitedly, and Lin chuckled lightly. "Are you trying to get all my blood sucked away?" Lu Chuchu shook her head with a serious expression. "That's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, we should analyze the properties of your blood to see which component is lethal to the blood tribe. Perhaps we can invent some lethal chemical weapons based on those findings." And Lin rolled his eyes and said, "You're not the first person to consider this. Some people actually took samples of my blood for research purposes, but they couldn't find anything. Let's leave this conversation for another time. We should assess our spoils of war now." Tina also flew over to them with the 3 blood tribe storage rings floating beside her. After dividing the 5 storage rings, Lu Chuchu received 2 while Lin took the remaining 3. Tina stood beside Lin with anticipation and curiosity on her face. Lin began to refine the 3 storage rings, following which he received quite a pleasant surprise. There were a total of 201 vital stones, 16 spirit tools, over 30 spirit pills, and 2 immortal fruits. His divine inspection technique told him that they were both blood dragon fruits, a type of 7th grade immortal fruit. Anyone who consumed a blood dragon fruit would be able to regenerate a large amount of energy and lost blood within a short period of time. Hence, they would be extremely useful for people who were suffering from severe injuries and excessive blood loss. Aside from that, there were also 52 white realm essence crystals, 7 green realm essence crystal, and 2 blue realm essence crystals. Unfortunately, there still weren't any golden realm essence crystals. It appeared they were quite rare in the ancient Taichu realm. The rest was all a bunch of random crap, which Lin couldn't be bothered to sort through at this point in time. Lu Chuchu rummaged through her 2 storage rings with a slightly deranged smile on her face, as she murmured to herself, "Haha! So much money! This place is like heaven to me." And Lin was a little concerned for Lu Chuchu. He felt like she had gone a little crazy from their sniping spree. He flicked through the miscellaneous items within the 3 storage rings and found an image drawn onto a piece of black animal hide. This was something that he discovered from Simpson's storage ring. He appeared to be the leader of the 5 blood tribe cultivators, so Lin paid a bit more attention to the contents of his storage ring. He brought out the beast hide drawing and assessed it curiously. The drawing was quite a bizarre one. It depicted a lake situated within a series of mountain ranges. At the bottom of the lake was a quadrupedal creature that was covered in long white fur. It was looking up into the sky with its pitch-black eyes. Its body and limbs were comprised entirely of little red eyes, which were grouped extremely closely together to present a nightmare to a trypophobia sufferer. Lu Chuchu also looked over at the image with a curious expression. "Huh! The lake and the mountains in the image look a lot like the White Lake realm." Both of them fell silent before looking at each other. 1 second later, the 2 of them flew toward the White Lake realm in unison. "That monster must have some super badass treasures." And Lin yelled excitedly. "Aha!" Lu Chuchu nodded and said, "There's a good chance that those 5 blood tribe cultivators were at the White Lake for that monster." Let's see if we can find some other useful information about it in their storage rings. And Lin suggested. Good idea. Lu Chuchu began looking through the items in her 2 storage rings. The 2 of them soon descended by the White Lake. The water in the lake was a little murky and visibility reached a depth of around a dozen meters. There were spell formations that were left behind by the Blood Tribe cultivators, presumably to help them deal with the monster at the bottom of the lake. Oh, I've got it. Information on the monster at the bottom of the lake. Lu Chuchu pulled out a golden sheet-like material from a storage ring, upon which 3 different formations were drawn on it. She looked at the text on the golden sheet-like material, which was written in blood, and slowly read out loud. These are the great explosion, spirit-breaking, and blood-trapping formations prepared for the purpose of killing the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon of the White Lake. And Lin looked at the image in her hands, and his face convulsed slightly as he said, How does this look anything like a dragon? 1,000-eyed is appropriate, though. Lu Chuchu compared the 3 formations on the ground to the ones drawn on the golden sheet-like material before nodding. These are the exact 3 spell formations as the ones drawn here. And Lin. So, the Blood Tribe cultivators donated all their stuff to us and prepared everything that we would need to beat the boss that they were going to fight. Fate is a wonderful thing. Lu Chuchu stuck her tongue out in a charming smile. It says here on the golden sheet that the monster under the lake was discovered by some Blood Tribe cultivators 500 years ago. However, they were ill-prepared to handle the monster and were almost all killed by it. They did not want to give up on the monster this time either, and after doing some analysis, they prepared these 3 customized spell formations with the sole purpose of killing the monster in the White Lake. It also says here that the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon has 2 forms. One is a humanoid form, while the other is a dragon form. It's extremely fast, so do not allow it to get close to you, otherwise unimaginable things will happen. It goes on to say that we should first use the Great Explosion formation to wound the monster and lure it out, then use the blood-trapping formation to trap it, and lastly, we should use the spirit-breaking formation to kill it in one fell swoop. Lu Chuchu's voice trailed off as she looked up at Lin. It was as if she was asking for his advice. And Lin considered the situation to himself for a moment before nodding his head. We can try that. I'll activate the spell formations. Tina, you will be responsible for protecting me, and senior student Lu, you should get as far away from here as possible and prepare to snipe the monster if required. Lu Chuchu expressed her approval of this plan, and Tina also expressed that her new super holy sword was thirsting for some action. Lu Chuchu picked out a spot in the distance that would be a suitable sniping base, and Lin then walked over to the Great Explosion formation. The veined patterns of this formation extended all the way into the bottom of the White Lake. It was extremely huge, and its detonation center was located exactly in the center of the White Lake. Great Explosion formation. Explode! He roared as vital energy surged violently, causing the veined patterns on the ground to glow brightly with a red light. The water in the White Lake began to boil as terrifying power built up at the bottom of the lake. Boom! An earth-shattering boom sounded, and the earth quaked violently. All the water within the lake, which was several kilometers wide, exploded forth into the air, and the fearsome explosion turned the lakebed a crimson red. An extremely scorching heat wave radiated outward as a series of massive fractures appeared in the ground around the lake. Roar! A sharp hissing wail came from the bottom of the lake before a massive plume of water exploded into the air. Immediately after that, a figure appeared over the center of the lake. The figure was 10 feet tall and it was a quadruped. It looked just like the image on the beast hide. Countless crimson eyes rolled around on its pristine, white body while emitting a peculiar light. Its head was humanoid, and with a death stare, it locked its pitch-black eyes onto Lin. A chill ran down his spine as the monster glowered at him with its pitch-black eyes. This was the monster at the bottom of the White Lake, the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon. Fuck! Didn't they say the explosion was supposed to wound it and lure it out? Certainly lured it out, but where are the severe wounds? Where are the wounds at all? It looks completely unscathed. And Lin felt like he had been screwed over. However, he couldn't afford to hesitate. He immediately charged toward the blood-trapping formation before injecting his vital energy into it. All of the thousand-eyed demonic dragon's thousands of eyes instantly turned to look at Enlin. What was it like being stared at by thousands of creepy eyes? When Enlin unintentionally looked into those eyes, he was instantly struck by a wave of dizziness and a sensation of being pricked by thousands of needles all over his body at once. However, he still made it in time to the blood-trapping formation before activating the formation with his vital energy. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon flashed through the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages with its fearsome speed. Blood-trapping formation. Activate. And Lin stamped his foot down to activate the spell formation. As vital energy surged, hundreds of crimson arms materialized within the spell formation before converging on the thousand-eyed demonic dragon at an alarming rate. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon's movement techniques were extremely unpredictable, but there were simply too many hands for it to dodge, and its body was soon completely trapped and immobilized by the sea of crimson arms. And Lin's eyes lit up at this sight. At least this spell formation did what it was supposed to do. He didn't waste any more time and immediately flew toward the third spell formation before pouring forth his vital energy. Spirit-breaking formation. Activate. The spell formation underfoot began to rotate at high speed as a red light flashed brightly. Immediately afterward, the projection of a divine spirit in a red robe appeared behind Enlin. The projection made a strange seal with its hands, and violent spiritual energy then converged relentlessly toward its hands. Enlin looked at the divine spirit behind him. It didn't take a rocket scientist to be able to tell that this was a divine spirit of the blood tribe. It felt a bit weird to use the power of the blood tribe to kill a boss. However, stopping now was not an option, so he could only continue. Spirit-breaking seal. An ancient voice filled with might and prestige sounded from behind him. The red-robed divine spirit made a final seal with its hands before extending its palms toward the thousand-eyed demonic dragon. The ancient crimson seal expanded in size before crashing into the thousand-eyed demonic dragon with a peculiar power that seemed to be able to eradicate one's consciousness. Boom! The ancient seal enveloped the thousand-eyed demonic dragon in crimson energy that exploded into the air as a towering crimson pillar of energy. The fearsome crimson pillar of energy instantly caused the water in the lake to evaporate. Energy surged violently through the air while inflicting a series of wounds upon the thousand-eyed demonic dragon's body as the spirit-breaking power tore away at its consciousness. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon retracted its limbs and curled up into a ball as its body then began to shrink. And Lin couldn't figure out what the thousand-eyed demonic dragon was doing. Before he had a chance to figure out what was going on, the white ball began to expand in an explosive manner. Boom! An earth-shattering boom sounded. The crimson energy and all the crimson hands were instantly obliterated by the explosion of devastating energy. A white lizard dragon began to appear before Enlin's eyes, and it spread a pair of snowy white wings as it hung in the air. It was only around 20 feet in size, but its fearsome aura was powerful enough to cause Enlin's heart to flutter. Countless cracks suddenly appeared all over the pristine white body of the lizard dragon, all of which opened up to reveal a dense mass of crimson eyes. All those eyes immediately focused on Enlin, and as they trembled lightly, they presented an extremely terrifying spectacle to behold. And Lin could sense an extremely peculiar power exuding from the white dragon's body. The energy was overwhelmingly powerful, but it couldn't be allocated to any cultivation base rank. This was an ethereal energy that filled Enlin with disgust and loathing. This should be the second form of the thousand-eyed demonic dragon, so it appeared that the blood tribe's information was somewhat reliable. However, Enlin couldn't really understand how the blood tribe thought that they would be able to kill the thousand-eyed demonic dragon with these three spell formations. All they did was to force the thousand-eyed demonic dragon to adopt its second form. What the hell was he supposed to do after that? Couldn't the blood tribe be a bit more reliable? Surely they didn't think they could slay the thousand-eyed demonic dragon just because they had powerful life forces. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon lowered its head slightly as fearsome energy gathered within its body. It was clearly going to unleash its counterattack soon. Right at this moment, A pink streak of light tore through the air toward the thousand-eyed demonic dragon with boundless killing intent. This was a sure kill arrow Lu Chu had already prepared in advance. The arrow descended upon the thousand-eyed demonic dragon with devastating power and tore its body in half before it even had a chance to react. Insta-kill, Enlin exclaimed in shock. However, Enlin was immediately treated to a live rendition of mitosis as the two halves of the thousand-eyed demonic dragon squirmed in the air before transforming into 2,000-eyed demonic dragons, each half the size of the original whole. This power really was quite disgusting. Whoosh! The 2,000-eyed demonic dragons pounced toward Enlin, leaving a series of afterimages in their wake. Tina let loose a delicate war cry as she entered the fray. When she slashed her heart, lotus ice soared through the air. The temperatures within 1,000 feet radius instantly dropped drastically. The power of extreme frost swept toward the thousand-eyed demonic dragons before colliding with their bodies. The 2,000-eyed demonic dragons stalled slightly as the air around them congealed, and with wind flowing around his evil-slaying sword, Enlin took this opportunity to pounce toward one of the thousand-eyed demonic dragons at astonishing speed. The body of the thousand-eyed demonic dragon was instantly slashed in half, but not even a drop of blood was shed. Enlin could only see white, squirming flesh from the cross-section of the wound. The creature didn't even have any organs or bones. It was as if it were just a ball of energy, except that this ball of energy was extremely powerful and was able to attack him. Fuck! How was he even supposed to fight this? As expected, the thousand-eyed demonic dragon that had been slashed in half once again split up into two even smaller thousand-eyed demonic dragons. Thus, Enlin had to face one small dragon and two even smaller dragons, which meant that he had to face 3 opponents in total. Tina was engaged in a battle against the biggest of the 3 dragons, and upon seeing the thousand-eyed demonic dragon split into 2 after being sliced open by Enlin, she immediately refrained from slashing down upon her opponent with her heart lotus ice sword. Instead, she did her best to keep it at bay with the power of extreme frost emanating from the sword, while she turned to Enlin for help. Enlin discovered that even after being sliced in half, the 2 smaller dragons he was fighting still possessed just as much speed and power as the larger dragon Tina was fighting. If things continued like this, they were both going to be completely worn down eventually. Lu Chu surveyed the battle from her vantage point, but there was nothing she could do. If she attacked without thinking, she would only make the battle even more difficult for Enlin and Tina. She had to devise a plan first before springing into action. Enlin's sword techniques were extremely powerful, but he didn't dare to use any of them in fear of creating more enemies for himself. Piss off! He thundered down a mountain-quaking lightning fist toward one of the 2 dragons he was fighting. However, the other dragon suddenly flashed right before him as its pitch-black eyes glowed with a peculiar light. Plunder! A voice that originated from the depths of hell sounded before Enlin. An invisible energy fluctuation enveloped Enlin's body. The dragon before him suddenly closed all the crimson eyes on its body. It was as if it had fallen asleep. It was exactly at that moment that Enlin felt as if he had suddenly lost something. He was extremely disturbed by this feeling, and he unleashed another mountain-quaking lightning fist on the dragon before him. He manipulated lightning with his left hand while a golden light was illuminated on his right hand. A golden fist projection burst forth, but the thousand-eyed demonic dragon retreated at blinding speed to evade the fist projection, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. Enlin was completely rooted to the spot. He wasn't shocked by the thousand-eyed demonic dragon's speed, but instead, he was shocked by himself. Where the fuck is my lightning manipulation technique? Lightning manipulation technique. He activated his cultivation method as he roared and pointed a fingertip to the sky. However, nothing happened. At the same time, the thousand-eyed demonic dragon that had just approached Enlin suddenly flew into the air. Lightning manipulation technique. A sinister, coarse dragon's roar could be heard as lightning surged in the air above. Enlin's mouth gaped open in shock upon seeing this. He finally understood what the dragon meant when it said, plunder. It was plundering his fucking spell techniques. What kind of fucked up hack was this? Just what was this thousand-eyed demonic dragon? In the sky above, Lightning descended upon Enlin like countless blue snakes. Enlin spread open his wings of wind, and his body flashed through the lightning strikes at extreme speed. Each bolt of lightning was extremely powerful and left a huge indentation upon striking into the ground. Fortunately, they were not yet at Golden Void lightning level, otherwise Enlin would be well and truly screwed. One dragon remained in the air above to manipulate lightning, while the other dragon chased Enlin along the ground. Its white claws were streaking through the air in extremely sharp trajectories, creating a sound akin to evil spirits wailing in the air. The 2,000-eyed demonic dragons work harmoniously together, and Enlin was forced to be on the back foot. Divine technique, wind explosion arrow. In the distance, a white arrow flew through the air before transforming into a thick pillar of white light, imbued with extremely powerful wind pressure, and striking the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon that was manipulating lightning in the air. With a resounding boom, the explosive force of the wind pressure flattened the body of the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon before blasting it several hundred meters away, where it then rolled down onto the ground below. Enlin came to a sudden realization. If he couldn't use sharp weapons to slice the 1,000-eyed demonic dragons open, then would it be possible to use a type of power that could cover the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon's entire body in order to kill it in one fell swoop? The divine flame bead immediately appeared in his hands as he considered this possibility. A series of golden flaming dragons revolved around the bead, which was exuding sweltering flame power. At this moment, the dragon that had been struck by the wind explosion arrow had already crawled up from the ground. However, it was no longer looking at Enlin, but instead, it was looking toward a certain spot in the distance as a ferocious aura emanated from its body. Enlin's heart trembled slightly upon seeing this. He knew that they were onto Lu Chu. Right at this moment, the two dragons Enlin was battling had already begun to fly toward Lu Chu. Ah! Tina's screech sounded from a distance, and Enlin could see a 1,000-eyed demonic dragon approaching Tina with invisible energy fluctuations emanating from its body. Plunder! Upon seeing this, Enlin immediately released the two Gundams before issuing a command, "Go help Tina!" He then spread open his wings of wind to chase down the two dragons that were flying toward Lu Chu. Lu Chu had reacted extremely quickly to the advances of the two dragons. She knew she would fall into dire straits if she were to allow the dragons to engage her in melee combat, so she fell into retreat as she shot forth a series of huge water dragons toward her assailants. The water dragons were only shot forth as part of a stalling tactic, not so much to kill the 1,000-eyed demonic dragons. Enlin finally caught up to one of the dragons after a few seconds, and boundless golden white flames erupted from his divine flame bead to envelop the dragon's body. With the assistance of the high-rank Immortal tool divine flame bead, he was able to activate his divine flames to the fullest. Boom! The golden white flames engulfed an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet, which melted through and incinerated everything in its wake. From a distance, it looked like a small sun had suddenly appeared over the ground, emanating boundless light and heat. Roar! The 1,000-eyed demonic dragon wailed in agony as it tried to retreat out of the area encompassed by the flames. Enlin's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing this. He knew his attacks were effective, and he was not about to let this dragon escape. However, right at this moment, Tina's scream erupted in the distance again. Enlin immediately turned toward her direction to assess her situation. He was then greeted by the sight of Tina looking at the two Gundams with a horrified expression, seemingly at a complete loss as to what to do next. He blinked in confusion before turning his eyes upon the two Gundams, and he instantly drew a sharp intake of breath. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 held light swords in their hands as they stood gallantly in front of Tina. Before them was the shredded body of the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon. The 1,000-eyed demonic dragon had been sliced into several dozen pieces, and Lin grimaced at this sight. Should he be complimenting the swordsmanship of the two Gundams? For fuck's sake, the Gundams clearly weren't powerful enough to deal that much damage to the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon. It was clear that the 1,000-eyed demonic dragon allowed itself to be sliced into pieces on purpose, and Lin slapped an exasperated palm to his face. He should have prohibited the two Gundams from using sharp weapons, but it was too late now. As expected, the pieces of the thousand-eyed demonic dragon began to squirm on the ground. They first transformed into white balls before slowly taking on the form of miniature thousand-eyed demonic dragons. Great Holy Flame, Demonic Star Flame, Setting Moon Flame, Heavenly Void Flame, and Lin immediately unleashed his flames upon the miniature dragons below with the assistance of his divine flame bead. The four divine flames materialized themselves into four flaming dragons, all of which roared as they descended toward the thousand-eyed demonic dragons while exuding terrifyingly high temperatures, making the air around them warp and shimmer in a radius of over 10,000 feet. Just as the four flaming dragons were about to sweep through the miniature thousand-eyed demonic dragons, the dragon that was pursuing Lu Chu suddenly doubled back to station itself in front of all its miniature counterparts. All the crimson eyes on its body then suddenly began to crack open, and immediately after that, a red barrier of light engulfed an area of several hundred feet around it. Boom! The explosion of the flames created shockwaves that fractured the ground and toppled over mountains. However, the red barrier of light remained resolute within the boundless sea of flames as it unleashed an extremely powerful force that completely dispersed the flames. Tina had already arrived by Enlin's side with the two Gundams in preparation to stage a retreat at a moment's notice. The dragon that had cracked open all its crimson eyes was suddenly completely devoid of vitality. It then transformed into a white liquid that pooled down onto the ground. And Lin came to another realization upon seeing this. So, it's unable to survive after its eyes are crack open. Does that mean the eyes comprise the body of the thousand-eyed demonic dragon? His heart then trembled slightly as another thought occurred to him. It was willing to sacrifice a quarter of its eyes to protect the miniature dragons behind it. Just as Enlin was speculating to himself, the white balls had completed their transformations to become thousand-eyed demonic dragons, of which there appeared to be around 50 or 60 in total. Devastating power that made Enlin's heart palpitate began to radiate outward, and it seemed as if all those crimson eyes were going to swallow up everything in their line of sight. And Lin felt like this type of mitosis completely disregarded the law of conservation of energy. Even if a creature had the ability to split itself into two, the two halves would at least be significantly weaker than the original whole. However, this dragon had split itself up several dozen times, but each miniature dragon still retained around 70% of the power of the original whole. Thus, the combined power of those several dozen dragons was simply monstrous. Meanwhile, behind a massive boulder at the edge of the White Lake realm, two living beings had concealed their auras and were staring intently at the battle taking place near the White Lake. One of them was a semi-transparent jellyfish that was around half the size of a grown man. It was hovering in the air as white lightning flashed around its tentacles while it asked, "Hong Do, is that the Enlin you speak of?" A burly rock golem with a roaring flame burning in his chest nodded with an expression of astonishment on his face. There's no mistaking him. That's definitely Enlin. Who would have thought he would be in the ancient Taichu realm? And it had only been just over a year since the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers. To be able to progress from spirit-nurturing initial stage to soul formation intermediate stage during that time. He truly is a supremely talented prodigy. Hee. But this supremely talented prodigy is now in a pretty situation. The jellyfish chuckled and said, "The Heavenly Court representatives are considered to be our allies, so what do you say? Do we give them a hand?" Hong Do blinked his flaming eyes. He suddenly began chuckling to himself as he recalled all those times Enlin had bullied him in the past. Yes, we're friends after all. It won't be good to just leave them to fend for themselves. Hee. We'll wait for them to be almost overwhelmed before we swoop in and become their saviors so that they can look up to us with reverence. My gallant figure will be deeply engraved in their minds. With that, an expectant smile appeared on Hong Do's face. Tina stood on Enlin's shoulder and grabbed onto two tiny fistfuls of Enlin's hair with an expression of shock and horror. Just what kind of monster is this dragon? It even managed to steal my power of holy light. Wah! I don't even have my holy light anymore. What kind of fairy am I? Tina broke down in tears when she considered her pitiful situation. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. Calm down, little fairy. My super awesome lightning manipulation technique was also stolen, but you don't see me complaining. Just as they were speaking to one another, all the miniature thousand-eyed demonic dragons began to glow with holy light while exuding an extremely powerful aura from their bodies. And Lin, do we still fight? Lu Chu transmitted her voice to them from afar. Yes, they've stolen our spell techniques. We can't just let them off the hook. And Lin gritted his teeth. Lu Chu. All right. The idiotic Gundams put away their light swords at the behest of Enlin and switched to using flames instead. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon that had stolen Enlin's lightning manipulation technique stood at the forefront of the army of miniature thousand-eyed demonic dragons with lightning crackling all over its body, as if it were the general leading the army. Unfortunately, the tactic of vanquishing the general first to lay waste to the entire army wouldn't work, as they would just be swamped by the remaining miniature dragons. Hence, all Enlin could do was to burn them all to death. Right at this moment, the thousand-eyed demonic dragon at the forefront of the dragon army suddenly opened all the crimson eyes all over its body, which had previously been closed. Its crimson eyes seemed to have become more vibrant, as if it had completed some sort of transformation. Crack! The lightning revolving around its body became crimson in color, while the dragon itself started to exude even more fearsome destructive force. And Lin's pupils contracted. Did it just evolve? He knew that the blue lightning the dragon had manipulated before was just the standard norm for the lightning manipulation technique. However, this crimson lightning was something that drew upon the power of the dragon itself to become even more powerful. And Lin couldn't help but turn his eyes onto the miniature dragons behind the large dragon leading the army. All their eyes were also closed after absorbing the power of Tina's holy light. Did that mean that if they were to reopen their eyes, they would also become more powerful? We don't have much time. We have to attack them now. And Lin charged toward the miniature dragons first while holding the divine flame bead in his hand. The larger dragon at the forefront of the army immediately summoned a powerful bolt of crimson lightning to crash down upon Enlin, and Lin used his lightning manipulation technique through force of habit, before immediately coming to the realization that he no longer had that ability. He hurriedly dodged to the side, but the speed of lightning was not something that could be evaded easily. His reactions were already far too late, and the crimson lightning instantly pierced through his shoulder. A numbing sensation coupled with acute pain instantly spread throughout his entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. This feeling, it was so amazing. It had been far too long since he had been struck by lightning like this, and the unfamiliar yet exhilarating pain was almost an enjoyable sensation to him. At this moment, all the miniature thousand-eyed demonic dragons opened their mouths in unison as fearsome holy light began to flare around their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. All the dragons shot forth blasts of holy light toward Enlin and the others from their mouths. Each of the holy light blasts contained power equivalent to the full force attack of a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator. This many holy light blasts at once instantly gave everyone an overwhelming sense of asphyxiation. And Lin immediately used his black brick as a shield while Tina hid behind him as she trembled in fear. The barrage of holy light engulfed an area within a radius of 1 kilometer. The poor Gundams didn't even have a chance to evade before they were completely swallowed up by the bombardment of holy light. They're too powerful, Giant and Lin. We can't even get close to them. Tina stood on Enlin's shoulder with fear on her face. The barrage of holy light was relentless, and each and every blast knocked the black brick, along with Enlin, back a large distance. Enlin was also a little dumbstruck by the power of the thousand-eyed demonic dragons. Their power was simply inexplicable. Would he be forced to use the origin energy of the netherworld again despite having just recovered from the aftereffects not too long ago? Just as Enlin was scrambling for a plan, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly sounded in the air. Ha 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 ha. You're still just as useless as ever, Enlin. Let the mighty Hong Do save you. A burly figure descended from the sky with astonishing force atop a flaming cloud. Enlin's mouth gaped open slightly at the sight of the rock golem. Hong Do's burly, rocky body was alight with crimson flames, giving him an extremely fearsome appearance as he charged toward the largest of the dragons. Ling. I'll leave those miniature ones to you. Easy. A semi-transparent jellyfish flew through the air like a light breeze. She didn't appear to be all that quick, but she had appeared over the army of miniature dragons in the blink of an eye. She spread her tentacles open to form a net of over a kilometer in radius, which instantly encompassed all the miniature dragons below. Divine lightning pool. White divine lightning erupted forth from her tentacles to form countless bolts of lightning that created a lethal pool of electricity, thus engulfing all the dragons below her. Ha! Die, you little shit. Let Papa Hong Do teach you a lesson. Hong Do appeared before the largest of the dragons before unleashing a devastating blowdown upon it. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded forth, covering a radius of several hundred meters. The dragon plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, where it left a massive crater in the ground. Ha! How do you like the taste of Papa Hong Do's fists? I'll make sure you get your fill. Hong Do chortled with glee as he rained down flaming fist projection upon the dragon below, sending tremors running through the ground. Right at this moment, the jellyfish suddenly wailed in anguish. Are you all right, Ling? Hong Do turned to the jellyfish with an anxious expression. He was then greeted by the sight of countless bolts of white divine lightning heading toward the jellyfish in the sky. Rumble! The jellyfish had been zapped senseless by her own lightning, and she instantly retreated into the air as fast as she could. And Lin's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this. His lightning manipulation technique was probably to blame for this. Right at this moment, the dragon that Hong Do punched into the ground took this opportunity to instantly appear before Hong Do as a peculiar ripple emanated from its pitch-black eyes. Plunder! Hong Do suddenly felt as if he had lost something in that split second. He was extremely unsettled by this feeling, but he still crashed his fist down upon the dragon before him. The dragon seemed to have predicted his attack, and it retreated backward at blinding speed while closing all the eyes that were all over its body. It was as if the eyes were digesting something. At the same time, its entire body was enveloped by scorching crimson flames, while monstrous heat waves radiated from its body. Hong Do stared at the dragon in shock. This familiar energy, it was the energy he took pride in. He looked down at his chest only to find that there was nothing there aside from barren rock. My spiritual flame is gone. Hong Do's mouth gaped open as he stared down at his own chest with blank eyes, like a rock that had lost all his hopes and dreams. Bam! When Hong Do's dragon assailant crashed its white claws down on Hong Do's body with extremely fearsome power, it instantly knocked Hong Do down to the ground. Its claws then clenched into fists as it rained countless flaming fist projections down upon Hong Do. Flames swept through the earth while the ground trembled and quaked as Hong Do received a taste of his own medicine. Hong Do lay on the ground, too disillusioned to even formulate a defense. The power that he took pride in was gone. What was the point of even resisting? He should just accept his fate as a useless rock. Just as the jellyfish named Ling was staging a frantic retreat, Hong Do was doubting the purpose of his own existence. A golden arrow flew through the air, as if it were the light of dawn striking through the darkness, making gold the exclusive color tone between heaven and earth. Divine technique. Divine evil vanquishing arrow. The golden arrow flew toward the miniature dragons before splitting into 10, then into 100, then into 1,000, before finally creating a dense shower of infinite golden arrows that rained down onto the ground below. Boom! All the arrows were imbued with fearsome sealing power that the miniature thousand-eyed demonic dragons would soon come to experience. And Lin and Tina took this opportunity to pounce on the army of miniature dragons. Lu Chu had created a fantastic opportunity for them to eradicate these miniature dragons, which possessed the power of holy light and were the biggest threats to Enlin and the others. Tina let loose a delicate battle cry, and her aura climbed explosively as she slashed her heart lotus ice sword through the air. A blue ripple radiated from her sword for a distance of over a kilometer, freezing the ground below and leaving thousands of blue ice lotus flowers in its wake. All the miniature dragons unleashed their holy light to try and free themselves from the sealing power of the golden arrows, but the blue ice lotus flowers began to appear underfoot while unleashing the power of extreme frost that instantly froze them solid. The divine flame bead floated beside Enlin as he activated his 4 divine flames to the maximum. Great holy flame, appear. A miniature sun appeared above the army of miniature thousand-eyed demonic dragons. Demonic star flame, appear. The sky was transformed into a sea of purple flames with twinkling stars embedded within, all of which were imbued with extremely fearsome flame power. Setting moon flame, heavenly void flame. Blue flames swept toward the thousand-eyed demonic dragons in a devastating wave that was both scorching hot and freezing cold at the same time. Meanwhile, an invisible flame engulfed the entire space around the army of miniature dragons, thus enveloping them in an all-vanquishing power. Sea of Divine Flames, activate. Crimson symbols began to appear on the backs of Enlin's hands, and they glowed with a brilliant light as the divine flame beads stirred in response. Purple's flames with specks of white stars embedded within crashed down like meteorites. Boundless golden flames poured forth from the miniature sun in the sky, incinerating all living beings on the ground below. The blue flames formed a massive wave that swept forward like an unstoppable tsunami. The invisible flames were omnipresent between heaven and earth, scorching every inch of the demonic dragon's skins. The entire heaven and earth was transformed into a roaring pit of flames, affording the thousand-eyed demonic dragons no chance of escape. The divine flame bead reacted to the boundless flame power in the air, and a golden flaming dragon burst forth from within before roaring as it swooped down into the sea of flames. The golden flaming dragon engulfed the thousand-eyed demonic dragons with a vengeance, as if it were the monarch of all flames. The jellyfish, who had been severely injured and was in the process of running away, was shocked upon turning back to discover the roaring sea of divine flames behind her. This spell technique was unleashed by Enlin? Holy shit, it's way too powerful. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. The overwhelming flame power reduced the ground below into a massive pit of molten lava that covered a radius of several kilometers. Even with the protection of the holy light, the miniature thousand-eyed demonic dragons were unable to endure the devastating destructive power of the flames, and their eyes began to collapse as their bodies became engulfed by the flames. The flames began to dissipate soon after. There was no longer any trace of the thousand-eyed demonic dragons, and they had clearly been reduced to nothingness by the monstrous flames. Enlin half knelt onto the ground as sweat poured down his face. He had activated the sea of divine flames with all his strength, so he barely had any vital energy remaining within his body. Giant Enlin, I can feel my power of holy light coming back. Tina flew toward Enlin excitedly to show off her tiny hands, which were glowing with white light. Enlin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this before turning a cold gaze toward the final remaining dragon. Now then, it's time to take back my lightning manipulation technique. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon seemed to also realize that something was amiss as it suddenly stopped attacking Hongdo. Hongdo lay in a deep crater on the ground and was on the brink of death. Crimson lava flowed from his body, but the scorching heat of the lava did nothing to warm his cold, dejected heart. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon turned its eyes upon Enlin and spoke in a gravelly voice that was full of resentment. You will pay with your life for destroying parts of my body. Crimson lightning flashed as the thousand-eyed demonic dragon pounced toward Enlin at extreme speed. Enlin had just unleashed his sea of divine flames, and his entire body was completely devoid of vital energy. He had just swallowed a blood spirit pill, but that hadn't taken effect yet, so he received quite a fright at the sight of the approaching thousand-eyed demonic dragon. Tina immediately stationed herself in front of Enlin as she slashed out a series of powerful extreme frost sword projections that swept toward the thousand-eyed demonic dragon, leaving a vast expanse of white frost in their wake. To her surprise, the thousand-eyed demonic dragon did not evade the attack. Instead, the cracks on its pristine white body suddenly split open to reveal densely packed crimson eyes. At the same time, a suit of crimson armor exuding extremely high temperatures materialized around its body. The sword projections Tina had slashed toward it did not even have a chance to come into contact with the crimson suit of armor before they all began to twist and melt, thereby demonstrating the overwhelmingly scorching temperatures emanating from the armor. The sword projections struck the suit of crimson armor in an explosion of fire and ice, basking the entire heaven and earth in a spectacular light show of crimson and blue. Crimson lightning suddenly pierced through the explosion en route to Tina. Tina was caught off guard by the attack and could only position her longsword in front of her body in a hasty defense. She was then struck by an extremely powerful burst of lightning that threatened to tear her body apart. As her body plummeted toward the ground, she let loose an agonized cry. The dragon instantly swept past Tina to appear before Enlin with greed and bloodlust in its eyes. Plunder! A terrifying ripple began to emanate from its pitch-black eyes. However, the corner of Enlin's lips curled up in a smirk as the vermilion bird mirror appeared in his hand. The vermilion bird mirror had the ability to reflect an enemy's attack after being fully charged. A rippling barrier of water enveloped Enlin's body before slowly transforming to become a semi-transparent mirror. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon faltered slightly when it saw its own reflection in the mirror. At this moment, the mysterious ripples flowing from its eyes crashed into the mirror before suddenly being rebounded. Whoosh! Enlin suddenly had an extremely peculiar feeling. He could feel 4 vastly different types of power. One was imbued with the divine might of pure yang. Another was volatile as fire. Another was a power filled with vitality and reproductive force. And the final type of power reminded Enlin of a black hole that was teeming with the power of greed and engulfment. He felt that the first type of power was his own lightning manipulation technique. The second was probably Hongdo's power. The third was most likely the power of the thousand-eyed demonic dragon to infinitely regenerate and reproduce itself. And as for the fourth, could that be the power of plunder? He had initially planned to steal back his own lightning manipulation technique. But when he experienced those 4 different powers, he immediately chose the fourth option. Rebounding the power of the thousand-eyed demonic dragon to plunder its plunder ability. For some reason, it felt really awesome. Enlin made a split-second decision, and he instantly reflected the thousand-eyed demonic dragon's plunder ability on itself. A dumbstruck expression appeared on the thousand-eyed demonic dragon's face as it suddenly felt like it had lost something. Ding dong! Detect that host has come into contact with a manifestation of the crumbling Tai Chu realm essence. Now assigning the following mission. Completely destroy the manifestation of the crumbling Tai Chu realm essence. Mission success. Receive the Divine Plunder Technique of the Divine Technique series. Mission failure. No consequence. When the rippling mirror shattered, the thousand-eyed demonic dragon was greeted by the sight of Enlin looking at itself with a sinister smirk on his face. A golden image in the shape of an eye suddenly appeared on Enlin's head, and immediately after, invisible ripples imbued with the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth began to permeate through the air. Plunder! Golden ripples began to proliferate outward before instantly engulfing the thousand-eyed demonic dragon. This power was simply far too familiar to the thousand-eyed demonic dragon, but it discovered that the power was slightly different as the ripples were somehow golden. It then felt like it had suddenly lost something. An expression of shock and horror appeared on its face for the very first time as it roared and flew back in retreat. Enlin had just used his divine plunder technique to steal the thousand-eyed demonic dragon's reproductive and regenerative ability. He pulled out his evil-slaying sword again as the sinister smile on his face widened. Now then, let's see if you'll be able to split yourself into 2 again. Wings of Wind. Wind Sword. Under the dual acceleration of the 2 spell techniques, Enlin's speed drastically increased as he chased down the thousand-eyed demonic dragon almost in the blink of an eye. Take this, foul beast. Enlin raised his evil-slaying sword high into the air, where a gust of wind flowed around the blade, before slashing down upon the thousand-eyed demonic dragon with extreme sharpness. Rip! The thousand-eyed demonic dragon was slashed in half, and the 2 halves of its body crashed heavily onto the ground below. There was still no blood within its body. It was as if Enlin had just sliced into a huge mound of dough. The 2 halves of the dragon's body tried to regenerate, but it couldn't materialize new organs no matter how hard it tried. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon turned to stare at Enlin in shock and disbelief. The power of plunder was a fundamental ability unique to itself. What kind of monster was this man to be able to steal it and use it for himself? Enlin walked toward the thousand-eyed demonic dragon with a cold sneer on his face and immediately unleashed his 4 divine flames to scorch its body. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon wailed in anguish as its crimson eyes slowly collapsed while its body began to tremble uncontrollably. The 4 divine flames raged until all the vital energy within Enlin's body had been expended. The thousand-eyed demonic dragon had already been reduced to a charred crisp with no chance of ever regenerating. Invisible ripples radiated outward, and Enlin could feel his lightning manipulation technique returning to himself. However, the ability to reproduce and regenerate that he had plundered from the thousand-eyed demonic dragon was slowly disappearing. The crimson flames in Hong Do's chest also reignited as vitality coursed through his body. Ding dong! Congratulations on completing your mission. You may now receive the divine plunder technique. The image of the golden eye on Enlin's forehead pulsed as glowed and dimmed several times before disappearing into his skin. He took a deep breath and opened his bright eyes with a satisfied expression. All the techniques within the Divine Technique series were extremely badass, and the Divine Plunder technique was no exception. The technique was very similar to the ability of the thousand-eyed demonic dragon in that it could plunder a target spell technique as long as the target was within 100 meters of the user, and the user was looking into the target's eyes. The time limit for this was 10 minutes, and the technique could store a maximum of 3 different spell techniques at the same time. My spiritual flame. It's back. Hong Do murmured to himself in the huge crater he was situated in. He crawled out from the crater and was greeted by the sight of a gallant figure in white robes currently with their back facing him. The figure held a black long sword and appeared particularly strapping and stalwart under the light of the sun. Say, Senior, are you the one who saved me? Hong Do's tear-filled eyes were filled with gratitude and reverence. The figure turned to look at Hong Do before blinking his eyes and chuckling out loud. Oh, didn't see you there, Junior Hong Do. I am indeed your savior. What are you going to offer to me as repayment? Hong Do was instantly dumbstruck when he caught sight of the features of the man standing before him. Holy fuck! It was you! He roared as 10,000 sheep swept through his heart in a thunderous stampede. He was saved by Enlin? Wasn't he supposed to be the one that played the role of a savior? This wasn't right. A woman in a pink dress flew through the air before landing lightly by Enlin's side with furrowed brows. That dragon was so powerful. Why didn't it drop anything? Enlin shrugged in resignation. This organism was quite a unique one, so I could only incinerate it to prevent further mishaps. I was hoping that some realm essence crystals or something like that would appear from its body after it died. But it looks like my expectations were too high. Lu Chuchu pouted with displeasure. We should have just continued our murder and robbery spree. And Lin, she was right in a sense. They had almost died in this grueling battle before finally defeating this ancient boss. Only to find that the boss didn't even drop any items or even gold. What was the point of all that work then? It would be quite a disheartening situation for anyone that encountered it. However, Enlin wasn't all that disheartened. After all, he was quite ecstatic about receiving his new hack ability. However, he couldn't express these emotions in case he made Lu Chuchu feel even worse than she did now. What a thoughtful man he was. It was always better to share unhappiness rather than having one person being ecstatic while the other was left to feel sorry for themselves. At this moment, the jellyfish hovering in the sky slowly descended beside Enlin before making a self-introduction in a light voice. Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Ling Ying from the Hall of Creation in the Creation Realm. Enlin nodded and cupped his fists in reply. Hi there, Ling Ying. I am Enlin from the Heavenly Court in the Kingdom of the 9 States. Lu Chuchu also made a self-introduction. Hi, I'm Lu Chuchu from the Heavenly Court in the Kingdom of the 9 States. I'm Tina from Central City. Tina flapped her golden wings with a grin. Hong Do swallowed a regenerative pill before limping over to everyone. He turned to Enlin with a sheepish expression before pursing his lips. He then turned to Lu Chuchu instead. I am Hongdo from the Hall of Creation in the Creation Realm. Lu Chuchu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So this was the Hongdo that was known as the ideal fourth man? And Lin bowed slightly to Hongdo and Linging with a grateful expression. I express my sincerest gratitude to you two for extending a helping hand to us in our time of need. Regardless of how things turned out, the fact of the matter was that Hongdo and Linging had provided assistance to them in a dire situation. And Lin was extremely grateful for that. Haha, there's no need to thank us, Mr. Lin, we really didn't help much, Linging said as she waved her semi-transparent tentacles in the air. Hongdo was a little embarrassed by Lin's display of gratitude, and he harumphed lightly before averting his gaze. After a series of introductions, Linging slowly flew toward the center of the White Lake, which was now just a dried-out lakebed. I don't think you should be disappointed just yet. I feel like there's something out of the ordinary under the lakebed of the White Lake. Linging was a jellyfish, and as such she was extremely sensitive to anything related to water, thereby allowing her to detect something all the others couldn't. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and they followed Linging toward the center of the White Lake. Come with me. I feel like there is a mystic realm under here, and that demonic dragon was most likely the guardian of the realm, Linging said as she led the way down to the lakebed. For some reason, Lin suddenly thought of Zhang Anlin, who was the guardian of the White Cloud Lake ruins. Zhang Anlin was also a dragon, and he was responsible for guarding the ruins of the Purple Star Research Institute. Did that mean that the thousand-eyed demonic dragon was a creature similar to Zhang Anlin? So essentially, what they were doing before was the equivalent of killing Zhang Anlin before forcing their way into the ruins. Would there have been something like the rainbow cow around here that they could have offered to the thousand-eyed demonic dragon as a sacrifice? Perhaps they could have avoided this battle then. Just as Lin was being led astray by his train of thought, Linging descended upon the lakebed. The bottom of the lake was extremely dim, but one could still see the huge crater that had resulted from the explosion of the Great Explosion Formation. Lingying's tentacles flew through the air as they carved a series of peculiar, dazzling symbols into the lakebed. The symbols flashed as energy radiated outward. A huge vortex of water with insane suction power suddenly manifested itself in a certain location on the lakebed. This is the entrance to the mystic realm. Come with me. Linging waved her tentacles excitedly toward the vortex. And Lin and the others could also detect a special space within the vortex, and they immediately followed behind Linging as she entered the vortex. Atop a certain mountain within the White Lake realm, two black figures were floating in the air. They both had crimson eyes and black horns, and boundless auras radiated from their bodies. Both of them were powerful cultivators from the demon realm. What do you think, Zhong Lixing? Should we chase them down? A female true demon with an extremely voluptuous body in a black veil dress, which revealed a large section of her snowy white back, asked in a soft voice. An extremely brawny male true demon nodded at her suggestion. The mystic realm at the bottom of the lake must house extremely valuable treasures to have such a powerful guardian beast. We can't miss an opportunity like this. But there's only two of us. The female true demon was a little hesitant. The earth-shattering event that had just ended had attracted them to this location. It was here from their vantage point that they witnessed just how powerful those people were. Even though the two true demons were both at the soul formation pinnacle stage, they did not have much confidence that they would be able to defeat those people that had just entered the mystic realm. A slight smirk appeared on Zhong Lixing's face. Who said we would engage in direct combat with them, Konggu? Our target is whatever treasures that lie within the mystic realm. This mystic realm must be quite a huge one. We can just grab some treasures and run. We have that item anyway, so we'll be able to escape even if we can't beat them. Konggu nodded upon hearing this. Everyone on the path of cultivation had to strive for opportunities, and seeing as there wasn't too much risk to their lives, there really was no reason for them to pass up this chance. Thus, the two true demons transformed into black mist as they flew toward the center of the White Lake. And Lin passed through the vortex, and the space around him warped before settling again. A faint white light entered his eyes, and he looked around the mystic realm to find that he was situated within a huge stone hall over 100 feet wide. There were 4 phosphorescent orbs embedded into the walls, each of which was around the size of a soccer ball. The phosphorescent orbs exuded a soft glow, which lit up the entire hall. Lu Chu immediately brought out a sharp sword and began to pry the phosphorescent orbs out from the wall. All these pretty phosphorescent orbs are mine. Don't fight over them with a girl like me. She issued words of warning to everyone around her as she sprang into action. Everyone was speechless after seeing what Lu Chu was doing. Was she really going after the phosphorescent orbs in the mystic realm? Just how poor was she? And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. Phosphorescent orbs this large were quite a rarity, but people who tried to pry phosphorescent orbs out from the walls of mystic realms were even rarer. Shouldn't she be worried about pissing off the mystic realm? What if the mystic realm became enraged and increased the difficulty of their trials? One couldn't blame Lin for thinking like this. After all, he had explored both the Purple Star ruins as well as the Shouyang tomb, and he knew how important it was to keep the mystic realms happy. In any case, Lu Chu was absolutely determined to pry the phosphorescent orbs from the walls, and she succeeded in the end before stowing the orbs away into her storage ring. The entire stone hall was then plunged into darkness. In order to light up their surroundings, Hong Do increased the brightness of the flames in his chest with a resigned expression. All done. Let's continue. A cute smile appeared on Lu Chu's face as she looked around at everyone. There was a passageway within the stone hall that appeared as if it were leading to another world. The passageway was extremely wide and long, and everyone made their way forward slowly in case any mishaps arose. After walking for a long time, they saw a film of rippling blue light at the end of the passageway. There was a dark slab of rock above the film of light, upon which was inscribed a few bold characters. What does it say? Lu Chu looked up at the characters with a confused gaze. The scripture was quite unfamiliar, but she could sense that it was quite an ancient text. Mainland Dragon Valley Sanctuary. And Lin and Tina read the characters out loud at the same time. They both turned to look at each other with surprise in their eyes. The characters are from the ancient man language, and Lin explained to everyone else. Lu Chu, Hong Do, and Linging nodded upon hearing this, but their expressions were a little peculiar. Which means that the creature wasn't guarding any treasure, but a sanctuary instead? Hong Do asked with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Does that mean there are still normal creatures on this crumbling continent? Ling Ying exclaimed in shock. Of course. I'm a normal creature. Tina waved her tiny fists as she protested in rage. What? You're from this ancient Tai Chu realm? Hong Do was quite startled upon hearing this. Ling Ying also began to wave her tentacles around with excitement. I thought you were from the Tai Chu continent, but you're actually from the ancient Tai Chu realm instead? Where did you come from? I'm not telling you. Tina felt as if she was being discriminated against, and she pursed her lips as she ducked into Lin's ear. All right, let's leave this conversation for another time. We should continue onward for now. And Lin suggested. The existence of this sanctuary was actually quite easy to understand. When a world became uninhabitable, some mighty figures would often create a new space for other creatures to live in. The ancient Tai Chu realm was a crumbling continent, so it was quite possible that everyone would encounter the native inhabitants of this continent within this mainland Dragon Valley sanctuary. Everyone became a little bit nervous when they thought about this. If there really were native inhabitants of the continent within the sanctuary, then they would be considered aliens, and they might run the risk of being attacked. Hong Do, you look quite sturdy, you should go in first, and Lin suggested. The flames in Hong Do's chest flared up brightly as he retorted in rage. Don't even think about screwing me over like that. And Lin, you're the strongest among everyone here, so you should go in first. Hee, you admit that I'm the most powerful one here, so it appears you do know your place after all. Humph, don't try to goad me. I ain't falling for it. I'll admit I'm just a tiny little bit weaker than you. But so what? Hong Do harumphed coldly. Tina instantly sprang out from Lin's ear with a scathing retort. A tiny bit? Aren't you embarrassed to say that? You're clearly miles behind Lin. Not only are you weak, but you're also a coward. You're a useless rock whose only strong point is durability, and you're not even willing to use that to your advantage. You truly have zero redeeming features. Tina's Tai Chu language mastery was growing more and more proficient, and her scathing tirade instantly made Hong Do begin to doubt his own existence. He was completely rooted to the spot, and the fact that he was being looked down on by a tiny little female fairy made her remarks sting even more, to the extent that he was seriously starting to wonder what was the purpose for his existence. Could it be that he really was a useless rock? He recalled back to the battle against the thousand-eyed demonic dragon where he tried to flex to Enlin but was saved by the latter instead. And now, he was standing at the entrance to a mystic realm, but he didn't even dare to be the first one to enter. Was he really just a useless rock compared to everyone else? No. The great Hong Do, refused to concede to anyone. After a brief mental conflict, the flames in his chest began to burn with his renewed determination. Humph, you bunch of scaredy cats. Let me show you what a real warrior looks like. Follow Papa Hong Do. Hong Do gritted his teeth as he stepped through the blue film of light. Just you watch. The great Hong Do will show you the way. Hong Do's valiant actions instantly inspired awe and respect from everyone else. Well done. And Lin transmitted his voice in praise. It was so, Tina replied smugly. A minute later, Ling Ying pulled out Hong Do's presence talisman. Hong Do is still alive, so it should be safe for us to enter. Everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief, and they stepped through the gate one by one. After stepping through the blue film of light, and Lin, Lu Chu Chu, Tina, and Ling Ying arrived at a realm that had a soft yellow sky. Then, they were all stunned by the sight that lay before their eyes. And Lin's eyes widened, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Fuck me. Lu Chu Chu's small mouth was slightly agape as she stammered, Good heavens. Ling Ying was so astonished that all her white tentacles froze in midair. Her blue eyes bulged out of her head. Tina held her hands over her mouth. So many Holy Spirit towers, she exclaimed dazedly. As expected, the legends that claim that Pangu left behind the Holy Spirit towers are all lies. And Lin rolled his eyes. These are called realm essence crystals. Please stop referring to them as Holy Spirit towers. It sounds so awkward. He was right. What lay before them was a field of realm essence crystals. On a stretch of white land, which sat hundreds of meters away from them, numerous realm essence crystals sprouted from the ground like plants. They were fan-shaped and grew around a black pillar that was thousands of feet tall. At a glance, there were at least 300 white realm essence crystals, dozens of green realm essence crystals, and over 20 blue realm essence crystals. There were 9 red realm essence crystals, and these were as dazzling as flowers in full bloom. Moreover, there were even 3 golden realm essence crystals. These golden realm essence crystals sat on the edge of the black pillar and radiated with alluring golden glows. And Lin's eyes locked onto the golden realm essence crystals. He had to obtain them. Huh? Guys, look over there. Hong Do's condition seems to be a bit strange, Ling Ying said suddenly. They all looked forward upon hearing this. Hong Do had been in front of them this entire time, but since their eyes were all drawn to the field of realm essence crystals, they naturally ignored his presence. Now that they focused on him, they realized that Hong Do was only a couple of meters in front of them. He had his back to them and he was in a sprinting motion. It was as if he was sprinting toward the realm essence crystals in excitement. However, Hong Do's sprinting appeared very slow in their eyes. It looked as though his motion had been slowed down by a factor of thousands. And Lin grimaced. Hong Do, what on earth are you playing at? He yelled. His strong and sturdy body shuddered. After that, he turned his head around with great difficulty and said, There's something wrong with this mystic realm. Hong Do was spewing absolute nonsense, and he wasted a minute of their time. And Lin, Lu Chu Chu, and the others all glanced around at the surroundings. Eventually, their gazes all settled on a faint golden line, which was located a meter in front of them. This golden line appeared like a boundary between 2 completely different realms of space. And Lin extended his hand over the golden line, and he instantly felt sluggish. This feeling was especially peculiar. His mind hadn't slowed down, yet everything else about him became sluggish. It wasn't the kind of sluggishness induced by crushing pressure, nor was it a natural instinct of the body. It felt as though being this slow was something instilled within him since birth. Such a peculiar feeling. This is most likely the power of some natural law. We can't change this with our abilities, Lu Chu said in astonishment after sensing the realm beyond the golden line. Although this mystic realm is strange, it doesn't seem to pose any danger to us, Linging added. Moreover, there isn't a threat from indigenous creatures of the ancient Tai Chu realm. Just like that, they all glanced at each other once more. Then they all reached the same decision. Enter. The field of realm essence crystals was far too attractive to them. They couldn't allow Hong Do to have it all to himself. Time was of the essence, and they couldn't fall too far behind. Without any further hesitation, they all crossed the golden line and charged forward as quickly as they could. And Lin used his most powerful speed buffs right from the outset, Wings of Wind and Wind Sword. He hoped that his momentum would carry him past Hong Do, who already had a lead of over 10 meters. However, he was far too naive. Once he crossed the golden line, everything slowed down, so much so that he forgot how to fly. Plop! He face-planted into the ground and dragged out a 4-meter-long ditch. Lu Chu. Tina was latched onto Lin's hair, and she had also forgotten how to fly. Her wings flapped erratically, and the force generated by them fluctuated unpredictably. It was as though everything had become disorderly and chaotic. This all felt extremely vexing. This was especially so for Ling Ying. As a jellyfish that was accustomed to floating in midair, she was now reduced to crawling on the ground using her tentacles. One had to realize, she had never crawled like this before. Thus, even though she had the most feet out of all of them, she fell into the last place once they entered into the mystic realm. Little, now help me get the gold ones. And Lin took great efforts to issue this command. At this moment, Tina had already jumped off his shoulder and was dashing toward the golden realm essence crystals. Although he was a few meters ahead of everyone else, it took him an absurd amount of time to crawl back up. Eventually, he was overtaken by Lu Chu. Hong Do, wait for me. And Lin shouted with passion as he ran. Hong Do didn't turn around. Heh, he sneered. This was a very strange feeling. They all felt as if they had returned to their childhood days, where they were muddle-headed and carefree. Everything felt so natural and relaxed as they sprinted through this realm. They had cast aside everything. In fact, they had even forgotten how to cast immortal spells and how to circulate vital energy. I'm a happy little fairy, Tina chortled in excitement as she sprinted along. I've actually grown fond of sprinting. Like this. Lu Chu's eyes squinted into a smile. There was a look of pleasure on her face. Before they knew it, 10 minutes had passed. And Lin was still sprinting with all his might, yet he was unable to reduce the distance between himself and Hong Do. If this continued, his realm essence crystals were in danger of being snatched away. Tina was in second place, and she was only 10 meters behind Hong Do. Although the size of her steps was small, the number of steps that she took was far greater than any of them. In short, she was moving a little faster than Hong Do. However, it was still unclear whether or not she could overtake Hong Do before he reached the Golden Realm essence crystals. Lu Chu was in third place, and she was only 5 meters behind Tina. And Lin was in fourth place, and he was 6 to 7 meters behind Lu Chu. Ling Ying was in fifth place, and she was over 10 meters behind Lin. Anyhow, Ling Ying was already wallowing in despair. She had resigned herself to simply harvesting a few white realm essence crystals. Right at this moment, the film of blue light rippled, and 2 unfamiliar figures appeared in this realm. A female who had a pair of horns and a pair of crimson eyes was shocked by what she saw. Good heavens! Zhong Lixing, am I dreaming? There are so many realm essence crystals. Konggu, don't get too worked up. Don't let your guard down in this kind of place. See those people in the distance? There's something strange about this mystic realm. There was a dangerous glint in Zhong Lixing's eyes. His reaction was frighteningly quick, and vital energy swirled as he raised a hand above his head. A black orb that contained terrifying power instantly formed in midair. Then, it shot toward Enlin and the others angrily. After all, taking action was more effective than speaking nonsense. Zhong Lixing knew that Enlin and the others had become trapped in some strange state. Thus, he grabbed this opportunity without hesitation and struck preemptively. This was how a powerful true demon should behave. However, what happened next had him feeling astounded. As the black orb passed over some boundary, its energy dissipated, and it completely vanished. Are we still going to enter? Konggu was dazed by this sight. Zhong Lixing fell deep into thought as he gazed at the dense field of realm essence crystal. After a short moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "We'll enter. Why not? This is most likely a sluggish mystic realm, which prevents the use of spell techniques. However, we actually have another advantage. That is, we now know of the effects of this mystic realm. We can accelerate outside and take advantage of the momentum that we generate to overtake them." Kong Ji's eyes lit up. "That's an amazing idea." Just like that, the two of them frenziedly built up their speed outside. Then, they flew past the golden line and into the mystic realm. Everything became peculiar. The two true demons felt that everything around them had slowed down, so much so that they had forgotten how to fly. Plop! The two true demons face-planted into the ground and dragged out 2 4-meter-long ditches. Ling Ying, who was trailing in the last place, was the first to detect the commotion behind them. "Be careful, guys," she yelled in panic. "There are 2 true demons behind us." Everyone glanced back upon hearing this. Then, they saw the 2 true demons face-planting into the ground. Seeing this familiar scene, they were all left speechless. In fact, they wanted to look toward the sky in disbelief. And Lin winced. "Are these 2 true demons paying tribute to me?" After a fleeting glance, they all turned their attention back to the realm essence crystals before them. They continued sprinting forward. That's right, who gave a shit about them being true demons? In this realm, it mattered little whether they were true demons or fake demons. Running quickly was all that mattered. The only way to snatch realm essence crystals was to run quickly. The 2 true demons, who collapsed onto the ground, were also stupefied. After stealing a glance at the 2 of them, their enemies actually didn't say anything at all. They all turned around as if nothing had happened and continued sprinting. "We've been ignored," Konggu said slowly. "Don't worry, we'll catch up to them in no time." The physical body of a true demon is extraordinarily impressive. Zhong Lixing was brimming with confidence, and a boundless battle intent oozed from his body. Just like that, the 2 of them spent a few minutes picking themselves up from the ground. The gap between them and their enemies had widened by another dozen or so meters. Zhong Lixing was unwilling to yield. He drew upon all his powers and broke into a sprint. However, an extremely sluggish feeling enveloped his entire body. It was as though sluggishness was the true intent of this realm. Everything was stripped away, and everything was slowed down. It seemed as though the advantage of Zhong Lixing and Kong Ji's powerful physical bodies was completely suppressed. The distance between them and Enlin didn't shrink a single bit. To their relief, however, the distance between them and the jellyfish was continually shrinking. After an hour, they were finally about to overtake the jellyfish. "Heh! The speed of you guys is just SOSO." It was as though Zhong Lixing had found a target to direct his frustrations toward, and so, he snickered loudly. However, just as Zhong Lixing and Konggu were about to overtake the jellyfish, its tentacles suddenly wrapped around their bodies. This suddenly was in fact extremely slow. However, the speed at which the true demons were moving meant that they were unable to dodge these tentacles. Konggu shrieked in fright. "Zhong Lixing? What's this? You still want to battle with us here?" Zhong Lixing had a look of shock and confusion. He didn't expect the jellyfish to aid the people in front of it by sacrificing its own interest and holding them back through the means of battle. "Please carry me along," Ling Ying begged. "I can't catch up to the people in front of me. I don't know how to walk, And my tentacles can't extend properly? Linging continued. You two just happened to pass by, so I could only latch on to you guys. Just give me a ride, please. Zhong Lixing. Then don't latch onto here. Latch onto somewhere else. Kong Ji's bust was mightily impressive, and the tentacles were wrapped extremely close to them. This caused her face to flush red. Okay. Ling Ying was extremely cooperative, and she obediently moved her tentacles to Kong Ji's slender waist. Zhong Lixing yanked at the tentacles that were wrapped around his waist, but he found that they were surprisingly tough. Moreover, they were insanely strong and didn't budge a single bit. Even his sharp claws weren't able to leave a mark on them. This cursed mystic realm. If it wasn't for this natural law, Zhong Lixing fell silent. He ignored Ling Ying and continued sprinting forward. His goal was to obtain realm essence crystals. This matter could be dealt with later. Just like that, the two true demons became cart pullers, who dragged Ling Ying along as they sprinted. Ling Ying was absolutely ecstatic. She had been on the verge of puking after crawling along on her tentacles for so long. This feeling was much better. Now that there were people pulling her forward, it felt like she was flying. Hong Do, who was still in the lead, was only less than 200 meters away from the field of realm essence crystals now. He had never felt so accomplished before. Regardless of whether it was his level-headed and powerful sect sister Ling Ying, the freakishly strong Enlin, or the physically dominant true demons, they were all trailing far behind him. At this moment, they all had to gaze upon the mighty figure of their Grandpa Do. This was an incredible feeling. It was as if he were a general leading the way for his troops. He was the most impressive and eye-catching individual in this group. The more that he sprinted, the more euphoric he became. The red flames in his chest burnt brighter than ever before, and he could barely hold back his proud laughter. Out of nowhere, the ground suddenly started quaking. Everyone shuddered. The quaking wasn't slowed down like they were. The earth was truly tremoring at a great speed. This sudden burst of violent tremors almost threw the slowly sprinting individuals off their feet. The vast expanse of white land started to bulge and fracture. A sense of foreboding crept into their minds. If something untoward happened now, would they be able to defend against it? Smoke and dust billowed up from a patch of land 100 meters away from the field of realm essence crystals. Immediately afterward, hundreds of skeletal creatures crawled out from the ground. There were human skeletons, beast skeletons. Those who set foot upon my sanctuary must perish. As the skeletal creatures detected Hong Do, balls of crimson flames burst to life in their dark and empty eye sockets. They let out angry roars and charged toward him at frightening speed. Although they were only a tiny bit faster than ordinary humans, their speed was terrifying in the eyes of Hong Do. The uncanny power of this mystic realm was ineffective against these skeletal monstrosities. Hong Do almost pissed his pants in fright when he saw these fierce skeletons bearing down upon him. His eyes were full of fear and regret. Why did he have to run in front? Why was he about to become the first victim? The skeletal monstrosities pounced at Hong Do and started punching and kicking at him. Hong Do wanted to swat them away with his fist, yet his fist traveled at a meager speed of 5 meters per second. He was truly unable to strike any bones. In no time, Hong Do was pushed to the ground and on the receiving end of a mighty beating. Fortunately, these skeletons weren't too powerful, and their strength was at most that of the 5th or 6th stage Dao body. Although Hong Do was unable to draw upon the power of vital energy or the power of his body, his thick and sturdy rock body alone was enough to block the attacks of the skeletons. He wasn't in any danger of getting injured. However, not being injured wasn't the main issue. Right now, he was being pummeled by a small army of useless skeletons. This was a form of humiliation. Fuck of, Hong Do snarled. He lashed out at the army of skeletons with all his strength, yet his struggles were to no avail. His strikes were all dodged with ease. Out of the hundreds of skeletal monstrosities, half streaked past Hong Do and rushed toward Enlin and the others. Thereupon, Enlin, Lu Chu Chu, Ling Ying, Zhong Lixing, and Kong Gu all suffered the ill fate of being ravaged by skeletal monstrosities. They were all respected and revered cultivators of the soul formation stage. Right now, however, they were being bullied by mobs of weak skeletons. A feeling of humiliation and shame welled up in their hearts. Detestable, detestable, this is going too far. There was a look of pain and agitation on Zhong Lixing's face. A gigantic wolf skeleton pounced on him and started to chew at the pair of sharp horns on his head. Ah! Stop this! Lu Chu slipped and fell to the ground after being coiled around by a skeletal python. There was a look of grief on her delicate face as she gazed at the nearby field of realm essence crystals. And Lin was knocked flying by a humongous skeletal elephant. Then, he was set upon by a bunch of human skeletons. Konggu was surrounded by skeletal birds, which repeatedly swooped at her, and she eventually collapsed to the ground. Ling Ying let out weird screams as a mob of skeletal dogs bit her tentacles. Soon after, Lu Chuchu's expression froze. It was as though she had seen something unfathomable. A figure that they had all ignored was currently sprinting toward the field of realm essence crystals. She was so tiny, yet in the eyes of Lu Chuchu, she was a ray of neglected light. She was a ray of light that streaked toward victory. The white dress of the adorable fairy fluttered in the wind as she sped toward the finish line. At only 2 centimeters tall, her body was tiny. Perhaps it was due to her tiny stature that she was also ignored by the skeletal monstrosities. She had already whizzed past Hong Do and dashed into first place. Lu Chuchu was the first person to detect Tina's tiny figure. In order to prevent the skeletons from discovering her, however, she remained silent. After a short while, and Lin, who was being beaten by a large mob of skeletons, also noticed Tina's sprinting figure. She was so small yet so eye-catching. This discovery took him by surprise, and a feeling of joy crashed into his mind. And Lin shuddered, and tears of joy almost burst out from his watery eyes. He gave Tina tens of thousands of thumbs up in his mind. You go, Tina. Bring back the honor and glory that belongs to us. Harvest all the realm essence crystals. After all, Tina's belongings are my belongings. And Lin chuckled in glee as he watched the skeletal fists smashing down at his face. At this moment, even the fists of the skeletal monstrosities appeared soft and gentle. Tina was momentarily dazed as she arrived before the dense field of realm essence crystals. The reflections of their dazzling colors gleamed in her eyes. However, she quickly composed herself and dashed toward the golden realm essence crystals. She didn't forget what Lin had told her. Harvesting those 3 golden realm essence crystals was of utmost importance. After sprinting for what seemed like eons, she finally arrived before the 3 golden realm essence crystals. A victorious smile spread across her face as she gazed at the towering realm essence crystals. Giant and Lin, I've succeeded. These 3 holy spirit towers are ours. She took out her spatial bag and tried to place the golden realm essence crystals into this bag. The next instant, however, she fell deep into thought as she gazed at the towering realm essence crystals. She had discovered a harsh reality. That was, she couldn't channel her vital energy and use the powers within her body right now. The realm essence crystals before her were massive, and she wouldn't be able to carry them herself. Tina was a bit stupefied as she stared at the golden realm essence crystals, which were numerous times her height. She was completely stumped for ideas. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to walk over anyway. She hugged a realm essence crystal tightly and tried to lift it up. Then, she realized that her strength was far too weak to complete this task. The realm essence crystal was far too large for her to lift, and Lin also noticed this problem, and his heart immediately sunk. A feeling of grief and despair welled up inside him as he stared dazedly at the helpless Tina. At this moment, even the soft and powerless punches of the skeletons felt heavy and painful. Tina didn't give up. Instead, she slowly climbed up the realm essence crystal. She discovered that the surfaces of the realm essence crystals were a bit sticky, meaning she could use this feature to hang on and climb up. After reaching the top, she opened up her spatial bag and slipped it over the tip of the realm essence crystal. Whoosh! The spatial bag was like a ravenous black hole, and it continually swallowed the realm essence crystal. In no time, it had successfully devoured a golden realm essence crystal. Phew! And Lin had paid close attention to Tina's actions the entire time, and he almost whooped in joy upon seeing this sight. However, he managed to contain himself as a jubilant smile stretched across his face. The unending punches of the skeletal monstrosities became soft and gentle once again. Tina's quick-wittedness and determination moved him greatly. He cheered loudly for her in his heart. After 10 or so minutes, the 3 golden realm essence crystals had all been devoured by Tina's spatial bag. Now, it was time for Tina to do as she pleased. Anyhow, it was obvious that the most logical method was to start from her immediate surroundings and slowly work her way outward. After a mighty struggle, Hong Do finally managed to sit up on his haunches. Then, he slowly stood up while continuing to face the barrage of attacks from the skeletons. He was like a lofty and immovable mountain. That's right. He had already learned how to maintain his balance in the face of such ferocious attacks. In this instance, a feeling of immense pride welled up in his heart. His fervent gaze swept toward the distant realm essence crystals, and he chortled. Ha ha ha! How can these mere skeletons defeat the mighty me? The realm essence crystals are all mine. However, his smile gradually vanished as his eyes focused on the dense field of realm essence crystals. How come? Where are my golden realm essence crystals? How come they're all gone? Fucking bullshit. Hong Do's face was a picture of disbelief and incredulity. He rubbed his eyes, suspicious that the beating handed to him by the skeletons had caused him to hallucinate. Right at this moment, however, a red realm essence crystal started to vanish and disappear. In terms of value, the red realm essence crystals were only behind the golden realm essence crystals. They were like dazzling red beauties amid a sea of thick foliage. The disappearance of such a red realm essence crystal naturally couldn't escape Hong Do's attention. Then, he noticed the tiny body that he had overlooked the entire time. He drew in a sharp breath. "It's you!" he exclaimed in shock. "It's actually you?" As it turned out, he had already been overtaken by one person. That person became the first to reach the realm essence crystals, and they became the biggest winner. He was still too naive. After struggling with all his might to stand up, he didn't expect to be greeted by such a cruel sight. At this moment, the flames burning in Hong Do's chest seemed to become dimmer. Yet, this was just a race. As long as one tried their best, they would have the chance to overcome their difficulties. As long as one tried their best, they would have the chance to win. However, some people were completely unhindered by difficulties. How could one race against such people? Upon hearing Hong Do's anguished screams, the 2 true demons also turned their gazes toward the realm essence crystals before them. Then, the color drained from their faces and panic gripped at their hearts. Who would have thought that a fairy would beat us all to the punch? Xianxia had just crawled back up after a lengthy struggle, and a smile had barely surfaced on his face before his expression turned dark. The golden realm essence crystals have all disappeared. A pained expression spread across Kong Ji's face. Don't worry. We can still harvest some of the other realm essence crystals. While speaking, Xianxia had a look of determination. Just as he planned to push forward against the tide of attacks from the skeletal monstrosities, he suddenly felt something tug at his waist. It felt as though he had been latched onto by something. Xianxia looked down and found that a transparent white tentacle was wrapped around his waist. Why are you still hanging on to me? Right now, Linging was being bitten by a pack of angry dog skeletons. I'm too slow. Please drag me along, she said with great difficulty. Xianxia clenched his jaws and walked forward slowly. However, he discovered that the resistance behind him was far greater than what he had initially anticipated. Not only did he have to drag Linging along, he even had to drag along the pack of skeletal dogs, which were clinging onto her with their teeth. I want to curse someone. Xianxia was unable to contain his frustration any longer. If this continued, how was he supposed to harvest any realm essence crystals? Linging swayed her tentacles. Go on, curse me. I'm a jellyfish anyway. You're not human. Kong Gu cursed angrily. Zhong Lixing, Ling Ying. Konggu was momentarily dazed. She glowered at Ling Ying menacingly and corrected, "You're not a jellyfish." This was cursing someone? Couldn't be, right? It couldn't count as cursing jellyfish either. Zhong Lixing felt that anger had messed up Kong Ji's brain. As a person who believed in actions over words, he couldn't even be bothered cursing out aloud. Ripping this jellyfish to shreds could wait until they left this realm. Just like that, the two true demons slowly inched forward against the torrent of attacks from the skeletal monstrosities. A large jellyfish slowly trailed behind them. This difficult struggle left them feeling despair and hopelessness, and Lin and Lu Chuchu had both overcome great difficulties and managed to stand back up. Relying on their sturdy soul formation stage bodies, they walked into the skeleton's attacks and did their best to maintain their balance as they pushed forward. Meanwhile, Tina had already harvested all the golden and red realm essence crystals. Hong Do bellowed in frustration as he struggled forward. His grief and agitation transformed into a soaring fighting will, and the flame in his chest started to burn with great intensity. Ha ha ha! I can feel the power coursing through my veins. As expected, I'm a special individual. I'm the chosen one. Hong Do roared with laughter as blazing flames suddenly rose out of his chest. A burst of energy flowed through his body. Although it was weak, it was still much stronger than what he could wield before. Get out of my way! He swung his fist at a skeletal tiger. Although his fist was slow, the skeletal tiger had just leaped over, and it was unable to evade his attack. Boom! Following a deafening rumble, the bones of the skeletal tiger cracked and fractured. The gigantic force of the punch sent it flying backward. The crisp sound of snapping bones sounded especially pleasant to the ears. It was Hong Do's unwavering determination that allowed him to regain a shred of his power. At this moment, his power was unmatched. Hong Do felt invincible. He was in high spirits as he glanced around with an arrogant expression. It was as though he was saying, "Check me out! Did you see my fist? Did you see my towering figure?" Eventually, he turned his gaze forward. What he saw gave him a massive fright. That tiny fairy was flapping its wings and had managed to start flying. One after another, the spatial bag in her hands slipped over countless realm essence crystals. With each action, a realm essence crystal disappeared. Hong Do was stupefied. A frightening speculation crept into his mind. Glancing back, he discovered that Enlin was already able to use flames to shoo away the skeletons in front of him. Moreover, Lu Chuchu was also using her bow to swat away the gigantic skeletal python that was harassing her. So it turns out that we're all in the same boat. No, we're different. Hong Do suddenly came to his senses. He still had the advantage of being in front of them. Apart from Tina, he was the individual closest to the realm essence crystals. With this in mind, he turned his gaze toward the 20 or so blue realm essence crystals. He had no other option. After all, the golden and red realm essence crystals had all been harvested by Tina already. Right now, the blue realm essence crystals were the most valuable crystals remaining. Hong Do let out a roar as he charged toward the blue realm essence crystals. After regaining a shred of his power, he didn't need to worry about the attacks of the skeletons anymore. All he needed to do was to maintain his balance and continue sprinting forward. And Lin also broke into a run. Right now, he could already channel a small amount of vital energy. As for why they had suddenly regained a shred of their powers, a speculation had already formed in his mind as he gazed at Tina, who was relentlessly placing realm essence crystals into her spatial bag. In fact, this process had started at the same time Tina harvested the first realm essence crystal. Which was to say, the change in this realm was most likely caused by the declining number of realm essence crystals. Realm essence crystals had a unique property, whereby they could cause space to become sticky and sluggish. If their numbers reached a certain amount, and they were placed in some special arrangement, was it possible that they would give rise to the natural law that they were currently experiencing? And Lin could feel his power slowly returning. Although this process was slow, it was continual and observable. In addition, this process gradually confirmed his speculation. Hongdo finally arrived before the dense field of realm essence crystals. He started harvesting the crystals eagerly. White crystals, green crystals, blue crystals. He harvested any crystals within his reach. Following closely behind Hongdo, Lu Chuchu was unwilling to be outdone. She started harvesting in a different direction to Hongdo, and Lin pondered for a moment. He then started harvesting the crystals that lay to the left of Hongdo's path. Just like that, they went in 3 separate directions and started harvesting toward the towering black pillar. Zhong Lixing and Kong Ji's eyes became bloodshot with envy as they watched the figures harvesting the realm essence crystals. "You, fuck off." Feeling his strength returning, Zhong Lixing immediately retrieved a saber from his storage ring and slashed toward the tentacle around his waist. Ling Ying pulled her tentacle back in fright. Then, she drifted into the sky. That's right, she could finally fly now. The sensation of hovering in midair moved her greatly. Paying no heed to the 2 true demons, she immediately flew toward the realm essence crystals. Zhong Lixing and Kong Gu exchanged a glance. They knew that now was not the time to fight. Right now, harvesting realm essence crystals was the most important task. Thus, they also started sprinting forward. At this moment, the physical advantage inherent to true demons finally started to show. Ordinary skeletons were unable to hinder their advance and were sent flying by their solid and sturdy bodies. Upon seeing the figures closing in behind him, and Lin knew that he couldn't harvest all the realm essence crystals lying before him. Thus, he started to pick and choose which crystals to harvest. He decided to harvest the green and blue realm essence crystals first. As for the white realm essence crystals, he would come back to them after he finished harvesting their more valuable cousins. Kong Gu, be careful. Watch out for any surprise attacks. With a swing of his blade, Zhong Lixing shattered numerous skeletons that had pounced before him. Then, he joined the group of people who were harvesting realm essence crystals. Okay. Kong Gu nodded as she reached toward the white realm essence crystals growing before her eyes. Right at this moment, however, a tentacle flashed past her and snatched a white realm essence crystal. Then, the owner of the tentacle fled into the distance. You're going too far. Angry flames flickered in Kong Ji's crimson eyes as she glowered at the flying Ling Ying. Ling Ying paid them no heed and continued to harvest the realm essence crystals around her. Right now, having many tentacles was an amazing feeling. In the blink of an eye, she was able to harvest a small patch of realm essence crystals. This euphoric feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could experience. Right now, Kong Gu was still unable to cast her various spell techniques. Thus, she could only swallow her rage and discontent. She gritted her teeth and started using her bare hands to harvest the realm essence crystals in another direction. A short while later, Tina crossed paths with Hongdo, Lu Chuchu, and Enlin, who had all converged toward one location. She had started harvesting realm essence crystals from the inner zone. Thus, her yield was the most fruitful. The realm essence crystals inside the inner zone had already been cleaned out by her. She had eaten the meat, and Enlin, Hongdo, and Lu Chuchu had drunk the meat broth. As if in tacit understanding, they had all chosen to harvest the more valuable crystals first. As a result, they all had large yields of green and blue realm essence crystals. Which was to say, all that remained was a sparse scattering of white realm essence crystals. There was a fervent glow in their eyes. After all, the white realm essence crystals were still valuable treasures. They couldn't give them up easily. Thereupon, the 4 of them started harvesting from the inner zone toward the outer zone. When the 2 true demons saw Enlin and the others heading back toward them, they instantly felt an immense pressure weighing down on them. In total, the 2 of them had only gathered around 100 white realm essence crystals. If they were to leave just like this, they would feel extremely vexed and disappointed. 100 black snakes. Zhong Lixing extended his fingers, but only 6 black snakes shot out from them. He could finally use his spell techniques now, albeit with some difficulty. The 6 black snakes slithered toward 6 separate crystals and plucked them out of the ground. Then, they speedily flew back toward Zhong Lixing. Right at this moment, however, 6 bolts of blue lightning suddenly crashed down from the skies. As the lightning flashed blindingly, the 6 black snakes were blown into black mist. Then, they vanished into the air. Kong-gu humphed coldly. He made a grabbing motion toward the 6 crystals, which were suspended in midair, and the crystals started flying toward him. Right at this moment, however, a semi-transparent tentacle cut through the air and swept the 6 crystals away. You again? Kong-gu was unable to contain her rage. A curved scythe materialized before her body, and she lunged toward Ling-ying. There was a murderous glint in her eyes. I'm going to cut off all your tentacles today. Lu Chuchu drew her bow and aimed at Zhong Lixing. There was a look of indescribable excitement on her face. Leave your storage ring, then fuck off. Or else, leave your head. That's right. She was elated about finally returning to her former occupation. At this moment, Lin saw something which ruined the image of their group. He immediately raised a foot and kicked at the rock golem, who was still gleefully plucking away at White Realm essence crystals. Boom! Hongdo was caught off guard, and he was sent flying by Lin's kick. Are you retarded? Why did you kick me? Hongdo flared up in rage. Heh! We're standing up against the enemies. Yet you, being the little shit that you are still secretly gathering realm essence crystals. Lin sneered. You still have the face to question me? Hongdo's face flushed red with embarrassment. That's nonsense, he retorted softly. I was openly gathering them and didn't make any attempt to hide my actions. What do you mean, secretly gathering? Say, aren't I just gathering these crystals to prevent them from being stolen by the true demons? I'm just taking care of them for the moment. Anyhow, Hongdo stopped harvesting the realm essence crystals and eventually focused his attention on the true demons before them. This is a Chinese saying where eaten the meat means reaped the most reward and drank the meat broth means benefited or reaped a smaller reward. Thoughts of retreat crept into Zhong Lixing's mind when he saw the 2 teams of people meet up. Kong-gu, don't be rash. Let's retreat. After shouting this, he suddenly waved a hand. Thick clouds of black mist shot out from his hand and masked the entire space. Not only could this black mist block one's vision, but it could also prevent the scouring ability of one's divine sense. Ling-ying's reaction was insanely quick. Her tentacles frenziedly stretched out in the instant that the black mist appeared and dazzling streaks of white lightning erupted from them. Her tentacles covered an area measuring 1,000 feet in radius, creating a district that was akin to a lightning cage. Heh! You want to hinder my vision with such lowly black mist? The corners of Lu Chuchu's delicate lips curled up into a slight grin. She possessed the ability named Eyes of the Kuan Peng. A piercing golden light flashed across her yellow pupils. It contained a power that allowed her to see through all obstructive techniques. A pink energy arrow materialized on her bow. In the center of this energy arrow, another small crimson arrow appeared. The 2 arrows combined to become one, and the tip of the arrow flashed with a fearsome red glow. Divine technique, bloodline tracking demonic arrow. Following Lu Chuchu's soft cry, the arrow whizzed through the air. The pink arrow glowed with a crimson light, and it tore through the air at a terrifying speed as it pierced toward Zhong Lixing's head. This was an arrow that could cut through the void and change its trajectory according to its target's movements. Lu Chuchu had used such an arrow not long ago, and it had instantly killed a powerful ancient seahorse demon. And Lin also launched an attack. He cast a mountain-quaking lightning fist toward the direction of the exit. He couldn't locate the 2 true demons. However, there was only that one exit. Thus, he definitely couldn't go wrong with this attack. Drawing on all her powers, Tina also struck toward the same direction with a beam of holy light. She also didn't know where the 2 true demons were. However, it was fine as long as she launched her attack in the same direction as Giant and Lin. Following Giant and Lin was definitely correct. Meanwhile, Hongdo was left dumbfounded by their actions. A feeling of extreme dejection welled up in his heart as he stared dazedly at the people who were continually launching powerful attacks. Why do they all know where the enemy is? Why can't I sense them at all? So, the gulf in our abilities is actually this huge? Did I get my vision and divine sense blocked because I'm too weak? He couldn't help but fall into a state of extreme self-doubt. So, I've been a useless piece of rock this entire time. Somewhere near the exit, the fleeing Zhong Lixing and Kong Gu both felt as if they were being enveloped by a sense of deadly danger. Without any hesitation, Zhong Lixing retrieved a black, palm-sized ancient cauldron from his storage ring. He then channeled all his power into it. Boom! A black, orb-like matter instantly shrouded Zhong Lixing and Kong Ji's bodies. Darkness engulfing divine demon cauldron. This was a high-rank immortal tool that could swallow all kinds of spell techniques for a short period of time. Moreover, its wielder's speed would also receive a significant boost while it was active. It was because he possessed this unique immortal tool that Zhong Lixing dared to harvest realm essence crystals before Enlin and the others. The fearsome pink arrow sliced through the air and pierced into the black orb. Then, it completely vanished into the black orb's surface as if being swallowed by a black hole. Huh? It's that powerful? Lu Chuchu's brows creased into a frown as she looked at the nearby black orb with uncertainty. The mountain-quaking lightning fist and holy light attack also smashed into the surface of the black orb. Then, as if entering a black hole, they were both swallowed by the black orb as well. After a few seconds, the black orb, which carried Kong Gu and Zhong Lixing, crashed through Ling Ying's lightning cage. Even some of Ling Ying's tentacles were engulfed by the black orb. It then passed through the film of blue spatial light and disappeared from this realm. Ah! It hurts! After losing a few of her tentacles, Ling Ying started screaming in pain. We missed, and Lin was perplexed. He had cast a mountain-quaking lightning fist, yet there was no sound of explosions. It was as though his attack had struck empty air. This had left him utterly confused. They escaped. They used an extremely strange black cauldron that could shroud them in a black orb, and the black cauldron allowed them to swallow any spell techniques that attacked them. Our attacks were all swallowed by the black orb. Lu Chuchu sighed in disappointment as she explained this. The black mist gradually disappeared. Ling Ying was taking pills that could help regrow her severed tentacles, and she looked to be in a sick and sorry state as she hovered in midair. Hong Do was half squatting on the ground, and his eyes were vacant as he stared ahead. It was as if his life had lost all its meaning. And Lin looked at the remaining 100 or so white realm essence crystals. The true demons have already fled. Let's split these realm essence crystals evenly. You guys divide it. I feel like I'm just here to tag along. I'm not worthy enough to be in possession of these realm essence crystals. Hong Do was expressionless as he uttered this. And Lin? Everyone. And Lin was astonished. Hong Do, what happened to you? Did you suddenly attain enlightenment? Since when did you become so self-understanding? A knot formed in Hong Do's chest. Fuck your ancestors, he bellowed in anger. The realm essence crystals are mine. Just like that. And Lin, Lu Chuchu, Tina, Hong Do, and Ling Ying all received over 20 white realm essence crystals each. Giant and Lin, look, these are the realm essence crystals that I gathered. There was a proud smile on Tina's face as she took out her spatial bag and handed it to Enlin. Like a child who was waiting for praise, she was a bit nervous and exultant. Enlin sucked in a sharp breath as he retrieved the realm essence crystals from the spatial bag. The others also looked on in shock and amazement. They were almost blinded by what they saw. 3 golden realm essence crystals, 9 red realm essence crystals, 5 blue realm essence crystals, 10 green realm essence crystals, and 35 white realm essence crystals. Based on value, the realm essence crystals that she had obtained was already worth more than half of the total value of all the realm essence crystals. Hong Do believed that his yield was the second largest. However, as he gazed at the 4 blue realm essence crystals, 12 green realm essence crystals, and 40 white realm essence crystals in his storage ring, he fell into deep thought. Ling Ying's yield was even more pitiable. Although she had many tentacles, she had arrived too late. As a result, she was only able to obtain 62 white realm essence crystals. And Lin was all smiles as patted Tina's small head with his finger. Little Na is indeed the best, he praised. I'll keep these realm essence crystals for you first. You're still young. I'll return them to you after you grow up. The others almost vomited blood upon hearing this. What the fuck do you mean by returning them after she grows up? Can she still grow anymore? This is daylight robbery. Tina flew around Enlin happily. Okay, she said and smiled. Just like that. Enlin accepted all of her realm essence crystals elatedly. He counted up the number of realm essence crystals in his storage ring. In total, there were 152 white realm essence crystals, 30 green realm essence crystals, 11 blue realm essence crystals, 9 red realm essence crystals, and 3 golden realm essence crystals. TSK, TSK, TSK. He had instantly become a realm essence crystal tycoon. He had already gobbled up 4 golden realm essence crystals, and there are another 3 stowed away in his storage ring. In other words, he only needed 3 more golden realm essence crystals to complete his mission and acquire the embryonic stage body of the war god. What's the body of the war god going to be like? Anyhow, it's definitely going to be immensely powerful. Is it going to be like Super Saiyan? Will I have gold hair and be shrouded in a golden aura? And Lin couldn't help but become lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. A stupid grin spread across his face. The others all gritted their teeth in frustration upon seeing Enlin's smug grin. However, apart from glowering at him, there was nothing else that they could do. After all, he had a stupid fairy who didn't know that she was being taken advantage of. The realm essence crystals had all been harvested and stowed away. Before they knew it, the sluggish feeling of this realm vanished. Everything returned to normal. Crack. A cracking noise suddenly sounded. They all looked backward in unison. Cracks had appeared on the black pillar, which towered 1,000 feet into the air. In the center of White Lake, jets of water splashed into the air as Zhong Lixing and Kong Ji's bodies materialized in midair. Night had already fallen, yet there was no moon in the sky. Their surroundings were pitch black, and only a scarce few stars dotted the night sky. Zhong Lixing, who was still holding on to the ancient black cauldron, shuddered slightly. The blood and vital energy in his body churned, and he immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Zhong Lixing, are you okay? Seeing the blood, Kong Gu immediately shuffled over and provided him with support. Zhong Lixing waved his hand and replied, I'm fine. It's just that the spell techniques swallowed by the darkness engulfing divine demon cauldron were too powerful. The backlash they created was a little too strong. There was a look of lingering fear on Kong Ji's face as she said, We can't use the darkness engulfing divine demon cauldron for 10 days. Our most powerful life-saving treasure has vanished. This being the case, it's hard to say whether obtaining the 100 or so white realm essence crystals was worth it. Zhong Lixing fell silent upon hearing this. The value of their yield was close to 1 million spirit stones, and this was already a huge sum. However, they had lost a valuable life-saving treasure in the process of acquiring this wealth. Being in such a dangerous environment, it was indeed hard to say whether such a trade-off was worth it. Let's go. Regardless of what we think, it has already happened. Let's head somewhere else and try to avoid them. After a moment's thought, Zhong Lixing decided to give up on fighting against Enlin and the others. He planned on searching for other rare opportunities. Meanwhile, in the mystic realm below the lake, the towering black pillar started to fracture, and it eventually broke into pieces of large rocks, which thudded into the ground. Enlin and the others immediately raised their guards and stared at the crumbling pillar intently. A human-like figure appeared amid the clouds of billowing dust and smoke. As the dust and smoke settled, Enlin finally saw that figure clearly. He had a stunningly handsome face, and there was a pair of black dragon horns on his head. His eyes were an intense red, and there was a hint of madness hiding behind them. Why am I still alive? Didn't the time-obliterating spell formation already succeed? Why am I still here? The dragon tribe male wore a blank expression as he scoured his surroundings. Tears of grief started rolling down his cheeks. Enlin, what's that male saying? Lu Chu didn't understand ancient man language so she turned toward Enlin quizzically. Hong Do and Ling Ying also glanced over at Enlin. This matter clearly piqued their interests as well. He seems to be unhappy about the fact that he hasn't died yet, and Lin explained. He's crying due to frustration. Lu Chu Chu. Everyone. The dragon tribe male looked toward the expanse of land before him. As if realizing something, his body suddenly shuddered. So that's how it is. The realm essence crystals have all disappeared. This must be the reason. He shifted his gaze toward Lin and the others, and a terrifying killing intent swept toward them. You people dare to ruin my great suicide plan. Die! His voice was a deep rumble, and Lin and the others all felt a crushing power bearing down upon them. This power instilled a feeling of helplessness inside of them. It was as though the dragon tribe male could annihilate them with a simple wave of his hand. Stop right there. This has got nothing to do with us. Seeing the male's torrential rage, and Lin immediately shook his head guilelessly. A short while ago, 2 true demons came and snatched away all the realm essence crystals that were growing around the black pillar. We had tailed them here, yet we were still a step too slow. In the end, they used a mystic technique and fled from here. The dragon tribe male faltered slightly upon hearing this explanation, and his fierce and violent aura shrank back significantly. However, his gaze remained transfixed on Lin. It was as though he was ready to strike at any time, and Lin breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. Fortunately, this dragon tribe male wasn't the kind of crazy person who would attack everyone in sight. At the very least, there was still room for negotiation. Senior, since there's no other matter, we'll take our leaves first. And Lin felt that it was better to leave this place quickly. They had harvested all the realm essence crystals already, and there was no point trying to kill this boss who didn't even have a storage ring. The dragon tribe male remained silent. Seeing this, and Lin turned around and was just about to flee. Halt! If I don't die, then you guys aren't allowed to leave. And Lin. What's he saying? Lu Chu Chu asked in curiosity. He said that if he doesn't die, then we all can't leave. And Lin's mind felt tired, and he didn't want to speak. Lu Chu Chu winced. Did they come across a retard? There was a look of grief on the dragon tribe male's face. He raised his head and gazed at the sky. I've already been trapped in this sanctuary for tens of thousands of years. I can't leave, yet I can't die either. Everyone has left my side. Only I remain to experience this never-ending loneliness. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze toward Lin and the others. His face distorted into a wicked expression, and he snarled, Loneliness! This is never-ending loneliness. Do you know what loneliness means? And Lin felt that the dragon tribe male before them had been pushed to the brink of madness by this environment. What did it have to do with him whether this dragon tribe male was feeling lonely or not? What was he going to do? Should he chat with him and play games with him? In short, either you guys kill me, or you guys stay here to accompany me. The dragon tribe male finally spoke his true thoughts. And Lin translated the dragon tribe male's demands to the others. They were all stupefied by what they heard. Okay, they admitted that this male was indeed very pitiable. However, giving up his life due to this was unacceptable. One needed to value their life. More importantly, he wanted to drag them down with him? Senior, how come you can't exit this realm? Curses flew through Lin's mind, yet his face remained smiling and respectful. See the golden line on the ground? That's the power of natural law, which contains the Tao of heaven and earth. I'm already of the return to void stage rank, yet I still can't cross over this golden line. This golden line emits a fearsome, repulsive force against beings of the return to void stage, and this prevents me from nearing it. I can't even near it, much less cross over it. The dragon tribe male gazed at the golden line, which lay a few hundred meters away, and a look of grief and despair surfaced on his face. And Lin came to a sudden realization. The ancient divine division was a realm that prevented beings of the return to void stage from entering. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the others. That dragon tribe male is of the return to void stage, so he's unable to cross that golden line on the ground. In other words, he won't be able to pursue us if we flee out of the space encircled by that golden line. Upon hearing this, flames of hope sparked to life in their hearts. But beings of the return to void stage all have spatial sealing abilities. Although we're only 500 meters away from the golden line, it's hard to say whether we'll be able to flee across it before he casts the spatial sealing technique. After all, beings of the return to void stage can seal space with a wave of their hands. Lu Chuchu voiced her concerns. Indeed, if we really do fail in our attempt to escape and end up enraging that dragon tribe male instead, then we'll all end up dying here. Hong Do's cowardice was unbearable right now, and he was in full support of Lu Chuchu's concerns. At this moment, the dragon tribe male continued speaking. I know what you're all thinking. However, I suggest that you abandon any thoughts of escape. Otherwise, I'll make your lives living hells. A cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. He even licked his lips and swayed his head slightly. Alin felt a cold chill shoot through his body. This male was definitely retarded. It was just that his retardedness was more low-key. If this dragon tribe male were to go crazy, they would definitely die. As I said before, you guys can also grant me death. If you succeed, then I'll let you all go. And Lin grimaced upon hearing this. If they did indeed kill this dragon tribe male, then they would be able to leave this realm even if he didn't approve of it. After all, he would already be dead at that time. How could a dead person stop them? Sure enough, the male's IQ had fallen to a pitiable level after being trapped in this sanctuary for too long. Senior, can't you use a sword to stab your own heart? And Lin hesitated for a moment before suggesting this. The dragon tribe male shook his head. Although I want to die, my Tao doesn't allow me to die. Thus, I can't attempt to kill myself. Regardless of what method I use to attempt suicide, a mysterious power always prevents me from succeeding. The mysterious power of Tao prevented one from committing suicide? This was the first time that Lin had heard of such a thing. Dare I ask, Senior, what Tao are you practicing? And Lin was extremely curious. I'm practicing the Tao of indestructibility, the dragon tribe male answered honestly. And Lin, a being who practices the Tao of indestructibility, is asking others to grant him death. What's with this world? Since you want to die so badly, why did you choose to practice the Tao of indestructibility, huh? As if reading in Lin's mind, the dragon tribe male sighed softly. The lifespan of ordinary return to void stage beings is 1 million years. However, I've already lived for several million years. No, this is before adding on the time that I've spent in this time obliterating spell formation. If I add this period of time on as well, then the total length of time is truly frightening. The dragon tribe male shivered involuntarily. My cultivation base hasn't advanced a single bit. Here, living is the same as dying. No, there's still a difference. Here, living is more torturous than dying. There's nothing for me to do, and there's no change in the environment either. Everything is deathly silent. I have no idea what to do here. I can recognize each and every particle in this space. I've even named them all. I just stand here stupidly. So stupidly. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1 million years, 10 million years, 100 million years. This is an eternal cage. As he spoke, tears started streaming down his face again. After hearing this, Lin finally felt a shred of sympathy for this male. Then, you won't attack me if I try to kill you, right? I won't attack you. The dragon tribe male shook his head sincerely. After a moment he added, each of you can only try once though. Although I'm not afraid of death, I'm afraid of pain. And Lin, such an unreasonable demand. And Lin translated the dragon tribe male's demands to Lu Chuchu and the others, and they all fell silent. We only have one attempt each. Why don't we all attack him at the same time with our most powerful attacks? This will probably give us the greatest chance of success, Ling Ying suggested. He practices the Tao of indestructibility. Why don't we ask him what he's scared of first? That way we can target his weakness. Lu Chuchu also voiced her opinion, and Lin felt she was right. He turned to the dragon tribe male and asked, Senior, what are you scared of? What kinds of powers or techniques are most likely to kill you? I'm scared of pain. And Lin grimaced. That's all. The dragon tribe male pondered for a short moment. Then he added, I'm also scared of loneliness. And Lin, after having a brief discussion, they decided to send Hongdo to kill the dragon tribe male first. They wanted to see what the dragon tribe male's Tao of indestructibility was like. It would be best if he succeeded, but if he didn't, they would still acquire some data anyway. This data would then provide them with information, which they could base their ensuing attempts on. Hongdo had a disgruntled look as he walked up to the dragon tribe male. There was nothing he could do about this. The others had all voted for him to go first. Anyhow, he finally came first in something. Come, I've already put down all my defenses. Use your most powerful and fearsome attack to kill me. After saying this, the dragon tribe male clasped his hands behind his back. He looked like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Hongdo took a deep breath. Didn't they all look down on me? Now, I'm going to prove myself once and for all. I'm going to let the people behind me witness just how strong I really am. Hongdo let out an angry roar, and soaring crimson flames exploded from his body. The scorching heatwave created by the flames shot thousands of meters into the surroundings. His mighty aura was especially intimidating. Mighty red lotus explosion. He placed his hands onto his chest and made a gesture that looked similar to a finger heart gesture. A crimson lotus materialized in front of his chest and slowly drifted toward the dragon tribe male. This crimson lotus possessed devastating flame powers, and it released a dazzling and scorching light as it continually condensed and shrunk. This lotus is formed from my most powerful spiritual flames. Once it explodes, the temperature of the flames will exceed 100,000 degrees. Even if you're a being of the return to void stage, you'll still be burnt to a crisp by my blistering flames. Hongdo started retreating as he spoke. The others also started retreating as well. They didn't want to be engulfed by the shockwaves of the attack. The dragon tribe male shook his head in bewilderment. Was the rock golem speaking to me just then? He probably was. But please, there's a language barrier between us. What's with his confident demeanor? It's almost as if he expects me to understand what he's saying. The dragon tribe male started reasoning in his mind. He probably wants me to swallow this crimson lotus, right? That's probably the case. Thereupon, the male opened his mouth and gobbled up the crimson lotus, which had drifted before him. Hongdo! Everyone! Boom! A deafening explosion rocked heaven and earth. They could see the dragon tribe male's stomach expand and become red. It was as if a sun were growing in his stomach. Then he opened his mouth once again. Pwah! The column of flames he spat out streaked into the sky like a laser beam. It looked as though it was threatening to pierce through the heavens. Following this discharge of energy, his stomach started slowly contracting back to its normal size. The dragon tribe male grimaced and started rubbing his stomach. So hot and swelled up. The pain is killing me. No. It's not killing me. It's just painful. Burp. Hongdo's body swayed, and there was a look of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? My most powerful attack was actually eaten. It exploded in his stomach, yet he simply felt some heat and swelling. He slowly squatted down and buried his head into his folded arms. As expected, I'm a piece of useless stone, he murmured to himself. I'm completely useless. And Lin and the others had already forgotten to mock Hongdo. They were also astounded by the dragon tribe male's unbelievably powerful body. A giant bomb had been swallowed into his stomach. Yet the explosion had barely any effect on him. This kind of physical toughness was terrifying. I feel like normal physical attacks definitely won't be able to kill him. We have to use different methods. I'll go next. Lu Chuchu pondered for a short while before volunteering to go next. She drew her bow, and vital energy started gathering onto her bowstring. A semi-transparent arrow slowly started to form, and Lin felt a sharp pain stabbing at his divine sense as he gazed at this arrow. There was also an indescribable tearing feel. It was as though he was facing something that could rip his soul to shreds. Divine technique, spirit-crushing soul-obliterating arrow. Lu Chu let out a soft cry, and the semi-transparent arrow whizzed through the air. It caused formless ripples as it pierced through the void, and it immediately penetrated the dragon tribe male's head. This divine bow technique especially targets one's divine sense. Is my most powerful divine sense attack. If his divine sense can't withstand my spirit-crushing soul-obliterating arrow, then his Tao will crumble, and he'll also die, Lu Chu explained. They all looked at the male who had been struck by the spirit-crushing soul-obliterating arrow nervously. As though they were afraid of disturbing something, their breathings all became shallow and slow. The instant the dragon tribe male was struck, his face became blank and devoid of any emotion. It was as though he had lost something. However, life quickly returned to his eyes, and he rubbed his brows in pain. The pain in my head is killing me. No, the pain in my head isn't killing me. It's just painful. It's not killing me. Sigh. His disappointed sigh reverberated throughout the entire realm, and Lin and the others all widened their eyes in shock. It was as though they had witnessed something inconceivable. Lu Chu's slender body swayed weakly, and a look of dejection spread across her face. How can it be? My most powerful trump card only caused his head some pain, and Lin was also given a fright. Lu Chu possessed the strongest attacking power in their group. Even so, she was still unable to kill the defenseless dragon tribe male. This gulf in power made him feel a deep sense of despair. So, what other methods could they use to kill this dragon tribe male? And Lin racked his brains as he tried to see what powerful techniques he had. The first thing he thought of was his nuclear lightning fist. This technique would be able to at least severely injure, if not kill, a return to void stage mighty figure. However, this man from the dragon tribe was clearly not an average return to void stage mighty figure. He was a return to void stage cultivator who had attained enlightenment in the Tao of indestructibility, giving him an insane HP stat. He had just taken Hong Do's finishing technique and eaten it for breakfast. With such a terrifyingly powerful body, there was no way he would die just from copping one nuclear lightning fist. Right at this moment, Ling Ying began to float toward the dragon tribe male. Let me have a go. His body and consciousness may be powerful, but that doesn't mean that his body is immune to poison. Ling Ying's aura began to drastically climb as a drop of inky black liquid suddenly squirted out from the longest of her tentacles. The drop of black liquid hung in the air, exuding a potent aura of death. This drop of poison has been refined within my body for over 3 years. If I drip it into the ocean, it would be able to poison every living creature to death within a radius of 50 kilometers. It can quickly kill all the cells within the target's body, thereby robbing the target of all its vitality before breaking the target's body down into microscopic particles. Please swallow it. Ling Ying flicked the drop of black liquid toward the dragon tribe male. The dragon tribe male looked at the drop of black liquid with a disdainful expression, and Lin immediately translated what Ling Ying had said for the dragon tribe male to hear. All right, I'll endure it if I can successfully die. The dragon tribe male furrowed his brows as he swallowed the drop of black liquid. Everyone turned their eyes upon the man with anxiety and anticipation in their eyes. The dragon tribe male's body shuddered as if he had been electrocuted. He then patted his stomach and smacked his lips with an expression that seemed to be asking for more. I thought this black liquid would be very disgusting, but it actually tastes great. After swallowing it, my whole body trembled uncontrollably as a numb yet extremely satisfying sense of destruction spread throughout my entire body before flowing into my consciousness, resulting in a spiritual orgasm. The dragon tribe raised his thumb to Ling Ying. That was great, and Lin relayed his message expressionlessly. Everyone stared at Lin in shock after hearing this. Ling Ying's body trembled, and she almost fell out of the air. Do you have any more of this liquid? I'll make an exception and let you poison me again. The dragon tribe male continued. Ling Ying almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Poison you again, my ass. He was clearly hoping to use the poison as some sort of a narcotic substance. Ling Ying had refined that drop of poison for 3 whole years within her body, only for this man to use it to reach some sort of spiritual orgasm. Linging fell apart. She stood beside Hong Do and drew circles on the ground with her tentacles. And Lin was feeling extremely overwhelmed by pressure. He didn't really have any other trump cards left. The vast majority of his spell techniques were quite powerful, but also crude and simple, which simply wouldn't work on someone with such freakish defense, so he had to find another way. "Tina, you're up." And Lin spoke. "Huh? Oh." Tina nodded nonchalantly before charging toward the Dragon Tribe male, while wielding her Heart Lotus Ice Sword. Her attack was quite a simple one. Her Heart Lotus Ice Sword extended outward infinitely, as if it was a blue line parting heaven and earth before slashing down upon the Dragon Tribe male's throat with unrivaled sharpness. Splat! The fearsome strike managed to slice open the Dragon Tribe male's neck and blood gushed forth. The Dragon Tribe male was quite startled by this. Never would he have thought that such a tiny little fairy could give him such a pleasant surprise. "Harder. Go. You're so close. Don't give up now." He cheered Tina on even as blood gushed from his mouth, creating an extremely bizarre spectacle. Tina let loose a delicate war cry as the power of holy light burst forth from her body before fusing with the Heart Lotus Ice Sword, thereby further increasing the power behind her strike. Splat! Blood flew through the air as the Dragon Tribe male's head was decapitated before falling to the ground. And Lin and the others all took a deep breath before bursting out in celebration. "We finally killed this nut job. Well done, little Na." And Lin offered up words of praise. "We were all fooled into thinking his defense was unbreachable after seeing him swallow Hong Do's attack. However, we forget that sometimes a weapon of an extremely high caliber wielded by someone powerful enough can break through defenses even as freakish as his," Lu Chuchu said as she analyzed with a smile. Hong Do continued drawing circles in the ground upon hearing this. "Who just called me a nut job?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Everyone shuddered in unison before looking behind them and drawing a collective sharp intake of breath. The Dragon Tribe male was holding his head in his right hand with an expression of displeasure on his face at being referred to as a nut job. And Lin? Everyone? It was Hong Do. And Lin replied with impeccable honesty. "Fuck off, and Lin. You're trying to screw me over again." Hong Do flared up in rage. All right, I don't really care anyway. That little fairy just then did quite well. I actually had a feeling of impending doom for a moment. However, it was all an illusion in the end. An attack like this is still too weak to kill me. At your power levels, I don't think it will help your cause even if you cut me into thousands of pieces. When the Dragon Tribe male placed his head back onto his neck, the severed flesh instantly fused together. Everyone swallowed nervously at the bizarre scene unfolding before their eyes. "Your turn now. I hope you won't disappoint me." The Dragon Tribe male turned to Lin with a smile. And Lin turned an anxious gaze on the man as he tried to think of a way to kill him. After seeing Tina's attempt, he didn't think the 6 strikes of the war god was even worth trying anymore. As such, there was only one technique left that he could try, and Lin suddenly raised his head to look into the Dragon Tribe male's eyes as an image of a golden eye appeared on his forehead. Divine Plunder Technique. Golden ripples proliferated throughout the air before sweeping toward the Dragon Tribe male. Boom! Several tens of thousands of different powerful spell techniques, as well as different traits, appeared in Lin's mind. And Lin felt as if his head was about to split open as his mind was swamped by an overload of information. Fuck. Didn't people normally only have a few or about a dozen abilities that could be plundered? Why did this Dragon Tribe male have several tens of thousands? Just what kind of monster was he? Pwah. And Lin spat out a mouthful of blood from spell technique backlash, and with one knee, he knelt onto the ground as he forced himself back from the brink of unconsciousness. The Divine Plunder Technique was overloaded. He hadn't even plundered any abilities yet. Like everyone else, the Dragon Tribe male stared at Lin with a baffled expression. What happened? Why did he just vomit blood? Fuck. I'm done. I need to take a rest. And Lin waved his hands feebly to everyone. Dragon Tribe male. Everyone. So Lin failed before he could even make an attempt? Had he been wounded by the aura of the Dragon Tribe male? Just how powerful was this man? And Lin swallowed a blood spirit pill before sitting down to meditate. He was greatly humiliated by the fact that he was out of commission before he even began. However, the dragon tribe male was a monster that had lived for only gods knew how long, so it wasn't strange that he knew so many spell techniques. As such, and Lin's failure was understandable. Are you okay? Hong Do made his way over to Enlin before inquiring in a concerned voice. Enlin's chest constricted. Who would have thought there would be a day when Hong Do asked if he was okay? This was truly humiliating. The dragon tribe male scratched his own head with a slightly bemused expression before proposing in a slow voice. Well, I don't know what just happened, but seeing as you guys can't kill me anyway, how about you all have a chat with me? And Lin was still recovering from his injuries, so Tina acted as the interpreter for both sides. Everyone sat in a circle around the dragon tribe male. He was extremely powerful, so no one dared to go against his wishes. Tell me about what the outside world is like. Has our continent completely collapsed yet? The dragon tribe male asked in a placid voice. If you're talking about the ancient Taichu realm, then no, it is still in the process of crumbling. It has already been reduced to less than 1/100th of its original area, so it might disappear completely in several tens of thousands of years. Linging waved her tentacles about as she revealed all the information that she knew. The dragon tribe male remained silent for a moment before a slight smile appeared on his face. Ancient Taichu realm, does that mean that you are all from another world? That's fair enough. You're all so young, and there's no way a normal life can be born in the environment outside. Furthermore, your vitality clearly hasn't been polluted, so you couldn't have been born into this world. Senior, can you tell us how this world became like this? Lu Chu asked with curiosity on her face. She had never heard of the existence of a living, conscious mighty figure within the ancient Taichu realm. Now that she had met one, she obviously wasn't going to pass up this opportunity to learn more about this world. The dragon tribe male chuckled lightly, but his expression became a little disconsolate. It won't do you any good to know too much right now. In fact, the burden of knowledge may even affect your Tao hearts. You only need to remember one thing, and that is nothing is eternal. Even the sky. The man pointed up at the sky before continuing, is going to collapse someday. The dragon tribe male clearly knew something about how this world was reduced to such a state, but he seemed reluctant to reveal anything. Instead, he was quite interested in the world Tina had come from. The dragon tribe male was only willing to reveal information such as the locations near the Panlong Mountain where realm essence crystals were likely to appear, as well as how realm essence crystals came to be. Realm essence crystals were the manifestation of the essence of a world. They were the fundamental building blocks of the world that were left behind by crumbling worlds, which could be used by Tao integration stage mighty figures to create a new world. They often appeared in locations where the world had crumbled severely, and the more chaotic the environment, the higher the probability that these crystals would appear. Aside from that, they would also appear within the bodies of some strange organisms, as they too were born from chaos. As time slowly passed by, and Lin's condition slowly recovered, the dragon tribe male seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time, and he pounced on this opportunity. He was starting to appear less like a suicidal nut job, and more like a lonely, talkative elderly man. And Lin sat in silence off to the side as he listened to the dragon tribe male speak. He gathered that the man's name was Xiao Tu and that he was once a general of the ancient Taichu realm's dragon tribe. The dragon tribe from back then was a lot more badass than the dragon court of the eastern seas, as they had many Tao integration stage mighty figures within their ranks. There was even a godlike dragon who could influence the entire world around it. Night fell when it closed its eyes, morning came when it opened its eyes, and its breathing patterns determined the 4 seasons. From his description, it appeared that the dragon tribe of this continent was once even more powerful than the heavenly court of the present day. The dragon tribe male also revealed to everyone that the dragon tribe once had a subsidiary branch, and Enlin wondered to himself if that was perhaps the predecessors to the dragon court of the eastern seas. After chatting for a while longer, Xiao Tu turned his gaze to Enlin again. Junior Enlin, have you thought of a way to kill me yet? I hope you won't vomit blood for no reason again. And Lin's lips twitched slightly upon hearing his words. He had actually thought of a feasible method during his meditation, but it wasn't a very safe one. In fact, things only needed to go slightly awry for him to die. I have thought of a potentially viable method, but I'll have to ask you a few questions before we proceed. Senior Xiao Tu? And Lin hesitated for a moment before replying. All right, I'll try to answer your questions. Xiao Tu nodded nonchalantly. Senior, if it wasn't for the power of your Tao preventing you from committing suicide, how many techniques do you have that could kill yourself? And Lin asked. There's quite a lot. I did cultivate in the Tao of indestructibility, but I haven't successfully reached Tao integration stage. As such, I can be killed as long as the destructive power imbued within an attack is above my defensive threshold. Let me think. If I could commit suicide, there would be roughly over 10,000 ways I could kill myself. Xiao Tu replied after careful consideration. Everyone received a shock upon hearing this. They were then overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. And Lin's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he continued, how many of those techniques are energy-based? There has to be a high success rate, no side effects, and the damage has to be limited to only the target. Xiao Tu blinked slowly as he pondered over Lin's conditions. He didn't know why Lin was asking this, but he still tried his best to provide a good answer. I have a dragon breath technique known as the star engulfing flame. This technique can instantly destroy the target's body and consciousness, and it satisfies all your conditions. What do you think? And Lin shuddered upon hearing this suggestion. This wasn't about what he thought. It was simply too dangerous, instantly destroying the target's body and consciousness. He would be fucking eradicated before he even knew it if his plan were to go awry. This technique was far too risky. Could you think of another one? And Lin asked. Xiao Tu paused for a moment before replying. I have a sword technique that could draw upon the power of heaven and earth to slice through causation and the target's soul. Holy shit. That sounded even more unfathomable. Ahem. Let's talk some more about this star-engulfing flame technique. This is a trajectory attack, right? And Lin asked. Trajectory attack? Xiao Tu blinked in confusion, clearly unsure of what that term implied. It's basically an attack that has a clear, straight-line trajectory. And Lin explained. Oh, yes, it is. Xiao Tu nodded. And Lin heaved a light sigh of relief after hearing this, and a hint of confidence appeared on his face. Senior, please attack me with your star-engulfing flame technique. What? Shocked, everyone turned to Lin. You want to die? Why? Hong Do's mouth gaped open. And Lin, why would you want this for yourself? And you haven't even written you will? Who is going to inherit your storage ring? Lu Chu asked with astonishment on her face, but she still clearly hadn't forgotten what was important to her. Giant and Lin, didn't you promise to explore the world with me? Tears welled up in Tina's eyes. You're all overreacting. I don't want to die, and I'll be fine. This is all part of the plan. And Lin waved his hand dismissively before turning to Xiao Tu again. He then said, Please strike me with all your power. The star-engulfing flame technique is fine. He wasn't going to tell Xiao Tu his plan in case this alerted his Tao to the suicidal element of the plan, which would render the plan completely unfeasible. Really? You're not afraid of dying? Xiao Tu asked with curiosity on his face. I am scared of dying, but I won't die. I hope you're not scared of dying when the time comes though. And Lin replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. All right. How interesting. I'm going to do as you say then, try not to die. Xiao Tu chortled heartily before opening his mouth and locking onto Lin as his target. Star-engulfing flame technique. Boom. Fearsome black flames pulverized the space before him as it swept toward Lin with the power of annihilation. Spatial cracks began to appear in the wake of the black flames. The devastating power of annihilation proliferated outward, giving everyone a sense of asphyxiation. The vermilion bird mirror, which had been fully charged, appeared in Lin's hand. A rippling mirror surface appeared around Lin's body like a barrier as he activated the vermilion bird mirror. Boom! The star-engulfing flame technique crashed into the rippling mirror barrier, triggering a peculiar energy fluctuation. The flames then seemed to have disappeared into an alternate dimension. Xiao Tu faltered slightly, and he seemed to be able to see a reflection of himself when he looked at Enlin. The reflection of himself opened its mouth, and black flames poured forth from within. Boom! The star-engulfing flame technique erupted forth from the rippling mirror, and the black flames imbued with the extremely fearsome power of annihilation swept toward Xiao Tu. Xiao Tu was truly dumbstruck this time. He stared at the black flames sweeping toward him as he momentarily lost the ability to think. A thought reverberated throughout his mind, to dodge or not to dodge. This shouldn't count as suicide, right? This was Enlin's technique, right? Surely this didn't violate his own Tao. Just as all these thoughts were running through his head, the black flames completely engulfed him and annihilated his entire body as well as his consciousness. Everything returned to how it once was with the exception of the spatial cracks in the air, which highlighted just how fearsome that last attack was. Lu Chu and others all turned to look at spot Xiao Tu had once been sitting, before turning to look at Enlin, who remained unscathed, and they drew 2 sharp intakes of breath in quick succession. What kind of spell technique is that? How could it reflect such a terrifying attack? Linging looked at Enlin with shock, awe, and veneration on her face. No wonder you asked to be attacked. You have a perfect plan prepared all along. A hint of admiration also appeared on Lu Chuchu's face as she stared at Enlin with bright eyes. Tina flew in circles around Enlin joyfully as she offered words of praise. Giant Enlin, your plan was seamlessly perfect. Just as the saying goes, everyone's worst enemy is none other than themselves. Killing Xiao Tu with his own power is a stroke of scintillating genius. Ah, Giant Enlin, you're a prodigy among prodigies. Everything Tina just said was useless, but Enlin was very happy to receive such praise. He turned to everyone with a nonchalant smile on his face. Hongdo felt like this smile was too dazzling, and he couldn't help but recoil a little. Right at this moment, an otherworldly voice suddenly sounded, "Ah, I've finally been freed. Thank you all, thank you, Enlin. I didn't think happiness would strike me so abruptly." Everyone shuddered upon hearing this voice. It was the voice of Xiao Tu. These words weren't spoken in the Taichu language or the Ancient Man language, but instead, it was an extremely unique language that was able to flow directly into their ears for them to understand what Xiao Tu was saying. Enlin and the others immediately began looking around with bewildered expressions, but they didn't discover any trace of Xiao Tuesday. There's no need to look for me. I'm already dead. This is just a wisp of my Tao intent speaking to all of you now. This wisp of Tao intent is going to dissipate soon, and that will be the moment when my resurrection spell formation is activated. Resurrection formation? And Lin almost vomited a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. What the fuck? You can resurrect yourself? So you didn't even really die? No, I did really die. Otherwise, the resurrection formation wouldn't be activated. This cage was created by the laws of heaven and earth, and I can only break free from it by crossing through the barrier between life and death before being resurrected from the dead. Hee hee. Luckily, I prepared my resurrection in advance. Otherwise, I would really be forced to choose between truly dying forever or being trapped in a state of limbo where I would rather be dead. I won't waste more of your time. I'm just here to tell you that under the crumbling stone pillars, there are 6 scorching sun pills, which are 5th-grade immortal pills that were refined by me during the time that I was trapped here. Consumption of the pill can bring out all of the consumer's latent potential for a short period of time. It's quite fun to use. Xiao Tu's voice swept through the air like a light breeze before slowly vanishing. Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this, and all of them ran toward the crumbling stone pillar. Boom, boom, boom. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Transportation technique, digging technique. An intricate box soon appeared before everyone. When Enlin took the lid off the box, the aroma of the pills inside instantly permeated throughout the entire space around them. The energy spilling from the pills created a wave of scorching heat, which swept outward for hundreds of meters, making everyone's eyes light up with excitement. I put in the most work, so it's only right for me to take 2, right? And Lin asked as he licked his lips. No one had any objections, so Enlin pocketed 3 scorching sun pills. Hong Do also took a scorching sun pill with embarrassment on his face. After all, he was carried by them the entire way, so he felt a little guilty taking a pill. Lu Chu continued to dig through the ground to see if there were any other items of value, and she only reluctantly stopped after she was forcefully dragged away by Enlin. This sanctuary was only around 10,000 feet in radius, and everything within had been reduced to white dust. Even the skeletal monsters had been completely eradicated by Enlin and the others. They discovered nothing after making another lap of the sanctuary, so they decided to leave. A huge splash appeared in the center of the white lake, and 5 figures appeared between heaven and earth. Time had already risen over the horizon, and another day had passed before they knew it. We're going to the Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain next, as it's the nearest location to the Panlong Mountain. According to Xiao Tu, there is a good chance for the realm essence crystals to appear in that area as well. Do you guys want to come along? And Lin turned to Hong Do and Ling Ying. Ling Ying nodded. We've traveled through most of the Panlong Mountain and obtained all the realm essence crystals we could, so we were planning to go to the Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain as well. Apparently, each and every one of the snow beasts there has a realm essence crystal within their bodies. I wonder if that's true. Lu Chu pursed her lips. So what if it's true? Killing enemies reap profits much faster than killing snow beasts. If you ask me, murder and robbery are the way to go. Ling Ying, Hong Do, and Lin nodded before making the final decision. All right, let's set off for the Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain then. Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain. This was an area engulfed by boundless ice and snow. The sunlight that descended upon this area was transformed into rays of blue light with no hint of warmth to them. There was a huge black rift extending across the entire sky, exuding an aura of death and annihilation, as if the very heavens had been wounded. There was a mountain over 100,000 feet tall under the rift, and it appeared as if the tip of the mountain had almost been engulfed by the rift in the sky. There was a huge ice crystal at the summit of the mountain, within which sat an exquisitely beautiful woman who was meditating with her eyes closed as she absorbed the destructive power within the rift in the sky. 6 powerful snow maidens stood guard around the ice crystal as they surveyed their surroundings with cautious expressions. Palace Leader Qi, Shangguan Yi's absorption rate seems to be faster than we anticipated. At this rate, she would be able to awaken the spiritual aura of the Ice Matriarch in another day at most. As such, can we complete the second plan as well? A petite snow maiden suggested. We do have enough time to complete the second plan, but don't forget that protecting Shangguan Yi is our top priority. We must refrain from any actions that may put Shangguan Yi in the path of danger. A snow maiden with huge wings of ice growing on her back rejected the suggestion in a firm voice. She was clearly the leader of this group of snow maidens. Humph. All right then, that's a pity. The petite snow maiden pouted as she turned away from the proxy palace leader with the icy demeanor. In a certain place on the ancient Taichu realm, there was no sunrise or sunset here, only an eternal starry night sky, bizarre and terrifying spatial mystic realms, brutal and merciless void beasts. All types of treasures that were born from chaos and annihilation. This place had it all. This was the Void Star section of the ancient Taichu realm, a place filled with infinite hazards but also countless opportunities. This place was also the main battleground for the return to Void Stage mighty figures. Near a gargantuan sacrificial altar, a sword immortal in white robes slashed a series of dazzling sword projections before him, all of which were able to create massive trenches in the ground below of close to 10 kilometers in length. 3 twisted void spirit bodies let loose sharp screeches as they charged toward the white-robed sword immortal. One of the void spirit bodies had transformed the space within a 5-kilometer radius of itself into a viscous sea of blood. All attacks were slowly dispelled as they entered the boundless sea of blood, including the sword projections unleashed by the sword immortal. Another void spirit body wielded lightning of destruction, and the lightning it unleashed was powerful enough to pierce through space itself as well as annihilate everything in its path. The final void spirit body appeared and disappeared in and out of existence as if it were a part of nothingness. However, extremely fearsome killing intent radiated off its body, and it was the most lethal of 3 void spirit bodies present. Cuckoo, Lu Dongbin, you won't be able to escape. How fortunate I am to not only be able to devour a soul as delicious as yours, but I'm also to be able to pry the fragment of the realm core from your cold, dead hands. The void spirit body, standing amid the riling sea of viscous blood, let loose a sinister cackle, and it waved its twisted arms in the air as the sea of blood around it transformed into countless huge crimson hands that swept toward Lu Dongbin. Humph, you don't have what it takes to kill me. The long sword in Lu Dongbin's hand split up into 9 swords, and all of them instantly flew toward a different direction to form a massive spell formation. 9-fold demon-vanquishing sword formation. Activate! He roared as countless light swords appeared within the spell formation, creating an impenetrable net that ensnared and shredded all the crimson arms. Right at this moment, the ground below suddenly tremored violently. Extremely dazzling light burst forth from the sacrificial altar as boundless power surged into the sacrificial altar from the stars above. The white pillar of light rose into the air, and a dragon's roar imbued with invincible might reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Lu Dongbin was the closest to the pillar of light. His expression shifted drastically as he flew back in retreat. However, the void spirit bodies clearly weren't going to allow him to do so, as the third void spirit body that had hidden away in nothingness suddenly sprang into action. Its body transformed into a black spear that tore through Lu Dongbin's 9-fold demon-vanquishing sword formation with unstoppable force before continuing on toward Lu Dongbin's chest. Lu Dongbin had no choice but to take the attack head-on while creating a circular film of light before him with his sword. At the same time, the crimson sea of hands and the destructive lightning also descended upon him with devastating power. Boom! The terrifying explosion of energy reduced the ground within a radius of several kilometers to dust. The film of light before Lu Dongbin collapsed when his body was struck by a devastating force, causing him to fly backward with blood gushing from his mouth. He crashed heavily into the white pillar of light like a cannonball, causing the pillar of light to tremble violently. Howl! A black dragon close to 10 kilometers in length appeared within the pillar of light before unleashing an earth-shattering roar. It lashed out to break through the pillar of white light around itself, and its fearsome dragon might instantly descended upon this world. Its massive body circled around in the air above as its inky black scales devoured the light of the stars, as if it were trying to plunge everything into darkness. Who dares to disrupt my resurrection? The huge black dragon in the sky spoke with a voice like rumbling thunder. Lu Dongbin looked up at the black dragon as all the color drained from his face. He had seen creatures larger than this dragon, but he had never encountered a creature with an aura as powerful as it, not even in the dragon court of the eastern seas. This was undoubtedly a winged dragon at the return to void pinnacle stage, and it was only a half-step away from Dao integration stage. The 3 members of the Void Spirit tribe stood in the distance as they looked at Lu Dongbin with sinister smirks. It was quite clear now that the purpose of their combined attack was not to kill Lu Dongbin. Instead, they wanted to force him into the Winged Dragon's resurrection formation so that the Winged Dragon could take care of Lu Dongbin for them. They would be able to abduct Lu Dongbin's soul through the use of a mystic technique upon his death for them to devour later on. The soul of a first-rate sword immortal must be extremely delicious. The lightning-wielding void spirit body licked its lips with a scorching gaze. Oh? Was it you that crashed into my resurrection formation? Human? The dragon stared down at Lu Dongbin with a pair of massive cold eyes as its boundless might swept toward him like the waves of an ocean. Lu Dongbin gritted his teeth as he scrambled for an excuse. However, the black dragon continued. I was just killed by a human and now I meet another one. Lu Dongbin's heart instantly cooled upon hearing this. This dragon probably despised all humans now. Who the hell killed the dragon? Now he would have to face the dragon's wrath in the killer's stead. Lu Dongbin cursed the human 10,000 times in his heart. The 3 mighty figures from the Void Spirit tribe instantly began cackling upon hearing this. Cuckoo! What a happy coincidence. Lu Dongbin is absolutely screwed now. The lightning-wielding void spirit body chortled with glee. Does that mean he was screwed over by a member of his own race? The void spirit body commanding the sea of blood also wore a smug smile on his face. I'm more interested in knowing which mighty figure was able to kill such a powerful dragon. The final void spirit body who shuttled in and out of existence mused to itself. Right at this moment, the black dragon continued to speak as he looked at Lu Dongbin. So, I'm quite fond of humans like you. It looks like you're being bullied by those 3 little bastards from the void spirit tribe. Should I take care of them for you? Ha! The 3 void spirit bodies instantly stopped laughing as their expressions faltered. Lu Dongbin was also dumbstruck upon hearing this. This dragon was killed by a human, so he was fond of humans and wanted to help him? What the fuck was this logic? Was this dragon mentally disabled? Lu Dongbin's brain scrambled as he assessed the situation. As long as it could help him, it didn't matter if the dragon was mentally disabled or not. Thus, tears began to well up in Lu Dongbin's eyes as he began speaking in a grief-stricken and indignant voice. Senior, if you didn't get here in time, I would have been killed by those 3 void spirit bodies. They tried to destroy your spell formation, and I tried to stop them, even if it meant giving up my life. Okay. Cut the crap. I'll kill them for you. The black dragon clearly didn't have much patience, and it immediately turned to the 3 void spirit bodies with a sinister smile on its face. I haven't exercised for a long time. You 3 will make good appetizers. The void spirit tribe cultivators immediately turned and fled into the distance. In the next instant, the entire space covering a radius of several dozen kilometers around them was transformed into a raging sea of lightning as massive spatial rifts appeared in the air. 10 seconds later, the black dragon returned to the sacrificial altar with 2 tattered bodies held between its fangs. Humph! There was a little bastard that could fuse himself with nothingness, and he ended up getting away. It really has been too long since I exercised. The black dragon lamented with a disconsolate expression. Lu Dongbin stood by the altar with a fawning smile. The black dragon had just slain 2 returned to void stage void spirit tribe cultivators and severely wounded another. There was absolutely nothing he could complain about. But these void spirit tribe cultivators taste quite good. They have a sticky yet smooth texture, and consuming them can fortify my consciousness. The black dragon chewed a few more times before swallowing the 2 bodies with an expression that was clearly craving for more. Thank you for saving me, Senior. There are a few other return to void stage void spirit tribe cultivators within this void star section. If you want, I can lead you to them for your consumption. Lu Dongbin forced a chuckle down before making this suggestion. The black dragon twisted its body and waved its tail around as if it was still getting used to its new body. He turned to Lu Dongbin with a question after a short while. Oh right, you humans came into the ancient Tai Chu realm through the same spatial passageway, right? Lu Dongbin hesitated for a moment before deciding that there was no need to hide anything from the dragon. So he joined hands in salute before replying, Yes, Senior. Then there's no need for you to thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank Lin. If he didn't kill me, I wouldn't have been able to appear here to save you. The black dragon waved his tail nonchalantly. Lu Dongbin was completely rooted to the spot upon hearing this. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly recalled that day at the palace where the young man had looked at him with a slightly shy smile. Holy fuck! Lin managed to kill this dragon? My god, Lu Dongbin only had one thought in his heart. Lin, what a terrifyingly powerful man. I will be sure to express my gratitude to Lin the next time we meet. Lu Dongbin came to his senses before replying with a respectful expression. The black dragon clearly intended to express his own gratitude to Lin through Lu Dongbin. As for why the black dragon wanted to repay Lin after being killed by him, this was not something he could guess at. In any case, the black dragon was either crazy, or there were circumstances unbeknown to him that could explain the situation, but he wasn't going to pry into the matter. The black dragon nodded with satisfaction before turning to the sacrificial altar and drawing a deep intake of breath. Boom! Earth-shattering suction power burst forth from his mouth, causing the massive altar to collapse. An inky black vortex imbued with boundless suction power appeared within the black dragon's mouth before pulling out a white fragment from beneath the sacrificial altar. which seemed to be both substantial and insubstantial at the same time, into his mouth. Ha ha ha. This is great. It's a fragment of the realm core. Is this a present for me to celebrate my resurrection? The black dragon waved his tail around excitedly in a show of joy. Lu Dongbin opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He could only heave a wistful sigh to himself. Just as the two of them were conversing with one another, something suddenly happened. The might of heaven and earth suddenly descended upon the black dragon, causing his scales to crack open as blood gushed forth from all over his body. Howl! The black dragon wailed in anguish, and he almost fell from the sky. What kind of power is this? I can't resist it at all. A thought suddenly occurred to Lu Dongbin, and he hurriedly explained. Senior, this crumbling continent is no longer able to contain return to void stage cultivators who are close to Dao integration stage. Any cultivators with such cultivation bases would receive backlash from the laws of heaven and earth. Has this continent already been reduced to such a ghastly state? The black dragon seemed to be enduring some sort of extremely fearsome force as he gritted his teeth and spoke with great difficulty. Show me your alternate world teleportation badge for a second. Lu Dongbin immediately passed his teleportation badge to the black dragon. The black dragon examined the badge for a while before returning it to Lu Dongbin. I can sense from the badge that the world you came from is a very familiar one. As if it's the twin to this world. No, it's more appropriate to call it a mirroring world. I have to leave now. Transmigrating across two realms through the power of my body alone is going to cost me a vast amount of energy. But if I continue to stay here, I'll most likely die again. The black dragon waved his tail before opening up a spatial rift to escape from here. Lu Dongbin heaved a forlorn sigh as the black dragon departed with the fragment of the realm core. Sigh. All his work in the past few days was in vain now. Ancient divine division, heavenly snow abyss mountain. Hong Do was walking through a huge cave, and he shivered uncontrollably as he hugged himself into a ball-like shape. The flame in his chest was extremely feeble, as if it was about to fizzle out at any moment. Keep persevering. We're almost at the hanging ice lake, and Lin gritted his teeth as he struggled onward. The ceiling of the cave was covered entirely in icy stalactites, which was giving off a frosty sharpness, and the entire space within the cave was filled with frosty blue mist. There was a bright blue lake around a kilometer from the cave with ripples running across its surface. The blue lake was the source of all the frosty blue mist, and it was the coldest place in the entire cave, but there was still no sign of the lake freezing over. The temperatures continued to drop as they progressed closer and closer to the lake. Xiao Tu said that there are snow soul beasts at the bottom of the hanging ice lake, but I wonder if that's even true. Even if it's true, who's going to dive into the lake to capture them? Lu Chuchu's teeth chattered as she spoke. Her body was quite fragile, and in this cold area, her tolerance was the lowest among everyone here. Even though she was hugging herself so tight that she looked like a ball and unleashing spell techniques to try and keep the frosty air at bay, she was still shivering uncontrollably as she trudged forward. I'm a good swimmer, so I can do that, Ling Ying volunteered. She was the one that was least affected by the cold, and she floated casually through the air with a relaxed expression on her face. And Lin nodded. Tina, Lu Chu, and I will be standing by the lake to provide assistance to you if required. Hong Do can be responsible for lighting up our surroundings with his flames. He turned to look at Hong Do as he spoke. Huh? Where did Hong Do go? And Lin suddenly discovered that Hong Do had disappeared. Everyone was shocked upon making this discovery, and they all turned to look behind them to discover that Hong Do had been frozen into an ice sculpture several dozen meters away. Hong Do had his arms wrapped around his chest, and his legs were frozen mid-step with an expression of fear and indignation congealed onto his face. Everyone? And Lin grimaced upon seeing this. Isn't he supposed to be quite capable at using fire? What happened to all his flame power? Ling Ying scratched her head with a resigned expression. Hong Do's flame is a spiritual flame, which is tied directly to his life force. His life force fears the cold, so his fire also fears the cold. Hence, His flames would choose to withdraw under extreme cold in order to conserve his life force as a means of self-preservation. This was the first time everyone had heard of flames that were scared of the cold. So, what you're saying is, Hongdo is extremely susceptible to cold temperatures, and he's useless to us now. And Lin rolled his eyes. An awkward expression surfaced on Ling Ying's face. Just leave him like that, we can eliminate him from the distribution of treasures as well. Thus, everyone gathered around the edge of the hanging ice lake, where they were forced to use spell techniques to keep out the bone-chilling cold. This was a bottomless lake with light blue water. The darkness at the bottom of the lake seemed to be threatening to engulf all living beings that dared to enter its depths. Brr, I can't do this anymore. I have to retreat a little. There was a layer of white frost covering Lu Chuchu's head of long black hair, and her teeth chattered violently as she retreated to 100 meters away, where she held her bow and stood on guard. If it wasn't for the snow soul beasts, she would never come to such a ghastly place. The snow soul beasts were one of the 10 legendary beast pet species of the ancient Tai Chu realm. They possess extremely powerful ice-type Dao foundations, and if nurtured correctly, they could eventually reach return to void stage or even higher. They were apparently quite adorable as well. Just their images were enough to woo countless female cultivators, making them the most sought-after beast pets to the female demographic. However, this species had a very small population, and they only appeared in the ancient Tai Chu realm, so only very few people owned them as beast pets. Even on the Tai Chu continent, there were probably less than 10 people with snow soul beasts as beast pets. Lu Chuchu was absolutely ecstatic after learning of the location of the snow soul beasts from Xiao Tu, and she immediately vowed to capture one for herself. They followed Xiao Tu's instructions and finally made their way to the hanging ice lake. It was now time to see whether there were actually any snow soul beasts within the lake. I'll be back soon, you guys can just wait for me here. A layer of white liquid enveloped Ling Ying's body before she entered the lake, and Lin knelt down and placed his hand on the surface of the hanging ice lake to discover that the water was like a pool of countless miniature ice sabers, which sliced into his hand. The frosty aura within the water was extremely destructive, and the palm of his hand was soon riddled with countless tiny wounds that froze over before being sliced open again in a perpetual loop. What an interesting power! And Lin's interest was piqued. Just as he was about to examine the water further, bolts of lightning suddenly exploded forth from the bottom of the lake. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning exploded into the sky above, and immediately after, Ling Ying burst out of the lake. Huh? You're back already? And Lin was taken aback by Ling Ying's sudden emergence. Run! There are too many snow soul beasts in there. Ling Ying yelled before retreating toward the opening of the cave. Too many snow soul beasts? And Lin and Lu Chuchu's eyes both lit up at once. Run my ass. They were worried that there weren't enough snow soul beasts to split among everyone. So wasn't it a good thing that there are a lot of them? Ling Ying immediately gestured hurriedly with her tentacles as she explained in a panicked voice. The snow soul beasts are extremely powerful. I was only able to escape after using a life-saving talisman. Countless splashes suddenly burst forth over the surface of the water as a series of figures appeared above the river. The snow soul beasts were here, and Lin and Lu Chuchu couldn't help but stare at the snow soul beasts. They were each about the size of a small watermelon with round bodies covered in white fur that looked extremely soft and warm. Their black eyes were large and round with light blue ripples running through them. They had cute, pink noses and pristine white teeth. Instead of feet, they had a pair of short and intricate wings. Lu Chuchu was completely entranced by the snow soul beasts. Their cuteness exceeded even her lofty expectations, and she made a decision there and then. She had to capture one for herself. And Lin also swallowed involuntarily as he looked at the snow soul beasts. He wanted an adorable beast pet like that as well. No, he wanted two so that he could give one to Xiaolan. No. He wanted to take all of them so that he could have a whole nest of snow soul beasts. There were 12 of them right before his very eyes. What are you guys looking at? Run! Ling Ying had already begun to escape, and she yelled in a panicked voice upon seeing Lin and Lu Chuchu rooted to the spot. A cold sneer appeared on Lin's face. Run! Lu Chuchu's eyes were glowing with a scorching desire. We aren't running anywhere. Linging. Ha ha ha. That's right, you aren't running anywhere. A crisp, tender voice said, and Lin raised his head to discover that the largest of the snow soul beasts had just spoken. You can speak the Tai Chu language? Lu Chuchu stared at the snow soul beast in amazement. The snow soul beast revealed a row of sharp, intricate teeth before replying with a smug smile. Of course, I have slain countless powerful beings, and no one has ever escaped from me. I also used my harrowing soul-searching techniques to obtain all their knowledge. And Lin's lips twitched. Can't you say something cuter so that it matches your image? Humph. Insolent scum. You have no right to judge what I, the great Xianxia, choose to say. The snow soul beast roared with rage. And Lin. Xianxia then flapped its wings at the snow soul beasts behind it. Go, little ones. Let these stupid humans know what true fear is. The remaining snow soul beasts all let loose indistinguishable cries as brilliant blue light burst forth from their bodies, which instantly transformed into a fearsome power of extreme frost, engulfing an area of several hundred meters in diameter around them. At that moment, and Lin felt that everything around him suddenly began to slow down. He immediately unleashed his divine flames as a defense mechanism. However, he didn't get a chance to fully unleash his divine flames before a black shadow came hurtling at him. The black shadow was Xianxia, the largest of all the snow soul beasts. It was currently in the process of flying toward Enlin's chest. A blue light enveloped around its body like a powerful meteorite. Enlin wanted to defend himself, but his speed was greatly hampered by the power of extreme frost enveloping his body, thereby preventing him from being able to move how he wanted. Boom! And Lin's chest was struck by an overwhelming force, and he flew back like a cannonball as blood gushed from his mouth. Giant and Lin. Tina's expression shifted as she slashed out a brilliant white sword projection with her heart lotus ice sword toward Xianxia. Xianxia harumphed coldly as it flapped its small and nimble wings. Its round body demonstrated remarkable agility as it evaded the sword projection. Right at this moment, a streak of golden light flashed through the air like a bolt of golden lightning, striking precisely at the spot where Xianxia was going to appear after dodging Tina's sword projection. It was an exemplary piece of marksmanship with perfect timing and precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 snow soul beasts flew through the air before positioning themselves in front of Xianxia. All 3 of them spread their wings at once to release a blue defensive spell formation in the shape of ice crystals. The golden arrow imbued with the fearsome power of sealing struck the blue spell formation, and bright golden light exploded forth, momentarily sealing the power of extreme frost in the air. However, it was also at this moment that 5 figures suddenly flew toward Lu Chuchu at an alarming speed. Be careful! And Lin spread open his wings of wind as he charged toward Lu Chuchu and slashed out an inky black sword projection with his evil-slaying sword. The 5 snow soul beasts seemed to be quite proficient at using team spell formations, and they instantly adjusted their positions in the air to create a warped film of water, which diverted Enlin's sword projection from its original path. Meteor Mace. The 5 snow soul beasts expanded their bodies before crashing down upon Enlin like maces. All of them possessed fearsome speed and power. Enlin positioned himself before Lu Chuchu and slashed out a series of defensive sword projections. Boom, boom, boom. The snow soul beasts broke through Enlin's defense and knocked him flying again with their collective might as blood gushed forth from Enlin's mouth. Each of these snow soul beasts was comparable to a soul formation stage cultivator, and their team spell formations allowed them to unleash power equivalent to the attacks of a cultivator at the soul formation pinnacle stage. Under the restrictions of the power of extreme frost, Enlin and the others were at a severe disadvantage, while the speed of the snow soul beasts seemed to have received a further boost under such an environment. As such, Enlin and the others were soon forced onto the back foot. Lu Chuchu had only just retreated a few steps before 4 more snow soul beasts pounced upon her. Tina was also caught in a battle with 3 snow soul beasts. Lu Chuchu's fragile body was rammed into the air by a snow soul beast. When she fell heavily to the ground, she felt as if her body were about to fall apart at the seams. Xianxia immediately expanded its body as a cold light flashed through its large, round eyes. Die! Xianxia's body flew through the air like a cannonball, leaving a sonic boom in its wake. If Lu Chuchu were struck by this attack, she would be severely wounded, if not killed. Sealing technique, holy white lightning snakes. A voice suddenly came from behind Lu Chuchu. Ling Ying had returned from her retreat and countless bolts of white lightning streaked from her tentacles like white snakes before binding onto the 12 snow soul beasts. The bolts of white lightning were extremely fast, and all the snow soul beasts were struck before they had a chance to dodge. Ling Ying's attack wasn't extremely powerful, but it did have the ability to momentarily paralyze its targets. Run! I can only unleash this spell technique once. You won't have another chance to escape. Ling Ying roared to Lu Chuchu and Lin and Tina. Run! Why would we run? How could we leave behind such adorable beast pets? And Lin slowly stood up as the 4 divine flames settled over his body like a suit of armor. The scorching temperatures radiating from the flames caused the air to shimmer and warp as the entire ground below was colored crimson. He swallowed a scorching sun pill, and his aura instantly elevated to the soul formation pinnacle stage. The flaming armor around his body became even more fearsome, which appeared as if they were threatening to engulf the entire cave. A delicate yet determined voice chimed in agreement. That's right. How can I run now when there are so many cute snow soul beasts waiting for me to capture? Lu Chuchu opened her mouth and also swallowed her scorching sun pill. Boom! The effect of the scorching sun pill instantly manifested itself within her body, causing her aura to become extremely vast and powerful. As a result, the 4 snow soul beasts before her began to falter in shock. Lu Chuchu stared blankly at Lu Chuchu and Enlin as her mouth gaped open. It's over. Both of them have gone mad. Never would she have thought that Enlin and Lu Chuchu would be willing to use up their 5th grade immortal scorching sun pills in a situation like this. The pills would undoubtedly give them an extreme boost in power for a short time, perhaps even enough of a power boost for their strength to rival the snow soul beasts. But those pills were valuable trump cards. Was it really worth it to use them up just for a chance at capturing a snow soul beast? Neither Enlin nor Lu Chuchu answered Ling Ying's questions, as they were far too busy hunting down the snow soul beasts. 5 snow soul beasts pounced toward Enlin, but all of them were forced into retreat by a tornado of divine flames unleashed by Enlin. Each of his attacks now possessed the power of a soul formation pinnacle stage cultivator, and if he were to unleash a full power attack, the strength of it would approach the power of a return to void stage cultivator. Sea of divine flames. He stepped forward as the great holy flame, heavenly void flame, demonic star flame, and setting moon flame all appeared at once, and the entire cave was instantly engulfed by boundless flames, which melted away the snow and ice, transforming the entire cave into a crimson pit of lava. All 12 of the snow soul beasts howled in anguish as if they had been struck by the terrifying flames. All of them gathered together to create a mysterious spell formation, thereby materializing an icy blue, crystalline ball, which exuded the power of extreme frost to keep the flames at bay. They're just making a last-ditch effort. They won't be able to keep this up for much longer. Xianxia rallied the troops with an uplifting cry. Humph! Lu Chuchu drew her bow to its fullest extent as the projection of Kuan Peng appeared behind her. The Kuan Peng projection exuded a boundless aura while its eyes glowed with majestic might, causing the white fur on the bodies of the 12 snow soul beasts to stand up on end. A golden arrow imbued with a peerlessly sharp aura began to materialize on the bowstring. Divine technique, peerless formation vanquishing arrow. Whoosh! The golden arrow tore through the sea of flames before striking the spell formation of the 12 snow soul beasts. As the arrow collided with the spell formation, the space around the spell formation began to warp and crack open, creating powerful shockwaves that annihilated everything within the general vicinity. The crystalline ball began to crack open like an eggshell as a burst of horrendous screeching erupted in the air. More and more cracks appeared on the crystalline ball as it shattered into pieces, and immediately after, the 4 divine flames engulfed the snow soul beasts, causing them to wail in anguish. A hint of sympathy welled up in Lin's heart when the pristine white fur of the snow soul beasts started to show signs of being charred black, and so, he began to lower the intensity of his flames. At this moment, Lu Chu had already drawn her bow for a second time. A golden arrow with a peculiar ripple running along its entire body materialized on the bowstring. The arrow glowed with a brilliant golden light as it exuded an extremely powerful sealing force. Divine technique. Divine evil-vanquishing arrow. The golden arrow pierced through the space before her and flew toward the snow soul beasts as it split into 10, then into 100, then into 1,000, before finally creating a dense shower of infinite golden arrows, which rained down onto the ground below. The 12 snow soul beasts all felt as if their bodies had been bound by a strange force. Not only that, even their vital energy and meridians had been sealed. This is a sealing spell technique? Xianxia's large, round eyes widened in disbelief, and Lin began to withdraw his sea of divine flames upon seeing this. If he were to use his sea of divine flames on the snow soul beasts when they were in such a defenseless state, then they would all be cooked soon. A series of golden symbols descended upon the snow soul beasts, creating indestructible shackles that completely sealed all their power away. Lu Chu's pink dress billowed out around her as she explained in a calm voice, "That's right. My divine evil-vanquishing arrow is a sealing technique. You won't be able to use any power or vital energy for an hour." Thump! All the snow soul beasts fell to the ground where they rolled around helplessly. Upon seeing these plump, round snow soul beasts, Lu Chu's calm facade crumbled while her eyes lit up. "Wah! This one's mine." She threw herself at Xianxia before enveloping it in a tight hug and rubbing her delicate cheek on Xianxia's soft fur. And Lin also threw himself at Xianxia, for no reason other than the fact that it was the plumpest snow soul beast among the 12, and it had the most lustrous fur, the biggest, roundest eyes, and the most adorable overall appearance. He laid one hand on its plump, round body as he rubbed its nimble, intricate wings with his other hand. "Oh, they're snow soul beasts, but why are they so warm? I could use it as a body pillow," and Lin exclaimed as he moved his hands all over Xianxia, who lay motionless in the hands of Lin and Lu Chu while wearing a suicidal expression. "Go away. This snow soul beast is mine." Lu Chu glared at Lin. "How is it yours? It doesn't have your insignia on it or anything?" Lin retorted. "I don't care. It's mine." Lu Chu insisted. "It's mine," and Lin was unwilling to back down. Thus, the two of them began a tug of war. Poor Xianxia was pulled from a round ball into a rugby ball. "Stop this right now. I will never bow to anyone. I'll die before accepting you humans as my owner. So forget about trying to domesticate me." Xianxia's eyes were bright and piercing as it revealed its teeth in an adorable, menacing way. A bunch of snow soul beasts all rolled along the ground to save their leader, but they were all kicked aside by Lin and Lu Chu. They both clearly had their eyes set on Xianxia. "Oh, that reminds me. A beast pet contract can only be established when both parties are willing to enter the contract. We should just let Xianxia choose for itself," Lu Chu suggested, and Lin considered this for a moment before agreeing to Lu Chu's suggestion. Tina and Lingying stood at the side silently as they watched Lin and Lu Chu tussling back and forth. Lingying felt absolutely nothing when she looked at these snow soul beasts. She simply had a different standard of beauty. She preferred creatures with lots of slender tentacles, like the octopus princess of the West Sea. If it wasn't for the fact that the snow soul beasts were legendary beast pets with powerful ice-type Tao foundations, she wouldn't even bother taking the risk to come here. "I proposed this idea, so I should be the first one to try and tame it." Lu Chu took the initiative, and Lin paused to consider this for a moment before nodding in agreement. There was no point in fighting like this as they wouldn't be able to make any progress. Furthermore, he was confident that Xianxia definitely wasn't a creature that someone like Lu Chu could tame. A joyful smile appeared on Lu Chu's face, and she caressed Xianxia's soft, pristine fur as she said in a mellow, flirtatious voice, "Little Tian one, Xianxia and Enlin both shuddered in unison. Please be my beast pet. I'll love you every day. I'll play with you and feed you yummy food, and I'll make whatever clothes, weapons, toys, or pills you want. Lu Chu said in a mellow voice while showing a doting expression in her yellow eyes. Save it. I won't submit to you even if the only alternative is death. Xianxia's reply was extremely firm, and Lin was extremely pleased to hear this. All his beast pets should have a bit of spunk and attitude about them. Lu Chu was not deterred, and she continued, If you agree to be my beast pet, I can promise to release all the other snow soul beasts. PFFF, and Lin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Really? Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up. All the snow soul beasts were in an extremely vulnerable state at the moment, so Xianxia had to do what was best for them as their leader. If Lu Chu could promise to let all of them go, then it could consider becoming Lu Chu's beast pet. No, of course it's not true. And Lin grabbed Xianxia from Lu Chu's arms in rage and snarled, How dare you use such an underhanded tactic? Xianxia may be the most adorable one here, but we can't just promise to let all the other snow soul beasts go. Have you considered everyone else's feelings? Lu Chu pursed her lips. We won't be able to take these snow soul beasts back to Taichu continent if they don't accept us as their owners. I can pay you all some money if you cooperate with me and let all the other snow soul beasts go. Hee. Would you believe me if I tell you that I can make all of them accept me as their owner? And Lin sneered coldly. All right then, be my guest, Lu Chu challenged. And Lin turned to the other 11 snow soul beasts as a sinister smile appeared on his face. The mysterious smile on Enlin's face sent a collective chill running down the spines of the 12 snow soul beasts. He pulled out 12 steamers of stuffed buns, one for each of the 12 snow soul beasts. The alluring scent of the stuffed buns wafted throughout the entire cave, and even Lu Chu, Ling Ying, and the others couldn't help but swallow to prevent themselves from drooling. These are the stuffed buns ignored by Dabai. Have a taste. The snow soul beasts instantly caved in and began to chomp down on the stuffed buns. And once they started, they were unable to stop themselves from eating. In the blink of an eye, the snow soul beasts devoured all the stuffed buns within their respective steamers before staring up at Enlin with expectant eyes. If you come with me, you can eat delicious stuffed buns like these every day, Enlin offered. Upon hearing this, many of the snow soul beasts instantly swore their allegiance to Enlin in their unintelligible language. However, there were still some that were sitting on the fence as well as those who firmly rejected his offer. Xianxia, for example, was a member of the latter group. Right at this moment, Enlin's expression changed to one that was extremely cold and menacing as he said, Yield to me, and you get stuffed buns, otherwise, you'll die. He activated his divine might technique in conjunction with this threat, while his eyes glowed with a golden light, producing a golden ripple that crashed down upon the 12 snow soul beasts with supreme might. The snow soul beasts had all had their powers sealed away, so Enlin appeared as if he were a mighty war god walking among them. The war god was glaring down at them at this very moment, giving them the choice to yield and live or resist and die. All the snow soul beasts had been terrified to the point that they were almost shitting themselves. Even Xianxia, whose stance had previously been extremely firm, was completely overwhelmed by Enlin's might. It stared up at Enlin with a pair of big, watery eyes as its lips trembled, as if it was on the brink of saying the words, I yield. Lu Chu was shocked. She didn't think he would use tactics that were even more underhanded than her own. These were such adorable snow soul beasts. How could Enlin utter such cruel words to them? You've gone too far, Enlin. The snow soul beasts are so adorable. How could you scare them like this? Lu Chu couldn't help but glower with rage. I'm serious. What is your choice? Enlin looked down upon the snow soul beasts with a cold expression. His voice was filled with prestige as well as an ethereal quality. It was as if it had descended from the heavens. Ya. All the snow soul beasts rolled around Enlin as they flapped their wings in a fawning manner. So this is coercion. I yield. Xianxia spoke in a voice full of humiliation and reverence. Yeah, said the other 11 snow soul beasts in unison. Lu Chuchu's eyes widened in incredulity as she stared at the snow soul beasts. They agreed. They actually agreed. They agreed to yield to such a cruel owner. Hee. This is going to take a bit of blood essence. And Lin chuckled as he made seals with his hands before slicing open one of his fingers. Each of the 12 drops of golden blood flew toward each of the 12 snow soul beasts. Beast pet contracts were forged under the condition that both parties were willing to enter into the contract, thereby creating a relatively equal contract. If one party were resistant to the idea of forging the contract, then it would be bound to fail. The 12 drops of golden blood essence had already dripped onto the heads of the 12 snow soul beasts. The contract would be successfully forged once the blood fused into their bodies. And Lin stared nervously at the snow soul beasts before his heart plunged into icy coldness. The blood essence did drip onto the heads of the snow soul beasts, but none of them were absorbed. The drops of golden blood essence glinted with a faint glow atop the snow soul beasts' heads, each of them striking a heavy blow into Lin's heart. How could this be? And Lin muttered to himself as the light drained from his eyes. A joyful smile appeared on Lu Chuchu's face upon seeing this. Haha, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can't inspire true loyalty and sincerity through coercion. Just as her voice faded, the faint sound of blood essence merging into a target sounded nearby. And Lin and Lu Chuchu both turned to the source of the sound, and they drew sharp intakes of breath in unison. How could this be? Lu Chuchu's body swayed slightly as she muttered to herself while the light was drained from her eyes. The dazed expression on Lin's face gave way to ecstasy as he pounced on Xianxia before enveloping it in a tight hug. Ahahaha, Xianxia, I love you. Xianxia blushed slightly as it bared its intricate little teeth. Don't get too full of yourself. I didn't want to accept you as my owner. I was only forced to do so because of the aura you exuded just then. Yes, you're so cute. So whatever you say is correct. And Lin rubbed his cheek into Xianxia's snowy white fur with glee. Lu Chuchu. Lu Chuchu clasped her hands over her chest with pain and disappointment on her face. She knew that Xianxia couldn't be taken seriously when it said it had been forced into submission. After all, both parties had to be fully willing to enter into a contract before a beast pet contract could be established. Under normal circumstances, and Lin's cruel methods would evoke negative emotions in the hearts of the snow soul beasts. But who would have thought that Xianxia was not averse to coercion? This was simply unfathomable to Lu Chuchu. Xianxia, can you try and convince your underlings to also become my beast pets? And Lin hugged Xianxia as he asked excitedly. Xianxia flapped its wings before replying, Don't even bother. Us snow soul beasts develop intelligence quite late. On top of that, our ice-type Dao foundations are too powerful. Coupled with the nurturing power of the hanging ice lake, it resulted in a very strong sense of individuality. Hence, there's no way they can sign beast pet contracts with anyone until their intelligence grows to a higher level. Oh, and Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. No wonder his 11 other drops of blood essence had all failed. Lu Chuchu's body swayed lightly again, and she almost collapsed to the ground after hearing this. So that was the reason why Lin had failed. And Lin turned to Lu Chuchu with an apologetic expression. Sorry, I didn't think it would be like this. Lu Chuchu opened her mouth with a vacant expression, but she didn't say anything. She didn't even know how to put her emotions into words. The beast pet she wanted the most was Xianxia. Xianxia was taken, but she could still accept another snow soul beast. But now, there was no chance for her to even establish a beast pet contract with any of the other snow soul beasts. She was struck by an overwhelming sense of sadness as her hope and dreams fell apart. Is there really no other way? Is there perhaps a way to help them increase their intelligence? I really want to take one home. Lu Chuchu pouted, and tears shimmered in her eyes as she looked down at the snow soul beasts on the ground. Xianxia chuckled coldly. Heh, Seeing as you had the intention of letting all my underlings go, I'll tell you a method out of the kindness of my heart. Lu Chuchu's eyes lit up as a sense of renewed hope started to burn in her heart. What's the method? Xianxia pointed to one of the snow soul beasts with one of its wings. That's my little brother, Shuepatian. He's currently at True Power final stage. If you can make him progress to the pinnacle of the True Power stage, then his intelligence would be sure to mature, and you would be able to try and forge a beast pet contract with him. Increase his cultivation base. Lu Chuchu furrowed her brows in deep thought. She then brought out 3 immortal fruits imbued with ice energy before turning to Shuepatian with a dainty smile. These are snow essence wolf fruits, a type of 8th grade immortal fruits. I obtained them after killing 2 snow maidens. If you agree to be my beast pet, I'll feed them to you. How about it? Shocked, and Lin swallowed his saliva with difficulty. She even killed 2 snow maidens. Just how many people has she killed in the ancient Tai Chu realm? Shuepatian looked up at the 8th grade immortal fruits with desire etched all over his face as he flapped his wings and rolled around on the ground, all the while uttering a series of unintelligible syllables. Hee, I'll take that as a yes, Lu Chuchu said as she passed a snow essence wolf fruit to Shuepatian. Shuepatian opened his mouth and began munching on the immortal fruit. After he was done, he stared up at Lu Chuchu with big, round eyes that were heartbreakingly translucent. Good boy! Lu Chuchu caressed Shuepatian. She was overwhelmed by her maternal instincts, and she passed the second snow essence wolf fruit to him. Shuepatian eagerly devoured the snow essence wolf fruit before looking up at Lu Chuchu with those heartbreaking eyes again. Lu Chuchu's brows furrowed slightly with concern when Shuepotian's cultivation base showed no signs of progression. Despite that, she still passed the 3rd snow essence wolf fruit to him. Shuepatian quickly devoured the 3rd snow essence wolf fruit before rolling around like a plump ball of fur while displaying joy and excitement on his face. However, Lu Chuchu's heart throbbed to the point of asphyxiation. Did she just feed the 3 immortal fruits to a dog? Why did it make no difference to the snow soul beast's cultivation base? And Lin cleared his throat when he caught sight of Lu Chuchu's shattered expression. Ahem. Could it be that the snow soul beast is unable to make a breakthrough because you forgot to undo the seal on his body? Ah, you're right. Lu Chuchu's expression immediately glowed with renewed hope. She clicked her fingers, and a golden light burst forth from Shuepatian's plump, round body. Immediately after that, his aura began to grow explosively. Boom! Shuepatian seemed to have broken through some sort of bottleneck as a chilling aura began to radiate from his body. My little brother has just broken through to the pinnacle of the true power stage. Xianxia's eyes lit up with excitement. Lu Chuchu's hands fluttered like a butterfly as she made a series of seals before slicing open her finger and releasing a drop of blood essence toward Shuepatian. Shuepatian, come with me, and we'll kill people together so that you can have more fruits to eat. It was obvious that Shuepatian had been completely won over by the promise of immortal fruits, as he eagerly absorbed Lu Chuchu's blood essence to complete the contract. Lu Chuchu enveloped Shuepatian in a tight hug as she said, "Oh, you're too cute. I'm going to feed you until you're even more adorable than Xianxia. Let's start off by changing your weird name. You'll be known as Shuemengmeng instead of Shuepatian from now on." Ya. Shuemengmeng wobbled his head around as if he was very pleased with this new name. And Lin? Xianxia flared up in rage. How dare you abandon the name I gave you? And you're so happy about it too. You're not my real little brother. Meng means adorable in Chinese, so she basically just named him Shue adorable. Lu Chuchu pursed her lips and ignored Xianxia's furious tirade before turning to the remaining 10 snow soul beasts with a forlorn expression. Are we just going to leave these snow soul beasts here? They're very cute as well. It feels like it would be a shame to leave them. And Lin shrugged in response. We can't sign beast pet contracts with them, so we can't take them back to Taichu continent. As such, we can only leave them here. Sigh. Lu Chuchu was extremely unwilling to part with these snow soul beasts. She squatted down next to them before speaking to them in a gentle voice. You have to grow up and cultivate hard. I'll come back for you guys in 500 years and take you to eat yummy food as well as to explore a new world. You have to wait for me. Okay? And Lin was a little speechless. 500 years? Wasn't she thinking a bit too far ahead? All the snow soul beasts crowded around Lu Chu while uttering a string of unintelligible syllables as if they were bidding her farewell. Shui Meng was also conversing with them with a wistful expression on his face, as if he was bidding farewell to them too. Shui Zhantian, meanwhile, had a lot more poise. It uttered a farewell poem with a nonchalant expression to exemplify the spirit of a perfect leader. After successfully signing a beast pet contract, Lu Chu began to dispel the seals on all the other snow soul beasts before bidding them farewell a final time. And Lin and the others then decided to leave the hanging ice lake quickly as it was simply too cold for them to bear. Using her tentacles, Ling Ying carried Hong Do, who was now an ice sculpture, out from the cave. With an exasperated expression, and Lin used his divine flames to defrost Hong Do. After leaving the cave, Hong Do's spiritual flame deactivated its self-preservation mechanism and slowly began to reignite. He turned to look at Lin and Lu Chu as well as the adorable round snow soul beasts flying alongside them with a perplexed expression. "Did I miss something?" he asked with a curious expression. And Lin couldn't be bothered to explain, and so he gave a sarcastic reply. "Yes, the Qing dynasty has just fallen." Thus, everyone resumed their search for realm essence crystals. The next place we're going to is the main peak of the Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain. That is the place that is closest to the Heavenly Abyss, and there's a very good chance of realm essence crystals appearing there. And Lin brought out a small map and labeled a few important locations before speaking. The Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain was just over 500 kilometers away from where they were located, and they could see the massive rift in the distant sky. As they drew closer and closer to the mountain, they were able to sense the destructive power within the inky black rift. They couldn't tell what was inside the rift. From their perspective, it looked like a gargantuan mouth that was able to swallow all things. The rift was also emanating a chaotic and destructive aura. After flying for a while longer, Lu Chu picked out the summit of a mountain before using her telescopic eyes to assess the situation around the main peak of the Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain. She was the best scout in the entire group as she was able to use her abilities to survey the entire surrounding area in order to get a grasp on enemy locations before their enemies could catch sight of them. Lu Chu stood atop the mountain before surveying her surroundings, and she was focusing her gaze at the main peak when a surprised expression appeared on her face. She chuckled with a mocking tone and said, "Ha! There's a battle between scum taking place on the main peak as we speak." And Lin blinked with incomprehension and asked, "Battle between scum? There are 4 lizard dragons battling 6 snow maidens on the peak. Tiske. These lizard dragons sure are powerful. The snow maidens are completely no match for them." Lu Chu provided commentary as she took pleasure in the misfortune of their enemies. And Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. The lizard dragons were members of the dragon tribe in the western heavenly dragon forest, which was an opposing power for the heavenly court. They were a powerful force with extremely complete inheritances, thereby resulting in extremely powerful cultivators, all of whom were capable of fighting many cultivators of the same cultivation base at once. "Looks like we can just wait for the lizard dragons to kill all the snow maidens. Then we can swoop in and kill all the lizard dragons." 10 storage rings. Lu Chu's eyes were practically glowing with excitement as she considered this massive haul. And Lin knew that this was Lu Chu's occupational disease. However, he didn't really object to her plan. He did not bear any ill will against the snow maidens, but he harbored no sympathy for them whatsoever. Even his friend, Shangguan Yi, had been abducted by the snow maidens, so he certainly wasn't going to feel sorry for them, even if they were about to be slain by the lizard dragons. "Wait, Shangguan Yi?" And Lin's expression faltered as a thought suddenly occurred to him. Soul formation stage snow maidens were able to enter the ancient divine division, so did that mean that Shangguan Yi was here as well? After all, she was also a soul formation final stage cultivator. Meanwhile, on the main peak of the Heavenly Snow Abyss Mountain, A black dragon of about 100 feet in size with gale force winds that revolved around its body like sharp swords crashed through a snow maiden's ice crystal defensive formation with fearsome force before mercilessly tearing her body to shreds. Ha 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 ha. I'll be taking the essential energy of this snow maiden then. The black dragon swallowed the body of the snow maiden as a cruel smile appeared on its face. I'll kill you. Palace Leader Chi's huge wings of ice spread open, and she threw herself at the black dragon while making an ancient seal with her hands. The blue ancient seal expanded relentlessly before instantly vanquishing the gale force winds around the black dragon and crashing into its body. Boom! The black dragon's body caved in under the force of the ancient seal, and it flew back with blood gushing from its mouth. Right at this moment, the sound of a snow maiden's screech erupted nearby. Palace Leader Chi turned just in time to see a white dragon that was holding twin golden swords slicing a snow maiden's body in half. Palace Leader, we have to run. If things continue on like this, then we're all going to die. A petite snow maiden implored Palace Leader Chi with a desperate expression. She didn't want to sacrifice herself here, and her fear of death had already erased any battle intent she had. Palace Leader Chi responded with a cold expression. Lu Wei, don't forget our mission. We can't abandon Shangguan Yi no matter what. Even if she dies, we have to make sure we die before her. Lu Wei bit down on her lower lip with indignation and displeasure. At this moment, a lightning dragon whose entire body was enveloped by blue lightning had already descended upon her at blinding speed. Without the protection of Palace Leader Chi, she would have no chance of escaping. If she were to attempt an escape, then all that would await her would be death. There was simply no way out. Lu Wei raised her sword above her head. She then let loose an enraged cry before charging toward the lightning dragon with all her might, only to be blasted away by countless bolts of blue lightning. Not only was the blue lightning extremely powerful, but it also worked to seal her sea of vital energy as it paralyzed her entire body. Despair appeared on her face as she looked up at the lightning lizard dragon descending upon her. A disconsolate smile appeared on her face. She had come all this way only to be sacrificial cannon fodder for someone else. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared before her with golden lightning revolving around the black sword in his hand. The lightning lizard dragon immediately roared with rage. You dare to intervene in our battle, human? Piss off. Otherwise, I'll blast you to death with my lightning. As it spoke, the lightning around the dragon's body was already descending upon the man's body with earth-shattering force. The entire sky was painted blue as the sound of clapping thunder reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The white-robed man smiled coldly. Blast me to death? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. You don't even know what real lightning is. Using his black sword, the man slashed nonchalantly toward the lightning lizard dragon in the distance, and golden lightning imbued with the power to pulverize space flashed through the air. Meanwhile, all the blue bolts of lightning suddenly turned around as if they had a mind of their own before accompanying the golden bolt of lightning as it sped toward the lizard dragon. Impossible! The lightning lizard dragon's eyes widened in shock and confusion. In the next instant, the golden lightning had already sliced its body in half as it carved out a magnificent trail of gold in the air, which was accompanied by a shower of blood. Lu Wei stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her eyes as a confident and powerful image of the man was etched deeply into her mind. You're a human? I've been saved by a human? Lu Wei felt like she was dreaming. One couldn't blame Lu Wei for thinking that way. After all, the Snow Maidens were sworn enemies of the human race. Despite the fact that this wasn't a relationship where one side had to vanquish the other, it was still an irrefutable fact that the relationship between the two races had never been a good one. After the invasions of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect and the Vermilion Bird sect, the relationship between the two races had further worsened, to the extent that they would engage in battle on sight. For a powerful human to save her now was completely baffling to her. Thank you. Lu Wei slowly came to her senses before expressing her gratitude. The man turned to glance at her out of the corner of his eye. However, there wasn't even a single hint of expression on his cold features. He turned to look up at the huge ice crystal at the peak of the mountain before his expression finally shifted. So it really is you, Sister Xianxia. The man was none other than Enlin, and he looked up at the woman meditating within the ice crystal with yearning and joy in his eyes. The woman had her eyes tightly closed, and there was a blue dress draped over her snowy white skin. Her black long hair, which reached down to her waist, had turned into the silver hair that was common among the snow maidens. A black symbol flashed lightly on her glabella as it relentlessly absorbed a certain type of power from the rift in the sky. Sister Xianxia, it's me Enlin, Enlin called from outside the crystal. Xianxuanyi's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she didn't open her eyes. Enlin, he's Enlin. Lu Wei stared at the man and muttered to herself while an astonished expression appeared on her face. Tales of Enlin's feats had spread throughout the entire holy glacial lands, thereby elevating him to a legendary status there. Many powerful snow maidens believed that he was the main factor that resulted in their failure to obtain the holy vermilion flame. Enlin's sudden appearance had completely flipped the tables on the battle between the snow maidens and the lizard dragons. Enlin, with surprise and bewilderment on her face, Palace Leader Qi stared at the man standing beside the huge crystal. You'll pay with your life for killing my brother. A huge flaming dragon was completely enraged after witnessing the death of the lightning dragon. It discarded the snow maiden that was on the brink of death in its claws as it charged toward Enlin, with boundless crimson flames flowing from its mouth, which then crashed down on Enlin in massive crimson waves. A tiny figure tore through the air and appeared before Enlin at an alarming speed. When she slashed her white long sword through the air, a huge blue ice lotus flower instantly enveloped Enlin and herself. Boom! Crimson flames engulfed the entire peak of the mountain, transforming the summit into a sea of flames. Not only did the comparatively tiny ice lotus flower not melt away in the flames, but it also began to grow even more dazzling and beautiful. Don't worry about me, Tina. Go take care of the remaining lizard dragons, Enlin instructed. All right. Tina's tiny figure whizzed through the air and broke through the sea of flames before pouncing toward the flame dragon. Know your place, insect. The flame dragon sneered coldly at the tiny figure flying toward it. It then opened its cavernous mouth where fearsome flame power converged within. However, right at this moment, two snow soul beasts suddenly flashed through the air toward the flame dragon like two white meteorites, which created a domain imbued with the power of extreme frost, causing the flame dragon's movements to falter momentarily. Humph, mere TR. The flame dragon did not even have a chance to finish its sentence before countless tentacles flashing with white lightning pierced through the air and quickly ensnared its scorching body within. A flaming rock golem then descended from the sky, and its fist thundered down on the flame dragon's head with devastating force. Boom! A massive shockwave fanned out in all directions. The flame dragon felt an extremely acute pain coming from its head, which forced it to abandon the spell technique it was about to unleash. It was also at this moment that the two snow soul beasts crashed into its lower abdomen. Snow soul beasts weren't good at much else. Straightforward ramming was a natural ability they were born with. The power imbued within one of their rams was equivalent to the power of a full force attack from a cultivator at the soul formation pinnacle stage. Boom! A massive indentation was rammed into the flame dragon's stomach, which created a shockwave that radiated outward in all directions for several kilometers. It widened its eyes in shock as it spat out a massive mouthful of fire and blood. The flame dragon had only just raised its head when it was greeted by the sight of an extremely bright blue sword projection imbued with the power of extreme frost flashing through the air toward itself. The tiny figure it had previously sneered at now gave it a crippling sense of terror. It was also at this moment that a sense of impending doom engulfed its massive body. The flame dragon was in complete despair. Under such a well-choreographed combination attack from so many powerful beings, it was reduced to a massive, living punching bag. The blue sword projection descended upon the flame dragon before slicing it in half and instantly ending its life. The twin sword-wielding white dragon slew another snow maiden in the blink of an eye before looking at the black dragon in the distance. Their eyes met, and both of them instantly began to escape in unison. You aren't escaping. Palace leader Qi charged at the black dragon that was closest to herself. The black dragon roared as terrifying wind pressure expanded around itself in a ball shape, which caused the nearby mountains to crumble, thus forcing Palace leader Qi into retreat. Hee hee. No one is a match for me when it comes to a contest of speed. The black dragon shot a taunting glance at Palace leader Qi before spreading its massive wings to fly into the distance with wind revolving around its body. A pink arrow, which was accompanied by a bolt of crimson lightning, pierced through the air. The smile suddenly congealed on the black dragon's face as it turned toward a certain direction before its pupils contracted drastically. A pink bolt of light expanded in its field of vision at an alarming rate, and its world soon became an entirely crimson one before falling into complete darkness. The arrows pierced through the black dragon's head before instantly pulverizing its massive head. All the other snow maidens stared in shock as the massive black dragon plummeted toward the ground. Palace leader Qi turned her gaze upon the direction from which the arrow had come from, and she couldn't help but shudder with fear as she exclaimed in amazement, "I can't detect the archer using my divine sense, and they're even outside of my field of vision. What monstrous marksmanship!" The white dragon immediately unleashed its life force-burning mystic technique to fly away even faster in retreat. Over 10 kilometers away, Lu Chu put down her pink bow and heaved a soft sigh as her features paled slightly. "That's one less storage ring. What a shame," she lamented in a disappointed voice. That arrow just then was already the most powerful arrow she was capable of unleashing. The white dragon was simply too fast. If she wanted to kill it, she would have to overexert herself, in which case she would be severely wounded by a backlash. It was simply not worth the effort. A tiny figure flashed through the air as it flew from one dead body to the next. Tina had somehow become the designated storage ring scavenger of the group, and she soon carried 3 Dragon Tribe and 3 Snow Maiden storage rings to Enlin while a broad grin appeared on her face. The remaining 3 Snow Maidens' faces convulsed when they saw what Tina was doing, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only huddle together silently before turning their cautious gazes on Enlin and the others. Enlin stowed away the 6th storage ring, which would be distributed once everything here was settled. With a cold smile on his face, he turned his eyes to the remaining 3 Snow Maidens. "All right, let's get down to business." Get down to business? The 3 Snow Maidens trembled in unison upon hearing this. They had already expended far too much energy during the battle with the Dragon Tribe. From the combat prowess that Enlin and the others had demonstrated, the Snow Maidens wouldn't stand a chance if Enlin were to attack them. "What do you want?" Palace leader Qi asked in a cold voice. Lu Wei was also staring nervously at Enlin while gripping her long sword tightly in her hand. Enlin smiled and shook his head. "Since you already know who I am, can't you guess what my intention is? If it wasn't for Shangguan Yi, you would all be dead by now." He clasped his hands behind his back before continuing. "Now then, I'll begin with some questions. Number 1, what is Shangguan Yi doing in the crystal?" The 3 Snow Maidens stared silently at Enlin with cold expressions. "Enlin, you're not going to say anything? This is a confidential matter, so I can't tell you anything," Palace leader Qi replied firmly. "You won't talk even if I kill you?" Enlin asked. "No," Palace leader Qi replied again with a resolute expression. Enlin narrowed his eyes as he unleashed his killing intent without reservation. At the same time, a golden light flashed through his eyes as a golden ripple began to proliferate outward. Lu Wei and the other Snow Maidens stared at Enlin with their bodies fully tensed up, as if he were a supreme war god about to deliver his judgment. Even so, they still gritted their teeth and refused to say anything. Shui Zhantian's body also trembled when he experienced this aura. "It's here. Master's invincible, regal aura. I'll definitely be able to reach new heights if I follow him." Enlin heaved an internal sigh upon seeing the Snow Maiden's reactions. If he wasn't concerned about whether Shangguan Yi would need the Soul Maiden's help to get out of the crystal, he would have killed them a long time ago. Thus, the 2 sides came to an impasse. Lu Wei's eyes lingered on Shui Zhantian and Shui Mengmeng with a scorching desire reflected in her eyes. Those were snow soul beasts, They were the beast pets of her dreams. They were so cute. She wanted to touch them so badly. It was a shame that her mission prohibited her from leaving this mountain. Otherwise, she would definitely try to capture a snow soul beast for herself. And Lin, what do we do next? Ling Ying asked as she floated toward Lin. And Lin was also at a bit of a loss for what to do. The snow maidens refused to run even when they were faced with such powerful dragon tribe cultivators. So there was no way he could get an answer from them by force. How about we just smash the crystal open? Hong Do suggested. And Lin's lips twitched as he glared wordlessly at Hong Do. If this dumb cunt were responsible for rescuing Shangguan Yi, she would definitely end up suffering from qi deviation. Let me ask you another question then. What is Shangguan Yi's status in the Holy Glacial Lands? And Lin asked. Lu Wei smiled in reply. You don't have to worry about that. She's Mengji. Slap. The back of Lu Wei's hand received a vicious slap from Palace Leader Qi, as she copped an enraged glare as well. She immediately fell silent and lowered her head like a sagging balloon. And Lin rolled his eyes, but he was not deterred. How long is Shangguan Yi going to be like this for? When is she going to come out? The three snow maidens remained silently. And Lin, sigh. All right, let's all make some self-introductions then. What are your names? The three snow maidens. Palace Leader Qi considered his question for a moment before replying. My name is Qi Yao. If you're planning to take Shangguan Yi back with you, then I'd advise you to forget about it. She is already an official member of the Holy Glacial Lands, and she's cultivating in the cultivation method of us snow maidens. Aside from that, she is also fundamentally a snow maiden herself. And Lin splayed his hands open. You don't have to worry about that. I'll ask her these things myself. As if in response to Lin's words, a clear, crisp crack suddenly sounded. Crack. A circular hole suddenly cracked open in the crystal as blue ripples proliferated outward, causing the surrounding temperatures to drop drastically. Everyone instantly turned their eyes on the crystal with excitement on their faces. Shangguan Yi stepped out from the circular hole as her blue dress flowed in the wind, making her appear as if she were a blue lotus flower blossoming on the summit of the mountain. She opened her golden eyes, from which a faint regal might emanated forth, as if she were an unapproachable queen. Sister Shangguan, congratulations on your successful awakening. Qi Yao smiled as she offered a congratulatory smile. Sister Shangguan, I'm here to take you back with me. And Lin smiled and waved. Shangguan Yi turned to Lin before shaking her head with a cold expression. Thank you for saving us, Lin. However, I am already a member of the Holy Glacial Lands, and I won't go back. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Have you encountered some difficulties that you can't resolve on your own? Or perhaps something holding you against your will? It's okay. I can help you. No, it's nothing like that. I made all these decisions voluntarily. Shangguan Yi shook her head before walking toward the three snow maidens with no hint of hesitation on her face. And Lin gritted his teeth. Didn't you say the Vermilion Bird Sect is your home? There are so many people waiting for you to come back. Why won't you come back? And how could you join the sworn enemy of the sect? Shangguan Yi's footsteps faltered as her golden eyes rippled and her fingers trembled slightly. The sworn enemy of the sect. People change. It's not impossible for friends or even family members to become enemies. She turned to Lin with a smile before speaking in a soft voice. I really must thank you, but we've all picked our sides. You're a human while I'm a snow maiden. So please don't be like this next time we meet. Palace Leader Qi, let's go. Without even looking at Lin's expression, she merely turned away to leave. The three snow maidens took one last look at Lin and the others before following behind Shangguan Yi. Wait! Lin's voice sounded again. Shangguan Yi and the snow maidens turned to him in confusion while Qi Yao asked in a cold voice. Shangguan Yi has already clarified the situation to you? What else do you want? Give me your storage rings. And Lin commanded. The three snow maidens? Oh, with the exception of Shangguan Yi, of course. And Lin said as he amended his previous sentence. Shangguan Yi, what do you want with our storage rings? Qi Yao looked down at Lin in astonishment. Do I seriously have to explain this? We saved your asses, so you have to pay us. Leave me your storage rings, or I'll take them by force. And Lin threatened in a cold voice. Ling Ying, Hong Do, Tina, and the two snow soul beasts began to surround the snow maidens as Lin spoke. He was clearly serious about taking the storage rings by force. Qi Yao's lips twitched slightly. She had clearly not expected things to progress in such a direction. The other two snow maidens were also completely dumbstruck as they stared blankly at Lin. Couldn't everyone just separate on good terms? Why was he suddenly robbing them? Shangguanyi heaved a resigned sigh. So be it, Palace Leader Qi, we don't really have any choice. Qi Yao glared bitterly at Lin as if she was trying to commit his face to memory. Take it. She pulled the storage ring off her finger before tossing it to Lin. Lu Wei stared at Lin with an expression that was on the brink of tears. Never would she have thought that this human was going to stoop so low as to rob her of her storage ring. Where was his humility? Where was his poise as a powerful being? She pulled off her storage ring silently before tossing it at Lin, while a certain image in her heart completely crumbled into pieces. The remaining snow maiden's chest rose and fell in a rage, yet she had no choice but to relinquish her storage ring too. All right then, see ya. And Lin waved his hand to dismiss them with a satisfied expression. There was actually another reason why he let Shangguanyi so easily. If Shangguanyi sided with him, then she would be viewed as a traitor to the Holy Glacial Lands. However, Shangguanyi's teleportation badge would teleport her straight back to the Holy Glacial Lands, where she would be considered a traitor. She would be well and truly screwed then. Hence, he had to devise a plan before staging a rescue mission for Shangguanyi. The three snow maidens departed with thunderous expressions on their faces, as if they had just swallowed flies. They vowed there and then that if they were to meet again, they would slaughter Lin and recover their storage rings. Shangguanyi flew away atop her sword with the other three snow maidens flying beside her. Their mission was complete. All they had to do now was to protect Shangguanyi and wait for the conclusion of the 1-month period, after which they would be teleported back to the Holy Glacial Lands. Lin stared at Shangguanyi and heaved a light, forlorn sigh, especially when he thought about how her life had been filled with tragedies. He still firmly believed that Shangguanyi wasn't staying at the Holy Glacial Lands of her own volition, but there wasn't really much else he could do for her. A pink streak of light was flying toward them from afar. Lu Chuchu was eagerly making her way here to take her share of the spoils of war. Lin brought out the 6 storage rings, 3 of which belonged to the dragon tribe, while the other 3 were the snow maiden's storage rings. It was Lin and Tina's turn to choose first, so Lin grabbed 2 of the storage rings that belonged to the dragon tribe, and 1 of the storage ring that belonged to the snow maidens. Lu Chuchu was allocated the last storage ring that belonged to the lizard dragons, while Ling Ying and Hong Do each received 1 of the last 2 storage rings that belonged to the snow maidens. Lu Chuchu did have a choice to pick a snow maiden storage ring if she wanted, but from her extensive murder and robbery experience, she discovered that all the snow maidens were quite poor. In contrast, the members of the dragon tribe were normally quite rich, so she chose a lizard dragon storage ring. And Lin was very much in approval of Lu Chuchu's decision. He had a lot of experience with the storage rings that belonged to those snow maidens. After all, he had harvested 5 return to Void Stage Snow Maiden storage rings not too long ago. However, they didn't even get a chance to assess the contents of the storage rings before powerful tremors began to sweep through heaven and earth. Not only was the ground shaking, but the entire space around them was also shaking as well. Huh? What's going on? And Lin's expression shifted as he surveyed his surroundings with a cautious expression. Giant and Lin, look up! Tina yelled in panic as she tugged on Lin's hair. Everyone looked up into the sky before their mouths gaped open in shock. They were greeted by the sight of the massive rift in the sky being split open even wider, and it continued to expand as if it were the abyssal mouth of a gargantuan, ferocious beast. Run! And Lin yelled and immediately ran away from the rift. The tremors were still running through heaven and earth, and an invisible force swept toward everyone's bodies. This was the power of the law of destruction and collapse, and as such it was able to ignore all types of defensive spell formations. The power of this law could pierce through all things in this world and act directly on the bodies of living organisms. The only thing Lin and the others could do was to run for their lives. However, the rift in the sky expanded at an extremely alarming rate, as if it were a black rubber ball that had been compressed to the extreme. With the pressure being released, it was now free to explosively expand outward. The rift expanded several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye while the blue and purple sky above cracked open like a pane of glass before crumbling down completely to give way to boundless darkness and nothingness. Devastating power began to permeate through heaven and earth, tearing the sky apart and annihilating the ground below. And Lin and the others were all struck by this power, and their internal organs began to disintegrate under the power of the law of destruction. A chill ran down Lin's spine while an expression of despair appeared on his face. The speed at which they were flying was slower than the rate at which the rift was expanding. If things were to continue like this, they would all die. And Lin could roughly guess what they were experiencing at this moment. It was the crumbling of this section of the continent. The ancient Tai Chu realm on which they were situated had already been reduced to less than 1/100th of its original area, and it was still crumbling to this very day, as evidenced by the misfortune that had struck everyone here. What kind of fucking luck was this? Wah! Giant and Lin, the outside world is so terrifying. Is this Armageddon? Tina's tiny body trembled uncontrollably as she latched onto Lin's hair and looked around at the crumbling continent before her. Don't worry, we'll make it out of here alive, and Lin said as he tried to console her. Wah! Tina was still sobbing when she suddenly opened her tiny mouth. You? A tiny mouthful of blood stained Lin's shoulder. And Lin. Xianxia was also flying beside Lin, and it appeared especially emotional. Who would have thought that I would live to see the day the sky collapse? Even the sky is so fragile. How pitiful. I've lost my target now. Who am I going to slash in the future? As his voice fell, Xianxia suddenly turned to Lin as a flash of emotion crossed his eyes. Master, I think you're very powerful. Erg. Xianxia immediately spat out a big mouthful of blood after finishing its sentence. It was clearly severely wounded by the power of the law. And Lin. The sky was crumbling, and the space around them was collapsing. Winds of chaos and destruction swept through the air, and the ground below disintegrated. Everything around them was a vast expanse of dilapidation and destruction, with no hope in sight. The black rift had already become an infinitely vast black mouth that was devouring everything on this continent. The terrifying power of this law of destruction eroded everyone's bodies as they inched closer and closer to their deaths. Everyone was in complete and utter despair. The entire world was literally being destroyed around them, and they were trapped within this cage of destruction with no way to escape. Destruction became the only constant in this world, and everyone had already lost sight of where the next patch of unscathed sky was. But they still continued onward with all their might to search for that slim chance of survival. And Lin suddenly saw a flash of light in the darkness, as if it were the light of hope amid a world of chaos, and his body trembled in response. Fly in that direction. And Lin roared as he changed direction to fly toward that flash of light. Everyone immediately followed behind Lin toward that feeble ray of light in the darkness. As they drew closer and closer, they were finally able to figure out what the source of the light was. It was a mountain. This was a massive mountain that was hanging upside down in the pitch-black sky. The mountain glowed lightly with spots of light, as if they were bright stars in the night sky. When everyone caught sight of this mountain, it was as if they suddenly discovered a green oasis when they were on the brink of death from extreme dehydration in the desert. Renewed hope ignited in their hearts, and they immediately unleashed their full speed without hesitation to throw themselves toward that massive mountain. The mountain had to be an extremely special construct to be able to remain unscathed in such a terrifying environment. As such, it appeared to be their only chance for refuge and survival. Right at this moment, the massive mountain suddenly began to flash in and out of existence, as if it were just a mirage. Tears streaked down Lu Chuchu's face upon seeing this. They had finally found some hope for survival only to find that it was fake. It was all an illusion. And Lin did not give up. He continued to throw himself toward the mirage-like mountain. He finally came to the peak of the upside-down mountain, and he made one final charge. Boom! A devastating power instantly engulfed his entire body, and he felt the space around him began to shimmer and warp. Immediately following this was an extremely terrifying bout of spatial twisting and tearing, which struck him with extreme nausea and vertigo. Tina and Xianxia gripped tightly onto Lin as they let loose collective shrieks before they were plunged into complete sensory deprivation. Lu Chu, Hongdou, Linging, and Shui Mengmeng all charged toward the mountain as well, and their bodies disappeared from this crumbling section of the continent as the space rippled around them. Both heaven and earth were still crumbling. Soon, the entire space completely shattered and chaos swept through everything. The earth was reduced to nothingness, and all matter began to dissipate into a certain type of energy as they diffused into the air before disappearing without a trace. And Lin opened his bleary eyes to find that there was something sitting on his stomach. He slapped the thing away, only to find that it was warm and furry, as if he had slapped away a warm ball of fur. "How dare you attack Papa Xiantian, you ignorant, weak trash?" A clear and crisp voice mumbled, as if it was sleep talking. And Lin was a little speechless as he looked down upon Shui Xiantian before kicking it awake. "Oh, Giant and Lin, where are we?" Tina also woke up before looking around with confusion on her face. They were situated on a massive black mountain. She raised her head to find that the black mountain had no end in sight, as if its peak were piercing directly into outer space. There were specks of light sprinkled across the surface of the mountain, as if they were ethereal stars shining in the night. "So pretty. Is this a star mountain?" Tina looked around the mountain in amazement as she muttered to herself. And Lin's body trembled upon hearing this. Star Mountain. Could this be the huge starry mountain that Emperor Ziwei was talking about? His eyes widened as he looked around the massive mountain, and his heart surged when he discovered that its outward appearance was exactly the same as the description Emperor Ziwei had provided him with. An untraceable, otherworldly mountain. Wasn't that exactly what he was standing on right now? And wasn't this the mountain that had saved his life when he was in complete despair because the world was crumbling around him? And Lin felt like he needed to think about this situation as he looked around his surroundings. Aside from Shui Xiantian and Tina, Lu Chu, Linging, Hongdou, and Shui Mengmeng had all disappeared. Could it be that they were teleported to another place because he wasn't in physical contact with any of them? To him, this was the most viable explanation. All four of them were directly behind him, so there was no reason why they would be rejected by the mountain. As for the other possibility that they had been destroyed as the continent crumbled, that was not something he wanted to think about, and Lin turned around and was greeted by the sight of a series of mountain ranges. All these mountains were pitch black in color and extremely tall in their own right, but they were still a long way from being able to compete with the huge starry mountain. The sky above them was filled with countless dazzling stars. Wait, something wasn't quite right. He looked up at the sky above to find that the stars were extremely clear and realistic, as if there was no barrier between himself and the sky, and the light of the stars was able to shine directly into this world. "Why do I get the feeling that the sky here is different?" And Lin murmured to himself. And Lin shook his head and abandoned this train of thought. He then nudged Shui Xiantian awake before pulling out 3 golden immortal fruits from his storage ring, 2 of which he handed to Shui Xiantian and Tina. After enduring the calamity they had just escaped from, all 3 of them were severely wounded. Their musculoskeletal structure, meridians, organs, and even their seas of vital energy had been heavily injured. If they were to recover naturally, it would perhaps take them up to a month to do so. Hence, the 8th-grade immortal fruits that were imbued with powerful life force energy were extremely important to them at this moment. The fruits would be able to drastically shorten the time frame required to facilitate a full recovery. And Lin already considered Shui Xiantian and Tina as his friends, so he brought out all 3 of his golden immortal fruits before sharing them without any hesitation. Shui Xiantian and Tina were extremely touched by his gesture, as both of them munched on their respective immortal fruits with elation and gratitude in their hearts. And Lin also began to consume his own immortal fruit, Rich life force energy spread throughout his entire body, healing all his injuries at an extremely quick rate in conjunction with the evergreen technique. Xianxia immediately lay down on the ground after consuming the immortal fruit. There was excitement on its face as its body pulsed with different shades of blue light, as if it was engaging in exploration. This fruit truly is a miraculous medicine. Not only is it extremely delicious, my whole body feels at ease after consuming it. Master is such a good person. You are the epitome of benevolence, kindness, compassion. Xianxia rattled off a relentless stream of praise. And Tina was tiny, so she ate quite slowly and was the last one to finish her fruit. Thankfully, her digestive system was quite strong. Otherwise, it would take her a full day to eat such a large fruit. Tina also lay down with satisfaction on her face after consuming the golden immortal fruit, and she patted her tiny stomach as a slight smile appeared on her face. Huh? Wait, I can feel a new power appearing within my body. Tina's eyes widened in amazement, and and Xianxia both turned to look Tina to find that her body was suddenly glowing with an extremely dazzling golden light. This was an extremely holy and pure energy. Little Na, how do you feel? Are you feeling ill? And asked in a slightly panicked voice. Tina shook her head as she blinked with a slightly vacant expression. I'm fine. On the contrary, my body feels fantastic and light, as if some shackle had just been broken. I feel like I'm about to fly away. About to fly away? And grew even more concerned upon hearing this. Right at this moment, a resounding boom erupted in the starry night sky above Tina's head. After that, a massive white vortex covering several kilometers in radius appeared overhead as the vital energy in a radius of several dozen kilometers surged in a spectacular display. Both and Xianxia's eyes widened in shock as a thought occurred to them. Ding-ling! A crisp ringing reverberated through the air as a tall, gallant white projection slowly flew out from the vortex before appearing in the air above. The projection was a male fairy with a head of golden hair, pointy ears, a pair of emerald-like eyes, and indescribably handsome features. His entire body and face appeared as if it were the manifestation of everything that was good in this world. Holy Fairy Leader! Tina stared up at the projection in the sky as she murmured to herself while being in a daze. The projection that had been referred to as the Holy Fairy Leader looked down upon Tina before pointing a finger at her and uttering an unknown language. And couldn't understand what the projection was saying, but his voice was like the most heavenly music in the world, and just listening to it filled him with bliss and relaxation. After some time had passed, the projection of the Holy Fair Leader began to dissipate, and the white vortex also disappeared with his departure. And came to his sense from his entranced state, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face after seeing that the Holy Fairy Leader had disappeared. Little Na, are you feeling bet? And turned to look at Tina, but he faltered before finishing his sentence. Xianxia also came to its senses before turning its eyes toward Tina, upon which it received quite a fright. Unbelievable! This is incredible! The two of them stared at each other before turning to look at Tina again, as both of them unconsciously swallowed. A white ball now sat in the place where Tina had been standing. The ball seemed to have been constructed from some sort of silver strands, which glowed with a faint light. Did Tina regress to become an egg again? Xianxia exclaimed in shock. And lips twitched. Fairies aren't oviparous one creatures. He carefully picked up the white ball before placing it into his pocket and enveloping it in a spell technique to provide further protection. I don't know what just happened to Tina, but it should be something good. The Holy Fairy Leader that had just appeared was simply far too perfect. Surely such a beautiful fairy couldn't be capable of doing anything bad. And was a serial judge of books based on their covers, so this was the immediate conclusion he came to. He was more inclined toward believing that Tina had received some sort of inheritance, or she had made some sort of breakthrough on her cultivation base. After all, Tina had been at the pinnacle of holy rank, which was the equivalent of the soul formation pinnacle stage on Taichu continent. Fairies were extremely sensitive to life force energy, and she had once mentioned that she could feel her cultivation base stirring after consuming a spirit pill. The golden immortal fruit contained significantly more life force energy than that spirit pill, so it wasn't too far-fetched to think that consumption of the fruit might have helped Tina make a breakthrough. However, shouldn't a breakthrough like this require tribulation transcendence? Why did she turn into a silver ball instead? And Lin was starting to doubt himself. He heaved a long sigh before shaking his head to dispel this train of thought and looking ahead at the massive mountain before him. Whatever. Let's explore this mountain first.